Flower Stealing Master Chapter 1850 to Chapter 1924. After blocking a few attacks from Xianxia and Li Si, the leader of the Vidra faction finally caught his breath and spoke. He yelled at the other side, "Bai Wanjian, are you a dead man? Come and help me." Bai Wanjian's expression darkened. Normally, the leader of the Vidra faction was arrogant and had great martial arts skills. Not only would he not be grateful when someone came forward to help him, he would even yell at them, thinking that they were looking down on him. Who knew that this time, the leader would help him? However, since the leader had spoken up and they were on the same side, Bai Wanjian could not just stand by and watch. He led a few brothers of the Snow Mountain sect to form a sword formation and rushed over, blocking Li Si on behalf of the leader of the Vidra faction. Get lost. Li Si was furious. He and Xianxia had managed to injure the leader of the Vidra faction right from the start and should have been able to subdue him after another 100 moves. However, the leader's interruption might have turned the tables. After all, the leader of the Vidra faction's Vidra indestructible divine technique was quite difficult to deal with. He was anxious, and naturally, he did not show any mercy. The sword formation of the Snow Mountain sect was very strict. It was more than enough to deal with ordinary people of the Jianghu, but it was not enough to deal with Li Si, who was feared by the Jianghu. Li Si moved like lightning, constantly dodging and moving. He was clearly alone, but in the eyes of the surrounding heroes, it was as if he had surrounded the entire Snow Mountain sect. The people of the Snow Mountain sect fell one after another. Within a few breaths, Bai Wanjian was the only one left. The young leader of the Snow Mountain sect, Bai Wanjian's martial arts skills had been taught by Mr. Wade and Bai Zizai. His sword techniques were much stronger than those of the disciples around him. Unfortunately, even Bai Zizai was no match for Li Si, let alone him. Realizing the danger, Bai Wanjian did not dare to hold back. He immediately used the ultimate move of the Snow Mountain sword technique, the Bright Moon Chong Flute. The people around him could vaguely feel a bright moon rising. Gradually, there were sounds of sobbing, like the sound of a Chong flute. Suddenly, a murderous atmosphere spread. However, a large black hand suddenly appeared in the bright moon, forcibly breaking through the moon and pressing down fiercely. The flute-like sound also disappeared without a trace. It was only then that the crowd noticed that Bai Wanjian was vomiting blood and retreating. The long sword in his hand was already broken into pieces. Li Si chased after Bai Wanjian like a maggot in a tarsal bone. He intended to get rid of this threat once and for all before joining forces with Xianxia to deal with the Vidra faction master. Bai Wanjian is doomed. The surrounding people all had the same thought. However, they were not related to Bai Wanjian, so naturally, they would not fight against the great demon Li Si for him. Even if they did, no one had the ability to do so. The island masters and cave masters thought that even if they were to fight against Bai Wanjian, they might not be able to win, let alone Li Si. Father. Just then, a young girl suddenly exclaimed from above. Although her voice was clear and melodious, everyone could hear the panic in her voice. Pale red figure pounced down from above, brandishing her sword at Li Si in an attempt to save the heavily injured Bai Wanjian. Li Si snorted and broke the thin sword in the girl's hand with a slap. Then, he took the opportunity to slap her forehead. If Xianxia was here, perhaps he would have some tender feelings for the fairer sex, but he had a heart of stone. How could he show any mercy? Sigh, it's a pity that a little beauty has perished just like that. There were many people with good eyesight, and they could already tell that the figure was a beautiful and refined young girl. Everyone loved beauty, and they all felt that it was a pity. There was a loud bang, and the scene of brains splattering everywhere that everyone had imagined did not happen. Instead, a black figure shot back, and the person seemed to be imprinted on the wall. Beating someone like hanging a painting? The crowd looked over and realized that the person hanging on the wall was none other than the awe-inspiring Li Si. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What's going on? The group of people immediately turned around and saw that the girl in red, who was about to fall to the ground from the recoil, was standing there with a young man holding her waist. The person who had attacked was naturally Song Qingshu. He had originally thought that the mess in the hall was too much, and he was about to come out and end it all. Coincidentally, he saw the girl he had saved earlier in danger, and he naturally made a move. P, didn't you say that your surname is Sure? Song Qingshu looked at the girl beside him. How could he not understand that this Ah Xiao was the heroine of the Guild of Chivalry, by Wang Jian's beloved daughter, Bai Xiao? P, the girl's face reddened, and she explained softly, my grandmother and my grandfather had a falling out, and they didn't allow me to use the surname Bai, so they made me use the surname Sure. I didn't mean to deceive big brother P, is that so? Song Qingshu said lightly, you insisted on following me to the Vulture Palace. I'm afraid you were worried that something would happen to your father when I came. Pa Xiao lowered her head, and her face was like the petals of a white plum flower. Tears streamed down her delicate face, and she said, I'm sorry, big brother. P, looking at the girl's gentle and weak appearance, Song Qingshu really couldn't harden his heart to blame her. Pat, this time, a woman's voice suddenly sounded from above, Granny Tong's 4 servant girls greet the new Supreme Lord. P, everyone looked up, and saw that near the roof of the hall, there were 9 rocks protruding out. They seemed to be 9 small platforms, and on each of the 4 rocks was a young girl of 18 or 19 years old, and they were bowing down gracefully. P, the 4 girls bowed, and then leaped down. In midair, they each held a long sword in their hands, and floated down. The 4 girls, one dressed in light red, one in white, one in light green, and one in light yellow, leaped down at the same time, and landed on the ground at the same time. They bowed down to Song Qingshu, and said, your servant girls came late, please forgive us, master. P, Song Qingshu flicked his sleeve, and a gentle force lifted the 4 girls up, you don't have to be so polite. He remembered that when Granny Tong fought with Li Qiushui and fought to win him over, she seemed to have mentioned that she had 4 beautiful little servant girls. It must be them. P, feeling the unstoppable gentleness of the force, the 4 girls were shocked, but it was quickly replaced by greater joy. Their new master's martial arts skills were so strong, the Vulture Palace could be saved from this disaster. P, they raised their heads, and the crowd was even more shocked. They saw that not only were the 4 girls exactly the same height, short, fat, and thin, there was not the slightest difference in their appearance. They all had the same oval face, eyes like lacquer, delicate and beautiful, the only difference was the color of their clothes. P, the girl in light red said, your servant girls and the 4 sisters are twins. Granny Tong named your servant Mei Jian, and these 3 sisters are Orchid Jian, Bamboo Jian, and Chrysanthemum Jian. Just now we met Hao Yin, Zhu Tian and the other sisters, and found out about the situation. Now your servant girls have closed the door of the Hall of Solitary Respect. As to how to deal with these bold and rebellious servants, I leave it to master to decide. P, when the crowd heard her say that the 4 sisters were twins, they suddenly understood. No wonder the 4 of them looked exactly the same. They saw that the 4 of them were beautiful and their voices were clear and gentle, so they all had a good impression of them. But who would have thought that Mei Jian would say something like a bunch of audacious rebellious slaves, which was extremely rude. 2 men rushed forward, one was holding a saber, the other was holding a pair of judge pens. They shouted together, little girl, your filthy mouth. Suddenly there was a flash of green light, the Orchid Jian and Bamboo Jian sisters' swords swept out, followed by 2 dang sounds. The 2 men's wrists were cut, their hands and their weapons fell to the ground. This move was extremely fast, the 2 men's wrists were cut, but their mouths were still saying, what a fart. Ouch, they cried in unison, and leaped back, leaving the ground covered with blood. P, the 2 women had cut the 2 men's wrists in one move. Although the rest of the people knew that their martial arts were much higher than the 2 men, they did not dare to act rashly. Moreover, they saw that the walls of the hall were made of unusually thick granite, and they did not know what kind of formidable mechanism was hidden in the hall. Moreover, there was that enigmatic young man. They did not know if it was him who had beaten the great demon King Li Si into that state, so who would dare to act rashly? They looked at each other in dismay, but nobody said anything. They were all cursing in their hearts that those 2 reckless men deserved it. P, Song Qingshu's eyes lit up, she was indeed worthy of being Old Tong's personal maidservant, her swordsmanship had surpassed who knows how many Jianghu masters. P, but he knew that there were more important things to do now, so he took a step forward and said calmly, those whose hands are stained with the lives of the Vulture Palace's people will pay with their lives. Those who have injured the Vulture Palace's people will have their hands and legs broken. Those whose hands are not stained with blood will be punished with 80 lashes. Who has any objections? P, as soon as he said this, the entire hall was in an uproar. During this period of time, they had gone through many dangers to attack the Vulture Palace. Both sides were in a killing frenzy. Who didn't have a few lives on their hands? If they were to carry out this plan, how many people here would be spared? Little brat, you talk big. A burly man leaped out like an iron tower. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like an injured tiger. He raised his fist that was like an iron bowl, and with a bang, he smashed a tea table into pieces. Then, he rushed towards Song Qingshu. Someone around him had already recognized him. Lord of Iron Ao Island. Lord of Iron Ao Island, Tyrant Ha. It turned out that Song Qingshu's movements were too fast. Not many people saw how Li Si was sent flying. They thought it was some mysterious master hiding in the dark. As for a young man like Song Qingshu, most of the island lords and cave masters didn't care about him at all. Tyrant Ha usually looked down on pretty boys, and the person in front of him fit his definition of a pretty boy. When he heard his arrogant words, he couldn't help but jump out. The surrounding island masters and cave masters rejoiced in Song Qingshu's misfortune, but it was also good for him to test that person's strength. Among those present, only the expressions of Murong Fu, Xue Bufan, and the others changed greatly, because they recognized Song Qingshu's identity. Zhu Jian, who was standing in front, saw Tyrant Ha's terrifying expression. She forgot about her powerful swordsmanship and was scared. She quickly hid in Song Qingshu's arms. Tyrant Ha opened his fan-like hand and grabbed towards Mei Jian. The four twin sisters were telepathically connected. Zhu Jian was so frightened that her whole body trembled. Mei Jian had already sensed it. Seeing Big Ha pouncing over, she cried out in alarm and hid behind Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. This little girl was really shameless. They had just met and she took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. However, he had read countless people and quickly understood that the other party was not the kind of seductive slut that he had imagined. Instead, it was a natural reaction because she was too young and timid. Previously, he had praised Heavenly Mountain Tong Lao too early. Although the maid's swordsmanship was not bad, they had not seen the real world and could not react in time when they were in danger. In this short period of time, Hadaba was already in front of Song Qingshu. Seeing that Song Qingshu still had no intention of attacking, Granny Yu, Sister Shi, Qing Shuang, and the others couldn't help but feel nervous. Although they knew that their new High Lord's martial arts were unparalleled, it was likely that he would be injured if he just stood there and let the enemy attack him. However, to everyone's surprise, when Big Tyrant Ha was only 3 feet away from Song Qingshu, it was as if he had crashed into an invisible wall. He let out a miserable scream and staggered a few steps before finally collapsing to the ground. Everyone looked down and saw that his face was badly mutilated, as if he had crashed into a boulder at full speed. It seemed that he would not survive. You overestimate yourself. Li Si had already struggled to pull his body out from the wall. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but blurt out an idiom. Is this a protective chi wall? There was no lack of people with good eyesight. Martial arts experts often had protective chi, and those with higher cultivation could even cover their body with chi. However, covering 1 or 2 inches was already the limit. The distance just now should have been about 3 feet, right? Even if this young man started practicing martial arts in his mother's womb, it was impossible for him to have such a terrifying inner strength. Not to mention him, even in the entire martial arts world, no one had heard of anyone having a protective chi wall of 3 feet. However, although they hadn't seen it before, there were people present who had. Whether it was Murong Fu or Xue Bufan, they had all seen him fight. Sect Master Jin Gang, Xianxia, and Li Si had also lost to him. Naturally, they knew that this seemingly gentle young master was not to be trifled with. Greetings, Golden Snake King. Greetings, King Chi. Greetings, Brother Song. Greetings, Prince Song. Everyone bowed in unison. Even Zhang San and Sect Master Jin Gang, who had been fighting to the death, stopped. Oh, why did you stop? Song Qingshu glanced at the two of them and said with a faint smile. They all cursed in their hearts. With you here, how the hell are we going to fight? However, their expressions became increasingly respectful. How would we dare to be presumptuous before the young master? Sect Master Jin Gang smiled obsequiously. He had been defeated several times by this young man and had personally seen him defeat 18 top-notch experts in one move. Moreover, he had even taken his 3 corpses mind pill. How could he muster up the courage to fight? If we had known that King Qi had become the new master of Vulture Palace, we brothers wouldn't have rushed here. Xianxia was still smiling, but his smile was uglier than a crying face. When the crowd witnessed this scene, they were greatly astonished. Whether it was Xianxia or the guardian deity sect master, both of them were so awe-inspiring that either of them was enough to intimidate everyone present. However, such figures were now acting so servile in front of that young man. Not to mention the ordinary island masters and cave masters, even Zhuo Bufan was scared out of his wits. He stood there trembling. There seemed to be an invisible pressure in the air, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Especially those whose hands were stained with the lives of Vulture Palace's people, their hearts were like dead ashes. Among them, only Morong Fu was in a slightly better state, mainly because he had been defeated by Song Qingshu several times. At this moment, he was already numb to it, especially when he thought that this visit to Vulture Palace was the last chance of his life. Now that his hopes had been dashed, he understood that he had no hope of restoring his country in this lifetime. He stood there in a daze and was not at all affected by Song Qingshu. "Greetings, Supreme Lord." At this moment, the palace servants of Jiutian 9 divisions had already surrounded the place. Seeing this, they formally kowtowed to their new master. Led by them, the island masters and cave masters also knelt down and called out Supreme Lord. Feeling the overwhelming momentum in the hall, even an outsider like Xiao could not help but kneel down. She was a little puzzled, but thinking that kneeling to her big brother did not seem to be a big deal, she continued to kneel there. Staying here will only lead to death. It's better to fight to the death. No matter how powerful he is, he's only one person. How many of us can survive? Everyone, rush out, one by one. The 36 islands and 72 caves had no shortage of people who lived on the edge of a knife. When they heard what he just said, they knew that they would definitely die, so they simply made up their minds and rushed out. Their plan was wishful thinking. At this time, the people of Jiutian 9 divisions were kneeling, and the periphery was no longer defended. With so many of them rushing out together, even if the other party had 3 heads and 6 arms, how many of them could he stop? As long as they could get out of this solitary hall, they would have their lives saved. As for the talisman of life and death, it would take at least a few more months to activate. This way, they could at least get a few months back. In order to survive, these people burst out with all their potential, and their lightness skills seemed to be 3 times faster than usual. Seeing that the fastest one was about to rush out of the hall, the remaining island masters and cave masters could not help but feel a little restless. At this moment, a faint voice rang out, "Without my permission, who can leave?" Then, a large green sword light appeared out of thin air. The people present were already impressed when they saw Zhuo Bufan's 1-foot-long sword light, but now they knew what it meant to be a frog at the bottom of a well. The bright sword light streaked across the sky, and there was a strange kind of shock. The people only felt their vision go black and their hands and feet go numb. They did not dare to move a finger. When the sword light gradually dissipated, the heroes finally regained their vision, and the group of people who fled in panic were all beheaded without exception. "Thank you, Master, for avenging our sacrificed sisters." Their voices echoed in the hall, and even the other members of the 9th Heaven Division began to shout. Obviously, they admired and sympathized with the Great Heaven Division for the sacrifices they had made to protect the Vulture Palace. Seeing their excited faces, Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. In the past few months, the Great Heaven Division had defended the Vulture Palace with the help of the geographical advantage. During this period, they had fought many bloody battles and sacrificed many of their comrades. However, in the original work, Xiuzhu had simply bypassed those troublemakers and even pulled out the life-death notes for them. It was so pedantic and ridiculous. At that time, those island lords and cave masters had shed tears of gratitude and said that they would go through fire and water for Xiuzhu in the future. However, without any restrictions, if something changed in the future, how could these wily old foxes really risk their lives for Xiuzhu? As for the people of the Vulture Palace, they must have been very disappointed when they saw this result. However, Xiuzhu was the master, so even if they were dissatisfied, they could only suppress it in their hearts. As for the people of the Vulture Palace, they were sincerely convinced by Xiuzhu. How could the people of the Vulture Palace not have any thoughts about it? Master, please have mercy on us. As if they could sense the faint killing intent gathering in the air, the island masters and cave masters kowtowed one after another as if they were pounding garlic. They had witnessed a group of people with martial arts similar to theirs charge out, only to be easily killed in an instant. Who would still dare to think of rebelling? Only then did Song Qingshu say, since you didn't run away just now, it is obvious that your sins are not as serious as those people. At the same time, you are also repentant. In this case, you will be flogged 40 times and then kowtow to the sacrificed sisters of the Great Heaven Division to apologize. Thank you, Master, for your mercy. Thank you, Master. The group of people cried tears of joy. They originally thought that they would be skinned alive, but they didn't expect that the punishment would be lighter than they had imagined. Although kowtowing to those girls was a bit shameful, losing face was nothing compared to losing their lives or having their limbs broken. The palace servants of the Vulture Palace had no objections. Killing that bunch of people just now had already allowed them to avenge the blood feud they had accumulated over this period of time. Song Qingshu nodded. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey was enough. He didn't want these island masters and cave masters to suffer too much. After all, he still needed them to fight back against Li Lianzhua. However, he wouldn't be stupid enough to remove the life-death notes from them again. The life-death notes were indeed an effective way to control them. As long as the rewards and punishments were clear and they weren't too temperamental, they wouldn't rebel. At the very least, even if they were as temperamental as Grandma Tong, they would only rebel when something went wrong with her cultivation. At this moment, someone screamed shrilly and rolled out of the crowd, My life-death notes are activated. As he spoke, he clawed at his face. Soon, his clawed hands left streaks of blood. Soon, his body was drenched in blood. It's the big monster of the twin monsters of Pearl Cliff. Someone beside him shouted out his identity. Big brother, big brother. The second monster of the Pearl Cliff duo was anxiously pacing around, but there was nothing he could do. Suddenly, he saw Song Qingshu at the side, and like a drowning man who had found a life-saving straw, he hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed, Supreme Lord, please save my big brother. Song Qingshu exclaimed in his heart, just in time. He helped Zhu Jian up from his bosom and stood to the side, then walked over. Seeing that the Pearl Cliff Great Monster was desperately scratching its chest, he instantly sealed its acupoints, then took out a small pill for it to swallow. Then, he circulated his qi to help the pill's efficacy disperse, and the Pearl Cliff Great Monster gradually calmed down. It's the antidote to the life-death notes. Everyone's eyes widened. In fact, they didn't have much hope. This new lord was good at martial arts, not medicine. They didn't know when their life-death talismans became the talismans of death. However, now that they saw that he had the antidote, they couldn't help but reignite their hope of survival. Song Qingshu stood up and lightly said, This is only a temporary antidote. It can only suppress the poison in your body for a year. However, you don't need to be too disappointed. From now on, as long as you can complete the missions I give you, I will give you the antidote. Don't worry, my missions won't be as difficult as old Lady Tong's. Thank you for your grace, my lord. The group of people kowtowed and thanked him. As for his criticism of Heavenly Mountain Tong Lao, even the people of Jiutian 9 divisions didn't think there was anything wrong with his words. Soon, the people of Jiutian 9 divisions disarmed the island masters and cave masters and escorted them to the prison. Only then did Song Qingshu turn to look at the rest of the people. Now it's your turn. The leader of the Vajra faction hurriedly smiled and said, Young master, we didn't hurt a single hair of the lady in the Vulture Palace. Please, young master, please, Zhang San, Li Si, Morong Fu, and the others looked askance at him. They thought, you're a grandmaster after all, isn't it a little too much to be so servile? Song Qingshu snorted. Is that so? But before I went up the mountain, I saw your disciples bullying a little girl. I'm sure you've done this many times? Ah Shou couldn't help but exclaim. Realizing that he was standing up for her, she was happy and terrified at the same time. Coupled with her natural shyness, she couldn't help but feel awkward in front of so many people. She blushed and didn't know where to put her hands. Bai Wanjian saw this and knew what was going on. He was furious. Leader of the Vitra faction, how dare you let your people bully my daughter? The leader of the Vitra faction cursed in his heart. If your daughter hadn't found such a powerful backer, I would have slapped you to death for talking to me like this. However, he didn't dare to show the slightest emotion. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Young Master Bai, please forgive me. My people had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I'll chop off their third leg when I get back." Song Qingshu said calmly, "There's no need for that. I've already taken care of him." Yes, yes, yes. They didn't have eyes and deserved to die. The leader of the Vitra faction nodded and bowed. I wonder if the princess has been well recently. The Great Khan and the Ruyang prince miss her so much that they've asked about her a few times. Song Qingshu smiled faintly and said, "Why? Are you afraid that I'll kill you, so you brought up the princess?" No, no, the leader of the Vitra faction said hurriedly. We're the princess subordinates, so we're naturally your subordinates as well. If you want our lives, you don't have to do it yourself. Just say the word, and we'll offer our lives. Li Si, who had always been straightforward, couldn't stand it anymore. Bootlicker, you stink. The leader of the Vitra faction glared at him. Humph, young master, you're a heavenly genius. You're an immortal who's descended to the mortal world. It's a blessing that you've cultivated for a few lifetimes to be able to serve under young master. What do you know? This time even Song Qingshu couldn't stand it anymore. He waved his hand and said, "Get out of here." The leader of the Vitra faction was overjoyed. Yes, yes, yes. I'll get out now. The Vitra faction master groaned inwardly. What orders do you have for me, young master? Song Qingshu said, "Go back and restrain your disciples. If I hear any news of them abusing women, I'll make your Vitra faction disappear from this world." Yes, yes, yes. I definitely won't. Please rest assured, young master. The Vitra faction master hurriedly promised as he broke out in a cold sweat. Let's go. Song Qingshu finally waved his hand. The Vitra faction master felt as if he had just been pardoned and disappeared out the door as if he was fleeing. Whether it was Zhang San, Li Si, or Morong Fu, all of them were puzzled. The Vitra faction master's martial arts were unfathomable. Even if he could not defeat Song Qingshu, there was no need for him to act in such a manner. Of course, they did not know that the Vitra faction master had been poisoned by Song Qingshu's 3 corpse. Brain divine pill in that rundown temple and had been brainwashed by Song Qingshu's soul-shifting technique. Therefore, the Vitra faction master was like a mouse that had seen a cat. Song Qingshu's gaze then fell on the remaining people. How should I deal with you guys? Morong Fu stretched his neck and snorted. Since things have come to this, I'll do whatever you want to me. However, if you want me to wag my tail and beg for mercy like the Vitra faction master, that's impossible. Song Qingshu nodded inwardly. Although Morong Fu's martial arts were mediocre and his mind was not very clear, he still had the strength of character. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that he had always regarded the restoration of his country as his own responsibility. In his heart, he had always regarded himself as the emperor, and an emperor would naturally not be servile to others. It wasn't that he didn't have the thought of taking Chen Yuliang in for his own use, but in the end, he gave up on the idea. It wasn't that he was afraid of Chen Yuliang's ambition. No matter how great Morong Fu's ambition was, it couldn't be greater than Chen Yuliang's. The key was that Morong Fu's brain wasn't very good. In order to restore his country, he always came up with messy ideas. But if he were to be killed, in the past, he had also helped to restore his meridians. Although he had already repaid the debt of gratitude, personally killing him would be somewhat inauspicious. More importantly, he still didn't know where that madman, Morong Bo, was. If he were to kill the sole descendant of Morong family and he began to retaliate, he wouldn't be afraid. But he had so many subordinates under him, and there were so many beauties, but not many of them could defeat Morong Bo. If we really want to reach that step, we have to control Morong Bo first. Song Qingshu made up his mind and said, "Considering our past friendship, I won't kill you for the time being. But, you can still be punished." As soon as he finished speaking, a few transparent objects shot out from his hand. How could Morong Fu react in time? He felt a cold and numb sensation coming from a few acupoints on his body. His face couldn't help but change. What did you do to me? Song Qingshu said lightly, didn't Prince Murong and these devils attack Vulture Palace because you wanted to see the life and death talisman of Heavenly Mountain Tonglao? Since that's the case, I will fulfill your wish. Life and death talisman? Murong Fu's face changed drastically. Soon, a strange itch came from his body. Soon, he couldn't stand anymore and began to wail on the ground. The surrounding women of Vulture Palace were all delighted. My lord's divine power is unparalleled, and you also have the life and death talisman. For thousands of years, you will unify the Jianghu. Song Qingshu was speechless. He thought, where did you learn these catchphrases? I'm not like Ding Chuanqiu or Dongfang Bubi. He waved his hand and interrupted their flattery. He took the opportunity to throw an antidote into Murong Fu's mouth and said to her, now that you have the life and death talisman in your body, as long as you don't do anything stupid to harm me, I will give you the antidote on time every year. The itch on Murong Fu's body finally subsided, but the feeling of wishing for death was still fresh in his mind. When he thought that not only did he fail to conquer Vulture Palace, but he was also controlled by the life and death talisman like those island masters and cave masters, his heart was like dead ashes. He let the people of Vulture Palace take him away. Song Qingshu then turned to Zhang San and Li Si and said, it's your turn. Zhang San and Li Si looked at each other and laughed bitterly. Our lives are in King Qi's hands. However, we hope that King Qi will be lenient on account of the fact that the Isle of Heroes has never had any major conflict with you. No major conflict? Song Qingshu thought about how he had killed 18 of their top-notch experts in the ruined temple, learned the Supreme Mystery Sutra on the Isle of Heroes, and was also related to Jia Baoyu's death. If they knew the truth, they would probably want to grind his bones to dust. However, now that he thought about it, he did not seem to have revealed his true identity. It is not that I cannot let you go, but what good will it do me? Song Qingshu said indifferently. Zhang San and Li Si represented the face of the Isle of Heroes. If he killed them, it would mean that he was officially at war with the Isle of Heroes. Now that he had so many enemies, it would be unwise to make more enemies. Hearing that there was hope, Zhang San and Li Si hurriedly said, from today onwards, the Isle of Heroes will stay far away from King Qi's territory. Oh? A strange expression appeared on Song Qingshu's face. In the past, Duke Wen of Jin retreated far away and defeated the state of Chu in the Battle of Qingpu. Zhang San hurriedly said, we do not have such intentions. Very well. Song Qingshu nodded. However, I doubt that you have such great authority. Do you have the final say in the affairs of the Isle of Heroes? Zhang San said, normally, the two island masters are not around, and Zhao De and Qian are elusive. We brothers are in charge of the day-to-day affairs. Song Qingshu asked, what is the identity of Zhao De and Qian? I feel that they are even more mysterious than the island masters. Zhang San smiled bitterly. Reporting to King Qi, this is the highest secret of the Isle of Heroes. Even if you kill us, we cannot say anything. Otherwise, even if we escape with our lives, our fates will be even more miserable. So secretive. Song Qingshu sneered. Fine. Even if you do not say anything, I can roughly guess. Let's go. Remember what you said today. Thank you, King Qi. After thanking him, Zhang San and Li Si hurriedly walked out of the hall. Outside the hall, the two could not help but whisper. Does he really know the identity of Zhao De and Qian? I don't think so. Both of them are very mysterious. There are less than 5 people on the Isle of Heroes who know about them. Then it seems that he is bluffing. Let's go back and report this to the island master. In the solitary hall, Song Qingshu looked at the remaining people of the Snow Mountain sect in silence. Xiu hurriedly said, Big brother, can you let my father and the others go? The Snow Mountain sect is under the control of the Mongols. This was done by the Khan. My father and the others had no choice. Bai Wanjian hurriedly pulled his daughter back. Xiu, your father has always been upright. There is no need to beg others. In the Snow Mountain sect, there are only those who die in battle. No one surrenders. Father. Xiu stamped her feet anxiously. Song Qingshu looked at the girl who was about to cry. Xiu, why were you alone when I met you? A Mongolian prince? Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. Which Mongolian prince? Xiao blushed again. I don't know. Bai Wanjian replied, actually, the specific candidate has not been decided yet. It was just an intention. Who knew that this girl would accidentally hear it and run away? Xiao's face turned even redder. I don't want to marry. Bai Wanjian frowned and said, the Mongols have already unified the world. With the status of their princes, I wonder how many girls want to be their wives. Why would they be so hesitant like you? Xiao was so wrong that she was about to cry. She bit her lips and did not speak. The tears in her eyes seemed to fall at any time. Song Qingshu secretly shook his head. The Snow Mountain sect was planning to curry favor with the powerful. However, with the status of the Snow Mountain sect, it would be good enough for Xiao to be a concubine. This was only if they gave her face. They might not even accept her even if they gave her face. Xiao is now my sister. If she doesn't want to, no one can force her to marry. Looking at Xiao's tear-stained face, Song Qingshu felt pity for her. Bai Wanjian frowned. Prince Song is too nosy. After all, this is the Snow Mountain sect's internal affairs. So what? Song Qingshu said faintly, in this chaotic world, young sect leader Bai still wants to talk about rules with me. Isn't it too pedantic? The reason why I can control it is not because of my own strength, but because of my friendship with the Mongolian higher-ups. As long as I say one word, no prince will marry her. You. Bai Wanjian's face instantly turned red. However, he knew that what he said was the truth. Everyone knew that he had an ambiguous relationship with the Ryong Palace. He also played a very important role in the peace negotiations between the southern Song and Mongolia. It was obvious what the Mongolian higher-ups would choose between such a person and the Snow Mountain sect. Song Qingshu smiled at Xiao. Xiao, don't be afraid. No one can force you to marry someone you don't like. Thank you, big brother. Xiao showed a hint of happiness, but soon she looked at her father worriedly. But my father, Song Qingshu answered, don't worry. Your father and the master of the Vajra sect are behind us, just like the mantis stalking the cicada. They haven't killed anyone from the Vulture Palace. I won't make things difficult for him. Xiao was so excited that she jumped up, that's great. Seeing her excited look, Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile. This kind of girlish feeling would gradually disappear as she grew older, and now was the time when she was at her most charming. Bai Wanjian cupped his hands and said, thank you for your magnanimity. We dare not disturb you anymore. Farewell. After all, he wasn't a person who couldn't tell right from wrong. Although he was a little angry at the other party for interfering in his family's affairs, he still had the necessary etiquette. Song Qingshu nodded. Now that the Spirit Vulture Palace was in ruins, he still needed time to deal with the various issues after the war. Bai Wanjian took a few steps and saw that his daughter was not moving from Song Qingshu's side. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. Xiao, I'm leaving. Xiao was a little reluctant in her heart, but she also understood that it was not convenient for a girl like her to be by a man's side, so she reluctantly said to Song Qingshu, big brother, I'm leaving, will I see you again in the future? Song Qingshu smiled slightly, of course you can. The Vulture Palace welcomes you at any time. If I have the chance in the future, I will come to the Snow Mountain sect to look for you. Really? Xiao was a little surprised. That's a promise. That's a promise. Song Qingshu smiled and nodded. Although the Snow Mountain sect was not a small sect in the West region, it was insignificant in the world. It was not worth going to, but with this pearl, it was a different story. Beside him, Bai Wanjian's face darkened. He thought to himself, Xiao, you really don't want to marry the Mongolian prince. Could it be that you want to marry that Song guy? On the way down the mountain, Bai Wanjian looked at his excited daughter and couldn't help but say, Xiao, you don't want to marry the Mongolian prince. Do you want to marry that Song guy? Xiao blushed and said coquettishly, of course not. Daddy, don't make fun of me. That's good. Bai Wanjian snorted, Song guy is a famous playboy in Jianghu. I don't know how many women he has around him. Even the princess of the Ryong Palace of Mongolia is one of them. A silly girl like you will be swallowed whole if you send yourself to him. Daddy, I really don't want that. Asho pouted coquettishly and rode the camel to the front. When she was out of sight, her originally happy and relaxed expression couldn't help but become gloomy. Meanwhile, in the solitary hall, Song Qingshu arranged for people to clean up the mess. However, among the 9 divisions of Jiutian, only the Great Heaven Division suffered heavy losses. The other 8 divisions were well preserved. With the addition of Granny Yu, Sister Shi, and other highly respected people, the aftermath was quickly arranged and he didn't have to do it himself. Looking at the chattering plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum beside him, Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. The world was really full of strange things. There were actually quadruplets. Besides the color of their clothes, they were exactly the same. It was really hard to tell them apart. Originally, the 4 maidservants Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum were serving Heaven Mountain Maiden. Now that their master had suddenly been changed to a young man, their heartbeat involuntarily quickened and their breathing quickened. They felt a little strange. However, they were still young and had grown up in Vulture Palace. They didn't know much about the affairs of the world, so they didn't think too much about it. That's right. When those island masters and cave masters attacked, where were you? Song Qingshu asked curiously. I didn't see you in the main hall. Bamboo Jian answered, when those servants attacked the palace, the sisters of the Great Heaven Division were all captured. The 4 of us saw that we couldn't resist the enemy, so we fled to the secret room where old Lady Tong practiced martial arts. We only hoped that we could think of a way to save them when it was dark. A secret room for practicing martial arts? Song Qingshu's curiosity was piqued. Take me to see it. Yes. Now that he was the new master of Vulture Palace, in addition to the fact that he had intimidated the crowd, the 4 maidservants had long been convinced by him. They didn't have the slightest objection. Plum, Orchid, Chrysanthemum, and Bamboo led Song Qingshu to the back garden. They moved away a fake mountain and revealed the entrance to the tunnel. Plum Jian held a torch high and led the way. The 5 of them entered in a line. Along the way, Plum Jian kept pressing the trigger in a hidden place to prevent the hidden weapon traps from being activated. The tunnel twisted and turned, spiraling downwards. Sometimes, it would suddenly open up, revealing a huge stone cave. It was obvious that the tunnel was formed by the natural cave in the belly of the mountain. Along the way, Bamboo Jian explained the situation of their hiding place. Orchid Jian couldn't help but sigh. Actually, that was just our way of repaying old Lady Tong's kindness. If Master hadn't come, we would have inevitably lost our lives in the hands of those servants. Hearing the young girls calling him Master, even though Song Qingshu had a lot of experience, he still felt refreshed. Song Qingshu was surprised, why not? Is it dangerous inside? Mei Jian said, it's not dangerous. This is an important place, the maids don't dare to enter. Song Qingshu realized that the original work did mention this. It contained the most profound martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect. If one's internal energy was not enough, it would be useless to look at it and it would be easy for one to go mad. In the original work, Shizhu let them in and they almost lost their lives. Of course, Song Qingshu didn't need to say this now, he might as well do them a favor, let's go in together, what's the big deal? The tunnel outside is so narrow, it's not comfortable to stand. The 4 beauties looked at each other and were pleasantly surprised. Mei Jian said, Master, before Granny passed away, she told us that if we serve you faithfully, do not do anything wrong, and practice martial arts diligently, then when we are 40 years old, she will allow us to come to this stone room for 1 day a year to study the martial arts on the walls. Even if you don't disregard Granny's promise, it will be 22 years. Later. Song Qingshu said with a smile, wouldn't it be boring to wait for another 22 years? You will be old by then, why would you want to learn martial arts? Let's go in together. The 4 beauties were overjoyed and immediately knelt down to worship him. Song Qingshu smiled and didn't care. Anyway, he was here and even if something went wrong with these girls, he could save them. He might as well use this opportunity to buy their hearts. The 5 of them walked into the stone chamber and saw that the walls were polished smooth. The stone walls were engraved with innumerable circles about a foot in diameter. Each circle was engraved with all kinds of pictures. Some were human figures, some were animal figures, some were incomplete characters, and some were only marks and lines. Beside the circles were numbers such as A1, A2, A1, A2, and so on. There were at least 800 to 900 circles, if not more than 1,000. How could they see all of them in such a short time? Song Qingshu secretly sighed. Pan Lang was really a genius in the past. He was able to study so many martial arts, but he didn't know if he was the one who studied it or if he borrowed the knowledge of others. Zhu Jian said, "Let's look at the drawing of A1 first." "Master, do you agree?" Song Qingshu nodded his head. The 5 of them raised their torches and looked at the circle marked A1. With one look, they recognized what was drawn on the circle. It was the first stance of the Tianshan plum snapping hand. They said, "This is the Tianshan plum snapping hand." When he looked at A2, it was indeed the second move of the Tianshan plum snapping hand. He continued to read. After the Tianshan plum snapping hand was finished, it was the Tianshan Sixyong palm. Although Song Qingshu had never learned it before, he already knew the essence of this martial art after sparring with Old Tong. Now that he had verified it with these illustrations, he had a general understanding of it. When one's martial arts reached such a high level, one would naturally be able to master everything. Learning these things was quite fast. Song Qingshu had never seen Tong Lao use the moves after the 6 yang palms of Tianshan on the stone wall. Following the instructions on the diagram, he circulated his internal energy. After learning only a few moves, his body was as light as a feather, as if he was floating in the air. Song Qingshu was secretly amazed. The Xiao Pai's martial arts were indeed miraculous. While he was concentrating on circulating his internal energy, suddenly he heard "Ah!" 2 cries of alarm. Song Qingshu opened his eyes. He saw Lan Jian and Zhu Jian, 2 beauties, swayed and fell to the ground. Mei and Zhu, 2 beauties held onto the stone wall. Their faces changed greatly and they swayed. Naturally Song Qingshu knew what was going on. He went over to help Lan and Zhu up and pretended to ask, "What's wrong?" Mei Jian said, Master, our internal energy is low, we can't look at these drawings, we will wait outside." The 4 beauties held on to the stone wall and slowly walked out of the stone room. He saw the 4 beauties were sitting cross-legged in the middle of the corridor, cultivating their internal energy. Their bodies were trembling and their faces looked like they were in pain. Song Qingshu knew they had suffered serious internal injuries. He immediately used his palm and lightly tapped the acupoints on each of their backs. A strong and vigorous energy penetrated into their bodies. The 4 beauties' faces immediately calmed down. Not long afterwards, beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. One by one they opened their eyes and called out, "Thank you, Master, for using your internal energy to treat our servants' injuries." They turned around and kowtowed to express their gratitude. Song Qingshu quickly stretched out his hand to help them up. "You don't have to be so polite," he said, "it was I who didn't notice your strange condition." Mei Jian sighed and said, "Master, Lao wanted us to wait until we were 40 years old before we could come to this stone room to look at the drawings for 1 day a year." Turns out there was a deep meaning behind it. The martial arts in these diagrams were too profound. The maidservants overestimated their own abilities and practiced according to the diagrams. Their Jinqi was insufficient and they immediately entered the wrong meridian path. If it wasn't for Master's help, I'm afraid we 4 sisters would be paralyzed forever. Lan Jian said, Lao had high expectations for us. She hoped that when we were 40 years old, we would be able to practice this superior martial art. But the maid's aptitude was mediocre. Even if we practiced for 22 years, we might not dare to enter this stone room again. Song Qingshu sighed and said, "So that's how it is. Then it's my fault. I shouldn't have asked you to go in." The 4 swords kowtowed again and asked for forgiveness. "Master, why do you say that?" "That is Master's benevolence. It's all our fault for being arrogant and reckless." Zhu Jian said, "Master's internal energy is profound. Practicing these profound martial arts will be very beneficial." Lao often stayed in the stone room for months on end. She would study the drawings on the stone wall. Mei Jian continued, "The servants of the 36 caves and 72 islands interrogated the sisters of the Great Heaven tribe. They wanted to know the location of Lao Lao's hidden treasures. The sisters would rather die than submit. The four of us originally wanted to lure them into the tunnel and activate the mechanism to kill them all in the tunnel. But we were afraid that these servants had the ability to break the mechanism. If they entered the stone room and saw the drawings on the stone wall, it would be a disaster. If we had known this, we would have let them in. Song Qingshu nodded and said, "Indeed. If these drawings were seen by people with insufficient internal energy, it would be more harmful than any poison or sharp weapon. They should be glad that they didn't come in." Lan Jian smiled and said, "Master is really kind. In my opinion, it would be better if they all died from practicing martial arts." Song Qingshu thought for a while and said, "Although your swordsmanship is not bad, you are too young and your internal energy is not enough to learn some profound martial arts. But in the future, as my personal maids, how can your martial arts be weak? How about this, I'll teach you a divine martial art. If you practice diligently, your internal energy will naturally improve by leaps and bounds." The four girls were immediately overjoyed. They had seen how unfathomable Song Qingshu's martial arts was. The martial arts that he personally taught must be extraordinary. Song Qingshu then said, "This martial art originated from India." Among the martial arts he knew, there were many divine martial arts manuals, but the one that was suitable for ordinary people to practice the fastest was the Shinzu scripture. Yu Tongji's martial arts were completely unorthodox and his qualifications were very poor, but he relied on this martial art to forcibly improve his martial arts to the point where he could fight with Xiaofeng in a short time. He taught Qin Yuan, who had no foundation in martial arts, to practice this and the effect was very obvious. Of course, the absorbing stars technique and the northern underworld divine kung fu could also make people become masters in a short time, but these two martial arts were too sinister. They needed to absorb other people's internal energy, so it was not necessarily a good thing to teach them. Soon, the girls began to perform various yoga postures according to the moves of the Shinzu scripture. Originally, these postures were very anti-human and difficult for ordinary people to do. But these maids were still young and their bones and meridians were not completely formed, so their flexibility was many times better than ordinary people. Soon, they succeeded in learning the first few moves. "Sister, why do I feel that this posture is so embarrassing?" Zhu Jian glanced at Song Qingshu who was observing the murals in the distance and whispered to Mei Jian with a red face. Zhu Jian thought about it and nodded, "You're right. Everything we have belongs to our master, so it's not a big deal." Upon the other side, Lan Jian suddenly whispered, "Do you think our master will ask us to serve him tonight?" Mei Jian spat, "What are you thinking about in that head of yours?" Zhu Jian also blushed and said, "I've heard from Sister Sure that the personal maids of rich families have to warm the bed for their master. Don't think too much. Hurry up and practice." Mei Jian pinched his sister, but he couldn't help but think of some scenes. He didn't know if it was because of the posture, but his body was getting more and more numb. The whispers of the maids were quiet, but it didn't escape Song Qingshu's ears. Hearing what they were talking about, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that although Tianshan Tonglao was fierce, she treated them well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such a lively personality. But he quickly calmed down and continued to look at the murals in the cave. First, he had the special ability to learn something immediately, and second, his cultivation was high. Although he looked at the murals very quickly, he quickly mastered all the martial arts. In the end, he didn't need to use the qinggong of the Taishan Sutra, and his whole body was floating in the air. After a few more hours, Song Qingshu had almost mastered all the martial arts in the stone room. He felt refreshed, and his martial arts realm seemed to have reached another level. When he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a slight whining sound in the air. He couldn't help but stop. The sound was too soft. If he didn't have a divine cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to hear it. After a while, the whining sound came again. It felt like the legendary ghost crying at night. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been scared to the point of peeing their pants. However, Song Qingshu, who had been educated in a complete scientific system, would not be scared by such a small thing. Soon, he understood that there must be a secret room somewhere, and the air flowed through some small cracks into the hidden cavity. That was why the sound was made. Song Qingshu followed the sound and walked in. After walking for a few feet, he finally arrived in front of a large stone wall. He reached out his hand and touched it. He extended his inner force into it and quickly felt that there was a large space inside. After looking around, he noticed that a lampstand at the side was a little out of place. He tried twisting it a few times, and a stone door gradually opened. Song Qingshu looked back and saw that Mei Lan, Zhu Ju, and the others were concentrating on cultivating in the distance. They did not notice the situation here. He was skilled and bold, so he wasn't afraid of any traps inside, so he walked straight in. The secret chamber was neither too big nor too small, about a few dozen square meters. However, Song Qingshu was still shocked, because the first thing he saw was a skeleton sitting on a chair in front of him. It would have been fine if it had been an ordinary skeleton, but the skeleton looked very small, like a child. However, even though it had turned into a skeleton, the way it sat gave off an air of arrogance. How strange. Song Qingshu was puzzled. It seemed that this skeleton was a top martial arts expert when it was alive, or someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to give off such an air just by sitting. Could it be Pan Lang's remains? A thought flashed through Song Qingshu's mind, but he quickly denied it. The skeleton in front of him was small and delicate, and it seemed to be young. Moreover, it was a female. It couldn't be Pan Lang. Song Qingshu suddenly noticed that there was a scroll of parchment in the skeleton's hand. He gently took it down, and a few words appeared in front of him. The art of eternal life, eternal life? Song Qingshu sneered. Since ancient times, emperors, generals, and ministers all pursued the art of eternal life. What kind of person was Emperor Qin back then? He used the power of the whole country to unify the world, but it was all for naught. The later emperors learned from him, and all of them cultivated and consumed pills. In the end, not only did they not obtain eternal life, but they also died prematurely because of heavy metal poisoning. Originally, Song Qingshu admired the person in front of him. She must have been a great person when she was alive. Unexpectedly, she was also a stupid person who pursued immortality. However, he still opened the whole parchment to see what was written on it. Very soon, his expression changed. The first few sentences mentioned the unique art of 8 desolations and 6 directions. Although this art is miraculous and has the effect of immortality, it is not true eternal life. Even with Master's omnipotent abilities, when his time is up, he has no choice but to pass away. Song Qingshu nodded. It seemed that this person was not stupid. He continued to read and saw the words written on it. What is eternal life? I have studied the ancient books and know that the 5 decays of deities and the limit of one's physical body are the rules of the great Tao. No matter how high one's martial arts is, one cannot go against it. Although the physical body cannot live forever, what about the soul? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously thought of the venerated Ming. Didn't the venerated Ming develop the art of possession and successfully possess Zhang Wuji's body? In a sense, he had already obtained eternal life. At first, he was just casually looking at it. But now, he could not wait to continue reading. What is the soul? I have thought about it, and it is nothing more than memories and ways of thinking. If another person has the same memories as me, the same way of thinking as me, and thinks from the bottom of his heart that he is me, does this count as me continuing to live in this world in another way? This. Song Qingshu could not help but be a little dumbfounded. This was the first time he had heard of such an idea. At first, he felt that it was extremely ridiculous, but gradually, he felt that it made some sense. If A had all the memories of B, the same way of thinking, and even thought that he was B, then was he A or B? He thought about it until his head was spinning. He thought that such a topic would definitely make the philosophers of the post-apocalyptic world argue endlessly. He continued to read, only to see that it said, after exhausting all my knowledge, I have finally found a way to achieve eternal life. First, I will find a suitable candidate. She is young and does not have too many memories. If she looks similar to me, it would be even better. I will use our sex soul-searching technique to erase her original memories. Then, I will imprint my childhood memories into her mind bit by bit. I will teach her the same way of thinking and the martial arts that I know. After 100 years, she will be able to live in my place forever. Song Qingshu's expression changed several times. Suddenly, a few speculations flashed through his mind. He could not help but feel his hair stand on end. No way, recently, I was plotted against by that B***tch Li Qiushui. If it was before, I could recover in a few months. But now, something went wrong while practicing this method of immortality. I don't have much time left. Fortunately, I found a smart girl a few days ago. Most importantly, she looks very similar to me when I was young. It seems that the plan has to be advanced. The writing at the back was a little blurred. However, reading this, Song Qingshu gradually understood the whole story. This petite skeleton in front of him was most likely the real Heavenly Mountain Tonglao. She had been studying a method of immortality in the Vulture Palace these years. Who knew that she would be plotted against by Li Qiushui at the critical moment? Therefore, she had to find a little girl who looked similar to her and brainwash her with the method of immortality. Finally, she passed all her martial arts to her. No wonder when he checked Heavenly Mountain Tonglao's meridians, he felt that she was no different from a young girl. Wu Yazi also told him that Heavenly Mountain Tonglao was a bit strange. Li Qiushui and Heavenly Mountain Tonglao often fought and gradually got used to her changes, so it was not easy for him to see the problem. Although he understood all this, Song Qingshu still had another question. Although I know that the Heavenly Mountain Tonglao is fake, her memory, way of thinking, martial arts, and even looks are the same as the real Heavenly Mountain Tonglao. Then what should I do with her identity? If she wasn't the Heavenly Mountain Tonglao, then she was no different from the Heavenly Mountain Tonglao now. Song Qingshu wondered if he should find a chance to tell her the truth, but he decided against it. It would be too shocking. Besides, her original memory had been erased by the real Heavenly Mountain Tonglao. If she knew her identity, she would probably break down. Suddenly, a series of exclamations came from behind. Song Qingshu looked back and saw Mei Lan, Zhu Ju, and the other maids hiding at the door, looking at the skeleton in the stone chamber with fear. Song Qingshu put the parchment into his pocket and said to them, "This should be a senior who passed away in meditation in the past. Find someone to collect her remains and give her a proper burial." At this point, there was no need to reveal her true identity. Otherwise, the entire Vulture Palace would be in chaos again. Yes, Master. The maids bowed and couldn't help but look around the stone chamber curiously. I didn't know there was such a secret chamber in here. Song Qingshu rolled his eyes. You speak as if you've been here before. Zhu Jian stuck out her tongue. You're right. I wonder if Grandma has seen it before. Song Qingshu was startled. He suddenly realized that Grandma Tonglao had been cultivating here all this time. Could it be that she had never discovered this secret chamber? Ever since he came out of the secret chamber, he had been thinking about this question. He felt that Grandma Tonglao might not know the truth, but she might also know. She really was Schrodinger's cat. In the end, he did not dwell on this unsolvable problem any longer. Song Qingshu quickly turned his attention to how to deal with Li Liangzhua. The most important thing now was to consolidate the resources of Spirit Condor Palace as soon as possible, so that he could mobilize the forces under Li Liangzua's command as soon as possible. He asked Granny Yu and sister-in-law Shi to organize the Spirit Vulture Palace, the 36 caves, and the 72 islands. Meanwhile, he asked Qing Shuang to investigate the current situation in the spiritual state. Master, it's getting late. Hurry up and rest. This servant has already prepared hot water for Master to bathe and change. A young girl walked to the desk with a porcelain cup and bowed. It was Lan Jian. Song Qingshu nodded. It was time to sleep. He had been running around day and night during this period of time. It was time to rest and build up his energy. Plan Jian led him to a large room. The furnishings in the room were quaint and elegant, with bronze tripod and pottery vases. In the middle of the room, there was an exquisite incense burner that smoked the best sandalwood incense. Although the whole room was simple, it had a kind of elegant temperament. In the inner room, there was a large bed. Although he didn't sit on it, he could feel the softness of the bed through the gauze curtain. Song Qingshu suddenly asked, "This used to be old Grandma Tong's room, right?" The maids were so scared that they all knelt down. "Master, please forgive us. Due to the lack of time, we didn't have the time to build a new High Lord's bedroom. In the entire Spirit Vulture Palace, old Grandma's room is the largest and best." We didn't dare to let Master live in the other narrow rooms, Mei Jian added, but don't worry, Master. The bedsheets and bedding are all new. Song Qingshu smiled and helped them up. I was just asking casually. Look at how scared you are. I don't mind sleeping in her bedroom even if you don't change the bedding. It's not like I haven't slept with her before. Back in the ice cellar in the royal palace, Li Qiushui stripped Heavenly Mountain Tonglau's clothes and stuffed them into his bed. Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu/P/P/P yen is almost equal to /P. The girls' hearts were in turmoil as they looked at each other in dismay. Master and old Tong slept together. Old Grandma Tong is so old. Master, do you think Master is also a few decades old? Is it because of his profound skills that he can maintain his youthful appearance? I don't think so. According to the rumors, Master should be around 30 years old. Don't think too much. Although old Grandma isn't young, she still looks very young. Even if, it's understandable. Sister, you're the one who's thinking too much. P. The girls were born of the same mother and understood each other's thoughts with just a look. So even if they didn't know how to use telepathy, they could still discuss the gossip in secret. Song Qingshu didn't know that their imaginations were running wild. He went to the steaming hot tub in the hall and suddenly felt his whole body itch. He said, "You guys go out first, I'm going to take a bath." Calmly then did the girls wake up from the fire of gossip, and one after another said, "Let the servants serve Master." Song Qingshu smiled. "No need. I can handle it myself." Who knew that his words would make the girls cry. "Master doesn't want us anymore, you guys are thinking too much." Song Qingshu was speechless. What were they talking about? Plan Jian cried. "We sisters are here to serve Master. We don't have any other abilities. Now that Master doesn't even let us serve him when he takes a bath, what's the point of us living in this world?" Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "You guys used to be old Grandma Tong's maids. After all, you're all women. But now that we're different, it's really inconvenient." Pevin, the usually sensible Mei Jian, couldn't help but be confused. What's inconvenient? Isn't it normal for maids to serve masters and young masters? Song Qingshu was startled and didn't know how to refute. This world was like this. It was just that he came from the future and wasn't used to it. Jian couldn't help but cry. Does Master dislike us because we're the old Supreme Master's maids? Tomorrow, we'll have Sa and the others choose a few new maids to serve Master. That's not what I meant. Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. All right. You guys stay here and serve. In the end, he gave up on trying to convince them. He wasn't a stubborn old pedant. He didn't need to use the customs of the future to change the people of the past. Thank you, Master. The girls' worries immediately turned to joy. The joy on their faces could be seen with the naked eye. He had to admit that although these girls were young, chatty, and unreliable, they were quite qualified to be maids. They undressed him, combed his hair. The series of actions were gentle and methodical. After all, Song Qingshu was someone who had experienced great storms, so he quickly calmed down and enjoyed their service. But this was hard on the little girls. They had always been serving old Lady Tong, and there were no other men in Spirit Vulture Palace. This was the first time they were so close to a man. Their chests heaved up and down, and their cheeks were steaming, making them look even more alluring. However, the girls knew the severity of the situation. Although their hearts were in turmoil, they did not dare to overstep their boundaries. They all did their best to complete their tasks. Song Qingshu soaked in the warm water and suddenly felt relaxed. The dust from the past few days seemed to have been swept away by the warm water. Why don't I massage Master's shoulders? Mei Jian's gentle voice came from behind. Song Qingshu's first reaction was to refuse. However, when he noticed her worried expression, he suddenly understood. Because of the sudden change of master, the maids of the previous High Lord were restless and did not have any sense of security in the future. He nodded slightly and did not refuse Mei Jian's good intentions. Song Qingshu also wanted the girls to settle down and did not want them to think too much and cause trouble. Seeing that her master had agreed, Mei Jian's face flashed with a trace of redness and excitement. She carefully walked forward and was shocked when her fingers touched the other's skin. Are all men's bodies this hot? What's wrong? Song Qingshu was puzzled as to why she stopped there, as if her acupuncture points had been hit. He thought that she had made a mistake in her cultivation. No, nothing. Mei Jian's face turned red. She quickly calmed her mind and gently massaged his shoulders. Feeling the girl's slender fingers, Song Qingshu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The nobles of the ancient times were truly extravagant. It was no wonder that so many modern people fantasized about dressing up in ancient times and becoming a playboy. Having a pretty maid to serve him felt really good. Furthermore, he also had 4 pretty maids like her. Just like that, half an hour passed. Song Qingshu enjoyed it so much that he did not want to get up. However, he noticed that Mei Jian's breathing was gradually becoming erratic. He knew that her arms were probably already numb after massaging for so long. He smiled at her and said, "All right, I'm almost done." "Thank you." Mei Jian hurriedly said, "Serving master is a servant's duty." "Master, please do not disappoint the servant." Song Qingshu was secretly nervous. A few years ago, he had some nostalgia for the original world. However, now that this world was so beautiful, how could he want to go back? At this time, 2 young girls came in from outside the screen. They were Bamboo Sword and Chrysanthemum Sword. They smiled and said, "We sisters will help master change his clothes." They picked up a set of light blue underwear from the tray and placed it next to the screen. Song Qingshu was speechless. "I'll change my underwear myself." Although he enjoyed the service of the maidservants, he still couldn't get used to it. "Yes, master." The girls bowed slightly, and the corners of their lips curled up slightly. It was rare to see their master so embarrassed, and for a moment, they couldn't help but snicker. After Song Qingshu changed his clothes and went out, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "Where's Lan Jian?" Replying to master, "Lan Jian is warming master's bed," the girls replied. "Warming the bed?" Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. Although his status was now high, in the Golden Snake camp, everyone worked hard and he naturally couldn't do anything special. When he was the emperor in disguise, the royal family didn't have the rule of warming the bed, so he had never experienced this service. He didn't expect to see it in the Vulture Palace. Unknowingly, he walked to the window and a delicate young girl crawled out from under the covers. She was only wearing her underwear, revealing the milky white skin unique to young girls. It was Lan Jian. "Master, the bed is warmed." "Master, please go to bed and rest." Lan Jian bowed down, her skin shivering in the cold air. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. He stretched out his hand and pulled a blanket over her. "Don't catch a cold." "Thank you for your concern, master," Lan Jian said happily. "You don't have to do such things in the future. My skills are profound, and I'm already immune to heat and cold." Song Qingshu said. He really wasn't used to this kind of lifestyle. Yes, Lan Jian's excited expression instantly dimmed. Although she didn't cry, it made people feel sorry for her. Zhu Jian couldn't help but sigh. "We sisters are really useless people." Song Qingshu felt a headache. All right. You guys take turns warming the bed in the future. Is that okay?" The few maids immediately turned from worry to joy. "Thank you, master." Song Qingshu was startled. He gradually realized that he seemed to have fallen into the girl's trap. However, he still seemed to be looking forward to this kind of thing. Even though he knew it was a trap, he couldn't help but jump into it. Crawling under the covers, Song Qingshu smelled the fragrance of a young girl. He thought to himself, "Orchid sword, orchid sword, orchid sword. You really live up to your name. I wonder if the other sisters also have the same smell. Maybe that's why Tianshan Tonglao named them that way." Song Qingshu suddenly realized something. He looked at the girls who were standing by the side. "Why are you guys still standing here?" Hearing his words, the girls all blushed. They exchanged looks with each other. Finally, Mei Jian mustered up the courage to say, "Who does master want to call to sleep with him tonight?" "Call who? Sleep with him?" Song Qingshu felt that his brain circuit couldn't keep up with the other party. Seeing his expression, Zhu Jian thought he was struggling. She couldn't help but add in a low voice, "Actually, master can call the 4 of us, but I'm afraid it'll hurt master's body." After she said this, the faces of the surrounding girls became even redder. However, no one refuted her. It was obvious that they agreed to it. Song Qingshu almost had a nosebleed. He looked at the four beautiful girls in front of him, who all looked exactly the same. When he thought about how they came from the same mother, some bold images appeared in his mind. Even though he had a strong will now, he almost lost control of his mind. What nonsense are you talking about? What kind of person do you think your master is? Song Qingshu finally managed to calm his breathing. Zhu Jian blinked her big eyes. You're our master. Isn't it only right for us to serve master and make him happy? Song Qingshu instantly felt his blood, which had calmed down with great difficulty, almost boil again. These little girls were clearly saying the most blatant and seductive words, but their expressions were so pure and flawless, as if they were talking about something that couldn't be more normal. This kind of strong contrast was really unbearable. All right. Just do your jobs well. I don't need you to sleep with me or anything. You've been guarding the Vulture Palace all this time. I'm sure you haven't had a good rest. Go to sleep. This is an order. Song Qingshu waved his hand, afraid that he wouldn't be able to stop himself from changing his mind if he hesitated. Seeing that he had put it this way, the girls could only take their leave. After leaving the room, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Isn't it rumored in the pugilistic world that Master has always been a playboy and has many confidants around him? That's right. Some people even say that Master can't live without a woman every day. But I think Master is obviously a gentleman. Could it be that Master is used to seeing beauties and we're too ordinary to catch his eye? Shoo, lower your voices. Master's martial arts are divine. Be careful not to let him hear you. After resting for a whole night, Song Qingshu woke up the next day feeling refreshed. He felt as if all the tiredness of the past few days had been swept away. Several maids had already prepared new clothes for him and were waiting by the window. Among them, Lan Jian was holding a porcelain bowl with a yellowish liquid in it. She handed it to Song Qingshu and said, "Master, please rinse your mouth." Song Qingshu took the bowl and took a sip. It smelled like medicine with a faint bitter taste. He was in a high position and had even been an emperor, so he could naturally tell what it was. He couldn't help but say, "You don't have to rinse your mouth with ginseng soup in the future. It's too wasteful." Mei Jian smiled. "Master, you worry too much. Our Vulture Palace is located on Sky Mountain, and we have offerings from the people of the 36 islands and 72 caves. We may lack other things, but things like ginseng and snow lotus are everywhere in our storehouse. Moreover, you are the Supreme Lord of Vulture Palace. It's not a waste to let you enjoy them." Song Qingshu was stunned. He didn't expect Vulture Palace to be so rich in this aspect. He couldn't help but smile. These ginseng and snow lotus can be kept to make medicine. I will have great use for them in the future. Isn't it better than rinsing my mouth with them? The Xiaoyao sect was good at making medicine, and the 9-turn ursine pill was the top healing medicine in the Jianghu. He also knew how to make some other medicine and could make a large batch of medicine. Whether it was to treat the wounds of soldiers or to train masters, there would definitely be a large demand in the future. Yes, we will obey Master's orders. The four sisters answered crisply. Song Qingshu had already put on his clothes. He asked casually, "Any news from the spiritual state?" Zhu Jian answered, "Master, Sister Qing just sent people to the spiritual state yesterday." Song Qingshu finally reacted. "I was too impatient. Inform me as soon as there is news. Also, send someone to send a few 9-turn ursine pills to Qing Shuang so that she can rest well. Leave the rest to my subordinates. I thank Master on behalf of Sister Qing." Mei Jian bowed. Song Qingshu nodded slightly, but his attention was now completely focused on Mu Wanqing and Yelu Nanxian's current situation in Lingzhou City. When he left Lingzhou, Yelu Nanxian was involved in the Yuanhao's murder case and was wanted by the imperial court. Mu Wanqing had been chosen by Li Liangzhua as the empress, and there was no telling when the wedding would be held. Now, he had gone back and forth between Song Province and the Spirit Vulture Palace. Although he had been traveling day and night, the journey was long, and it would be a month or two even if he hurried. "Master has finished washing up, let's have breakfast first." Zhu Jian reported from behind him. Song Qingshu nodded. Have Granny Yu and Xianxia come see me. I want to see how they're doing with the inventory. Yes, Zhu Jian went outside to pass on the order, and then returned to serve master with the other sisters. Although they were handmaidens in name, they were the personal handmaidens of the highest leader, and could be said to be high-ranking handmaidens. Unless it was a particularly urgent matter, there would naturally be someone else to run errands for them. Not long after, Granny Yu, Xianxia, and the leaders of the 9 divisions of the 9 heavens came together to report to Song Qingshu about the casualties of the Spirit Vulture Palace, the convictions of the 36 islands and 72 grottos, and the situation of the incorporation. Song Qingshu nodded inwardly. Heavenly Mountain Maiden had run the Spirit Vulture Palace for many years, and it was no wonder that she could stand up to Li Qiushui, who had the power of Xianxia behind her. These leaders and deputy leaders were not only highly skilled in martial arts, but they were also smart and capable enough to hold their own. Suddenly, someone came in to report that the person sent by Qing Shuang had returned. Quick, let her in. Song Qingshu felt strange. Qing Shuang's person had just been sent out yesterday, and there was still a long distance from here to the spiritual state. How could she come back so soon? A sister of the Great Heaven tribe was quickly brought in. My lord, we happened to meet some sisters who were returning from the spiritual state on the way. They learned about the recent situation in the spiritual state, so they sent me back to report first, and the others will continue to investigate in the spiritual state. How is the situation in the spiritual state now? Song Qingshu was overjoyed and asked hurriedly. The servant answered, My lord, the situation in the spiritual state has changed recently. A few days ago, General Helian Taishu suddenly rebelled, imprisoned the emperor of Xianxia, Li Liangzhua, and massacred a group of Li Liangzhua's direct subordinates. Now the spiritual state has changed hands, and the city gate has been closed, and people can only enter but not leave. Many other states and counties of Xianxia have raised the banner of rebellion, saying that they will quell the rebellion, and the war will break out at any moment. In addition, many states and counties are watching from the sidelines, waiting for the two sides to determine the winner before deciding which side to support. Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. What was going on? Recently, he had been treating Li Liangzhua as an imaginary enemy. As a result, Li Liangzhua, who was highly skilled in martial arts, had countless masters under his command, and was the emperor of Xianxia, was defeated by someone else. He had some impression of Helian Taishu. He used to be a general of the Xianxia military, in charge of the forces loyal to Emperor Li Yuanhao, and also supervised a part of the Class 1 hall. However, he was firmly suppressed by the Mu brothers, and at most, he could only be regarded as the third most important figure in the military. Previously, when the Mu brothers and Li Yuanhao were killed, he did not take any action. At that time, Qin Xing thought that he had been bribed by Li Liangzhua, but now he knew that he had other plans. Li Liangzhua's martial arts were extraordinary, and he was also the emperor, but he was still taken advantage of. This could only mean that Helian Taishu had painstakingly deceived everyone. What about the Empress of Xianxia? Is there any news about her? Song Qingshu thought of Mu Wanqing and asked hurriedly. The Empress? The servant showed a puzzled expression. Song Qingshu explained, it's the young lady of the Mu family, Mu Wanqing. Oh, the servant reacted. Previously, the emperor of Xianxia, Li Yuanhao, passed away, and the spiritual state was in mourning. Although Li Liangzhua made the young lady of the Mu family the empress, there was no official wedding. Theoretically, the ceremony should only be held the following year. However, Helian Taishu caused trouble during this period, so they probably can't get married. Song Qingshu breathed a sigh of relief. It was just as he had expected. Although Li Liangzhua was the mastermind behind Li Yuanhao's death, it was impossible for him to risk universal condemnation by holding a wedding so soon after his father's death. This was also the reason why he dared to leave for such a long time. Where is young Lady Mu now? Song Qingshu continued to ask. The servant shook his head blankly. Reporting to master, I have not heard any news about young Lady Mu. Thinking about the current situation of Mu Wanqing and Yelu Nanxian in the spiritual state, Song Qingshu could no longer restrain himself. He quickly arranged for the leaders of the various clans. I'll go down the mountain and head to the spiritual state first. You guys gather the forces of the Spirit Vulture Palace and follow me. We're going to the spiritual state to do something big. Yes, Master. Granny Yu and the others obeyed. Mei Jian said, Master, Spiritual State City is currently in danger. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Why don't we go with you? Song Qingshu smiled. Don't you guys know my martial arts? I can come and go as I please. Who in this world can stop me? If I bring you guys along, my hands and feet will be tied. Mei Jian and the others looked ashamed. It's all because our martial arts are too weak. Not only are we unable to protect Master, but we'll also be a burden to Master. Song Qingshu comforted them. Grandma Tong has carefully taught all of you before and has given you a good foundation. Now, you just need to practice the Shinzu scripture that I taught you. It won't be long before you can help me. After Song Qingshu finished assigning tasks to the Spirit Vulture Palace, he rushed down Ethereal Peak. The Spirit Vulture Palace's base at the foot of the mountain had prepared a few camels with the longest endurance. Using the camel's leg strength, he headed east. With his previous experience, he naturally wouldn't get lost in the desert. After leaving the desert, he felt that the camels were too slow, so he used his lightness skill and sped towards Spirit State. When he was tired, he didn't stay at an inn. He just bought horses from towns along the way and rested on them. After resting, he would use his lightness skill to rush towards Spirit State. When he was tired, he would buy another horse, and so on. Fortunately, horses were produced in the northwest. If this was the Southern Song dynasty, he wouldn't have been able to change horses so easily even if he had the money. Just like that, he sped towards Spirit State day and night. The distance between Spirit State City and Sky Mountain should have taken at least half a month, but he managed to arrive in just a few days. Outside of Spirit State City, Song Qingshu was travel-worn. He let out a breath of turbid air as he looked at the city gates in the distance. He sighed to himself, although martial artists are powerful, they are still lacking in many aspects compared to technology. In my previous life, if I drove non-stop, it would only take a little more than a day to get from Sky Mountain to Spirit State. If I took a plane, it would be even faster, and it would only take 2 to 3 hours. But now that I'm as tired as a dog, I'm still a lot slower. Of course, aside from the fact that horses were slower than cars, the roads in this world were not as easy as the highways in his previous life, which opened up holes in mountains and built bridges over rivers. It was thanks to his unparalleled lightness skill that he was able to reach Spirit State City in just a few days. Looking at the heavily guarded city gates in the distance, Song Qingshu knew that the information he received was true. He paused for a moment and didn't rush into the city. Instead, he headed towards Jiatan Temple on the outskirts of the city. I wonder if Sister Wan and Nanxian are still there. Song Qingshu was incomparably worried. If it was before, with Yelu Nanxian and Mu Wanqing's martial arts, they would be able to protect themselves, but now, even Li Liangzhou was finished. This proved that Helian Tieshu's forces were even stronger. Along the way, Song Qingshu had been thinking about how Helian Taishu had the guts and ability to launch a coup and even succeed. After thinking about it, he concluded that Helian Taishu must have borrowed external help. Otherwise, with Li Liangzhou's martial arts and shrewdness, how could he have been so easily taken advantage of? But Song Qingshu did not know whose external force he had borrowed. He felt somewhat regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would not have let the Jin Gang faction's master and the others go down the mountain so easily. He should have asked them if it was the Mongolians who had sent people to Western Xia. After all, the Southern Song dynasty was in a state of internal strife, and the Jin, Qing, and Liao dynasties were all under his indirect control. The Mongolians were the only ones who had the ability to overthrow the royal family of another country. Of course, it could also be that revered Ming who was stirring up trouble. Previously, he did not appear at the Vulture Palace, which made Song Qingshu a little nervous. He did not know where he had gone. No matter who was stirring up trouble, Mu Wanqing was Li Liangzhou's future empress, and Yelu Nanxian was involved in Li Yuanhao's death. Whoever came to power would definitely target them. While he was deep in thought, the sound of fighting suddenly came from afar. Song Qingshu flew straight to the top of a tree and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a large group of Western Xia soldiers chasing after a few people. Those people were fighting as they ran, and their bodies were already covered in blood. It looked like they would not be able to escape the pursuit of the Western Xia army. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, was enraged. He recognized two of the people. There were two women in the crowd. They were tall and graceful, but at this moment they looked battered and exhausted. They were Xianxia and Li Qinglu. Although Li Qinglu had a top-notch movement technique like wave-like subtle steps, there were people everywhere on the battlefield. Wave-like subtle steps wouldn't be of much use. Xianxia, on the other hand, was much more at ease. After all, she had been on the battlefield. Compared to Li Qinglu, who was in charge of intelligence work, she was more used to this kind of desperate fighting. Song Qingshu did not have the time to think about why these two people were together. Now that they were in a dangerous situation, he used his movement technique and hurried over to them. Meanwhile, the Western Xia soldiers had sent out a group of cavalry to cut off their escape route. Seeing that they were surrounded, Xianxia sighed and said, "I'm afraid we won't be able to leave today. It's a pity that I've dragged my sister into this. It's a pity that these former members of Class 1 Hall that I gathered with great difficulty, in order to cover our escape, they suffered many casualties." Li Qinglu wiped the blood off her face and smiled bitterly. "You don't need to thank me. I didn't really want to save you. I was just worried that if Meng Lang found out in the future, he would blame me for not saving you. That's why I pretended to come and save you. Who knew that I would underestimate the enemy's strength, and now I'm also in trouble." Previously, she had been with Song Qingshu day and night. Naturally, she knew the relationship between them and their lover. Xianxia was startled. Then, she smiled and said, "Since you told me so frankly, it shows that you have a good heart. No matter what, I owe you a favor. Later, I will try my best to cover your escape. With wave-like subtle steps, you might be able to escape." Li Qinglu gritted her teeth and said, "These are the Western Xia's most elite cavalry, the Iron Sparrowhawk. If I were to be targeted by this group of cavalry, how could I escape with my wave-like subtle steps? I just hate that thin old man's martial arts is too high. Otherwise, my plan of capturing the leader first would have succeeded. Maybe I could even use my status as a princess to take over the command of this group of cavalry." Xianxia glanced at the leader of the cavalry in the distance. Next to him was a man dressed in black. He was thin and tall, like a bamboo pole. His face was full of wrinkles. He was at least 70 years old. His sunken eyes shone brightly, and he held a cold iron staff by his side. This man is called Zhu South. He is as famous as the purple-eyed demon king Hua Jiao in the western regions. He is a famous demon. Rumor has it that he defected to the Mongols. I didn't expect him to appear in the Western Xia. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. If Brother Song was here, he would be nothing. His words also aroused Li Qinglu's interest. That's right. If Brother Song was here, killing this thin bamboo pole would be like killing an ant. Although the battlefield was very noisy, Zhu Sou's martial arts were profound. He could still hear their words clearly. He couldn't help but snort. "Silly girl, you only know how to make irresponsible remarks." When he snorted, everyone on the battlefield was shocked. They couldn't help but stop fighting. Zhu Sou saw all of this and said, "Then we can capture them alive. Senior Marshal Brother will be very happy to see two beauties." The two girls' cheeks turned red. They couldn't help but scold, "What a shameless old man." This Zhu Sou looked to be over 70 years old. His senior Marshal Brother could only be older. He was too old to be their grandfather. Yet, he was still thinking of such dirty things. "Who do you want to kill?" At this time, a cold voice came from the sky. The group of people looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man standing on a branch of a big tree. His body moved up and down as the branches swayed, as if he was weightless. Zhu Lao's heart skipped a beat. This young man's lightness kung fu is very high. "Who are you?" Zhu Lao shouted. The young man coldly replied, "Didn't you say you wanted to kill me with one hand? Big Brother Song, Dream Boy, Pat." This time, Xianxia and Li Qinglu also recognized the identity of their sweetheart. Their voices were filled with surprise and disbelief. Song Qingshu lightly jumped down from the tree and landed next to the two women. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry I came late and made you suffer. The two women suddenly had a glimmer of hope, and it was their sweetheart who came to their rescue. They immediately cried tears of joy. If it weren't for the fact that this was not the right time, they would have thrown themselves into his arms and told him everything. Wait for me, let me take care of this thin bamboo pole first. Song Qingshu smiled at the two women and disappeared from the place. Hearing his words, Zhu Lao's heart skipped a beat and he raised his guard. He didn't think that the other would suddenly disappear from his sight. He was scared out of his wits. However, he had a reputation for being fierce for dozens of years. He didn't live up to his reputation. He instinctively stabbed towards a direction behind him. Huh? Song Qingshu had just used so close, yet worlds apart, and instantly appeared next to him. He saw the cold iron staff coming at him, but this sudden attack didn't pose any threat to him. A few days ago, he had mastered the martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect, so his empty-handed blade-catching technique had reached the peak. Before Zhu Lao could react, he felt his veins go numb. He could no longer hold the cold iron staff that had accompanied him for decades and had never left his hand. It fell to the ground. He tried to fight back, but the opponent's strength hit him and he felt like he was struck by lightning. He had suffered serious internal injuries. How could he use his internal energy? Song Qingshu grabbed him by the throat, his eyes filled with admiration. Although you are as thin as a bamboo pole, your internal energy is not bad. Even though the other party had been captured by him, with his current level of cultivation, the number of people in the entire Jianghu who could dodge his sneak attack could be counted on one hand. On the other hand, the other party had managed to counterattack in a hurry, which was enough to make people look at him in a different light. Who are you? Why is your martial arts so high? Zhu Sou's voice was full of fear, and he was no longer as arrogant as before. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and said, "There are only so many people in Jianghu who can't even withstand one strike from me, and your surname is Song. Are you the prince consort of Ruyang's mansion?" Song Qingshu was stunned for a moment before he realized that the man was referring to his relationship with Zhao Min. He could not help but be in a good mood. Has the Mongolians already publicly acknowledged my relationship with Zhao Min? Based on the man's tone, it was obvious that he was from Mongolia. I advise you to let me go. Zhu Sou gradually calmed down from the shock of being captured. Let's not talk about your relationship with Ruyang's mansion, and just talk about your martial arts. You only took advantage of me because of your strange lightness skill. Later, when you meet my senior brother, whose lightness skill is not inferior to yours, you won't be able to do anything. Who is your senior brother? Song Qingshu did not take it seriously. Although Zhu Sou's martial arts were very strong, he was still inferior to Qiu Qianren, and he could not even sense the ingenuity of Song Qingshu's method of capturing him. However, Song Qingshu did not mind taking this opportunity to find out some useful information. My senior brother is the head of the flowery sect, Nian Liandan, who is known as the Flower Fairy. He is one of the 3 great grandmasters of the extraterritorial area. These years, he has followed the Great Khan on expeditions and killed many grandmasters of the countries. Zhu Sou's tone was full of pride. It was obvious that he admired this senior brother to the bone. The flowery sect? Song Qingshu was a little confused. How come the characters in Huang Yi's novels were so strange? However, he remembered that several of Huang Yi's novels had described many masters under the command of the Mongolian Great Khan. Song Qingshu did not know whether Huang Yi had made them up or if the legends of these people had always existed and he had collected and organized them. Are you afraid? Seeing that he was stunned, Zhu Sou said, "You'd better let me go." At that time, for the sake of the Ruyang mansion, my senior brother may let you go. To be safe, you can take those 2 women as gifts. My senior brother loves beautiful women the most. Once he sees them, he may spare your life. You talk too much. Song Qingshu tightened his grip and directly crushed Zhu Sou's throat. Zhu Sou's old eyes widened as if he did not expect that after so many years in the extraterritorial area, he would die in such a silent way. He killed Zhu South. Someone, shoot him to death. When Zhu Sou was captured, the leader of this team of Iron Sparrowhawks was afraid to shoot at the rat for fear of harming Zhu South. Now that Zhu Sou was dead, he was shocked and angry, so he ordered his men to shoot. The Iron Sparrowhawks were the Western Xia's most elite troops. Their bows and arrows were already ready. Once the order was given, a rain of arrows flew towards Song Qingshu. Watch out! Yelu Nanxian and Li Qinglu both cried out in alarm. Song Qingshu's hands moved slightly in front of him. A cyclone visible to the naked eye appeared. As soon as the arrows came into contact with the cyclone, they lost their aim and began to spin in the direction of the cyclone. Seeing that it was about time, Song Qingshu directed the cyclone in his hand back. The arrows mixed in the cyclone were reflected back at him at a speed several times faster than before. The group of knights who shot the arrows fell to the ground and died. Song Qingshu's figure flashed, and he was already next to the commander. The commander wanted to pull out his saber to fight back, but before he could do so, he was already under Song Qingshu's control. Grabbing the commander, Miao Yi brought him to Li Qinglu's side and shouted to the rest of the soldiers, "Your general has been captured. Now that Princess Yinchuan is here, put down your weapons and surrender. We will let bygones be bygones." The group of soldiers looked at each other in dismay. Miao Yi was like a god, advancing and retreating, killing the expert Zhu Lao, capturing their leader, and killing a large number of archers. Now that he had the title of princess, how could they still hesitate? They used this opportunity to beg for forgiveness from Li Qinglu. Li Qinglu sent her subordinates to control these knights. Only then did Song Qingshu ask, "Where's Wan Qing? Why don't I see her?" Yelu Nanxian hurriedly replied. A group of soldiers suddenly broke into Jiatan Temple. They had the advantage in numbers and many experts. We were outnumbered. Little sister Mu was captured by them. If Princess did not come to help, I'm afraid I would not have been able to escape. Song Qingshu suddenly looked at the group of surrendered soldiers, asking, "Where did you take Miss Mu?" The group of soldiers hurriedly replied, "The great general personally ordered that Miss Mu is the future empress and cannot be left outside. So, he sent someone to invite her back to the palace." Palace? Song Qingshu remembered what Zhu Lao had said and hurriedly asked, "That flower fairy Nian Lian Dan, where is she now?" The great general arranged for her to stay in the palace to intimidate all the clans in the capital. A Baihu replied. Song Qingshu's heart sank. He hurriedly said to Yelu Nanxian and Li Qinglu, "I have to enter the palace immediately, otherwise little sister Wan will be in danger." Song Qingshu knew very well what kind of people in the flowery sect were. To put it nicely, they were romantic and elegant, but to put it bluntly, they were like rapists. Ho Shibai was the only one who followed the rules. The rest of the people in the flowery sect were the most shameless people in the martial arts world. He didn't know if there was a Ho Shibai in the history of the flower room in this world, but the appearance of Nian Liandan and the others meant that most of the other grandmasters written by Master Huang were here as well. In fact, this made sense. The golden books were often written from the perspective of the Southern Song dynasty, so most of the grandmasters who appeared were from the Southern Song dynasty. However, this created a paradox. If the Southern Song dynasty had so many peerless martial arts masters, why didn't they send them to assassinate Temujin? However, the Mongolians were able to conquer most of Eurasia and had many talented subordinates. They couldn't have fewer masters than the Southern Song. According to the golden books, both the Ruyang Mansion and Kublai had a lot of masters under their command. As the Mongolian Khan, he should have more masters under his command. Indeed, Eagle Shooter Temujin didn't have many masters under his command, but at that time, the Mongolians were still in the startup phase. Now that they had conquered countless countries, who knew how many masters they had under their command? The Shaolin Temple in the Central Plains had many masters, and all the sects in the world had sent their congratulations to the Mongolians. The Pope of Europe, the sects in the Middle East, the Tibetan Tantra, the Zen of the Central Plains, and the Chuanjin sect all showed how many masters he had under his command. Would there be a lot of masters who could break through the void? Thinking about the inhuman settings written by Master Huang, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a headache. At the same time, he admired honored Ming for being able to rely on those second-rate masters from the Ming dynasty to stall the Mongolians for so many years. He was truly a genius among geniuses. It was a wise decision to let him live. "We'll go with you," Yelu Nanxian and Li Qinglu said hurriedly. Song Qingshu's first reaction was to refuse. It was much more convenient for him to move alone. However, on second thought, he had just arrived at the spiritual state and didn't know what was going on here. If he just rushed into the palace like this, it would be easy for him to make the wrong judgment. So, he nodded and said, "Okay, you guys come with me. Qinglu, settle your subordinates in the city first. We'll summon them when we need them." "Okay." Li Qinglu nodded. The people from Class 1 Hall were originally intelligence agents, and hiding their identities was something that was common to them. After quickly making arrangements for his subordinates, Song Qingshu led the two ladies to the imperial palace of Lingzhou City. Along the way, he asked the two ladies about what had happened recently, and they answered one question after another, and he finally got the gist of it. At first, everything was under Li Liang's control. He focused on hunting down the remnants of the old concubine and purging the crown prince's former subordinates to consolidate his own power, causing some people in Lingzhou City to panic. However, a few days ago, news came from the royal palace that Xianxia had plotted against the new emperor. The new emperor was severely wounded, and the royal palace was sealed. Officials from outside the royal palace could not enter the royal palace to see the new emperor. Then, the entire Lingzhou was sealed, and people could only enter but not leave. Only then did everyone know that something had happened. Because during this period of time, Helian Taishu had been the one in charge, wantonly encircling and suppressing the Qin clan's people. Everyone guessed that he was the one who had initiated the coup and imprisoned the new emperor. "Didn't they say that Li Liangzhou was killed?" Song Qingshu asked curiously. Yellow Nancian shook her head. "Right now, there is no evidence to prove that he is dead. It's just that many people are guessing that he has been killed." Song Qingshu then asked, "What is the attitude of the various forces in Lingzhou City now?" Although Helian Taishu was the great general, he could not control all the forces in Lingzhou City. Yellow Nancian explained, the Qin clan was originally Li Liangzhou's loyal subjects, but they were accused of treason. In fact, many people were suspicious. However, the Qin clan used to be in-laws with the Mu clan, so they also had the motive to rebel. So, everyone just sat and watched the situation unfold. The Qin clan was either dead or captured. In the future, the Qin clan's name will most likely be removed from Xianxia. Song Qingshu hurriedly asked, "What about Qin Hongmian?" Little sister Wan's mother?" Qin Hui had committed too many sins in the past. Now that his clan was gone, he could only blame himself. However, he had a friendship with Qin Hongmian, so he naturally did not want to see her perish. Yellow Nancian answered, "Auntie Qin has been living in the Jiatan temple. She was not with the Qin clan, so she managed to escape. However, just now, she was captured by Helian Tieshu's subordinates along with Wan Qing." Li Qinglu quietly poked Song Qingshu's waist and whispered, "Meng Lang, if you are interested in the princess of Tiandu, when the situation here is settled, I will secretly send someone to bring her here. After all, she's just the wife of a sinner, so it's not a big deal. Just remember not to let Miss Mu know. I think she would be too embarrassed to say anything after this, let alone tell her daughter." She was taught by Li Qiushui, so naturally, she had inherited Li Qiushui's evil aura. On top of that, the Xianxia side's words were also a bit presumptuous, which made Wu Ji afraid. Song Qingshu hurriedly scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about? I just don't want little sister Wan to be sad, that's why I'm concerned about her mother's safety." Li Qinglu curled her lips, "Hypocrite, your words don't match your heart, what hypocrite?" On the other side, Yellow Nancian couldn't help but ask. Song Qingshu blushed, "Nothing." "Oh right, what about Li Liangzhu's direct subordinates? Did they not react to this?" Yellow Nancian answered, "When the Qin clan was purged, Gao Huaichang and Mao Weijing were immediately captured. By the time the others reacted, it was already too late. Right now, Li Liangzhu's subordinates are waiting to see how the situation turns out. If the situation is really settled in the end, I think they can only rely on Helian Taishu. After all, everyone has their own families, and no one wants to work for a master who is already dead." Li Qinglu continued, "A portion of the first-class hall has already listened to Helian Tieshu's command. With great difficulty, I managed to gather a portion of the old concubine's trusted aides, but most of them are still watching." Song Qingshu nodded, "This is indeed human nature. They are still watching because your grandmother's influence was too great in the past. They are worried that she will make a comeback. If they know that your grandmother is no longer a threat, I'm afraid they will immediately pledge allegiance to Helian Taishu. There are also those from the Mu clan. Back then, the Mu brothers controlled half of the Western Xia's military power. They still have a lot of trusted aides under their command. This time, Helian Taishu is in such a hurry to capture Miss Mu. I'm sure he wants to use her identity to make those people from the Mu clan surrender. Li Qinglu said. Listening to the two women's explanation of the situation in Lingzhou City, Song Qingshu slowly formed a plan in his mind. However, all of this was built upon entering the palace and rescuing Mu Wanqing first. We need to hurry up. Jiedan Temple was located in the outskirts of Lingzhou City. There was still some distance from the palace. Song Qingshu held the two women's hands and sped up towards the temple. At this time, in the palace, a man dressed in luxurious clothing stood in the emperor's bedroom. He had a high nose and deep eyes. He was definitely not someone from the Central Plains. However, his long robe fluttered in the wind and he wore a scholarly crown on his head. His bearing was extraordinary and his face was quite handsome. However, his eyes flickered, showing that he was a crafty and fickle person. The man lying on the bed was Li Lianzhua, the newly crowned emperor of the Western Xia country. Anyone who was familiar with him would be shocked to see his current appearance. He looked haggard and his eyes were dim. He didn't have any of his previous high-spirited appearance. Bastard! Li Lianzhua, who was lying on the bed like a living dead, suddenly became excited when he heard the man's words. The well-dressed man said with a smile, I know you are not convinced that you lost to me. You always think that it was because of my sneak attack. Li Lianzhua stared at him with hatred, isn't it? The well-dressed man didn't care. He smiled and said, your martial arts are good, but you are no match for me even if we fight face to face. I just don't want to have a head-on duel with you to avoid trouble. Li Lianzhua snorted, since it has come to this, you can say whatever you want. The winner is king, and the loser is in the wrong. This is the truth of the world, the well-dressed man said calmly, but I am in a good mood these days. I can make you accept your defeat. I won't accept my defeat even if I die. Li Lianzhua clenched his teeth so hard that they almost bled. Really? The well-dressed man showed a strange smile. A man's biggest failure is to not only be defeated, but also to have his own woman surrender to his enemy. I will let you thoroughly taste the taste of failure. Li Lianzhua felt a rush of hot air rushing to the top of his head, followed by a chill down his spine. Now that your martial arts are strong, Miss Mu naturally can't resist you, but I know her character very well, she will never submit to you. Really? Don't be too sure. The well-dressed man showed a playful expression, like a cat playing with a mouse. I heard that you used the power of the emperor to make her the empress. But Miss Mu doesn't seem to have any feelings for you, so she refused you several times when you went to see her. Father has just passed away, and her family has just suffered a disaster. She should observe mourning for 3 years. It is normal for her to refuse me. Li Lianzhua snorted. The well-dressed man laughed, you don't understand a woman's heart. Obviously, you are not charming enough. Do you believe that I can make her take off her clothes in front of me and offer herself to sleep with me? Dream on. Li Lianzhua knew that Mu Wanqing had always been staunch, so how could she do such a thing? How about we make a bet? If you win, I will spare your life and allow you to spend the rest of your life happily with the queen. If I win, you will tell me the secret words that you made with your trusted subordinates, and I will still spare your life. How does that sound? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Li Lianzhua sneered again and again. He knew that the reason why he could still live until now was mainly because he was cautious in the beginning. He had made an agreement with his trusted subordinates. In addition to the imperial seal and personal seal, he had also set up a unique password system, which was different from everyone's password. This was actually a secret measure that he had taken to avoid information being leaked when he was hiding his strength and biding his time in the past few years. Later, when he seized the throne, he kept this habit, which indirectly saved his life. Otherwise, he would have died the moment he lost the battle during the coup a few days ago. The well-dressed man did not care. You will agree to my bet because you have no other capital to turn the tables now. Even if you know that this hope is very slim, you will still grasp it. Li Lianzhua's expression changed. He knew that what the man said was not false. Now that his dantian had been destroyed, he had become a cripple. He could not even move normally like an ordinary person due to his serious injuries. If he continued to sleep here like this, only death awaited him. Instead of that, he might as well take a gamble. Okay, I'll bet with you, but you can't use force to force her, and you can't use her family to threaten her. You can only rely on your own charm. Li Liangzhua said the last few words through gritted teeth. He resisted the nausea in his heart. The man in front of him was like a demon in his eyes. Where was the slightest bit of charm to speak of? As for this bet, he had sealed off all possibilities of the man using underhanded tricks. This way, with Mu Wanqing's fiery temper, she would never throw herself into that man's arms. No problem. The well-dressed man snapped his fingers and ordered his subordinates outside the door, "Bring the empress you just invited here." Seeing that he agreed so readily, Li Liangzhua's heart sank. He knew very well that the man was not a fool, otherwise he would not have been able to change the world with one strike. The man easily proved that he had a card up his sleeve, but no matter how hard he thought, he really could not think of a reason why Mu Wanqing would yield. Not long after, Mu Wanqing was brought over. When the well-dressed man saw her, he could not help but exclaim in admiration, lively and fragrant, extremely charming, like the radiance of the crescent moon and the snow piled up by the flowering trees. You are indeed a one-in-a-million beauty. No wonder Li Liangzhua can't forget you. Mu Wanqing's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Who are you? The well-dressed man waved his hand, indicating for the guards who were escorting her to leave first. Only then did he say, I am the leader of the flower sect. My name is Nian Liandan, and my nickname is Flower Fairy. Mu Wanqing revealed a hint of disgust. This nickname sounds like you're not a good person. You're like a rapist. Nian Liandan relied on his handsome appearance and confident demeanor to always be successful when it came to women. He had never been rebuked so badly like today. Li Liangzhua could not help but laugh loudly. The depression that had accumulated over the past few days could not help but be swept away. Haha, this is your so-called charm. I'm dying of laughter, cough cough. Only now did Mu Wanqing notice Li Liangzhua lying on the bed. She could not help but ask, so you're here? Huh, what happened to you? Li Liangzhua wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a hint of relief appeared on his face. I thought you were heartless to me, but I didn't think you would still care about me. I was plotted against by this guy, which is why I'm like a living dead now. Mu Wanqing went over to investigate and discovered that he had already become a cripple. She could not help but say, if you can't beat him with your martial arts, then it's even more impossible for me. I can't help you. I don't need you to help me. It's just that this person made a bet with me just now. He said that he could make you willingly throw yourself into his arms. Li Liangzhua was worried that there would be some unforeseen event, so he mentioned the bet in advance to give Mu Wanqing a warning, just in case. Mu Wanqing could not help but be furious. Shameless! She raised her arm, and the poison-sleeve dart shot toward Nian Liandan. Nian Liandan's figure did not move at all. His two jade-like fingers lightly caught the poison-sleeve dart. What a fierce rouge horse. Riding like this makes me feel even more subdued. Li Liangzhua was greatly shocked, and hurriedly said, you said you wouldn't use force to force her. Mu Wanqing was stunned at first, then her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Are you out of your mind? Is that so? Nian Liandan's expression was indescribable, and her tone became even softer. But I'm the person you love the most in this life. Mu Wanqing wanted to scold him for being shameless, but when she met his eyes, she felt as if his eyes were shining with an enchanting light. His gaze went from light to dark, and from dark to light, as if there was a suction force. She could not help but be confused, and she unconsciously began to repeat after him, the person I love the most. Li Liangzhua had just reminded Mu Wanqing, and when he saw her reaction, he finally relaxed. But this strange scene made his heart instantly jump again. Wanqing, what's wrong? Unfortunately, Mu Wanqing turned a deaf ear to his words and continued to silently recite his words. Her eyes, which were originally as lively as water, also gradually became dull. Come over here. Nian Liandan's voice became even softer, and she beckoned him over. Yes. Mu Wanqing's eyes seemed to show a hint of struggle, but in the end, she still walked towards him step by step. What sorcery is this? Li Liangzua's entire body was cold. He finally understood why she had so much confidence in making a bet with him. He was a top expert in the martial arts world, and his knowledge was naturally extraordinary. When he saw the scene in front of him, he instantly remembered some of the legends in the martial arts world, such as the Nine Manual's Great Soul Transfer Technique, and the Carefree Sect's Great Voice Transmission and Soul Searching Technique. This was clearly something similar. Nian Liandon smiled slightly. This is the ultimate technique of our flower room, the Flower Soul Immortal Technique. It can make all the women in the world listen to you. Once she finished speaking, as if to demonstrate, she ordered Mu Wanqing, who was standing at the side in a daze, undo your dress. Yes. Mu Wanqing was no longer as dull as before. Instead, she pursed her lips and smiled shyly. As she blushed, she began to undo the ribbon around her waist, as if she was shy in front of her lover. Li Liangzua's eyes were wide open. He had never seen Mu Wanqing reveal such a coy attitude in front of him. In the past, Mu Wanqing had always been cold. She would greet him with poison-sleeved darts at the slightest provocation, like a cold iceberg. At this moment, her cheeks were like fire, and she was indescribably tender and lovely. Her skin, which was usually as white as snow, was now covered with a layer of rouge. Her eyes were watery and full of tenderness. Anyone who was looked at by her couldn't help but feel their heart and soul sway. Separated by a great distance, he could even smell the faint fragrance coming from her body. If he saw Mu Wanqing in this state in the past, he would definitely be overjoyed, but now, his entire body was ice cold, because he knew that his sweetheart's mind had been bewitched, and at this moment, she had already treated that demon as her most beloved lover. After Mu Wanqing untied the ribbon around her waist, Nian Liandon walked over and used her fingers to lift up the outermost part of her dress. At the same time, she looked towards Li Liangzua. Now, are you willing to admit defeat? After Mu Wanqing untied the ribbon around her waist, Nian Liandon walked over and used her fingers to lift up her outermost dress. She looked at Li Liangzua. Now, are you willing to admit defeat? Nian Liandon laughed. As a member of Demon Sect, when did I call myself a grandmaster? Also, I didn't violate the agreement. First, I didn't use force. Second, I didn't use her family to threaten her. Look at her current appearance. Is she willing? Being enchanted by your witchcraft counts as willing? Li Liangzua gnashed his teeth in hatred. First, the woman he loved was now in a wolf's kiss. Second, the bet had failed. His last hope was gone. You can have her tell you herself if she is willing. Nian Liandon smiled and said to Mu Wanqing, are you willing? Of course I'm willing. Mu Wanqing lowered her head and said with a red face, as if she was a shy little woman. Now you give up? Nian Liandon looked at Li Liangzua. If you admit defeat now and tell me the secret message, I can let her go and help the two of you. But if you don't say it, hee. Nian Liandon tossed the veil in her hand onto the ground. She's only taking off her outermost clothes now. If she continues to take it off, I'll see everything about her alluring body. Don't tell me you want to be cuckolded? Shameless. Li Liangzua bit his lips so hard that they were about to bleed. Unfortunately, his cultivation was crippled and there was nothing he could do. As for the other's condition of telling him the secret message, he didn't believe it at all. He knew that if he said it, what awaited him was death. Looks like you still won't say it. Nian Liandon sighed. Then there's nothing I can do. Even though I'm lustful, I still prioritize business. Who knew that you wouldn't appreciate it? I've seen all the beauties in the world, but I've never played with an empress, and such a beautiful empress at that. The other's words were like a sharp sword, stabbing into the bottom of Li Liangzua's heart. When he thought about how the outstanding beauty Mu Wanqing had been tainted by his great enemy before he had even touched her, he couldn't help but feel grief and indignation. Wait. What, changed your mind? Nian Liandon looked at him with a smile. Li Liangzua's expression changed. He was clearly considering the various possibilities. But no matter how he thought about it, what awaited him was still death. Nian Liandon waited for a long time. Seeing that he didn't speak, she finally lost her patience. She ordered Mu Wanqing. Lie down on the couch over there and wait for me. Mu Wanqing's face reddened. She softly made a sound of agreement and obediently walked to the couch on the other side to lie down. It was unknown if it was out of shyness or something else, but she also pulled the blanket over her body. Even so, the thin silk blanket was completely unable to conceal her exquisite curves. It was a picture of a sleeping begonia that was enough to make any man's blood boil. Nian Liandon couldn't help but sigh. Originally, I just wanted to use this opportunity to play with you. But this woman is really too beautiful. It's enough to stimulate my somewhat withered heart. Right now, I only feel the blood in my entire body boiling, as if I've returned to my youth. This kind of feeling is really too beautiful. Walking step by step towards the beauty on the couch, Nian Liandon purposefully stopped midway. Seeing that even though Li Liang's breathing was heavy and his eyes red, he was still unwilling to reveal the secret, she couldn't help but sigh. Looks like you don't love this woman as much as you say to others. Fine, no matter if you love her or not, she's your empress. I want you to watch as I wantonly play with your peerlessly beautiful empress. At that time, in front of me, you'll be a complete failure. Wait. Li Liangzhe finally spoke. Oh, you've thought it through? Nian Liandon looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Li Liangzhe asked in a low voice, since you know this flower soul celestial art, why don't you directly use it on me? You'll naturally be able to obtain my secret. Why is there a need to use this kind of dirty trick to threaten me? Nian Liandon sighed. Do you think I don't want to? Unfortunately, since the founding of our flower room sect, we've always pursued the beautiful women of the world. In our eyes, men are as disgusting as mud. These arts we've researched are naturally targeted at the beautiful women of the world. Who would be so disgusting as to want to bewitch a stinky man? So, the flower soul celestial art is only effective on women, it's useless on men. Are you willing to say the password now? My previous promise is still valid. Nian Liandon asked. Li Liangzhe opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Nian Liandon sneered, looks like you won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Since that's the case, I'll do it right now. I'm sure it will be the greatest joy in the world. Walking to the side of the bed, Nian Liandon turned around and looked at Li Liangzhe with an evil charm. Oh right, I'll remind you one last time. If you want to go back on your word, you'd better do it quickly. Otherwise, if I'm halfway through and you suddenly shout for me to stop, I might not be able to control myself. I'll definitely have to do everything I can before we talk. At that time, even if I fulfill the two of you, what you'll get will be a broken flower. Ha 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 ha. His wanton laughter resounded throughout the entire bedchamber. Although Li Liangzhe felt pain in his heart, he had no way to stop what was about to happen. He knew that as long as he said the password, only death would await him. Now that he was guarding the secret of the password, he would still have the capital to negotiate in the future. It could be considered his slim chance of survival. However, this person was really too hateful. He actually thought of such a sinister method to force himself. Wanqing, I'm sorry. In the future, I'll definitely find a chance to take revenge for you. Tisk, TSK, TSK. As expected, you're exceptionally beautiful. Nian Liandon looked down at the beauty on the bed. Her face was smooth and translucent. Her small cherry mouth was nimble and her red lips and snow-white skin reflected off each other. At this moment, she was actually so breathtaking. As the sect master of the flower room, Nian Liandon had seen who knew how many peerless beauties in the world. Although he looked young on the outside, in reality, due to his profound cultivation, he was already in his 70s or 80s. Logically speaking, his heart was already as calm as an ancient well, but when he saw the beauty in front of him, he suddenly discovered that his heart was moved. This kind of feeling was like when he first saw his sweetheart when he was young. This kind of feeling made him very uncomfortable. Suddenly, a trace of rage rose from the bottom of his heart. He did not want to be captured by the woman in front of him. He wanted to become this woman's master. He wanted to completely possess her and conquer her. His breathing became a bit heavier. Nian Liandon could no longer endure it. He stretched out his hand to touch the young girl's tender and white face. Just as it was about to touch, Nian Liandon suddenly shouted loudly. Her figure flashed and she directly dodged 3 meters away. She raised her bleeding palm and looked at it. Then, she looked at the entrance of the hall with a fearful expression. Who exactly are you? A handsome young man appeared at the door, and beside him were two peerlessly beautiful women. One was tall and elegant, the other was charming and graceful. In that instant, it caused Nian Liandan to temporarily forget the pain in her hand. She thought to herself, what kind of bullshit luck did I have today? I actually encountered 3 such beautiful and refined women in a row. The handsome man did not reply. He took light steps, and it was not clear how he was running. In the next moment, he had already appeared beside the couch. He looked at Mu Wanqing, who was lying on the couch, and said in a deep voice, "Little sister Wan, I've made you worried." These 3 people were naturally Song Qingshu, Yelu Nanxian, and Li Qinglu. Li Qinglu was very familiar with the imperial palace, easily finding their way here. As for the guards outside, they didn't even have time to react before they fell to the ground. Mu Wanqing looked at the man in front of her in confusion. She felt that he was a little familiar, but she couldn't remember who he was. She couldn't help but ask, Who are you? Song Qingshu frowned and reached out to check her pulse. He found that her pulse was stable, and there were no signs of injury. At this time, Li Liangzhua said, she was hit by Nian Liandan's flower soul celestial technique, and her mind was bewitched. Song Qingshu suddenly understood, and secretly blamed himself for not thinking of it earlier. He hurriedly helped Mu Wanqing up. Little sister Wan, look at me. Mu Wanqing stared at him in confusion. She felt that his eyes suddenly became as black as ink, and there was a faint light in the middle, like the starry sky. In the next moment, Mu Wanqing's eyes regained their clarity, and she looked at Song Qingshu and said with surprise and joy, Big brother Song, why are you here? Song Qingshu smiled slightly. I'm back. You don't have to be afraid anymore. Nian Liandan asked in bewilderment, who are you to be able to undo my flower soul celestial technique? Only now did Song Qingshu have the time to turn around and look at him. What kind of bullshit celestial technique is this? It's just using stronger mental energy to plant a mental imprint on someone else. Just erase it. How could it be so simple? If I'm not skilled in this, no matter how strong my mental energy is, I won't be able to do it. Nian Liandan snorted. The way you performed the technique just now, could it be the legendary soul-shifting technique from the Nining manual? Song Qingshu was too lazy to answer him, and directly asked, You're the Nian Liandan of the 3 great outer realm craftsmen that old Zhu spoke of? Nian Liandan stood with his head held high, and said with a proud expression, That's me. He suddenly thought of something, and asked, Where's old Zhu? Song Qingshu said indifferently, I killed him. Nian Liandan's pupils contracted. Old Zhu was my only junior brother. We've been like brothers for several decades. You actually dared to kill him. Good, very good. There's no need for you to be so angry. Since you two have such deep feelings for each other, I'll quickly reunite you two. Song Qingshu helped Mu Wanqing down from the couch. Seeing that her clothes were still relatively intact, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Nian Liandan sneered, Young man, don't be so arrogant. Do you know who I am? Although he said this, he was extremely fearful in his heart. The wound on his hand was proof of how sharp the other's sword energy was. Moreover, he had just seen the other move from the entrance of the hall to the side of the couch in 2 or 3 steps. Even he could not see through the other's movement technique. This was also why he had not acted rashly all this time. Otherwise, with his temper, if he encountered someone who disturbed his mood, he would have long since cut the person into pieces. Isn't it just an evil old pervert? Song Qingshu said disdainfully and took a step forward. Then do you know who I am? Feeling the pressure of Mount Tai pressing down on her, Nian Liandan retreated 3 steps before regaining her footing. Her expression changed greatly as she suddenly had an idea. Such a powerful young man, using sword energy and knowing the Nining manual. Could it be that you are the Golden Snake King, Song Qingshu? A look of surprise flashed across Song Qingshu's face. You actually know me? Nian Liandan calmed her somewhat agitated Xianxia and said coldly, Jin Luan Fawang, Jin Gang Master, and the others have praised you to the heavens, but in my opinion, you're only SOSO. Song Qingshu was silent for a moment, then asked, comparing you to them, whose martial arts are better? Nian Liandan said proudly, they are only fit to serve the princes, but I am an expert by the Khan's side. It's obvious who is better. Song Qingshu sighed. Temujin has been conquering the world these past few years, and he has indeed gathered quite a few experts. Brat, now you're afraid, aren't you? I don't know how many people like me are around the Great Khan, and some of them are even more powerful than me. This time, I've come to the Western Xia under the order of the Great Khan. Considering your relationship with the Ruyang mansion, I can let you go. Nian Liandan actually did not want to talk so much nonsense. The main thing was that he could not see through this young man in front of him, and he really did not want to have a conflict with him under these circumstances. Therefore, he planned to use the name of Mongolia to scare him. If they could bury the hatchet, that would be the best. Even if they could not, he could use words to make him feel apprehensive, and it would be inevitable that he would hesitate when he attacked later. Nian Liandan said angrily, what a shameless boast. If the Khan really is here, only death awaits you. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Temujin is also a top-notch master? According to the records in the Condor shooting manual, when he was young, he followed Temujin to conquer the world. At that time, Temujin didn't seem to know any high-level kung fu, so even if he did learn it later, his progress should have been limited. But from the meaning of his words and the fear in his eyes, it was obvious that Temujin's kung fu was very high. But how was that possible? The path of kung fu couldn't be learned in a day. Song Qingshu suddenly realized that he himself could be considered a master in a short period of time. If Temujin obtained something similar to the Dark North Divine Kung Fu, he should also be able to become a top-notch master in a short period of time. Now that the Mongolian Empire ruled the world and controlled tens of thousands of miles of land, it shouldn't be difficult to find something similar. Nian Liandan snorted. The Great Khan is unfathomable. How can we speculate? However, you have been disrespectful to the Great Khan. If these words reach the Great Khan's ears, even the Ruyang Wangfu will not be able to protect you. Song Qingshu collected his thoughts and said calmly, I don't need the protection of the Ruyang Palace. On the other hand, even if you use Temujin's name, you won't be able to save your own life. Nian Liandan was so angry that he laughed, ha ha ha, do you really think you can beat me? You're right, in terms of internal energy, you're better than me, but the path of Kung Fu isn't just about internal energy. Whether it's fighting experience or Kung Fu techniques, I have decades more than you. Just now, when his opponent took a step forward, he had no choice but to take a few steps back. Although it was partly due to the element of surprise, the power that his opponent displayed in that instant was clearly stronger than his own. But he wasn't that afraid. He had seen too many top-notch masters by the Khan's side over the years and had experienced countless battles of life and death. Not to mention, he had a trump card, so he was confident that he could kill this person. Song Qingshu looked at him calmly, are you saying all this to cheer yourself up? What, are you already scared before the battle? Bastard, why would I be scared? Nian Liandan was enraged. Just as she was about to charge forward, however, she instantly stopped and sneered, you want to provoke me into revealing an opening? I have roamed the outer realms for 70 years. How could I fall for it so easily? As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a pitch-black heavy sword flew directly into his hand from the corner of the room. He held it horizontally in front of his chest, and his entire aura suddenly changed. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes as he looked down on this young man who was much younger than him. His gaze was so sharp that it seemed to be able to see through the opponent's internal organs. He was searching for the opponent's carelessness and flaws. Even if the opponent was distracted for a moment, he could take advantage of it and attack until the opponent bled to death. The murderous aura in the room suddenly became so thick that even breathing became difficult. Yelu Nanxian and Li Qinglu's expressions changed slightly, and they hurriedly retreated near the door. Only then did the pressure lessen greatly. As for Mu Wanqing, she was protected by Song Qingshu behind her, so she did not feel anything out of the ordinary. On the other side, Li Liangzhua, who was lying on the bed, had his entire face flushed red. His martial arts had been crippled, and right now, he did not have any inner energy to protect his body. He almost couldn't breathe, and at the same time, he was overwhelmed with shock. I was ambushed by this guy. I originally felt that I lost unjustly, but when he attacked me, he didn't even take out this heavy sword. Could it be that I don't even have the right to make him take out his sword? Nian Liandan, who had been infinitely elevated in the depths of Li Liangzuo's heart, knew his own pain. Song Qingshu was clearly standing not too far away, but he could not lock onto the opponent's aura at all. It was as if the opponent did not exist in this world. However, his eyes could clearly see that the opponent was just standing there casually, as if his entire body was full of flaws. Nian Liandan's heart trembled. No wonder Jinluan Fuang and the others praised this guy to the heavens. He is indeed a bit troublesome. Song Qingshu looked at the black sword in his hand in surprise. Why does your sword look a bit like a heavy dark steel sword? His first reaction was that Yanghua had encountered this person, and as a result, his dark steel sword was stolen. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that the sword in the opponent's hand was different from the dark steel sword in Yanghua's hand. His sword was heavier and larger. You have good eyes. This is a dark steel heavy sword that weighs several hundred kilograms, forged by a strange person using the essence of dark steel. I have roamed the outer realm for dozens of years, and there has never been a match for this heavy sword. Nian Liandan said proudly. However, he felt that the aura he had painstakingly built up had been torn apart by the opponent's ordinary words. He hurriedly took a step forward, and the heavy sword in his hand changed from horizontal to pointing straight at the opponent. A powerful and bone-chilling sword aura once again surged towards the opponent. Several hundred kilograms? Song Qingshu couldn't help but be a bit surprised. It should be known that Yanghua's dark steel sword was only 8 by 8 and 64 kilograms, and he was able to roam the central plains by relying on the heavy sword edgeless. The person in front of him had a dark steel heavy sword that was several times heavier than Yanghua's. Seeing how he wielded it as if it were light, it was no wonder that he was known as one of the 3 great craftsmen of the outer realm. It was no wonder that he was a bit disdainful towards Jinluan Fuang and the master of the guardian deity. Jinluan Fuang's golden will couldn't even block Yanghua's heavy sword, much less this heavy sword that weighed several hundred kilograms. As for the master of the guardian deity's indestructible body, even though it was impervious to swords and spears, it still had its limits. In the end, it was still a body of flesh and blood. Even a body of steel wouldn't be able to withstand being smashed by this heavy dark steel sword that weighed several hundred kilograms and contained deep internal energy. Now you know how powerful I am. Nian Liandan's face was a bit proud as he continued. Previously, the Golden Snake Camp played an important role in the peace negotiations between the Mongols and the southern Song. I also don't want to destroy the relations between the two sides. How about we stop here? The other's unfathomable strength made him feel a bit confused, but he was confident that he had already displayed enough strength to make the other retreat in the face of difficulties, so he took the initiative to throw out an olive branch. Song Qingshu lightly shook his head. I said before, today you must die. Nian Liandan's gaze fell on Mu Wanqing behind him, and she finally understood, so that's how it is. Ha ha ha, Li Liangzua, I thought she was your empress. So it turns out that she's already had an affair with you. Who knows how many green hats she's put on you, ha ha ha. Li Liangzuo's expression instantly became incomparably gloomy. He had also just noticed Mu Wanqing's expression of attachment towards Song Qingshu. She had never shown this kind of expression to him before, so he had long since been angry in his heart. However, Song Qingshu's appearance had brought him a ray of hope, so he could only forcefully suppress the anger in his heart. Now that he was once again evoked by Nian Liandan, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and think, these two aren't good people. It's best if they die together and die cleanly. He had originally hesitated on whether or not he should warn Song Qingshu about Nian Liandan's killing move, but now he no longer had that thought. He wanted them to die together in the Yellow Springs. Hearing Nian Liandan's arrogant laughter, Song Qingshu frowned. So much nonsense. Since you don't dare to make the first move, then I'll make the first move. The tip of his foot pushed off the ground, and his entire person attacked the other. Nian Liandan was shocked when he felt as if an incomparably sharp sword had suddenly appeared in front of him. Fortunately, he had purposely said those words to provoke Nian Liandan earlier, so he had long since made preparations. Focusing 120% of his concentration, the profound iron-heavy sword created thousands of sword shadows that formed a sword net that was like an iron wall that not even a drop of water could penetrate. Song Qingshu's martial arts had already reached a certain realm. Not long ago, he had been studying the carefree sex martial arts diagrams in the secret room of Spirit Vulture Palace. After mastering them, he had the extraordinary feeling of being able to see through everything. Everything became 10 times clearer in his eyes. Not only could his opponent's almost imperceptible movements escape his eyes, even the contraction and expansion of his pores, the changes in the light in his eyes, and the circulation of the true chi in his body were all reflected in his mind that was as clear as a mirror. Using his finger as a sword, he turned into thousands of sword shadows. Each finger pointed straight at his opponent's gaps and weak points. Nian Liandan suddenly realized that as his opponent closed in and attacked with his fingertips, his impenetrable sword net suddenly became full of openings. He couldn't help but jump in fright and hastily changed his move. The sword net returned to a single sword, which then turned into a long rainbow that attacked his opponent, using clumsiness to counter skill. He had thought it through very clearly. No matter how high his opponent's martial arts were, he was still made of flesh and blood. His recondite iron heavy sword weighed several hundred kilograms. There was no reason for him to lose when his opponent's fingers collided head-on. In the instant he changed his move, Song Qingshu's aura suddenly disappeared without a trace. He pulled back his fingers, and then flicked one hand toward the side of his recondite iron heavy sword while his other hand continued to press toward Nian Liandan. Nian Liandan, who was in the game, was frightened out of his wits. He could never have imagined that his opponent would be able to casually change his move under this kind of pressure, causing him to instantly use up the power of his indomitable move. However, he could only blame himself. If his heavy sword hadn't gone from cleverly to clumsiness and his aura had weakened slightly, his opponent wouldn't have been able to find that fleeting opening and directly attack him. Thoughts aside, he had roamed the outer realm for decades and was known as one of the 3 great craftsmen. How could he be easy to deal with? He immediately cast aside all thoughts and became one with his sword. He spun his recondite iron heavy sword and used the blade instead of the body of the sword to meet his opponent's finger. Song Qingshu was also slightly impressed. He was able to lift such a heavy recondite iron heavy sword as if it were light. His nimbleness in changing moves was truly shocking. However, he had mastered the martial arts of Carefree Sect, especially the plum snapping hand of Heaven Mountain. There should be no one in the world who could compare nimbleness to him. He lifted his wrist gently. His movements seemed to be slow, but even though he moved later, he arrived first. In the next moment, he appeared right above recondite steel heavy sword. He extended his finger and tapped the blade. Nian Liandan's entire body shook violently. In that instant, he could no longer hold on to the heavy sword in his hand, and it directly fell to the ground. Fortunately, his 70 years of martial arts were not easy to deal with, and he forcefully used a strange movement technique to retreat. He felt his arm go numb, and the webbing between his thumb and forefinger had already been injured by the opponent's strength, bleeding. He could not help but shiver, and his heart trembled. Song Qingshu did not give chase. Instead, he stood where he was and commented, "Your movement technique is not bad. It can already be considered one of the best in the world." It wasn't that he didn't know that antagonists died because they talked too much. The reason why he did not give chase and attack was that he wanted to use this opportunity to gain a better understanding of the martial arts of these outsider grandmasters. This way, he would have a better understanding of the other experts under Temujin's command in the future. Seeing his famous weapon quietly fall at the opponent's feet, Nian Liandan's heart was in turmoil. After his martial arts reached a high level, he could rely on his recondite steel heavy sword to sweep away all obstacles in his path. Even if he ran into a few people whose martial arts were higher than his, he would not lose his weapon in a single move. This person was so young, but how did he train to have such martial arts and vision? But now that his life was at stake, he had no time to think about other things. He could only use everything he had learned in his life to try and turn the situation around. Huh? Why is there a sudden fragrance in the room? Yelu Nancian suddenly exclaimed, a little confused. Li Qinglu also sniffed, and indeed, there was a strange fragrance. It was not as natural as a fresh flower, nor was it as enticing as the fragrance of a young girl. On the contrary, it was filled with a very strange feeling. Noticing the white mist surrounding Nian Liandan, Li Qinglu was also an expert in poisons. She couldn't help but be alarmed. "Big brother Song, be careful, the fragrance is poisonous." Just as she said this, she felt a little dizzy, her whole body could no longer stand. She hurriedly leaned against a nearby pillar to stabilize herself. Nian Liandan laughed heartily. It's too late, this is our flower room sex treasure, the immortal floral aura. Since young, we have been soaking in all kinds of medicinal herbs to cultivate our internal energy. Once we've mastered it, as long as we circulate the immortal floral aura in our body, we will be able to emit a unique fragrance that can enchant the soul, making us invincible. From the beginning, although he was a little wary of Song Qingshu, he never lost confidence, because he had this trump card in his hand. Li Liangzhua, who was lying not far away, secretly clenched his teeth. He had fallen for this trick. At that time, he had been reading memorials when he suddenly smelled this fragrance. Then, he suddenly felt that his internal energy was somewhat lacking, and his whole body felt a little dizzy. At this time, Nian Liandan suddenly rushed out to attack him. As a result, even though he was the leader of both the Kongtong sect and the Carefree sect, and his martial arts had already reached the level of a present-age grandmaster, he still lost miserably at the hands of the other even though he was clearly the leader of both the Kongtong sect and the Carefree sect, and his martial arts had already reached the level of a present-age grandmaster. In other words, you've been pickled? Song Qingshu looked at the other rather curiously. Nian Liandan, seeing that he was still standing firmly in the same place, Nian Liandan finally couldn't help but ask, "Are you all right?" Song Qingshu shrugged. "If you were a beauty that could cause the downfall of cities and countries, and your body emitted a faint fragrance, perhaps I would be intoxicated and faint. But you're a stinky man. I don't know if this is the smell of a fox or something else, so why would I faint?" His martial arts had reached such a high level that he was already immune to hundreds of poisons. In addition, he had previously been tormented by the world's #1 poison, the golden rippling flower, in Yangzhou. Now, he could be said to be immune to all poisons, so how could he be intoxicated by this strange fragrance? Impossible. How could the flower immortal qi that has been passed down in our flower room for hundreds of years be ineffective? This was truly somewhat beyond Nian Liandan's understanding. He suddenly came to a realization: you must be forcing yourself to calm down. Actually, you're already an arrow at the end of its flight, ha ha ha. After he finished speaking, he let out a sinister laugh and attacked the other, not wanting to give the other any time to force out the poison. Of course, the other's martial arts were too unfathomable, so he didn't dare to be careless. As he attacked, he used the flower soul celestial technique that could control a person's mind, and his eyes shone with a strange light. Even though the flower soul celestial technique was developed to deal with women and could make women obedient, it wasn't as effective against men, but it could still affect a man's consciousness to a certain extent. As long as he made eye contact with the other party, he could invade the other party's mind. If the other party's mind was slightly muddled, his next attack could make the other party suffer a grievance on the spot. It wasn't that he hadn't considered the other party's soul-shifting technique, but now that the other party's internal energy was restrained by the flower immortal qi, the other party was just struggling to hold on, so how could he use the soul-shifting technique? The divine light in Song Qingshu's eyes was clear, and he wasn't affected at all. He casually waved his hand, and the dark steel heavy sword on the ground swiftly flew up and attacked Nian Liandan at lightning speed. Nian Liandan was dazzled by his gaze, and he was rather perplexed. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. The dark steel heavy sword had already attacked his chest with a supreme might, and he hurriedly put his hands together in front of his chest in an attempt to catch the huge sword. Unfortunately, the sword contained Song Qingshu's power, and its momentum was so rapid that there was no way he could catch it. Very quickly, the dark steel heavy sword broke through the defense of his hands and directly collided with his chest. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that this sword was flying in the opposite direction. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the hilt, but the tip of the sword that pierced his chest. Even so, his muscles and bones were all broken by this collision, and his entire person collapsed to the ground. "Do you know why I spared your life?" Song Qingshu walked in front of him, and looked down at him indifferently. Nian Liandan spat out a large mouthful of blood, and he didn't have the strength to answer. Song Qingshu didn't mind, and said, "You've been picking flowers all over these years, and I don't know how many women you've harmed. Killing you with a single strike is really letting you off easy. No matter how I thought about it, the best punishment was to let you experience how those women felt at that time." What do you mean? Nian Liandan finally choked out a sentence in a hoarse voice. Li Qinglu was startled. Although she didn't understand what he meant, she still answered, many merchants from the western regions pass by here. There are quite a few Kunlun slaves. Xixia was located on the Silk Road, so east-west exchanges were quite frequent. Song Qingshu continued, I want black ones, not Southeast Asian ones. The slaves of ancient Southeast Asia and Africa were collectively known as Kunlun slaves. Song Qingshu was afraid that the other party would make a mistake, so he specifically asked for black uncles. Li Qinglu's expression became even more confused. Yes, yes. That's good. Song Qingshu's smile was extremely strange. Nian Liandan saw his expression and felt a bit scared. What do you want? Song Qingshu smiled slightly. Didn't I say just now? I want you to experience the feelings of those innocent women that you once violated. Nian Liandan was angry. I'm a man. How can I experience that kind of feeling? Song Qingshu shrugged. Who said that men can't experience it? He felt a chill when he thought of all the jokes in the future, such as Billy going up to men and picking up soap. Nian Liandan was startled at first, but he quickly reacted. After all, it was normal for people to be gay in history. He hurriedly said, No, don't. The people of the flower room hate men the most. Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit, ugh. He had just finished speaking when he couldn't help but vomit. Nonsense. If I didn't make you feel disgusted, would I give you someone you like? Song Qingshu couldn't help but ridicule. Nian Liandan hurriedly corrected himself. No, I hate women the most in my life. Just thinking about women makes me want to vomit. I like men the most. Song Qingshu smiled. That's perfect. Since you like men the most, I'll fulfill your wish. Nian Liandan, actually, it wasn't that he suddenly became stupid. It was completely because he had been high up for a long time and suddenly fell to the ground. That kind of contrast could make anyone go crazy. Moreover, the punishment described by the other party was too terrifying. Song Qingshu couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He directly said to Li Qinglu, Go find some black uncles and have them serve our flower very well. No. Nian Liandan was so angry that he vomited blood and fainted. Yelu Nanxian and Mu Wanqing both had strange expressions on their faces. Yelu Nanxian and Mu Wanqing's faces were red as they pouted coquettishly, thinking that Song Qingshu was too naughty. But no matter how they thought about it, it seemed like this was the only way to punish Nian Liandan. On the other side, Li Liang's jaw dropped in shock. When he saw Nian Liandan unleash the divine aura of flowers, he thought that victory was within his grasp. Who knew that the tables would turn in an instant? However, when he thought of the fate that Nian Liandan was about to face, he couldn't help but feel happy. After all, he had been tormented by that pervert for the past few days. Now that there was an even more powerful pervert to counter him, it could be said that he had avenged himself. He had and Li had. By Luli Chenli by, he. By, he, Nian, Chenshu she had taken out the grieving wind softening antidote and let the others smell it. Even though it wasn't right, the strong pungent smell of the antidote still woke everyone up from the flower fairy energy. I have my ways. Song Qingshu had a plan. I'll hand Li Liangzhua over to you. You can do whatever you want with him. It can be considered as avenging your father and fulfilling one of your wishes. Li Qinglu walked in front of Li Liangzhua and took out a dagger from her sleeve. Thinking of her father's death, her eyes almost spat fire. Li Liangzhua hurriedly shouted, You can't kill me. My trusted subordinates are spread across the 64 provinces of the country and control more than half of Western Xia. I've made a secret agreement with them. Without my order, none of you can command them. When the time comes, war will break out and all of Western Xia will fall into chaos. Finally, it will completely disappear. At that time, you will become the sinner of Western Xia's ancestors. On the side, Song Qingshu finally understood why Nian Liandan had kept him alive all this time. It turned out that there was another reason. Li Qinglu frowned and finally put away the dagger. She returned to Song Qingshu's side and said, Meng Lang, forget it. Keeping him alive is more useful for your big plan. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. You don't have to worry. I have a way. After saying that, he walked to the bedside and looked down at Li Liangzhua. Look into my eyes, soul transfer technique. No. Li Liangzhua thought of the secret technique from the Nining manual that Song Qingshu had just displayed and hurriedly closed his eyes. Unfortunately, it was already too late. His consciousness was quickly lost in the other's black hole-like chaotic eyes. After a while, Song Qingshu had thoroughly inquired about the secret agreement between him and each of his trusted subordinates. He had Mu Wanqing take a piece of paper and write it down. Then, he said to Li Qinglu, now I'll hand him over to you. You can do whatever you want with him. Li Qinglu smiled sweetly. Thank you, Meng Lang. But can you please go outside for a while? I don't want to show my bad side in front of you. Song Qingshu nodded. No problem. I still have to deal with Xianxia's matter. Arriving in front of Nian Liandan, he took out the special finger medicine paste and took his face. With a shake of his body, he became Nian Liandan. Swaggering out of the hall with Mu Wanqing and Yelu Nanxian, Li Liangzhua was lying on the bed like a pile of mud. He knew everything was over. After Song Qingshu brought Mu Wanqing and Yelu Nanxian out of the hall, they just happened to run into the palace guards who were rushing over. Honorable Master Nian, what happened here? The leader respectfully bowed to Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu waved his hand. A few assassins overestimated themselves and wanted to enter the palace to assassinate you. They were killed by this seat. Honorable Master Nian's martial arts are unrivaled. This little one admires you. The leader of the Imperial Guards laughed and flattered. He didn't doubt Nian Liandan's words. After all, he had personally seen Nian Liandan fight and knew how terrifying his martial arts were. But when his gaze fell on Mu Wanqing and Yelu Nanxian, he couldn't remain calm. These are, the Empress and the Crown Princess? Song Qingshu reached out and pulled the two women into his arms. Ha ha ha, that's all in the past. Now, they are my concubines. The two women blushed, but they couldn't show anything in front of everyone. They could only obediently snuggle in his arms. However, the two women secretly pinched him. Honorable Master Nian is indeed very charming. The leader of the Imperial Guards was Xianxia's trusted aide. He knew about the flower room's nature, but he was still indignant. Who would have thought that the two most beautiful flowers of our western Xia would be defiled by this old pervert? I wonder where the Silver Stream Princess is, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to escape his clutches. Unfortunately, he only dared to curse a few times in secret and didn't dare to show it. Go and call your general over. Tell him that I have made some progress on my side. That person is willing to talk. Song Qingshu had disguised himself too many times over the years. Now that he was disguised as Nian Liandan, his every movement was exactly the same as Nian Liandan's, not revealing the slightest flaw. When Song Qingshu and the others returned to the bedchamber, they couldn't see Li Liangzhua anymore. They could only see a person lying on the ground, covered with a layer of cloth. Various kinds of blood faintly oozed out, indicating that he had suffered a lot of torture before his death. Li Qinglu's hands seemed to be stained with blood. When she saw Song Qingshu, she hurriedly put them on her back. She seemed to be at a loss. Song Qingshu stepped forward and looked at the corners of her gentle eyes. Did you cry just now? Yes. I couldn't hold it back when I thought of how good my father used to be to me. Li Qinglu bit her lip, trying hard not to let her tears fall again. Song Qingshu took her hand and gently wiped the blood on her hand with a handkerchief. What's there to hide to avenge your father? Li Qinglu's eyes turned red. I'm afraid that you won't like me after seeing how ruthless I am. Song Qingshu said with a straight face, if I repay evil with good, how can I repay good with good? Of course, I have to repay evil with justice. In terms of justice, Li Liangzhua plotted to usurp the throne and was the root cause of the turmoil in Xianxia. In terms of justice, he was the enemy who killed your father. No matter what, you should have killed him. Why would I blame you for this? Meng Lang. Li Qinglu was very touched, but she still felt that something was wrong. But Sister Mu and Sister Yelu are kind and gentle, but I'm so vicious. Even if you don't say it, you'll definitely dislike me in your heart. Mu Wanqing, who was standing to the side, was furious when she saw that there was another woman by Song Qingshu's side after not seeing him for a while. But Song Qingshu had helped her in Jiatan Temple, so she had to accept his kindness. She couldn't flare up and could only keep a straight face. But when she heard Mu Wanqing's compliment, she finally couldn't help but laugh. "You're afraid that you have some misunderstanding about me. I'm not gentle at all." As he spoke, he raised the poison-sleeved dart on his arm and aimed it at Song Qingshu's lower abdomen, as if he was venting his anger. On the side, Yelu Nanxian was also giggling, a gloating expression on her face. Right now, Song Qingshu was wearing Yan Liandan's disguise, which was indeed very annoying. Yelu Nanxian couldn't wait for her to shoot that arrow. In any case, Song Qingshu's martial arts were very high, this arrow wouldn't be able to hurt him. Letting him suffer a little would be a good thing, lest he went around fooling around. Song Qingshu only felt a chill between his legs. He hurriedly said to Li Qinglu, "It's not like I didn't know who you are before. You are in charge of the Class 1 Hall of Western Xia, the intelligence agency of the entire country. In the future, I also need you to take charge of this area for me. If you are a naive person, I will cry." Hearing his sincere words, Li Qinglu finally believed that he was sincere and couldn't help but feel happy. On the side, Mu Wanqing blinked and couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean by naive?" Song Qingshu was startled. For a moment, he really didn't know how to explain it. "This can only be understood." Yelu Nanxian also joined in. "Why does it sound like cursing?" "Sometimes, you can also understand it that way." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Fortunately, there was movement outside the hall. He hurriedly ordered the women to hide the unconscious Yan Liandan. After a while, Helian Taishu walked in. He didn't bring many people with him, only a few personal bodyguards. After all, the nominal emperor of Western Xia was imprisoned here. The fewer people who saw his miserable appearance, the better, to avoid any accidents. "Huh? What happened to Li Liangzhua?" Helian Taishu quickly noticed the corpse on the ground and paled in fright. "I've already asked for the password." "There's no point in keeping him," Song Qingshu calmly replied. Helian Taishu was quite surprised. "He was actually willing to tell us the password?" "Of course he wasn't willing, but I used the empress he likes to threaten him, so he had no choice but to say it," Song Qingshu replied. Helian Taishu also saw the women at the side and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Princess Yinchuan, Crown Princess, why are they here?" Song Qingshu smiled and said, "They entered the palace to rescue people, but I captured them." Helian Taishu couldn't help but look at Li Qinglu and Yelu Nanxian. "Is it alright to leave them here to listen to us?" Song Qingshu said, "They've been affected by my flower soul immortal technique, and now they've become my slaves. They'll obey my every word." "Great General, there's no need to worry. Come, little girls, give me a smile." Mu Wanqing and the other girls were secretly annoyed in their hearts, but now that the matter was more important, they could only comply and smile sweetly at him. Even though it was a pretense, the three girls were originally outstanding beauties. This smile really filled the room with fragrance, each with their own charm, each with their own style. Helian Taishu couldn't help but be dazzled for a moment. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Master Nian's flower soul celestial technique is truly a skill that all men in the world yearn for even in their dreams. I wonder if you could teach me a thing or two." Song Qingshu was secretly disdainful. Could this be the deep-rooted bad habit of men? He had never heard that Helian Taishu was lustful, but he couldn't resist this temptation. However, what meaning was there in destroying the hearts of women and turning them into walking corpses that only knew how to listen to orders? However, he had misunderstood Helian Taishu. Even a man who was not interested in women would not be able to resist the intimidating beauty of three peerless beauties at such a close distance. Even if one looked at the world, not many men would be able to resist it. However, Helian Taishu still remembered the matter at hand. But what if the information Li Liangzhua spits out is false? It would be too risky to kill him now. "Don't worry, under my flower soul celestial technique, he won't be able to fake it." Song Qingshu had only just found out that the flower soul celestial technique was unable to bewitch a man's mind. Helian Taishu probably didn't know about it either. Since Master Nian says so, then there really shouldn't be any problems. Helian Taishu was suddenly filled with emotion. He clasped his hands towards the northwest. This time, I've finally fulfilled the wish of my clan that has existed for several hundred years. Firstly, it was because of Genghis Khan's assistance. Secondly, it is all thanks to Master Nian's unparalleled divine arts. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for me to control the capital so easily. Song Qingshu's heart moved. He took the opportunity to ask, several hundred years? The ancestor of the great general's clan is. He wasn't afraid that Nian Liandan had asked this question before. Even if he was exposed, it would be as easy as flipping his hand to subdue the other party since they were so close. At this moment, he was rambling on, mainly to get information out of the other party. After all, under normal circumstances, it was much easier to get information out of the other party than through torture. Helian Taishu let out a faint sigh. I won't hide it from Master Nian. The blood of the Shonu flows in my bones. The ancestor of this line is the great Xiao Wulia Emperor, Helian Bobo. Helian Bobo? Song Qingshu was startled. He had a slight impression of this name. It seemed to be a political power that existed during the 5 barbarian rebellions of the Western Jin dynasty. Back then, the Xiongnu and the Han engaged in over 100 years of war. In the end, due to internal strife, they were finally defeated by the Han dynasty. At the end of the Eastern Han dynasty, Cao Cao divided the Xiongnu into 5 tribes, completely announcing the end of the Xiongnu Chanyu dynasty. Afterwards, the Western Jin dynasty was greatly weakened by the 8 Princes' rebellion. The descendant of the Maodun Chanyu, Lu Yuan, took the opportunity to rise up and destroy the Western Jin dynasty. In a sense, he could be considered to have avenged the Xiongnu. However, he was quickly defeated by several other powerful nomadic tribes. The last nation of the Xiongnu people was founded by my ancestor, Helian Bobo. He founded the Grand Xia Kingdom in Tongguan City. Speaking of which, it has the same name as the current Western Xia. Of course, whether or not I can sit on the throne of the great Xia Emperor will depend on Master Nian putting in a few good words for me in front of the great Khan. Seeing Song Qingshu's expression, Helian Taishu realized that he had gotten carried away. He quickly changed the topic and put on a fawning expression. Song Qingshu smiled. I'm afraid I can't do that. Why? Helian Taishu's heart skipped a beat. He thought that the Mongols would burn the bridge after crossing it. Because. Song Qingshu deliberately lowered his voice, causing Helian Taishu to move closer. In the blink of an eye, Song Qingshu had sealed all the acupoints in his body. The bodyguards that Helian Taishu had brought in were not mediocre either. They quickly drew their swords and rushed over. There were also people who hurriedly issued a warning. Unfortunately, Song Qingshu and the others were unprepared. How could they let them succeed so easily? Song Qingshu's figure was like a ghost. With a few leaps, he had subdued several bodyguards. As for the bodyguard who had intended to call the police, he had already been attacked by the 3 women who had been waiting for him. Although they had all been carefully selected by Helian Taishu, the 3 women were also considered experts in Jianghu. Under the surprise attack, the bodyguard did not even have the chance to make a sound before he was subdued. Master Nian, why are you doing this? Is the great Khan burning the bridge after crossing it? Helian Taishu could not help but feel terrified. He knew that if he called for help now, his life would be in danger. Thus, he only asked in an attempt to negotiate to preserve his own interests. Li Qinglu could not bear it any longer. She stepped forward and slapped him, her whole body trembling with anger. Helian Taishu, the late emperor and the old princess have treated you with great kindness. Yet, you actually have the ambition of a wolf and do such a disgraceful thing. Princess Yinchuan. Helian Taishu was dumbfounded. You didn't lose your mind? This princess has not even cleaned up the Xianxia Empire. How can I be so easily harmed by you villains? Li Qinglu recalled that the entire Xianxia country had been thriving a few days ago. So much so that Liao had been forced to send the daughters of the imperial clan to make peace with the Xianxia country. But now, 2 emperors, a crown prince, and several princes had died in a row in just a few days. The whole country was in a precarious situation. Li Qinglu didn't know whether the country could hold on or not. At this point, Helian Taishu finally understood. When he thought of Li Liang's mysterious death, he couldn't help but look at Song Qingshu. You're not Teacher Nian. Who are you? Song Qingshu smiled faintly. I don't have the habit of talking too much like those villains. Think about it yourself. Understanding the meaning behind his words, Helian Taishu finally panicked. You can't kill me. My subordinates are all outside. No, the entire royal palace and even Lingzhou city are all my trusted subordinates. If you kill me, none of you will survive. Song Qingshu didn't care in the slightest. Since I can impersonate Nian Liandan so that you can't tell, I can also impersonate you so that your subordinates can't tell. I don't believe that you will set up some secret code system like Li Lianzhua did. Helian Taishu was at a loss for words. How could an ordinary person be as painstaking as Li Lianzhua? That secret code system was something he had meticulously researched during his 10 years as a carefree prince in order to hide from Li Yuanhao, the crown prince, and the imperial uncle. It wasn't something that could be easily imitated. Song Qingshu couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He directly knocked him out. Now was not the time to kill him. As for the other guards, he didn't kill them for the time being. After all, they were Helian Taishu's trusted subordinates. They definitely knew many of his secrets. For example, the arrangements of the royal palace and various places in Lingzhou city. He could interrogate them separately and combine their confessions to obtain complete information. Right now, everyone in the royal palace is his subordinates. Where can we hide them from the public? Looking at the unconscious Nian Liandan, Helian Taishu, and his subordinates, Song Qingshu was in a difficult position. Right, why don't we lock them in the ice cellar? It's dark there, and no one usually goes there. It's a good place to hide people. No. Li Qinglu hurriedly shouted. When she noticed the surprised gazes of the other girls, she couldn't help but blush. She hastily said, I was in charge of Class 1 hall in the past. There are quite a few secret rooms like this in the royal palace. Locking them there will be absolutely safe. She had spent the most wonderful time of her life with her lover in the ice cellar. To her, the ice cellar was a sacred place for the two of them to pledge their love. How could she let these stinky men tarnish that place? Song Qingshu also came to his senses. He inwardly cursed himself for being too careless. He quickly went along with her and said, among the few of us, no one can compare to you in terms of familiarity with the royal palace. Then, I'll let you make the arrangements. Also, you can summon the former members of Class 1 Hall that you contacted into the palace. We need to have some of our own people in our hands. But the guards of the royal palace are all Helian Taishu's men. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to summon them, Li Qinglu said awkwardly. Don't worry. I'll use Helian Taishu's name to pass down the order. Can't we just say that they've pledged their allegiance to me? Song Qingshu squatted down beside Helian Taishu and took out the medicinal paste he had prepared a long time ago. Soon, he made a mold of Helian Taishu's face. He also made masks of the faces of the guards beside him. Your identities and appearances are too eye-catching, so it'll be inconvenient for you to act. From now on, pretend to be them and follow by my side. This will prevent Helian Taishu's subordinates from becoming suspicious if all my personal guards disappear after I leave, Song Qingshu instructed. Huh? You have to wear the clothes of these stinky men? How annoying. Although Lu Wanqing sounded disgusted, she didn't refuse. After all, she understood that proper business was more important. About an hour later, the intimidating beauties were nowhere to be seen. In their place were several stern-looking guards. Looking at their appearances, the women couldn't help but laugh. Yelu Nancian smiled and said, let's take a break first. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if we can't hold back our laughter when we go out. Mu Wanqing nodded in agreement. Suddenly, she remembered something. Big brother Song, we can't change our voices like you. What if we give ourselves away when we open our mouths? Hearing the women's voices, some were clear and melodious while others were charming and soft, Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. Later, try not to open your mouths. I'll handle everything. As for how to change our voices, I'll teach you when I'm free. Right now, time is of the essence. Even if there's a flaw, there's nothing I can do. Pretending to be Helian Taishu's men is no small matter. We're in the tiger's den now. If any news leaks out, we'll all be consigned to eternal damnation. That's why I don't think we should tell anyone about this secret, not even our own family. Li Qinglu suddenly said. Yelu Nanxian nodded in agreement. Right now, we really need to be careful. She didn't have any family in the spirit state, so she naturally wouldn't reveal this secret. Mu Wanqing hesitated. I don't have any other family. I only have my mother and I. She seems to have also been captured and brought into the palace. Li Qinglu rolled her eyes and directly said, I'm the most familiar with the palace. In a moment, I'll go save Auntie. Otherwise, you'll expose yourself because of your deep relationship with your daughter. That wouldn't be good. Mu Wanqing felt that what she said made sense. She didn't think too much about it and nodded. Then I'll have to trouble Princess. Even though he had his suspicions, the current situation did not allow for any time to be wasted, so Song Qingshu did not ask in detail. At this time, Yelu Nanxian pointed at the remaining guard. There were 4 guards that came in earlier, but when the time comes, there will only be 3 left. Moreover, Nian Liandan and us women have disappeared. Won't they be suspicious? Song Qingshu said, don't worry. Immediately give the clothes you just took off to these guards and make their hairstyles similar to yours. When the time comes, we'll say that you women suddenly rose up and tried to assassinate Helian Taishu. Fortunately, Nian Liandan acted to save you, killing the women. Unfortunately, he was still heavily injured and fell unconscious. The other guard also died protecting his master. Mu Wanqing was surprised. But with Nian Liandan's unfathomable martial arts, how could he be seriously injured by us women? Those people probably won't believe it. Song Qingshu smiled. Wan Mei, you spend most of your time in the Jianghu, so you don't know the dangers of the palace and everyone's mentality of self-preservation. That's right, anyone would be suspicious of this story, but Helian Taishu is their superior, so they wouldn't dare to question him. They would only guess that it was Helian Taishu's people who ambushed Nian Liandan. If you want to live long in the palace, you need to listen less, ask less, and talk less. Since the higher-ups have already announced the results, the people outside will naturally imagine the entire process and then bury everything in their hearts. So that's how it is. Mu Wanqing suddenly understood. After the few of them made their preparations in the room, Song Qingshu grabbed the disguised Helian Taishu and brought the 3 women out of the room. Seeing that only they had come out, the guards outside were somewhat surprised and could not help but glance inside. Song Qingshu cleared his throat and used Helian Taishu's voice to repeat the story he had prepared. As expected, the guards revealed suspicious expressions, but no one dared to say anything. Very quickly, their expressions returned to normal. Then, Song Qingshu said, the 3 women inside have special identities. If the news of them dying here were to spread, it would cause a huge uproar. Find a palanquin, put them inside, and carry them away with me. The news of Teacher Nian's injury cannot be leaked. Without him as a deterrent, the opposition in the capital will become restless again. Find a palanquin and carry them away. The guard who died, give him a proper burial. As for this palace, just burn it down. Be careful not to let the fire spread to the other palaces. The news of Li Long's death couldn't be leaked out either. Otherwise, things would become quite troublesome later on. Song Qingshu might as well destroy the evidence. There was nothing that a big fire couldn't solve. The guards' hearts skipped a beat. They thought to themselves that a shocking change had indeed taken place in this palace. At this moment, they were even worried that their master would kill them to silence them. At this moment, Song Qingshu added, I do not wish to hear any rumors about what happened today. If I do hear any rumors, I will not come to investigate who leaked the secret. He paused and swept his gaze over all the guards present. Then, he said coldly, when the time comes, all of you will be executed together. The guards' hearts trembled as they hurriedly replied, yes. Song Qingshu nodded and said, after this is done, each of you will go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to collect 100 taels of silver. Only then did the guards' worries turn to joy. Thank you, great general. They also understood that this was the great general's hush money. Now that they had money and would not be silenced, they were naturally in a good mood. Their only worry was that some ignorant person would go out and spread rumors. When they thought of this, they all stared at their colleagues, their gazes filled with wariness. Next, Song Qingshu personally watched as the palace where Li Longzhou was turned into a sea of fire. Only then did he feel at ease and leave with the others. Helian Taishu had long since occupied a palace in the palace, but he rarely stayed there. After he carried Nian Liandan, Helian Taishu, and the others to his palace, he ordered the guards to leave. As for the eunuchs and palace maids in the palace, they were also chased to the perimeter. At this time, Song Qingshu took out a golden token and said, "Qinglu, this is the token to enter and exit the palace. First, tell me the location of the secret room in Class 1 Hall, then immediately leave the palace and gather the former members of Class 1 Hall to enter the palace. We need manpower right now. Nanxian, your little sister Wan will come with me to hide Nian Liandan and the others in Class 1 Hall's secret room." Li Qinglu nodded and took out a map of the palace's layout. She pointed at one of the palaces and explained. "The secret room hidden in this palace is Class 1 Hall's highest secret. Only the old princess and I know about it. It should be safe for now. When the time comes, you can open the entrance to the secret room like this." After explaining, Li Qinglu took the golden token and hurriedly left the palace. Looking at her back, Yelu Nanxian couldn't help but ask, will she be in danger if she goes out alone? Song Qingshu smiled and said, "Qinglu's martial arts have been passed down to her by Li Qiushui, especially her wave-like subtle steps. It won't be a problem for her to protect herself. Moreover, this is her home ground, and the capital is filled with her former subordinates. Even if there's danger, she can turn it into a blessing." Yelu Nanxian sighed. "I've long heard that Princess Yinchuan of Western Xia is not only peerlessly beautiful, she has also been in charge of Class 1 Hall for many years. She can be said to be both talented and beautiful. If she hadn't been trying to save us, she wouldn't have fallen into danger." Song Qingshu comforted, "You guys aren't bad either. It's just that you're unfamiliar with this place and don't have as many resources as she does. If we were in Liao or some other place, Qinglu wouldn't be able to compare to you guys." Mu Wanqing pouted, "You don't have to say these kind words. We clearly said we were going to the palace to investigate, but in the blink of an eye, I have a Nanxian Jiejia, and not long after, I have a princess sister." It's really, she had always been arrogant, and it wasn't easy for her to endure her lover's flirting. But when she saw him flirting so quickly, she couldn't help but feel sad. Thinking about how she had been worrying for him in Jiatan Temple these days, but he was having fun outside, she felt wronged and flustered. Hearing her mention herself, Yelu Nanxian smiled bitterly, feeling a little sour in her heart. She stood there with a trace of loneliness. Song Qingshu suddenly smiled, "I'm really happy." Mu Wanqing rubbed her eyes, "What are you happy about?" Song Qingshu explained, "Because I remembered what a master said. He said that there is no woman in this world who won't be jealous, unless she doesn't love herself. Now that I see you guys jealous, it proves that you love me to the bone. Of course I'm happy." Tui. This time, the two women spat at the same time, scolding him with red faces. After all, in this era, love was always tactful, unlike him who talked about it so bluntly. They messed around for a while before Mu Wanqing broke free from her lover's clutches with a red face, "Forget it. This time, Princess Yinchuan saved us and nearly cost her life. I still have to accept this favor. Business is more important, so let's not talk about this." When he saw that she had vented her emotions, Song Qingshu finally released a sigh of relief. He was afraid that she would keep it in her heart and not say it. If something really happened, he would be unable to salvage the situation. Next, they brought Nian Liandan, Helian Taishu, and the others into the secret chamber. Song Qingshu felt that the two places were too far apart, and it would be inconvenient if something happened. So he gave the order to move his residence to the palace where the secret chamber was. Then, he used the chance to change a group of palace maids and eunuchs. This way, he wouldn't have to worry that the people around Helian Taishu would see through him. During this time, Li Qinglu also brought many former members of Class 1 Hall into the palace and secretly placed them among the guards near the palace. By now, night had gradually fallen. Song Qingshu suddenly thought, "That's right, Madame Qin is still imprisoned in Glass Palace." He had already asked the guards about the situation earlier, but he couldn't find the time to rescue her. Li Qinglu immediately said, "If we immediately bring her over, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. Song Qingshu nodded. That's right. Also, we are currently using Xianxia's identity. If we let her stay here, it will damage her reputation. Mu Wanqing's eyes reddened. Then what should we do? Li Qinglu volunteered. How about this? I'm the most familiar with the palace. I'll go to Glass Palace to rescue Princess Consort and settle her in a safe place. In the future, when the political situation has stabilized, we'll bring her over. Mu Wanqing's worry turned to joy. Thank you, Princess. Li Qinglu smiled. We'll be sisters from now on. Why are you still calling me Princess? How about this, I'll call you Big Sister Mu, and you can call me Qinglu. Mu Wanqing grunted in agreement. The jealousy in her heart dissipated with just a few words from Li Qinglu. When she thought about how she had been making a fuss, she felt a little embarrassed. Song Qingshu secretly laughed. Although Mu Wanqing looked fierce on the surface, in reality, she was cold on the outside and warm on the inside. Coupled with her previous experiences, she could be said to be naive and romantic. How could she be a match for Li Qinglu, the little vixen in charge of the Secret Service organization? He had originally wanted to let her and Li Qinglu be in charge of the Western Xia, but now it seemed that he still needed Xianxia to stay and help her. Otherwise, wouldn't he be completely dominated by Li Qinglu? After Li Qinglu left, Song Qingshu and the others continued to stay in the palace to make arrangements for the relocation. At the same time, they reviewed Xianxia's official documents and familiarized themselves with all his relationships. After more than an hour, Li Qinglu finally returned. Mu Wanqing hurriedly ran over. Is my mother well now? Which palace did younger sister place her in? Li Qinglu revealed a troubled expression. When Mu Wanqing saw this, her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that something happened to my mother? Song Qingshu was also alarmed. He walked over. What's wrong? Did something really happen? Li Qinglu hurriedly said, Big Sister Mu, there's no need to worry. Auntie is fine. She was just rescued in advance. Li Qinglu answered, the person's swordsmanship isn't bad, and he's good at sealing acupoints. According to the description of the guards, it should be Solar Finger. Solar Finger? Song Qingshu frowned, could it be Duan Yanqing? Why would he kidnap Madame Qin? Mu Wanqing's face paled, what? The leader of the four evildoers? He also has a perverted brother, Yun Zhonghe. My mother is in danger. She still remembered Yun Zhonghe's ugly appearance when he chased after Zhong Ling and her in Tribulation Valley. Li Qinglu hurriedly explained, it's not Duan Yanqing. Duan Yanqing has been in Class 1 Hall for many years. It's impossible for the guards not to recognize him. The guards said that the person's legs are intact and he's handsome. It should be Duan Jingchen. It's that heartless man. Mu Wanqing said through gritted teeth, it's not enough that he harmed my mother for the first half of her life. Does he want to harm her for the second half as well? As a daughter, she naturally knew about the entanglement between Qin Hongmian and Duan Jingchen. Because Duan Jingchen abandoned her, Qin Hongmian was forced by her family to marry into the Mu family of Xianxia. They had been fighting since they were young for more than a decade. She rarely saw her mother smile and would often secretly cry while looking to the south. Therefore, how could Mu Wanqing have any good impression of him? Li Qinglu advised, since Jinnan Wang saved her, Sister Mu doesn't need to worry too much. Your mother should not be in any danger with him by her side. How can there not be danger? That guy is lustful, despicable, and shameless. If my mother is by his side, won't she? Mu Wanqing blushed and was too embarrassed to continue, but everyone present knew what she meant. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, was suspicious of Dou Songxing. Not to mention why Duan Jingchen suddenly appeared in Xianxia, even if it was really him, with his second-rate or third-rate martial arts in Jianghu, it would not be easy for him to break into the heavily guarded imperial palace and rescue a person. While he was puzzled, he suddenly noticed that the girls were looking at him strangely. His heart skipped a beat. Why are you looking at me like that? Xianxia pursed her lips into a smile, it's nothing, I just heard Wanqing say words like lustful, vulgar, and shameless. The more I heard them, the more familiar they became, so I couldn't help but look at you. I didn't think they would also be looking at you in unison. Song Qingshu, Li Qinglu smiled and explained, Sister Mu, don't worry. They used to be a couple anyway. Even if, it's nothing. She used to be in charge of Class 1 Hall and was responsible for the intelligence work of the entire Xianxia. Qin Hongmian was the princess of Tiandu and had been wandering outside for many years. Naturally, she was the focus of attention. As a result, she found out about the past between her and Duan Jingchen. Mu Wanqing always felt that her words sounded strange, but she couldn't find any words to refute it. She could only stay at the side and sulk, secretly drawing circles and cursing Duan Jingchen. After that, they began to busy themselves with their own tasks. Song Qingshu found a moment and pulled Li Qinglu to the side. Are you thinking of something bad? Was Qin Hongmian really rescued by someone? Li Qinglu blinked her clear and moist eyes, innocently looking at him. Meng Lang, am I such a bad witch in your heart? Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. Don't play your tricks in front of me. It's not like I don't know your personality. Li Qinglu had inherited Li Qiushui's witch personality. But it didn't matter. He had a lot of witches around him. Even Huang Rong was treated as a witch in her early years. The only good thing was that Li Qinglu valued her chastity. She didn't inherit Li Qiushui's fickle personality, or else he would have a headache. I really didn't do anything bad. Li Qinglu pouted, as if she was wronged and hurt. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Alright, I hope so. Li Qinglu smiled. Then I'll go and make arrangements for the people from Class 1 Hall. Also, I'll clean up the place for everyone to stay tonight. Song Qingshu nodded. The other girls weren't as familiar with the palace as she was. She had to do this. Li Qinglu walked out of the palace in high spirits. The corners of her lips curled up. She showed a smile of success. She made a few turns and soon arrived at a side hall nearby. Who are you? Why did you bring me here? A shout came from the room. Then, a lady dressed in a palace dress stood up from the bed. Who else could it be but Qin Hongmian? Li Qinglu didn't answer. She didn't take a good look at her in a hurry. Now that she looked carefully, she saw that the other party had a Jiangnan style, a mature lady's hair. Her pointy face looked exquisite under the candlelight. Her skin was as white as snow. Her eyes were deep and lively. She had a straight nose, pink lips, and a slightly pointed and round chin. Her flawless face was bright and moving. She exuded an infinite charm that seeped into people's hearts. She really is a stunner. No wonder the two princes of Dali and Xianxia are obsessed with her. She even made the late emperor do such an absurd thing. Li Qinglu sighed secretly. She was the head of the secret agents of Xianxia. Naturally, she knew that Li Yuanhao risked the world's condemnation to sneak into Qin Hongmian's room. Seeing that she didn't answer, Qin Hongmian was a little annoyed. Although she had cultivated in Buddhism these years, she was originally quite hot-tempered. Now, she finally couldn't help but attack the other party. Unfortunately, she didn't have the Shura blade in her hand. Her martial arts skills were greatly reduced. She only had the flashy but impractical 5-gathering light smoke palm that Duan Jingchen once taught her. How could she be Li Qinglu's opponent? Of course, even if she had the Shura blade, she couldn't defeat Li Qinglu, who was deeply taught by Li Qiushui. Li Qinglu dodged Qin Hongmian's attack in a flash. Then, she hid behind her and tapped on the numbing point on her waist. Qin Hongmian suddenly lost all her strength and fell down softly. Madam, why are you angry? Li Qinglu didn't let her fall and held her in her arms. That kind of well-rounded feeling made Li Qinglu shocked. Sure enough, her whole body emitted an extremely mature charm. Let me go. Now that Li Qinglu was dressed as Helian Tieshu's guard, Qin Hongmian thought that a man was holding her. Of course, she was abnormally embarrassed and angry. Li Qinglu smiled slightly and didn't deliberately provoke her. She directly helped her to sit on a stool at the side. Princess, don't be agitated. I'll ask you a question now. If Miss Mu is in trouble, are you willing to sacrifice yourself to save her? What's wrong with Wanqing now? Qin Hongmian couldn't care about herself and asked hurriedly. Previously, she and her daughter were captured and brought to the imperial palace. Then, not long after, Wanqing was taken away. She had always been worried about this matter. Now that the imperial palace is under Xianxia's control, he not only wants to usurp the emperor's empire, but also the emperor's woman. He has already decided to let Miss Mu serve him tonight and let him enjoy the taste of a real emperor, Li Qinglu said calmly. What? Qin Hongmian's whole body felt as if it had fallen into an icehouse. However, she couldn't even protect herself now, so how could she save her daughter? Suddenly, she thought of what the other party had just said and hurriedly asked, "You said that I can save her if I sacrifice myself. How?" Qin Hongmian was furious. Of course, Wanqing is my daughter. How could I not save her? That's good, Li Qinglu nodded. I see that Princess and Miss Mu look somewhat similar. It's not easy to distinguish them in the dark. Why don't Princess replace Miss Mu tonight? What? Qin Hongmian's face instantly flushed red. She was a woman. How could she not be ashamed when she heard such a request? The other party's reaction seemed to have been predicted. Li Qinglu said, Miss Mu is not only a virgin, but also the empress conferred by His Majesty. If she is defiled by Helian Taishu tonight, not only will the entire Western Xia be humiliated, but the Western Xia imperial family will also be ashamed. Moreover, her life will be ruined. She will live in pain for the rest of her life. Seeing Qin Hongmian's thoughtful expression, Li Qinglu smiled slightly and continued, Princess, you are different. You are already married. What difference does it make if you do it more or less? Sacrificing you for one night can save Miss Mu's lifelong happiness. What will you choose? There's no difference between one more and one less? Qin Hongmian laughed angrily. What are you saying? Don't you know that the most important thing for a woman is chastity? Don't pretend to be a chaste woman in front of me. Li Qinglu sneered. In the early years, you secretly had a baby with Duan Jingchun, the prince of Jinan. Then, you married the king of Tiandu of Western Xia while pregnant with someone else's child. Later, you were favored by the former emperor. You have no idea how many men have touched your body in this lifetime. You still have the nerve to mention the word chastity? Why do you know so much about these things? Qin Hongmian gritted her teeth. She clearly only had a relationship with Duan Jingchun, and she was even more separated from Mu Yuqi. Li Yuanhao was rescued by Song Qingshu that time. Nothing happened at all. However, it was not convenient for her to talk about these details with an outsider. Li Qinglu shook her head. You don't have to worry about this. I have my own information channels. What you should consider now is whether or not to save your daughter's lifelong happiness. Even if I wanted to save him, Helian Tieshu's surroundings are heavily guarded. It's not that easy to substitute him. Qin Hongmian's fingernails were about to sink into her flesh. It was obvious that her heart was already in turmoil. Princess, you don't have to worry about this. I just happen to be Helian Tieshu's personal bodyguard. As long as you nod your head, I can naturally take care of the rest. Hearing her tone soften, the corners of Li Qinglu's mouth curled up in a pleased smile. You are Helian Tieshu's trusted aide? Qin Hongmian was shocked, and suddenly asked suspiciously, could it be that Helian Taishu sent you to deceive me, to make me willingly serve him? Li Qinglu laughed inwardly. Everyone said that those with big breasts had no brains. Looking at it now, it didn't seem to be accurate. This woman clearly wasn't stupid and had guessed half of the truth with just a few words. Unfortunately, no matter how smart she was, it was impossible for her to guess the truth of the matter. Princess, you're thinking too much. Fine, I'll reveal my identity to you. Li Qinglu muttered to herself for a moment, then put on an awkward expression. After a long time, she continued, in reality, I am the emperor's trusted aide. In the early years, I received the emperor's orders to hide by Helian Tieshu's side and became his trusted aide. Unfortunately, Helian Taishu allied with the Mongols and suddenly launched a coup. Currently, the emperor's whereabouts are unknown. The only thing I can do now is to do my best to protect the emperor's people. Lady Mu is the empress appointed by the emperor himself. I don't want the emperor to know that Lady Mu has already been, so I took the risk of exposing my identity in an attempt to save Lady Mu. As Li Qinglu spoke, she even somewhat believed in her own words. She couldn't help but admire her superb acting skills. When Qin Hongmian heard that her words were reasonable, her suspicions were dispelled. She couldn't help but sigh. Even in this situation, you still don't care about the risk and want to be loyal to your master. You really are a rare loyal person. Even though she knew that the person her daughter liked was Song Qingshu and not Li Longzhua, she didn't know where Song Qingshu was now. The only person she could rely on was Li Longzhua's former subordinates. Naturally, she couldn't expose her daughter's feelings. Does Princess agree? Li Qinglu's eyebrows rose, a trace of playfulness flashing through her eyes like a cat playing with a mouse. Qin Hongmian smiled sadly. Do I have a choice? Even though the other's words were harsh, when she thought about it carefully, they weren't without reason. In any case, she wasn't innocent. What was wrong with sacrificing a bit for her daughter? Li Qinglu revealed a trace of a smile. Don't worry, princess. Right now, only the heavens, the earth, you, and I know. As long as you don't speak of it, no one will know what happened afterwards. Qin Hongmian snorted coldly. You don't need to say such things to comfort me. Since I've already made a decision, I naturally have the corresponding awareness. However, I'm more worried about Helian Taishu. Since he was able to plot against Li Longzhua, it proves that he is a meticulous person. How easy would it be to trick him? You don't have to worry about this, princess, Li Qinglu explained. Miss Mu already looks like princess. When the time comes, I'll try to dim the lights in the room. Also, Helian Taishu is riding on the crest of success. Later, he will drink with the Mongolians. When the time comes, he will definitely be 70 to 80% drunk. In that kind of environment, how would he be able to tell who is who? However, princess needs to be careful. It's best to remember the shyness and pain of a young girl's first crack. When the time comes, put on an appropriate disguise and don't be too enthusiastic. Qin Hongmian's face was bright red. She said angrily, am I that kind of shameless woman? Why would I be so enthusiastic towards that guy? Li Qinglu smiled and said, Wang Fei worries too much. That's not what I meant. In a while, I will find a maid to help Wang Fei bathe and change into the same clothes as Miss Mu. She will also let down her hair to be like Miss Mu. Then, when the time is right, I will send Wang Fei over. Thinking about the fate she was about to face, Qin Hongmian's expression changed. Then will you take the opportunity to rescue Wan Qing? Li Qinglu sighed, it won't be that easy. Helian Taishu is heavily guarded. What I can do is the limit of what I can do. I can only switch you and Miss Mu back before daybreak. If I could rescue her, why would I be so thick-skinned as to let Wang Fei do such a thing? Hearing the words such a thing, Qin Hongmian's heart jumped. She hurriedly asked, but if Wan Qing stays by his side, what if Helian Taishu makes her serve him in bed in the future? Li Qinglu calmly looked at her. She suppressed the bad taste in her heart and said, then when the time comes, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble Wang Fei. Qin Hongmian, no, absolutely not. I'll only help this once. After that, you have to think of a way to rescue her. Thinking that she might be under Helian Taishu's tyrannical power for a long time in the future, Qin Hongmian shuddered. Li Qinglu revealed a hesitant expression. All right, I'll try my best. Maybe in 2 days, the emperor will counterattack. At that time, the clouds will disperse and the moon will shine. However, in her heart, she thought to herself, if this kind of thing happened the first time, wouldn't it be a matter of course in the future? Also, this matter must not be known by Wan Qing. Qin Hongmian suddenly said. Qin Hongmian sighed faintly. She was fated to be so miserable, and she couldn't blame anyone else. Her only hope now was that Wan Qing would never end up like her in this life. Seeing her desolate expression, Li Qinglu didn't want to disturb her anymore in case she regretted saying too much. I'll go prepare first. Someone will come to bring Wang Fei over later. Qin Hongmian stood by the window and looked at the moon in the sky. She didn't say anything. She was obviously so annoyed that she couldn't even be bothered to be polite. Li Qinglu didn't mind and directly retreated to Helian Taishu's bedroom. At this time, Song Qingshu and the others had already done most of their work. It's getting late. I had the imperial kitchen prepare some food and wine to help Sister Mu calm down. Li Qinglu smiled very kindly as if she and Mu Wanqing had become the best sisters. Mu Wanqing said hesitantly, now that we're deep in the tiger's den, let's not drink. Li Qinglu's eyes widened. How can we do that? You and Sister Xian have been in fear during this period of time. Today, after experiencing such a storm, if we don't drink some wine to calm down, won't it be more troublesome if we hurt our bodies and get sick? Besides, with Brother Song here, what's there to be afraid of? Mu Wanqing thought about it and agreed, especially when she remembered that Nian Liandan had captured her. If Brother Song hadn't arrived in time, she still felt some lingering fear. Song Qingshu pulled Li Qinglu to the side. What are you doing? Why do I feel that you're a bit strange today? Li Qinglu pursed her lips and smiled. Looking at the two girls in the distance, she said in a low voice, if you don't drink, where are you going to sleep today? Song Qingshu was stunned. For a moment, he didn't understand what drinking and sleeping had to do with each other. Li Qinglu revealed a sly smile. Do you want to sleep alone later? We have 3 sisters here, and we keep each other in check. Even if we're willing, on the surface, we can't put down our pride to accompany you. Otherwise, wouldn't we be offending the other 2? Then we can accompany all 3 together. I'm in good health, so there's no problem at all, Song Qingshu said seriously. Li Qinglu rolled her eyes. How is that possible? Do you think we're prostitutes? Song Qingshu also knew that it was just wishful thinking and said embarrassedly, I was just joking. Li Qinglu said snappily, but it's different after drinking some wine. Wine can liven up the atmosphere, and it can also make people bolder. At that time, if you want to find someone to accompany you, they probably won't refuse you. You're right. Song Qingshu couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. You're such a considerate person. Li Qinglu raised her chin and walked to the other side to chat with the other 2. Only Song Qingshu was left standing on the spot, stuck in a dilemma. Who should I look for later? Li Qinglu is the one who takes the initiative and is enthusiastic, but he has been with her all this time. Mu Wanqing is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, but she is a bit thin-skinned. Xian is bright and graceful, but she has always been proud, so she might not agree. Soon, the food and wine were prepared. After driving out the other palace maids and eunuchs, Song Qingshu invited the 3 women who had been standing behind him with serious expressions and pretending to be his personal guards to take a seat. Little sister Wan, Xian'er, you've suffered a lot during this time. But now that I've taken care of other matters, I'll soon be able to stabilize the situation in Western Xia. From now on, you don't have to live in fear anymore, Song Qingshu said apologetically as he poured a cup of wine for the 2 women. Yelu Nanxian replied, Big brother Song, you don't have to apologize. As the saying goes, a good man's ambition is to travel far and wide. You're also fighting for a great cause outside, so what's this little bit of suffering for us? Mu Wanqing also chimed in, that's right, although you're a bit of a playboy, hooking up with God knows which family's girl you came from, but at least you haven't forgotten your business. Unfortunately, I can't help you much, Song Qingshu was sweating like a waterfall. Although Mu Wanqing looked fierce and cold on the surface, after getting familiar with her, he knew that she was innocent and could even be said to be ignorant of worldly affairs. Naturally, she would say whatever was on her mind. If it were any other woman, even if they were unhappy, they wouldn't say something that could easily offend others. Fortunately, Yelu Nanxian and Li Qinglu weren't petty people. Although this kind of personality wasn't tactful enough, it was more genuine. Song Qingshu greatly appreciated this. He didn't want to return home and have to face some women wearing masks. Little sister Wan, don't worry, it won't be long before you'll be able to help me. Song Qingshu looked at her dotingly. How can I help? Mu Wanqing hurriedly asked. Although she was somewhat ignorant of worldly affairs, when she saw that Yelu Nanxian and Li Qinglu were both skilled in both the pen and the sword, and their ability to handle matters was extremely strong, she suddenly felt a sense of crisis, and wanted to share her lover's worries. Let's eat first, we'll talk while we eat. Song Qingshu had originally planned to put a chicken leg in her bowl to calm her nerves, but he suddenly remembered that there were 2 other women next to him. His strong desire to live made him give up on this suicidal action. These years, Li Liangzhua has secretly made friends and bribed various levels of officials, and has long since established a huge network of relationships. That's why he was able to so smoothly control the Western Xia. But he didn't expect that he would be plotted against by the Mongolian Great Master Nian Liandan, and in the end, all his efforts were for the benefit of others. However, the direct subordinates that he has carefully cultivated all these years still exist. This is also the reason why Nian Liandong and Helian Taishu don't dare to kill him. If we want to smoothly take over the control of the Western Xia in the shortest time possible, we must obtain the approval of the leaders of the various provinces and counties of the Western Xia. Otherwise, once a place raises troops to rescue the emperor, the entire country will fall into a long war, and this kind of country will be useless. Yelu Nanxian was born into the royal family, and was also the daughter of Prime Minister Liao. Under the influence of what she saw and heard, she also had a deep understanding of the operation of the country, and immediately came to a realization. I understand what Big Brother song means. I'm afraid we still have to use Li Liangzuo's identity to stabilize the entire country first. Yes, Li Qinglu also said, but this requires Big Sister Mu to make a sacrifice. What sacrifice? Mu Wanqing blinked her eyes. Li Qinglu explained, after all, we can't let Li Liangzuo be the emperor for a long time, so we need to gradually transfer his power to our own people. Big Sister Mu, as the empress appointed by Li Liangzuo himself, you will naturally receive the approval of Li Liangzuo's group, and is the most suitable candidate. Mu Wanqing's eyes reddened. Is this equivalent to me still becoming Li Liangzuo's empress? Li Qinglu hurriedly said, don't worry, this won't take too long. After all, with Heli and Tieshu's rebellion as a pretext, we can use this as an excuse to say that he was seriously injured, and then we can rightfully hand over the power to his empress, which is you, Big Sister Mu. In a few years, when we are fully fledged, we will find an excuse to let the seriously injured Li Liangzuo die. Li Qinglu said anxiously, what other way can there be? This is the simplest and most effective way. Not to mention the other time-consuming and laborious methods, Li Liangzuo's people were confused at first because of the suddenness of the incident. Now it's the calm before the storm. I estimate that it will completely erupt in a few days. Once it erupts, the situation will be out of control. Meng Lang, all your previous arrangements and efforts will be in vain. As the leader of the secret agents, she had come into contact with too many dark things in the world. She had also trained a clever heart. She knew that these words were not suitable for Song Qingshu to say, lest it hurt Mu Wanqing's heart. Then she could only be the villain herself. Worried that Song Qingshu would refuse again, she quickly added, Sister Mu, I have something to say to you in private. Mu Wanqing was stunned, but still nodded. Song Qingshu could not stop her, so he could only watch Li Qinglu pull Mu Wanqing to the next room. Sister Mu, I know you want to be with Brother Song openly, but have you ever thought about a key problem? Li Qinglu deliberately paused for a moment. Mu Wanqing's attention was caught. What problem? Li Qinglu sighed, silly sister, in the eyes of the world, Brother Song already has a wife. Not to mention the fact that he married the Amei faction's Zhou Zhirua, even the two princesses of the southern Song dynasty are widely known. There's also the Mongolian princess who almost wiped out half of the Central Plains martial arts world, and the Ming dynasty princess who is in charge of the Golden Snake Camp. Which one of them is easy to deal with? And each of them can use a great deal of power behind them. Sister Mu, I know you want to follow Brother Song wholeheartedly, but among so many powerful women, can you really beat them? Seeing that Mu Wanqing was silent, Li Qinglu decided to use her biggest killer move. Sister Mu, do you know why Duan Jingchen abandoned your mother? Mu Wanqing suddenly became a little angry. Don't mention that heartless man. Li Qinglu shook her head. I just don't want you to repeat your mother's mistakes. What do you mean? Big Brother Song isn't that kind of person. Mu Wanqing hurriedly explained. Li Qinglu smiled slightly. Brother Song is certainly not that kind of person, but in the court, there are many things that are beyond his control. He has to consider the interests behind each woman. When the time comes, who do you think he will choose between you and those sisters who have the support of their families? Mu Wanqing opened her mouth but was unable to say anything in the end. Li Qinglu said, back then, Duan Jingchen and your mother were in love. Why did he still abandon your mother in the end? The reason why Duan Jingming, Duan Jingchen, was able to ascend to the throne was because of the help of the Bai tribe, which controlled nearly half of Dali. In return, Duan Jingchen married the daughter of the Bai tribe's leader. Coincidentally, the Bai tribe practiced monogamy. Even if Duan Jingchen loved his lovers outside, he would never dare to bring them back to the prince's mansion. Otherwise, the wrath of the Bai tribe would be enough to shake the foundation of their rule. This shameless man knew this, but he still went around flirting with women. Mu Wanqing finally understood the root of her mother's tragedy and immediately became furious. Li Qinglu continued, Brother Song is definitely more responsible than Duan Jingchen. At least his women can be properly settled, but he can't control the right to speak in the imperial harem. But as long as you become the Empress of Xianxia and become the actual controller of the entire Xianxia, you will have enough capital to compete with the other powerful sisters. Mu Wanqing shook her head, I don't want to compete with others. I just want to give Brother Song a hand. Li Qinglu knew that she had persuaded the other party and could not help but sigh with relief. She thought, whatever you say, as long as you agree. Worried that she would go back on her words, she added, Sister Mu, in fact, you are not the only one who will sacrifice. Everyone will make sacrifices. For example, Sister Xian'er is the crown princess who is related to the peace between Xixia and Liao. If she publicly announces her relationship with Meng Lang, the two countries will lose face. I am afraid that the public will force the imperial court to send troops to the Golden Snake camp to punish them. As for me, because Li Longzhua is in power, I can't redress my father's crime, and I can't publicly restore my identity. I will live in the dark for the rest of my life. Mu Wanqing couldn't help but hold her hand, Sister Qinglu, thank you for telling me so much. I will remember this favor in my heart. As for the Empress, I have already thought it through. Let's share Brother Song's worries together. When the two women came in hand, Song Qingshu was puzzled, what did you say to Sister Wanqing? There are some things I don't want to force, Mu Wanqing interrupted, Brother Song, you don't have to say it. I have been worried that I can't help you. Now that I can help you just by being the Empress in name, why not? Yelu Nanxian also smiled and said, in fact, since I took over the task of the peace marriage, I have already realized that being the crown princess is also part of the plan. She was born in the royal family, so she could see these things more accurately than Mu Wanqing. She did not need Li Qinglu to deliberately broadcast it. Song Qingshu still wanted to say something, but Mu Wanqing pressed his hand, Brother Song, let me help you. Otherwise, Sister Xian'er and Sister Qinglu are so capable, but I can't help at all. I will look down on myself. Li Qinglu also smiled and came over, okay, it is rare for us sisters to be so united, don't pour cold water on us. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. The higher one stood, the more helpless they were. If he was just a martial arts master and did not participate in the court battles, with his martial arts, he would not have to compromise so much. But as a transmigrator, the idea of driving out the Tartars and restoring China was deeply engraved in his bones. When he thought of the future when the Mongols conquered the southern Song dynasty, all kinds of massacres, and the Han people becoming the lowest race, he understood that he could not let all of this happen. Mu Wanqing was also smart. She noticed his sadness and hurriedly changed the topic. Brother Song, tell me about what happened after you left the spirit state. Yelu Nanxian was also moved. She opened her beautiful eyes and looked at him quietly, I am also very curious. Li Qinglu raised an eyebrow, picked up the wine pot and began to pour wine for them, let's drink and talk. Song Qingshu then told them about how he saved Li Qiushui, Tianshan Tonglao, and how he played the exquisite chess game and quelled the rebellion in Vulture Palace. Hearing that all kinds of forces participated, the two girls couldn't help but exclaim. Just like that, they listened to the story and drank wine. Soon, it was late at night. Even Song Qingshu was a little tipsy, not to mention the girls. Perhaps afraid of making a fool of themselves, the girls all stood up and left, returning to their rooms to rest. Song Qingshu took the opportunity to express his feelings, but no one paid attention to him. 3 months without water to drink. Song Qingshu was very depressed. You still have the nerve to say that? Who was the one who said that they could let go after drinking some wine? Song Qingshu rolled his eyes and said angrily. Meng Lang, don't worry. It's better if they fall asleep. Li Qinglu said with a smile. Are you going to accompany me? Song Qingshu glanced at her. Li Qinglu had always been charming and affectionate. After drinking, her fair face faintly revealed a hint of pink, making her look even more tender and alluring. Li Qinglu shook her head with a smile, I won't do such a thing to offend them. If they find out tomorrow, they will think that I am scheming and deliberately made them drink to compete for favor. Seeing Song Qingshu's dark face, Li Qinglu smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have already made arrangements. There are many concubines in the palace, and many of them are young and beautiful. I will find a concubine to accompany you." Song Qingshu was speechless. "What are you talking about?" Li Qinglu moved closer to him and said with a charming voice, "Meng Lang, you don't have to be embarrassed. These are all my uncle's concubines. Although he is old, he likes young and beautiful concubines, so he has a lot of them in the palace." Now that he suddenly passed away, Li Liangzhua is busy eliminating his political enemies and has no time to deal with these things in the harem. So there are still a large number of young concubines in the palace who are anxious. Most of them can't escape the fate of being buried with him, or they will be imprisoned in the harem until they die. As the saying goes, it's a waste not to use them. You have given them a way to live. Song Qingshu waved his hand. "Now that Xianxia is under my control, the system of living people being buried with him must be abolished. As for those concubines, when the situation is stable, they will be released from the palace and allowed to remarry." As a person who transmigrated from the civilized era, how could he tolerate these ancient bad habits? Naturally, he had to do his part. Li Qinglu's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. "Meng Lang, you are really a good person." Song Qingshu said grumpily, "In my hometown, a woman gives a man a good person card, which means a refusal." Li Qinglu said coquettishly, "I'm not. I really like that about you." Alright, you should also go and rest. There are still more things to deal with tomorrow, so you need to rest up." Feeling her delicate body rubbing against his, Song Qingshu felt as if his heart was burning. In order to avoid losing control later, he hurriedly pushed her away. Li Qinglu rolled her eyes and said, "My husband is a gentleman and is unwilling to bully those concubines. It seems that I can only find a sister to accompany you. It just so happens that Sister Mu was frightened today. My husband will go and comfort her. I think Sister Xian will not have any objections." In fact, Song Qingshu also had this intention. He had been away from Mu Wanqing for a long time, and she had been worried and afraid during this period of time. It was time to make it up to her. "But she just rejected me," Song Qingshu said helplessly. Li Qinglu smiled and said, "The rumors in Jianghu call you a Casanova. Why can't you see through a woman's mind? She just promised you in front of us. Don't worry, I'll go and talk to her. I'll make sure she agrees. Will you come along then?" Song Qingshu's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. "In your dreams. Wait for my good news." Li Qinglu rolled her eyes at him coquettishly, then swayed her body and walked towards Mu Wanqing's room. Song Qingshu was about to go over, but on second thought, it was good to let them take this opportunity to get closer. He sat down in the study and read through Helian Tieshu's official documents to pass the time. After about the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Li Qinglu came back beaming. Song Qingshu was a little surprised. "Why are you so happy today?" "Am I?" Li Qinglu laughed and changed the topic. "I've already talked to Sister Mu." "She agreed?" Song Qingshu was a little surprised. Of course Li Qinglu's face was filled with sparkling brilliance, and her chin was slightly raised. She was obviously very proud. "How did you convince her?" Song Qingshu was a little curious. Mu Wanqing was very thin-skinned, so how could she be so easily convinced by another woman? "You don't have to worry about that. It's a secret between women." Li Qinglu walked to the desk and began to pull him up. "Later, you can go to her room quietly. You know that Sister Mu is shy. Don't light up the lights, and don't talk to her. Just go straight to her bed, and she'll give in after that. But if you make the room too bright or talk too much to her, she might just use a poison sleep dart to chase you out in embarrassment." Song Qingshu nodded, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. That's really in line with her personality. "Oh, right." Li Qinglu stopped him and continued, "Also, Sister Mu is very worried that Sister Xian will lose face, so after you're done, come out quietly. Don't sleep at her place, or else you'll be discovered and everyone will be embarrassed." Song Qingshu was a little speechless. "I'm looking for my own woman. Why do you make it seem like I'm having an affair?" Li Qinglu pushed his back and walked out, and said angrily, "Meng Lang, don't act like you're innocent after getting the advantage. Sister Mu's tacit consent is already very good. If you accidentally annoy her, you'll have to sleep alone in the study tonight. Thinking of how boring it would be to be alone in an empty room, Song Qingshu had no choice but to agree to Li Qinglu's suggestion. He quietly went to Mu Wanqing's room and pushed it lightly. When he found that the door was unlatched, he couldn't help but praise Li Qinglu in his heart. After all, with Mu Wanqing's personality, she most likely wouldn't think of leaving the door open for him. It was only when Li Qinglu left that she deliberately left the door open. The lights in the room had long been extinguished, and the whole room was quite quiet. Only the faint sound of breathing could be heard from inside the room. With Song Qingshu's skills, he could naturally hear that the breathing was a little hurried, showing the nervousness in the owner's heart. He couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Sister Wan was really shy. She was still pretending to be asleep. Since that was the case, Song Qingshu followed Li Qinglu's instructions. Without making a sound, he tiptoed into the room. Smelling the refreshing sweet fragrance in the air, Song Qingshu was already a little tipsy. When he was attracted by the fragrance, a wave of heat rose from his lower abdomen. However, he also knew the severity of the situation, so he didn't disturb the other party. Instead, he took off his clothes and quietly crawled under the covers. Sensing his entrance, Mu Wanqing's body trembled slightly, and she subconsciously hid inside. Feeling his embrace, Mu Wanqing's entire body instantly stiffened. Song Qingshu was secretly puzzled, feeling that she was a little too nervous. But thinking that it was the first time she encountered something like this in her life, it was normal for her to be a little nervous. He quietly hugged her and waited for a while, smelling the orchid-like fragrance in the quilt. In addition, their bodies were tightly pressed together, and the thin clothes between them were completely unable to stop the heat and touch of their bodies from being transmitted to each other. When Song Qingshu was drinking earlier, he didn't deliberately use his internal energy to force out the alcohol. After all, if he used internal energy to dissolve it every time, what fun would there be in drinking? He was 60 to 70% drunk before, and now with the warm and fragrant body in his arms, his drunkenness rose to 90%. He looked at the beauty in his arms in a daze, and saw Mu Wanqing's face that was like a sleeping crabapple, and her body that was like a blooming lotus flower. His heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Even though the room was pitch black, his internal energy was profound, and he could see things in the dark. Of course, he could see things, but it wasn't as clear as in the day. Hey, little sister Wan seems a little different today. Song Qingshu was a little puzzled. He took another look, and found that the beauty in his arms had charming eyes and was indescribably beautiful. He vaguely felt that it was indeed Mu Wanqing's appearance, and only then did he relax. With his mood relaxed, he couldn't hold back anymore, and lowered his head to kiss the back of Mu Wanqing's neck and shoulder. Mu Wanqing seemed to have received a great stimulation, and instinctively wanted to break free. But now that she was in Song Qingshu's arms, how could she withstand his enormous strength? In the end, she could only resign herself to fate and close her eyes. Being steamed by the man's masculine breath, her entire body involuntarily softened. Sensing the changes in the beauty in his arms, Song Qingshu's movements became even more gentle. After all, he didn't want to leave any unpleasant memories for Mu Wanqing. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the person in his arms wasn't Mu Wanqing, but Shura Blade Qin Hongmian. Actually, Qin Hongmian was already regretting agreeing to Li Qinglu's conditions just now, but she couldn't break free at all even if she wanted to. She originally wanted to directly reveal her identity, but she felt the man's fiery body behind her. As someone who had been through it, she knew that revealing her identity was of no use in this kind of situation. When the time came, it was more likely that not only would she not be able to escape the devil's clutches, even Wanqing would not be able to save her. Up until now, she had no choice but to let him do whatever he wanted. She closed her eyes and silently endured everything, hoping that this nightmare would pass quickly. But not long after, she suddenly felt something strange. The man behind her was not as violent as she had imagined. Instead, his movements were very gentle, as if he was filled with tender love. She was somewhat dazed for a moment, and even couldn't help but think of the happiest time she had spent with her lover. Her body also became more and more delicate. From the initial resistance, to the faint anticipation that appeared in the depths of her soul, Qin Hongmian suddenly felt very ashamed. She couldn't help but think of the guard's evaluation of her earlier, and was a little absent-minded for a moment. Am I really that kind of shameless woman? When she thought of her sorrow, she couldn't stop her tears from pouring out. Song Qingshu felt that the time was about right. Just as he was about to truly merge his body and soul with the beauty, he suddenly used his finger to wipe away the tear stains on her face. He couldn't help but be startled. Why is little Sister Wan crying? At first, he didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, many women would be unable to stop themselves from crying when they encountered this kind of situation for the first time. But later, he discovered that the other party's tears were increasing, and it was as if her entire person had turned into water. Little Sister Wan, what's wrong? Song Qingshu was also a little panicked, worried that he had provoked her somewhere. He even suspected that the matter with Nian Liandan today had left a shadow on her, so he hurriedly stopped to ask. Huh, the beauty exclaimed softly. Then, an uncertain voice rang out, is it Qingshu? Hearing the other party's voice clearly, Song Qingshu was scared out of his wits, and his drunkenness completely faded. He hurriedly flicked his finger, and a gust of wind from his finger lit an oil lamp not far away. The room gradually became brighter. Both parties could finally see each other clearly, and they couldn't help but be stunned at the same time. How could it be you? Song Qingshu recognized the other party as Azure Blade Qin Hongmian. His entire mind was in a daze. How did the perfectly fine Mu Wanqing become Qin Hongmian? Qin Hongmian was even more at a loss at this moment. She had originally thought that the one who came to compensate this time was Helian Taishu. Who knew that it was actually Song Qingshu? You. Get off my body first. Qin Hongmian was a woman after all, and her reaction in this area was slightly faster. Her face had long since become as red as a rose. Only now did Song Qingshu realize that their bodies were currently intertwined. This position was unavoidably too ambiguous, so he hurriedly retreated to the side and conveniently threw the blanket on the other party's body. I also don't know what's going on. It's clearly little Sister Wan. Why, at this moment, Qin Hongmian was wrapped in the blanket, revealing a large patch of snow-white skin on her shoulder and collarbone. If it were any other woman, Song Qingshu would most likely take a few more glances, but this person, he didn't dare to have any crooked thoughts. At this moment, his mind was filled with questions and shock, so much so that he couldn't even speak fluently. I also don't know what's going on. Originally, Qin Hongmian originally wanted to explain that she was here to serve Helian Taishu, but for some reason, she really couldn't say these words in front of him. The two of them fell into silence at the same time. Although the bed was still filled with fragrance, at this moment, the charm and gentleness were all gone, and what was left was a strange silence. In the end, Song Qingshu still decided to adjust the atmosphere. Just now, nothing happened just now, Qin Hongmian quickly replied. Song Qingshu was stunned, thinking to himself that just now, he was only a step away. Could this be considered as nothing happening? However, this was originally an unclear relationship. Since she was willing to do this, it was for the best. Come to think of it, we really are fated. This is already the second time something like this has happened. Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly. Come to think of it, if the two of them hadn't become very familiar because of that incident, allowing them to recognize each other's voices immediately, perhaps the current situation would have already developed to an unimaginable stage. Qin Hongmian's heart also jumped. Last time at Jiatan Temple was also like this, but in comparison, it was still a bit more dangerous this time. When she thought of how she had been taken advantage of by him, and how she had no way to settle the score with him, she really felt ashamed and angry in her heart. Shut up. Song Qingshu also realized that he had touched a sore spot, but he still had to clarify what had happened today. Didn't you say that you were rescued by someone? Qin Hongmian tightened the blanket on her body, also sinking into deep thought. There was indeed a person who rescued me. He claimed to be Helian Taishu's personal bodyguard. Hearing up to this point, and recalling Li Qinglu's abnormal behavior, how could Song Qingshu not understand what was going on? He couldn't help but feel extremely angry. What kind of crazy thing was this woman doing? However, he was still quite clear-headed and didn't expose Li Qinglu. After all, if Qin Hongmian found out that she was the one causing trouble, how would Mu Wanqing and Li Qinglu live together in the future? What exactly happened? can madam tell me in detail? Song Qingshu asked in a low voice. Qin Homian also felt that there was something fishy about the matter. She had no choice but to tell Mu Wanqing that the personal bodyguard had rescued her, and then tell Mu Wanqing that she was on the verge of death. With no other choice, she could only replace her daughter and tell the whole story of how she had been humiliated. That's right, how is Wanqing now? Qin Homian was shocked. Song Qingshu hurriedly comforted her, Madam, don't worry. I have already rescued Wanqing, and she is now very safe. Then, he roughly explained the situation here. At this time, Song Qingshu also wished he could hang Li Qinglu up and give her a good beating. However, he could only help her hide it for now. Maybe it's a fish that escaped the net of Hellion Tieshu's trusted aid. In order to avenge Master, he deliberately used this treacherous scheme to ruin my reputation and make me and little sister Wan suffer for the rest of our lives. Qin Homian sucked in a breath of cold air. This person is really vicious. Yes, this move is indeed somewhat vicious. Song Qingshu's expression was somewhat ugly. After all, he couldn't understand why Li Qinglu would do such a thing. Very quickly, the two of them sank into silence again. After a while, Qin Hongmian opened her mouth with some hesitation. Don't mention tonight's matter to Wanqing. Song Qingshu was somewhat apologetic. This way, Madam's sacrifice is too great. Qin Hongmian rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. What, do you still want to take responsibility? Song Qingshu immediately choked and couldn't speak. However, he was also clear that such a messy matter indeed couldn't be taken responsibility. Qin Hongmian sucked in a deep breath and said calmly, from today onwards, let's both forget tonight's matter and not mention it in front of Wan. This way, we can also avoid unnecessary trouble. Song Qingshu nodded. Okay. You leave first, I want to rest. Qin Hongmian calmly ordered him to leave. After daybreak tomorrow, I will send someone to arrange Madam's daily life. Madam can stay here for now. Song Qingshu walked a few steps outside and suddenly turned around awkwardly. That. Madam, can you throw the clothes on the bed to me? Qin Hongmian's heart jumped. She looked around and said angrily, there are no clothes for you. Song Qingshu embarrassedly pointed at the quilt. It seems like you're pressing down on it. Qin Hongmian felt down and discovered that his clothes were indeed under her butt. Her charming face immediately turned red. She grabbed a handful and threw it over. Take it and scram. As Song Qingshu ran out, he hurriedly put on his clothes. He looked extremely disheveled and depressed. What the hell is going on? I came to my own woman's room, but it looks like I've been caught cheating. What the f***ck? Unfortunately, he could not voice out his grievances. After all, he was in the wrong this time. He could only quickly walk out of the room and look for Mu Wanqing with a stomach full of doubts. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Qin Hongmian's nervous body finally relaxed. Lying back on the bed, she tried to sleep early, but how could she fall asleep? Suddenly, her legs twisted, and her body felt a little uncomfortable. She instinctively reached out to touch it, and her pale face instantly turned red like a persimmon. So embarrassing. On the other side, Song Qingshu stormed into Li Qinglu's room angrily. Li Qinglu looked at his expression and guessed that the matter had been exposed. However, she still pretended that she didn't know anything. Huh? Why did you come back from Big Sister Mu's place so quickly? Could it be that you drank too much today and your fighting strength has greatly decreased? Song Qingshu, his anger was almost stifled by her words. He finally calmed down and said angrily, don't play dumb with me. You know what you've done. Li Qinglu looked him up and down. In the end, she could not help but sigh. Look at how angry you are. It seems like you didn't eat that ripe fruit. Looking at her indifferent look, Song Qingshu wanted to rush up and bite her. Fortunately, nothing really happened. Otherwise, how am I going to face Sister Wan in the future? Li Qinglu pursed her lips. I clearly arranged everything for you. You just had to eat it. No matter who told you to eat it, you wouldn't eat it. Song Qingshu was so angry that he laughed. In the end, it became my fault? Li Qinglu giggled and moved closer to his side. Meng Lang, I really planned everything. Think about it, Qin Hongmian thought that it was Hellion Taishu tonight. Moreover, she would definitely not mention such a shameful thing to anyone else. Sister Mu would also not know, let alone others. Since no one knows, in a sense, this matter did not happen. It means that you only need to enjoy it. I've already considered the aftermath for you. I was even worried that you would not be able to get over that hurdle in your heart, so I deliberately hid it from you. Who knew that it would still be for naught? Song Qingshu was startled. He had to admit that what she said was somewhat reasonable. If he had not reined in his horse at the brink of the precipice today and made the best of a mistake, he really could have enjoyed a few moments with Qin Hongmian. The key was that the other party did not know his identity, so he did not have to bear any responsibility. There would not be any future troubles. Feeling his heartbeat quicken, Song Qingshu hurriedly collected his thoughts. He secretly despised himself for being so easily swayed by Li Qinglu's words. What kind of fallacious reasoning is this? Even if you can hide it from the world, you can't hide it from your own heart. Li Qinglu sneered. Meng Lang, do you dare to say that you do not have any thoughts about that mature and beautiful princess consort? It is only because of her relationship with Sister Mu. Song Qingshu sternly said, I admit that Madame Qin is indeed very charming. As a man, it is inevitable that he will occasionally have some messy thoughts. However, the reason why humans are different from beasts is that humans can use reason to restrain their desires. They know what they can do and what they can't do. Li Qinglu pouted. Fine, fine, fine. You are a good person, and I am a beast. Is that okay? Seeing that she had started to act shamelessly, Song Qingshu also had a headache. Now tell me, why did you do such an absurd thing? Li Qinglu's face reddened. She raised her head and replied, I just wanted to fulfill your long-held wish and use it to please you. Who knew that not only did you not appreciate it, but you also scolded me? Song Qingshu snorted. How could that be the only reason? Although you are usually a bit bold, you should know that if you are not careful, you will play with fire and burn yourself. If there is no special reason, you would not do such an absurd thing. Li Qinglu's eyes were a bit evasive. There really is no other reason. Song Qingshu snorted. He directly grabbed her and let her lie on his knees. I know that your body is sensitive and you are usually afraid of tickles. If you don't say it, I will not be polite. After saying that, he directly reached out and pressed on the back of her waist and several acupuncture points under her armpit. He continuously poured his internal energy into her. Li Qinglu exclaimed. Soon, she began to giggle. Don't scratch, feeling her body tremble, Song Qingshu snorted. I will stop when you say it. Meng Lang. Good brother. It's so itchy, please stop scratching. Li Qinglu kept struggling, but how could she escape from the other's grasp? Seeing that she was out of breath, Song Qingshu let go of her and said, Say it. Li Qinglu gently stroked her chest and finally caught her breath. There are 2 reasons. First, I know that Xianxia will be controlled by me, Sister Mu, and Sister Xianxia in the future. Sister Xianxia is an outsider and has no foundation in Xianxia, so there is nothing to be afraid of. But Sister Mu is different. She has the Mu family and the Qin family behind her. Although the Mu and Qin families have experienced a disaster recently, they still have considerable power in the country. In addition, she is the empress conferred by Li Liang, so it is reasonable for her to control the power. So, I want to take the opportunity to have a handle on her in case I need it in the future. Song Qingshu snorted and said, Your handle is vicious. In the future, if Qin Hongmian doesn't want to be exposed, she will have to listen to you. If necessary, you can completely destroy the reputation of the mother and daughter. Li Qinglu stuck out her tongue and said, I'm already a witch. I'm not the innocent little white flower you like. Song Qingshu coldly said, I like the little white flower, and I also like the demoness, but you, the demoness, are somewhat unqualified. Li Qinglu was stunned and asked, Why? Song Qingshu stood up and looked at the night sky in the east and said, I know another witch. She is the real witch because she knows what should be done and what shouldn't be done. If she were in your shoes, she would never do such an unwise thing. Li Qinglu was a little indignant and said, Are you talking about that Mongolian princess? You think too highly of her. She will also swallow Mu Wanqing until nothing is left. Song Qingshu shook his head and said, She won't do that. Sister Wan is innocent. Because of her family education, she almost doesn't know the ways of the world. Her mother is the same. Although she has the Mu and Qin families behind her, she doesn't have the ability to completely digest them into her own power. So, you don't need to play tricks on her. With your ability and the years of operation of Class 1 Hall, you can become the real ruler of Xianxia. It is unnecessary to play tricks like this now, and if you are not careful, you will become enemies with Mu Wanqing. I am afraid that Xian will be wary of you. Li Qinglu opened her mouth but could not find the words to refute. After a long time, she sighed and said, Meng Lang, you are right. I am a little too narrow-minded. Song Qingshu took a deep look at her. I don't mind my women competing with each other. After all, I've been influenced by countless palace dramas in the future. I understand that if a woman doesn't compete, she's not a woman. However, I only have one request. You can only compete in a healthy manner. You can't use malicious means to frame each other. Otherwise. He paused and didn't finish his words. Although Li Qinglu did not understand the words of palace dramas, she understood the meaning in meaning. She of his Wan Qinglu's words. Said. Qinglu, she of him of her of. Of Li of the Li of Qinglu. Li's. What is the second reason? Song Qingshu did not deny it. He went straight to the point and asked, what is the second reason? When she heard him mention the second reason, Li Qinglu's face, which was pale from fear, suddenly had a hint of red. Can you not say it? What do you think? Song Qingshu cast her a faint glance. When she sensed the alienation in his eyes, Li Qinglu was so terrified that she did not dare to hide anything. Meng Lang, you should know what sort of woman my grandmother is. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. When he mentioned Li Qiushui, there were too many adjectives to describe her. She was peerlessly beautiful, ruthless, merciless, and had a dagger hidden behind her smile. But the first one that popped up was definitely fickle. Li Qinglu sighed. You don't have to worry about my feelings. In truth, those who are familiar with her know her personality. When it comes to matters between men and women, she is a little casual. Song Qingshu's expression was strange. It was more than casual. In ancient times, how could an ordinary woman do something like keeping a gigolo? Li Qinglu then showed a trace of embarrassment, as if she was saying something difficult to say. Although I did not inherit this hobby of hers, I have another hobby. That is, some things that violate etiquette and morality can make me very excited. There will be an irresistible impulse in the depths of my heart to realize it. Song Qingshu. His mood at this time could only be described as thousands of mythological beasts galloping over. Suddenly, he quivered and could not help but say, your grandmother keeping a gigolo is also something that violates etiquette and morality. Li Qinglu said angrily, oh, it's not the same. Old princess likes to do this kind of thing. I like to manipulate others. Watching others do this kind of thing and watching them struggle on the edge of reason and desire, I will be very excited. Song Qingshu looked at her with a strange expression. After a long time, he let out a breath. I finally understand. Your Li family's genes contain perverted genes. Li Qinglu giggled. I am a little pervert. When I saw you enter Qin Hongmian's room just now, just thinking about it made me moved. If you don't believe me, you can test it yourself. As she spoke, she led her lover's hand to explore her lower abdomen. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Looking at her flirtatious look, the passion that had just been suppressed was instantly ignited. His voice was a little hoarse as he said, today you did something wrong. I will punish you severely. Li Qinglu bit her lips and said in an incomparably sweet voice, good brother, spare me. Song Qingshu carried her and walked towards the bedroom behind him. Very quickly, the bed was turned red. Meng Lang, wait a moment, what's wrong? I made something good. Human skin mask? Hee, I used the medicinal paste that you gave me and imprinted it on Qin Hongmian's face. How is it? It's exactly the same, right? You little vixen, quickly take it off. No way. You clearly like it yourself. Who likes it? Your body's reaction says it all. Quickly take it off. Are we letting Wan'er down by doing this? Don't imitate. Madame Qin's voice. It's all a sin. I only have one request. Don't let Wanner know about this. Otherwise, I won't be able to face anyone. I already told you not to imitate her. I don't know what's going on either. Ever since the first day Wanner brought you back, I couldn't help but think of you in the dead of night. I miss you so much that my whole body feels hot. Could it be that I've been too lonely all these years? Take off the mask. I won't take it off. Hee, with your martial arts, if you really want to take it off, why do you keep persuading me? You're lying on your stomach with your head buried in the pillow. How can I take it off? I did this kind of thing with you behind Wanner's back. How can I show my face? Quickly take it off. No way. As for whether or not the mask was taken off in the end, only the two of them would know. The next morning, before the sky had even brightened, Li Qinglu had already packed her clothes and returned to her room to avoid being seen by the other two. After daybreak, when Mu Wanqing saw Qin Hongmian appear in the palace, she couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. She hurriedly asked Qin Hongmian what had happened. Qin Hongmian roughly explained what had happened. Of course, the guard making her sleep with Heli and Taishu, as well as the fact that she and Song Qingshu almost made a huge mistake last night, were all deliberately omitted. Song Qingshu concluded, so the guard from Lapis Lazuli Palace accidentally let Madame run away and made up a story to fool us. Fortunately, my men found Madame later. After saying this, he glared fiercely at Li Qinglu. Fortunately, she wasn't an idiot. When she went to save Qin Hongmian, she didn't use the appearance of the Real Guard by Heli and Tieshu's side. Instead, she found a random passerby. Otherwise, when she and Mu Wanqing returned to the appearance of a guard, they would definitely be exposed. Big brother Song, thank you. Mu Wanqing couldn't hold back the excitement in her heart and threw herself into his arms, crying tears of joy. At the side, Qin Hongmian also bowed gracefully. Many thanks to Prince Song for saving us. Facing Song Qingshu now, she also felt uncomfortable all over. Especially when she thought that she no longer had any secrets to speak of in front of him, she wished she could wear a few more layers of clothing. Meeting her gaze, Song Qingshu felt a wave of guilt. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "It's what I should do, what I should do." At the side, Li Qinglu's gaze moved back and forth between the two of them. She couldn't help but purse her lips and laugh, as if a wonderful show was playing out in front of her. Only Xianxia was completely baffled, feeling that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Unfortunately, how could she know the reason? Right now, I'm using the identity of Heli and Taishu. If Madame continues to live here, your reputation will inevitably be damaged. In a moment, I'll secretly arrange for you to stay in another palace nearby, Song Qingshu said. Qin Hongmian looked at him with some bitterness, thinking, in front of you, what reputation do I have left to speak of? However, the events of last night had left her in a mess. She also didn't want to stay under the same roof as him. Pretending to be calm, she thanked him, "Then I'll have to trouble young master." "It's no trouble at all." Song Qingshu laughed awkwardly, then had Xianxia and Mu Wanqing arrange for her to stay in a nearby palace. He didn't dare to let Li Qinglu be in charge again. Who knew what kind of trouble she would cause? As for the problem of Xianxia and Mu Wanqing's voices, when they left the emperor's palace, there were many of Heli and Tieshu's trusted aides outside, so he was worried that their voices would be exposed. However, there weren't that many people in the palace who were familiar with the voices of Heli and Tieshu's guards. Thus, although they hadn't learned any voice-changing techniques, they could still deliberately change their voices so that they wouldn't be recognized as women. After they left, Song Qingshu pulled Li Qinglu over and warned her, "Last night, I forgot to tell you, that perverted fetish of yours cannot be used on other sisters." Li Qinglu laughed wildly, "Are you worried that I'll set a trap for them to make you wear a green hat?" "Don't worry, I'm not stupid. How could I do something so suicidal? Of course, if one day you abandon me, I might consider using this as revenge." Song Qingshu. Next, Song Qingshu began to use Heli and Tieshu's identity to gather some of his trusted subordinates, to understand which ones were loyal to him, which ones could be won over, and which ones would sit on the fence. He also silently noted down their personalities and areas of influence in preparation for the future. Although he was not familiar with these people at all, Song Qingshu was already very familiar with his identity. Now that he was mentally strong, even if there were any accidents, he would be able to quickly turn things around. Moreover, after reviewing the documents yesterday, he had a general understanding of his subordinates' personalities. Calculating the time, the people from Spirit Condor Palace should be arriving in a few days. Originally, Li Qinglu was more familiar with the people from Spirit Condor Palace, but Class 1 Hall was Spirit Condor Palace's sworn enemy in the past, and it was hard to guarantee that the blood of the other was not stained on their hands. If she was sent, the hatred between the two of them might instead ruin things. Thus, after much consideration, he sent Xianxia out of the palace with the token to receive them. After receiving them, he arranged for them to hide near Lingzhou City, and once they received the signal, he would let them enter the city. As for Mu Wanqing and Qin Hongmian, Song Qingshu had them secretly contact the people from the Mu family and the remaining forces of the Qin family. Although Mu Wanqing was not worldly, she was not stupid, and with the help of the older Qin Hongmian, in truth, Qin Hongmian's personality was similar, but she had been a princess for so many years, and had more than 10 years of life experience. Things like gathering old subordinates, the two of them could still work together, albeit barely. When Song Qingshu finished meeting with Heli and Tieshu's trusted subordinates, Li Qinglu came to find him with a face full of excitement, causing his heart to skip a beat. "You didn't do something ridiculous again, did you?" Li Qinglu rolled her eyes, and said somewhat sadly, "Am I such a bad woman in your heart?" Naturally, Song Qingshu would not be moved by her acting. "Tell me, what is it?" Li Qinglu's expression was strange, and she said with some schadenfreude, "I have found the Kunlun slaves you asked me to find." Song Qingshu was overjoyed. "Good, it's time to let Nian Liandan have a taste of the women she's harmed all these years. Let's go and bring her over." Not long after, Song Qingshu brought his men and appeared in a secret room hidden beneath the palace. After a night's time, Nian Liandan had already woken up. He was currently trying to regulate his breathing and heal his injuries. Unfortunately, he had been heavily injured by Song Qingshu, and his martial arts had been mostly crippled. His current efforts were more for psychological comfort. In the other cell, Heli and Taishu and the others had already woken up. They had already learned of Song Qingshu's identity from Nian Liandan, and upon seeing him enter, they all started cursing. Noisy. Song Qingshu couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. He directly shot out a few gusts of wind from his finger, sealing their mute acupoints. The secret room immediately quieted down. Nian Liandan opened his eyes and looked at him, the light of hatred in his eyes. However, he quickly suppressed it. "Prince Song, I was sent to Western Xia by the Great Khan after all, and I represent the will of the Mongolian Great Khan. It's fine that you've ruined the Great Khan's plan, but if you let me go, I'll put in a good word for you in front of the Great Khan. In addition to your relationship with the Ruyang princely residents, the Great Khan might let bygones be bygones." Song Qingshu stared at him as if he was looking at an idiot, causing Nian Liandan's hair to stand on end. "What, you don't believe me? When the Great Khan gets angry, corpses will float for thousands of miles, and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. The end of Khwarezm, Western Liao, and the other countries in the western regions is a clear proof." "I believe you, of course I believe you. I know the conduct of the Mongolian army better than anyone else," Song Qingshu said indifferently. "However, you said that you'll put in a good word for me when you return. Are you retarded or do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I'll believe your nonsense?" Nian Liandan was so stifled that he couldn't speak. After a long time, he snorted. In any case, the Mongolians value envoys the most. They believe that envoys represent their face. In the past, there were a few countries in the western regions that didn't believe in evil and killed the Mongolian envoys. In the end, even chickens and dogs weren't spared. Song Qingshu said indifferently, "You don't need to scare me. Even though the Mongolians are powerful and prosperous, the countries in the Central Plains aren't those weak cities in the western regions. If he dares to come, I have a way to make it so that he won't be able to return. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Nian Liandan snorted disdainfully. He had followed Genghis Khan for many years, so he knew how terrifying he and the Xianxia army under his command were. "You don't need to worry about these things. This time, I've come to give you a present." Even though there was no mirror, Song Qingshu knew that his smile at this moment was definitely somewhat vulgar. A present? Nian Liandan immediately revealed a wary expression. He wasn't an idiot. Of course, he knew that the other wouldn't be kind enough to give him a present. Song Qingshu said with a smile, "Didn't I say yesterday that I want you to experience the feelings of those women that you've harmed over the years? So you have to do what you say." Clapping his hands, Li Qinglu quickly brought in 2 Kunlun slaves. When Song Qingshu saw them, his face couldn't help but twitch. Good fellow, dark and muscular. They looked very much like the person in Shawshank's Redemption prison, and also somewhat like Uncle Billy. Forcefully resisting the disgust in his heart, Song Qingshu waved his hand to have them enter the prison cell. Seeing them walk toward him with sinister smiles, Nian Liandan felt a bit scared. What do you want?" Song Qingshu explained. They were abducted from their hometowns and sold here as slaves. I told them that as long as they can serve you well, I'll return their freedom and give them a large sum of money to return home. I think they'll definitely work very hard later. Nian Liandan's hair stood on end when he heard this. He was originally a rapist, so how could he not know these things? He immediately screamed, "No, don't, I hate men the most. Just thinking about them makes me feel disgusted, not to mention being, ugh, Prince Song, spare me, I'll agree to any condition you have, I beg you," Song Qingshu said indifferently, "It's too late. You dared to have designs on my little sister Wan, so you're destined to have such an ending. At the same time, let me take the place of the heavens to enforce justice for those women that you've harmed." "No, don't." At this time, the 2 Kunlun slaves had already pounced forward. Normally, a grandmaster like Nian Liandan would be able to poke them to death with a single finger, but now that he was heavily injured and his martial arts had been crippled, how could he resist? Very quickly, his clothes were torn apart. Song Qingshu only felt a wave of nausea. This scene was truly too unsightly to look at, so he pulled Li Qinglu and walked out. Li Qinglu also sucked in a few breaths of cold air, and the way she looked at Song Qingshu became strange. "Meng Lang, you said I was a pervert yesterday, but I think you're the pervert." Song Qingshu snorted. To deal with a pervert, you can only use an even more perverted method. Li Qinglu actually agreed with this point. That's right. For a person like Nian Liandan, killing him with a single strike is instead letting him off easy. Only by letting him suffer the most disgusting and painful punishment in the world can he comfort those women that he's defiled. As a woman, she had an innate hatred for this kind of rapist, so she was especially sympathetic towards his suffering. After exiting the secret chamber, Li Qinglu could not help but ask doubtfully, "Aren't we going to interrogate Heli and Taishu and the others? After all, there's still a lot of information that needs to be gleaned from their mouths." Song Qingshu replied, "First, the scene inside right now is a bit unsightly to look at. I really don't want to stay here for another second. Second." He suddenly paused, and then said with a strange smile, "Why do you think I locked Heli and Taishu and the others up next door to Nian Liandan?" Li Qinglu immediately understood, and could not help but laugh. "You really are an old fox." As expected, roughly 2 hours later, when the 2 of them returned to the prison cell, Heli and Taishu and the others were already shivering. Without waiting for him to ask, they all spilled out everything they knew. All they asked for was for them to be given a quick death, and not to end up as miserable as the neighboring Nian Liandan. At that moment, Nian Liandan was lying on the ground like a pile of mud, breathing his last breath. His entire body was covered in bruises, and the area under his pants was a mess. No one knew whether he had died from the injuries in his body, or whether he had died from anger. None of this was important. He would definitely remember the shadow of today when he went to hell, and he would probably regret everything he had done over the past few years. He got someone from Class 1 Hall to clean up the mess inside, then brought Nian Liandan out of the palace and threw him into a mass grave. To prevent others from recognizing him, Song Qingshu had originally planned to scratch his face, but he discovered that his face had long since been scratched to the point where it was unrecognizable, which saved him the trouble. As for the other 2 Kunlun slaves, Song Qingshu rewarded them with a sum of money and restored their freedom. He even specially had someone from Class 1 Hall escort them out of the city. After all, they had sacrificed quite a lot this time. As for Heli and Taishu and the others, they were temporarily locked up here. It was not yet time to kill them. Next, Song Qingshu summarized the distribution of his forces in Lingzhou City based on the information Helian Taishu and the others gave him. He also had a better understanding of which clans and ministers were currently neutral, and he had a clear target for his next plan. Then, he used Li Liangzuo's secret message system to contact his trusted subordinates in the various counties. Occasionally, he would leave the palace and use Li Liangzuo's identity to maneuver around the various clans. After around 7 or 8 days, Song Qingshu used Li Liangzuo's identity to lead Spirit Vulture Palace, the private soldiers of the various clans, and the troops sent to rescue the king to launch a counterattack back to Lingzhou City. The commander on this side was also Song Qingshu, so it was not a balanced battle from the start. Soon, Helian Taishu's troops were routed, and the palace was seized again. All of Lingzhou City was once again under Li Liangzuo's control, and Helian Taishu and the others were killed on the spot. After that, Song Qingshu immediately announced to the world, Helian Taishu had rebelled against his superiors, and he had luckily escaped with the help of Mu Wanqing and the clan behind her. He hereby conferred her the title of Empress. To stabilize the country as soon as possible, he had decided to pick an auspicious day to get married. The situation in Lingzhou City had been changing over the past few days, and the citizens had had enough of the hardships. They needed a joyous event to wash away their joy. As for the mourning period, Western Xia was not the Southern Song dynasty, after all. They were not as strict when it came to etiquette. Of course, it was the continuous upheaval that gave Song Qingshu an excuse to get married so early. Ever since that night, Song Qingshu did not try to launch any more night raids. After all, Mu Wanqing was still a young girl, and that would be too rash. So, he decided to give her a grand wedding. The old man was covered in a black cloak, as if surrounded by a black fog. He was the king of killers, Huashan, who struck fear into the hearts of the kings and lords of the western states. However, the majestic king of assassins in the past was now prostrating at the feet of another majestic old man. His aura was completely overshadowed by the other party as he begged in the most humble language, the greatest conqueror since ancient times, the Khan of Khan who owns the 4 sides of the ocean and is as great as the sun, Huashan and the 12 precious tree kings represent the entire fire worship sect to surrender to you. Please forgive us for our previous offense. From now on, we will become the sharpest sword in your hands and carry out your will to eliminate any enemies who oppose you. The majestic old man was naturally Khan Temujin of Mongolia. At this moment, he looked at the king of assassins kneeling at his feet with an indifferent expression. He didn't respond to his surrender. Instead, he asked calmly, I heard that every sect leader of the sect of fire must be the most beautiful and pure virgin? That is indeed the case, Great Khan, the old man replied hurriedly. The sect of fire's leader has always been succeeded by the saintess, and the saintess must be the most beautiful and pure virgin in the world. It just so happens that my heavenly demon longevity kung fu has reached a point where I need a powerful purine body in order to complete it. Hand over your sect leader to me as my cultivation vessel, and I will forgive you all for your past mistakes. Temujin's voice sounded as if it came from beyond the 9 heavens. The old man's heart skipped a beat. He was a master himself and had been fighting against the Mongols for many years. His subordinates were experts in assassination, so there was no reason for him to give up his trump card. Thus, he had organized 732 assassination attempts, but all of them had failed. In the process, they had gradually obtained a lot of useful information. The reason why the assassin organizations carefully planned 700 times had failed was not only because Temujin was heavily guarded and had many masters around him, but also because he himself was a top-level master. According to reliable information, he cultivated the longevity celestial demon kung fu, which allowed him to use the 4th stage of the kung fu to absorb the opponent's internal energy, pure qi, essence qi, and blood qi, turning the opponent into a pile of bones in an instant. It was an existence far more terrifying than the Dark North divine kung fu and the great art of absorbing stars in the eastern lands. When everyone in the fire worship sect heard him naming their sect leader as a human cauldron, anger flashed in their eyes. However, they quickly suppressed it. Now that things had come to this, they were powerless to resist. Reporting to the Great Khan, when the city was breached, the sect master had already escaped through a secret passage. We don't know where he is now. The old man broke out in a cold sweat. He was not trying to cover for the sect leader. If the sect leader was really missing, he would not hesitate to sacrifice her life to save the lives of everyone in the fire worship sect. Temujin's body suddenly leaned forward, and a force like a tsunami enveloped everyone. Reporting to the Great Khan, we dare not lie. The sect leader is indeed missing. Chongqing Wang, one of the 12 Tree Kings, answered under the pressure. The 12 Tree Kings were revered in the Persian Ming dynasty, second only to the sect leader and the old man. The 12 Tree Kings were: the first was Great Sage, the second was Wisdom, the third was Ever Victorious, the fourth was Master of Fire, the fifth was Diligent, the sixth was Equal, the seventh was Confidence, the eighth was Evil Suppression, the ninth was Righteous, the 10th was Meritorious, the 11th had been United Heart, and the 12th was Enlightened. Over the years of fighting against the Mongols, the Ming dynasty had suffered countless casualties, and the 12 Tree Kings had been replaced several times. However, after experiencing the tempering of blood and fire, this batch of Tree Kings was far stronger than the batch that had fought against Zhang Wuji on Lingxi Island. Of the 12 Tree Kings, Chongqing Wang, who was ranked third, was the most skilled. Therefore, the others were intimidated by Temujin's aura and could not speak. Only Chongqing Wang could speak up for the old man. Hearing this, Temujin snorted and said, "Fine, I'll give you 3 months to bring your former sect leader to me. Otherwise, your sect of fire will be completely annihilated." He did not wait for their reply and left without waiting for their reply. "Yes, farewell, Great Khan." The mountain elder quickly bowed. After the Mongolian left, the 12 precious Tree Kings gathered around. "Elder, are we really going to hand over our sect leader?" "Yes, those who have been absorbed by zenith bliss have all turned into bones." "Are we really going to let our beautiful sect leader end up like that?" Hearing the discussions of the precious Tree Kings, the mountain elder replied calmly, "If there was any other way, I wouldn't want to do this. But now, the lives of the entire sect of fire are in her hands. As the sect leader of the sect of fire, she has enjoyed the respect and glory of all her followers. Naturally, she should be prepared to sacrifice herself for the sect." The other precious Tree Kings agreed with this statement. After all, they had no other choice. Soon, one of them said, "Ever since the sect leader came back from the Central Plains, she has been practicing martial arts. Now that she is both highly skilled and alert, how are we going to find her if she has already escaped? Even if we can't find her, we have to. Otherwise, 3 months from now will be the day of our deaths." The mountain elder snorted. "The sect leader seems to have a sweetheart in the eastern lands, and the sacred sect leader is also there. She most likely went to that person. If we surrender now, when the sacred sect leader blames us..." One of the precious Tree Kings had a look of fear on his face. The old man in the mountain looked to the east and shook his head. This is no longer his era. Wherever the Mongolians point their weapons at, they are invincible. Furthermore, there are many top-notch experts under them. According to what I know, the sacred cult master is also being beaten by the Mongolians at Mount Kunlun. He can't even defend himself, so how can he blame us? The Mongolian Xianxia army is too powerful, and Temujin's martial arts are even more unfathomable. Even the sacred sect leader will not be able to win against him, another precious Tree King added. Let alone Temujin, even the few demonic masters around him with several sacred sect leaders might not be able to defeat them, the Chongqing King said with a bitter smile. The group of people recalled the terror of the Mongolians, and they all shuddered. If Xiaoxiao escapes to the eastern lands, it will not be easy for us to catch her. The eastern lands are too far from here, and 3 months may not be enough, especially since our intelligence network suffered heavy losses in the battle with the Mongolians. The group of people no longer called the sect leader, but directly called him by his name, as if this could reduce the guilt in their hearts. The mountain elder said, "Don't worry, I have a backup plan. When the time comes, we will choose a new saintess from the list of candidates. If we can't find Xiaoxiao, we will let the saintess calm Temujin's anger first. That should buy us some time." "Great plan, elder." The precious Tree Kings all praised. As for the saintess who was destined to be sacrificed, who cared if she lived or died? When the time came, they would just choose a new saintess. "Pass down my order, select the elites of the sect." Chongqing Wang, "No, I will personally lead the team to the eastern lands to capture Xiaoxiao." the mountain elder quickly formulated a general plan. At this time, Song Qingshu, who was in the western Xia, did not know what had happened thousands of miles away. For the next period of time, he was dealing with the mess left behind by Li Liangzhua and Helian Taishu. Because of the lack of core manpower, Song Qingshu could only go against the majority's opinion and introduce a female official system, inserting people from the Condor Palace's 9 Heavens 9 divisions into the various government departments of the Western Xia. Fortunately, the Western Xia was originally a country founded by nomadic people, and it had been on the Silk Road for a long time. It had frequent contact with the culture of the West, so it could reluctantly accept this change. It would have been impossible to implement such a policy in the southern Song dynasty, where Confucianism was prevalent. Then, with the help of Li Qiushui's former subordinates, the first-class Hall, the Mu family, and the Qin family, the Western Xia was finally stabilized. Before they knew it, the day of the Emperor and Empress wedding had arrived. Yelu Nanxian personally helped Mu Wanqing dress up. When she combed her hair, she looked at the phoenix coronet on her and couldn't help but say enviously, "Wanqing, you are so beautiful today." Everyone says that the most beautiful moment in a woman's life is when she is a bride, and it seems that it is indeed so. Feeling a trace of loneliness in her heart, Mu Wanqing comforted her, "Sister Xian'er, you will have such a day sooner or later." Yelu Nanxian smiled bitterly, "I have already worn my wedding dress some time ago. I thought I was going to marry the crown prince of the Western Xia, but the groom suddenly became Li Yuanhao. Speaking of which, we are all people with bitter lives. I am afraid that in this life, we will not be able to openly become Brother Song's wife." At this time, Qin Hongmian could not help but say, "I think you can rest assured. Qingshu is a responsible man. In the future, when he is fully fledged, he will definitely marry you." Mu Wanqing pouted, "Mother, you don't need to comfort us. Now, one of us is the Empress of the Western Xia, and the other is the Crown Princess of the Western Xia. How can we still marry Brother Song?" "Why not?" Qin Hongmian pointed to the north and said, "As far as I know, the Mongolian Genghis Khan had 4 empresses and countless imperial concubines at the same time. Many of them were even wives that he had snatched from his enemies. Even he could give those women status, not to mention that you and Qingshu are in love with each other." Seeing that the two women were still somewhat dejected, Qin Hongmian continued, "Even if you don't believe me, you should have faith in Qingshu. He is definitely not the kind of man who would let a woman down." Speaking up to this point, her expression was also incomparably strange. She had never thought that one day she would actually have to speak up for that man. She had almost shared the same bed with him twice in a row. Although this made Qin Hongmian extremely ashamed and resentful, at the same time, she also somewhat admired his gentlemanly demeanor. In that kind of situation, if it was another man, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't take advantage of the situation and take advantage of the situation to take her. As a former princess, coupled with the fact that the Xixia people's customs were somewhat barbaric, it wasn't like she hadn't seen similar things like taking in both mother and daughter, beautiful sisters, and so on. Many great aristocrats liked this kind of thing. Although the imperial court of the Central Plains prided itself on being a country of propriety, such things were not uncommon throughout the dynasties and dynasties. This was even recorded in the history books, not to mention those filthy things that had been buried in history. It was precisely because she knew these things that her impression of Song Qingshu increased by a lot. Especially in the dead of night, when she would even dream of some shameful scenes that couldn't be told to outsiders, she even unconsciously started to speak up for Song Qingshu. Suddenly, she noticed that the two women were looking at her with a somewhat strange expression. She felt guilty and hurriedly found an excuse to explain, "In this life, it's because I've misjudged men. That's why I'm especially clear about scumbags who don't take responsibility. It's very obvious that I can't see that in Song Qingshu." Mu Wanqing also couldn't help but nod and say, "That's right. In fact, Big Brother Song has also said similar things to me in the past. I didn't expect that I haven't seen it as clearly as Mother. I shouldn't have doubted Big Brother Song." Yelu Nanxian also said, "That's true. It's still Madam who sees things clearly." "Your Highness, the auspicious time has arrived soon," a palace maid came in. It was not convenient for them to say anything, so Qin Hongmian and Yelu Nanxian sent Mu Wanqing out to attend the ceremony. The weddings of ordinary families were quite complicated, and the weddings of the royal family were even more complicated. There were all kinds of sacrificial rites, ancestral temples, and receiving congratulations from the civil and military officials. The day passed quickly. In the end, when Mu Wanqing was sent back to her bedroom, she couldn't help but complain to Qin Hongmian, "Marriage is so tiring, I don't want to experience it a second time." Qin Hongmian couldn't help but laugh, "Silly child, how can there be a second marriage, unless it's inauspicious." Mu Wanqing didn't care. "Anyway, I've already set my mind on Brother Song. Even if he doesn't want me, I won't marry anyone else, so there won't be a second time." Yelu Nancian couldn't help but laugh, "Don't speak too soon, you really might get married a second time." "Ah, why?" Mu Wanqing was shocked. Yelu Nancian laughed, "You know, today is your wedding with the Western Xia Emperor, Li Longzhua. In the future, when the situation is settled, won't you marry Brother Song again?" Mu Wanqing blushed, and said shyly, "Sister Xianxia, you laugh at me too. Actually, I've thought it through, this will make Brother Song remember me. This is a unique wedding, if I have to do it with him again, I'll be at a disadvantage." Yelu Nancian's eyes were full of laughter, "It's good that Sister Wan can think it through. After all, you are the empress of a country. Many women in the world dream of becoming empress, but I don't even have the luck to become the crown prince's concubine." Mu Wanqing couldn't help but pull her hand, "Sister Xian'er, it's easy to become empress, I'll let you wear the phoenix coronet, and you'll be empress tonight." Yelu Nancian was shocked, and quickly got up, "Tonight is your wedding night, don't mess around." Qin Hongmian also laughed, looking at the time, "Qing Shu should be here soon, your sister Xian'er and I should leave." Mu Wanqing was anxious, "Hey, don't go, I'm scared here alone." "What's there to be afraid of, it's your husband coming, not someone else," Qin Hongmian laughed. Mu Wanqing's face turned slightly red. "I'm just a little scared. Can you guys stay and accompany me?" Qin Hongmian blushed and spat, "Only the bride can stay in the bridal chamber. There's no reason for the mother to stay with you. However, Nancian is your sister, so she can stay with you." Yelu Nancian also hurriedly waved her hand, I'll also go first." After she finished speaking, she did not wait for Mu Wanqing to urge her to stay and hurriedly left. At the same time, she secretly felt strange in her heart. She thought to herself, it was originally a very normal matter, but why did it sound so strange coming from Madame Qin's mouth? It was as if the three of them were waiting to consummate their marriage together. After Yelu Nancian left, Qin Hongmian gave her a series of instructions on how to cross cups of wine later. As she spoke, she suddenly felt a little sad. The reason why she knew these things wasn't because she was experienced. Back then, during her wedding with Mu Yuqi, she was completely dazed and didn't have any memories at all. Instead, it was because she had fantasized that Duan Jingchun would marry her. Even the details of the wedding had been carefully prepared, but unfortunately, in the end, it was all for naught. At that moment, she no longer had any interest. After giving her daughter a few instructions, she hurriedly left. Not long after she left the door, she coincidentally ran into Song Qingshu. Why is Madame crying?" Seeing her slightly red eyes and faint traces of tears on her pure white cheeks, Song Qingshu was startled and couldn't help but ask. "No, it's nothing." Qin Hongmian hurriedly turned her head away, using the back of her hand to wipe the corners of her eyes before turning back. "It's just that seeing Wan get married, my heart was so happy that I couldn't help but cry." "Is that so?" Song Qingshu was a little suspicious. Suddenly, his heart moved. Did Madame recall the scene again and think of that surnamed Duan? No, Qin Hongmian hurriedly denied, but in the end, she smiled bitterly, "As expected, I can't hide it from you. Qingshu, you're so smart, that silly girl Wan will definitely be completely controlled by you for the rest of her life. In the future, you mustn't let her down." Song Qingshu smiled, "Madame worries too much, how could I possibly do anything that would let Wan Mei down?" He hadn't finished speaking when the scene of the two of them being intimate under the covers a few days ago appeared in his mind. His gaze fell on her snow-white slender neck and her voluptuous and graceful body, and for a moment, he was somewhat speechless. Qin Hongmian clearly thought the same as him. Her fair, jade-like face was instantly dyed with a layer of peach red, and her chest also rose and fell somewhat rapidly. After a long while, she finally came to her senses and hurriedly threw down a sentence, remember our agreement." Then, she left as if she was fleeing, and the way she walked seemed to have become somewhat unnatural. Song Qingshu was startled, and after thinking for a long time, he finally remembered what their agreement was, which was to never tell Mu Wanqing about what happened that night. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel angry and amused at the same time. Originally, nothing had happened, but in the end, she made it seem as if they were having an affair. But very quickly, he recalled how Li Qinglu had dressed up as her that night, and for a moment, his expression also became somewhat unnatural. Collecting his thoughts, Song Qingshu walked to Mu Wanqing's sleeping quarters, pushed open the door, and entered. He waved his hand to dismiss the palace maids and eunuchs, then looked at Mu Wanqing, who was sitting on the bed. She was usually elegant and refined, but now she was wearing a phoenix coronet and a red cape. Under the illumination of the red candles, her cheeks were as red as peach blossoms, less cold and frosty, and more charming and gorgeous. "Idiot, why are you standing there and not coming over?" Mu Wanqing's heartbeat sped up under his gaze, and she didn't know where to put her hands. Who knew that after a long time, he would still be standing there? She was originally pure and innocent, so whatever was on her mind, she would say it out loud. Song Qingshu said with a smile, "I remembered the scene when I met you on Mount Hua." "You still have the nerve to say that? You were so bad at that time." After he mentioned it, Mu Wanqing also recalled the various events of the past, and couldn't help but spit. Song Qingshu walked over with a face full of saliva. "If I wasn't bad, how could I have gotten such a fairy-like bride?" Mu Wanqing hurriedly dodged to the side. "Take off your mask first, it's making my heart flustered." Only then did Song Qingshu remember that he had to face so many palace maids and eunuchs just now, so he didn't have the time to take off his mask. He hurriedly put it away and restored his original appearance. Only then did he reach out and pull her into his embrace. "We've known each other for so long, but in the end, we've only just gotten together. It's really not easy to think about it." Now that he thought about it, Mu Wanqing was pretty much the first woman he met after he transmigrated to this chaotic world, other than Zhou Jirua and Icy Snow. He seemed to have met Huang Rong in Jingzhou as well, but at that time, Huang Rong was the leader of the world's #1 sect in the pugilistic world, while he was the notorious cripple and abandoned disciple of Wudong's sect. The two of them couldn't be considered to have crossed paths at all, and the real interaction was something that happened much later. At this moment, Mu Wanqing's voice interrupted his thoughts. Isn't it because you're a womanizer? You've always been having fun outside, and you don't even remember to look for me." Song Qingshu was drenched in a waterfall of sweat, somewhat guiltily said, "Actually, Mu Wanqing stretched out her finger and placed it on his lips. "Song Lang, you don't have to explain. Since I chose to marry you, there are some things that I can naturally figure out. Now that I think about it, the identity of the Empress of Xianxia is pretty good. At least in this identity, you're mine alone. Sister Wan." Song Qingshu's heart was moved. Looking at the girl in front of him, her pink face and bright eyes, thin eyebrows and wide forehead, moist red lips, every part of her was quite seductive. His heart was moved and he couldn't help but directly kiss her. "Now I've really blocked enough words. I was wondering where I wrote the word condom, but when I looked at it, the original text was a complete set." After Mu Wanqing gave him a kiss, her heart was thumping wildly, her cheeks were flushed, and she was extremely shy. Her already bright red face became even more gorgeous. Suddenly thinking of something, she hurriedly pushed him away and said in a low voice, We haven't drunk the nuptial wine yet." Song Qingshu hugged her slender waist and felt that it was warm and soft. He couldn't help but stare at her beautiful face in a daze. "How can you drink the nuptial wine? I'm not wine." Hearing her lover's praise, Mu Wanqing was also extremely happy. "But the nuptial wine can't be saved. My mother said that one should be divided into 2 ladles. The son-in-law and the wife should each hold one to complete the final ceremony of marriage. Only then will both husband and wife receive the blessings of heaven." Song Qingshu was startled. "Isn't the final ceremony to enter the bridal room? After drinking the nuptial wine, you can do whatever you want." Speaking of this, Mu Wanqing was already extremely shy and almost buried her head in her clothes. Hearing her extremely soft voice, especially that kind of feeling of infinite shyness, made Song Qingshu's index finger move. He almost turned into a werewolf on the spot. However, he was very clear that for a woman, the sense of ceremony was the most important. If she didn't drink the nuptial wine, it would become a lifetime regret for her. So he resisted the impulse in his heart and reached out to suck the wine pot and wine cup over. Every time this happened, he couldn't help but sigh at the goodness of the martial arts world. No matter how advanced the technological society was, for individuals, sometimes it might not be as convenient as martial arts. Handing the yuanyang cup full of wine to Mu Wanqing, Song Qingshu looked at her beautiful face that was like the first blooming spring flower and said solemnly, "Wan Mei, after today, we will become a real husband and wife. If I let you down in the future, I will definitely teach heaven." Mu Wanqing hurriedly reached out to cover his mouth, and her pair of beautiful eyes revealed tenderness. "Good brother, I understand your intentions. I don't need you to swear. Even if you really let me down, it's my own bitter fate. I can't blame you." Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel tenderness. Wan Mei seeing him approach her face again, Mu Wanqing's face turned slightly red. Her voice was soft and pleasant. "Drink the nuptial wine first." "I almost forgot." Song Qingshu suddenly came to his senses. Holding her hand, they drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. Then they threw their wine cups to the side. Song Qingshu could no longer suppress the feelings in his heart and directly lowered his head to kiss her. The girl's unique fragrance lingered in his nose. It was the most wonderful feeling in the world. In the end, Song Qingshu was no longer satisfied with just kissing her, especially when he saw her cheeks like fire, indescribably tender and lovely. Her pair of watery eyes, a pair of hands quietly reached into her clothes, feeling her youthful and elastic skin. As he gazed at her face that was like a crabapple sleeping in the spring and her body that was like a lotus that had just bloomed, Song Qingshu never expected that she, who was usually somewhat cold, would actually be so lively and charming. In a certain instant, she was actually 90% similar to Qin Hongmian's charm. Song Qingshu was shocked. Why did I think of her at this time? I've sinned. He hurriedly restrained his mind and got rid of the distracting thoughts. But the more he did so, the more clear Qin Hongmian's beautiful and fragrant side became in his mind. Song Qingshu secretly had a headache. It seemed that last time at Jiatan Temple, and this time Li Qinglu's teasing, he stopped at the last moment, which instead caused a knot in his heart. There were 8 sufferings in life: birth, old age, illness, and death, sorrow, anger, separation from love, resentment, and unattainable. Qin Hongmian belonged to the category of unattainable. Unattainable was one of the 8 sufferings. If it was so easy to see through, the world would have long been filled with eminent monks who obtained it. Originally, with Song Qingshu's temperament, he wouldn't look at a woman in such a special light. But after 2 unattainable encounters, it made Qin Hongmian become special. Human nature was like this. What they couldn't obtain was the best. Once they obtained it, they didn't know how to cherish it. Originally, it was very easy to get rid of this mental barrier. They only needed to obtain it once, but the relationship between the two of them was destined to be impossible. The more it was like this, the more it encouraged the unattainable mental barrier. Song Qingshu was like this, and Qin Hongmian, who was tossing and turning in another palace, was also like this. Feeling the delicate breathing of the lady in his arms and the waves of fragrance, Song Qingshu's blood vessels expanded in an instant. His lust was like a tide and he couldn't stop it. He carried her to the bed and put down the curtain of the dragon bed. Her soft and tender cheeks were pressed against his face. He heard the tender cries of Lang Jun in his ears. He smelled the delicate fragrance on her body. How could his spirit not be fluttering? The next morning, Song Qingshu got up early, but Mu Wanqing was sleeping very sweetly. He couldn't bear to wake her up, so he got up and washed himself. Then, he went to the imperial study to review the memorials from all over the country. Originally, the emperor and empress wedding was not only a general amnesty, but also a 2-day holiday for the whole country. But others could rest, but he couldn't. Now that the Xianxia had gone through a series of turmoil, there were a lot of things to do. He had to stabilize the situation as soon as possible and then train Mu Wanqing, Yelu Nanxian, and Li Qinglu to take over the government. After all, he couldn't stay here forever. Not long after he came out of the room, he ran into Li Qinglu. She said with a smile, "Hey, the groom woke up so early. What can I do?" There are so many things to deal with. You came at the right time. Come with me to the Imperial Study. I need you to help Mu Wanqing with these things in the future. Song Qingshu asked her to go with him. What about Sister Mu? She should learn more. Li Qinglu said with a smile. Song Qingshu blushed. It's a little inconvenient for her. She should sleep a little more in the morning. Li Qinglu hurriedly moved closer to him and asked with a gossipy face, how was last night? It seems like the battle was very intense. Song Qingshu, at first, he thought she was a quiet girl. After the two of them got to know each other, he realized what a seductive woman she was. Li Qinglu then asked, Meng Lang, who do you think is better between me and Sister Mu? Song Qingshu's face darkened. He naturally understood that the other party wasn't more serious, but more at night. But was there anyone in the world who would compare a pestering lover with another woman? Li Qinglu seemed to know that he wouldn't answer, so she answered her own question, hey, actually, I know even if you don't say it. You definitely think Sister Mu is better. Why? Song Qingshu was curious. Because Sister Mu looks very similar to Qin Hongmian. For a few moments last night, you probably thought she was Qin Hongmian. One moment she was a madam, the next moment she was a daughter. Which man could forget such an exciting experience? Of course, I can't compare. Li Qinglu analyzed seriously. Song Qingshu finally couldn't take it anymore. What has Li Qiushui taught you all these years? Why are there so many perverted thoughts in your little head? Song Qingshu wanted to refute loudly, but he could not help but recall some scenes from last night. He felt guilty and quickly changed the topic. I don't want to discuss such boring things with you. Hurry up and call Xianxia over. Let's continue practicing our ability to deal with memorials and government affairs. Li Qinglu rolled her eyes. Do you want to call Qin Hongmian over? Song Qingshu was finally annoyed. Are you done? Why do you keep mentioning her? I'm thinking about the overall situation. Li Qinglu looked as if she had been wronged. We have so few people right now, and we need help. This kind of thing is too confidential. We can't let outsiders know. After thinking about it, she's the most suitable person to help. Song Qingshu was stunned. He suddenly felt that what she said made some sense. Since Qin Hongmian already knew about this, the best way was to let her help as well. This way, they would not waste human resources. But there's a big problem, Li Qinglu suddenly said. What? Song Qingshu asked instinctively. That's how we can ensure Qin Hongmian's loyalty. Li Qinglu scowled, as if she was thinking hard. In the past, the method Class 1 Hall used to control spies was to control their lives and future. We also needed to hold their parents and children as hostages. Some of the spies from crucial departments even needed to take poison regularly, but we can't use these methods on her. Song Qingshu said in a low voice, Madam Qin is not that kind of person. Besides, Wanqing is here. She won't reveal our secret. As a leader, you can't be so emotional. You need to use all kinds of methods to keep things in check. You can't just rely on the people's hearts. Li Qinglu warned. She was born in the royal family and had been in charge of an important department like Class 1 Hall for a long time. In this regard, she was more rational than Song Qingshu, who was a person who had only joined the family halfway. Besides, Madam Qin will not reveal the secret under normal circumstances. But what if something unexpected happens? For example, Duan Jingchen comes to find her and spills the beans in a moment of confusion? Duan Jingchen knows that he is a playboy and likes to fool around. Who knows if he will encounter a few female spies from other countries? After all, Duan Jingchen is the second most important person in Dali. It is normal for other countries to send female spies to get close to him. Song Qingshu sank into deep thought. What you said isn't without reason. He thought of Wan Xingzhu. Back then, she seemed to have another motive for getting close to Duan Jingchen. I have an idea, Li Qinglu suddenly said. Song Qingshu was delighted and hurriedly asked. Li Qinglu then replied, that is to make her your woman. Your status is higher than Duan Jingchuan's, and at the same time, you are younger and stronger than him. Your martial arts are also better. I guarantee that she will be dead set on you and will never do anything to betray you. Song Qingshu couldn't bear it anymore. He directly grabbed her and gave her a good spanking. What are you thinking about all day long? Can you not be so dirty? Li Qinglu's eyes were watery. I know what you are worried about. Although we can't be together in public, we can do it in secret. At that time, the world will know, you will know, and she will know. Isn't it a perfect solution to the problem of secular morality and etiquette? What heaven and earth will know? At this time, a gentle voice came from not far away. The two turned around and saw Qin Hongmian walking out from a pavilion in the corner. Song Qingshu was sweating profusely. He hurriedly put Li Qinglu down. He was too careless just now. He didn't notice that someone was so close to them. He didn't know if she heard what they said. If she did, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Qinglu looked calm and said with a smile, Brother Song was praising Madam's beauty just now. Qin Hongmian's face turned red. You little girl, you only know how to talk nonsense. Why did he praise me for no reason? Li Qinglu answered, because Sister Mu is born with the countenance of a flower and the countenance of the moon. He had a wonderful night yesterday. Then he sighed with emotion. Only a woman as beautiful as Madame could give birth to such a fairy-like daughter. Although she was a little embarrassed, Qin Hongmian was also a little happy. Princess must be joking. Isn't Princess also so beautiful? At the side, Song Qingshu couldn't help but admire these women's ability to flatter each other. They were obviously scheming against each other behind their backs, but in the end, they could throw all kinds of compliments at each other like they were free. No wonder the term plastic sisters was popular in his previous life. However, seeing the two of them flatter each other, Song Qingshu also understood that Qin Hongmian probably didn't hear what they said before. Otherwise, with her fiery temper, she wouldn't be able to completely hide her thoughts like Li Qinglu. Why is Madame here so early? Qin Hongmian answered, I didn't sleep well last night. In the morning, I got up to get some fresh air in the imperial garden. Song Qingshu hurriedly said, Is the bedding or sandalwood in the room not to your liking? I'll send someone to send some over later. No need, no need. It has nothing to do with those. Qin Hongmian hurriedly waved her hands. At the same time, she couldn't help but look at him. Wasn't the main culprit. Noticing her expression, the corners of Li Qinglu's lips slightly curled up. Since you're here, let's have breakfast together. Sister Mu will also come later. No need. Qin Hongmian hurriedly waved her hands. Song Qingshu was with her lovers, so what was the point of her getting involved? Moreover, she had already decided to keep her distance from Song Qingshu. Mother, you're here too? Suddenly, a pleasantly surprised voice came from behind them. They looked towards the source of the voice and saw a woman more beautiful than a rose slowly walking over. At this moment, she was dressed in the clothes of an empress. She had lost the youthfulness of a young girl and had gained the maturity of a young woman. Seeing her daughter's rosy complexion and the happiness between her brows, Qin Hongmian finally relaxed. At least she didn't have to suffer alone her entire life like she did. Li Qinglu also couldn't help but look her up and down a few more times. Sister Mu, you're really beautiful today. I feel that you're even more beautiful than yesterday. Li Qinglu said this from the bottom of her heart. It wasn't the deliberate flattery from before. Qinglu, you're also very beautiful. Especially now that your skin seems to be a little more pink than usual. Mu Wanqing also said with a smile. Li Qinglu subconsciously glanced at Song Qingshu. Isn't it all because of him? She suddenly realized that something was wrong and hurriedly stopped herself from speaking. However, everyone present was experienced. Everyone understood what she meant. Even Qin Hongmian, who was at the side, was secretly amazed. No wonder recently when I looked in the mirror, I realized that my complexion was much better than before. So the magic of love is really so great. Bah, 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 I'm letting my imagination run wild again. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. Seeing that they were about to start flattering each other again, Song Qingshu hurriedly said, Let's go to the imperial study together. We can also learn how to handle memorials. After all, I announced to the public that Li Longzhua was seriously injured in the previous rebellion. In the future, these political affairs will be gradually handed over to you. Seeing that Qin Hongmian wanted to leave, Song Qingshu also called out to her. Madam Qin, please stay. You should come with us. It's not too convenient for me to go. Qin Hongmian shook her head slightly and refused. Song Qingshu smiled. Qinglu and I were just discussing how to get you to help us. It just so happens that Sister Wan doesn't have much experience. She also needs your help. Actually, I don't understand these things either. Qin Hongmian blushed. Song Qingshu said with a smile, it's good to have more people with more wisdom. You guys can learn together. You can also compare notes with each other on a daily basis. Mother, come with me. Mu Wanqing couldn't help but hug her mother's arm and shake it. Hearing about the Mongols, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. What military intelligence? I don't know, the eunuch replied. An urgent memorial from the border is in the study. Song Qingshu dismissed him and beckoned to the girls. Let's go together. The girls also realized the seriousness of the matter and followed behind him. Qin Hongmian hesitated for a moment before following. Arriving at the Shang minister's study, Song Qingshu opened the sealed letter and took out a memorial to the throne. Soon, he frowned deeply and sighed after a long time. The thing I was worried about has finally come. The girls hurriedly went over to read it and finally understood what was going on. The scouts at the border had found out that the Mongolian army had been acting strangely and seemed to be gathering towards Western Xia. They had sent a memorial to the central government to make preparations. Song Qingshu found it strange. Didn't the news say that the Persian Ming dynasty was in a stalemate with the Mongols? How could the Mongols have the energy to attack Western Xia? It's all my fault. Mu Wanqing couldn't help but say, if it wasn't for me, they wouldn't have killed Nian Liandan and Zhu Lao. I heard that the Mongols value the lives of their envoys and think that they represent their country. Now that Nian Liandan and the others have been killed, the Mongols won't let this go. Song Qingshu comforted her. Sister Wanqing, don't think too much. Nian Liandan almost offended you. Even if I had to choose 100 times, I would kill him without hesitation. As for the Mongols, they will move south sooner or later. It has nothing to do with you. Li Qinglu also comforted her. Sister Mu, don't take it to heart. The Mongols are cruel and have the ambition to conquer the world. There will be a war with the Central Plains sooner or later. Our main problem now is how to deal with it and not fall into self-blame. Yelu Nanxian also comforted her. Wanqing, this has nothing to do with you. The Mongols have been ambitious for a long time. It's just that they have been busy with the Western expedition. After being comforted by the others, Mu Wanqing felt a little more at ease. Song Qingshu said, the most important thing right now is to determine Mongolia's intentions and whether they are truly targeting Western Xia. Also, we need to investigate the situation of Mongolia's westward expedition. Clear do, I'll need your Class 1 hall to investigate this. Li Qinglu nodded. Over this period of time, there have been a few coups in the country, and Class 1 hall has practically fallen into a state of stagnation. We didn't manage to get a lot of information in time, but now, we're on the right track, and we should be able to get some information soon. All right. Song Qingshu said, Xianxia, bring me the military deployment map in the north. We'll study the routes that the Mongolians will take if they really attack us. We'll be prepared beforehand. In the following period of time, Song Qingshu, Mu Wanqing, and Yelu Nanxian worked together to study the Western Xia's northern defensive line, and began to organize the logistics system. As the saying goes, before the troops and horses move, the provisions and fodder move first. Very soon, Class 1 Hall received news that the Mongolians had won against the allied forces of the Western countries during their expedition to the west. In fact, they had even taken down the headquarters of the Persian Ming dynasty, Dove Nest. The Ming dynasty suffered countless casualties, and the remaining people surrendered under Old Mountain's lead. What about their cult master? Song Qingshu could not help but be concerned about Xiaoxiao's fate. Li Qinglu answered, I didn't hear any news of their cult master being captured. There's only a rumor that their cult master left before the city was breached and fled to the eastern lands. It said that Old Mountain even personally led people to chase after her in exchange for a pardon from the Mongolian Great Khan. However, this news has not been verified, and we don't know whether it's true or not. There must be a reason behind all this. When he heard that Xiaoxiao did not end up in the Mongolians' hands, Song Qingshu sighed in relief. Even though they had never met before, she was the most suitable person to be a wife along with Xuan'er in the Golden Book. Besides, she was Taitish's daughter. No matter what, he did not want anything to happen to Xiaoxiao. By the way, how did Light Summit react when the Persian Ming dynasty was destroyed? Based on the original novel's description, if Xiaoxiao was no longer responsible for the Persian Ming dynasty, she would most likely go to look for her sweetheart, Zhang Wuji. It was a pity that she did not know that her sweetheart had already changed. The Ming dynasty is currently in a defensive state. Based on the reports from our spies, it seems that we haven't seen the cult master for a long time, Li Qinglu answered. Song Qingshu was stunned. He was puzzled. Previously, when Vulture Palace was in chaos, based on Fan Yao and Wei Yixiao's expressions, it was clear that Zhang Wuji had planned to go, but he never showed up. Now that the Persian Ming dynasty had been destroyed, he still did not show up. Others might not know about his relationship with the Persian Ming dynasty, but how could he not know? How could he not have any reaction when he saw the headquarters of the Ming dynasty that he single-handedly created destroyed? Where the hell did this guy go? Last time, Sushing his disciples found the dead miracle doctor Shui at Mount Beating Drum. Everyone else thought that it was Jinlu and Fuwang and the others who did it. But to him, the murderer was more likely to be Lord Ming. It was just that Zhang Wuji's loyal and honest image was too deeply rooted in people's hearts, so no one was willing to think that way. Just as Song Qingshu was thinking, a eunuch suddenly sent a message that Mongolia had sent a letter of credence. Rather than calling it a credence, it was more like a strongly worded letter of condemnation. It strongly criticized Li Longzuo's illegal ascension to the throne, saying that the deaths of Li Yuanhao and the crown prince had something to do with him, and that Princess Yinchuan had always been the future consort of the fifth prince, Su Liawu. Now that Princess Yinchuan's whereabouts were unknown and her father was murdered by Li Longzuo, the fifth prince would soon send troops to take revenge for his future consort and father-in-law. When did I become his future consort? Li Qinglu was instantly enraged. Standing at the side, Yelu Nanxian couldn't help but ask curiously, there is such a rumor in the streets. 2 years ago, it was said that Su Liawu had taken a fancy to you, and that so-called betrothal contest for Western Xia was just a formality. Li Qinglu blushed. Actually, my father did have such intentions, but the late emperor was a man of great talent and strategy. He knew very well that the Mongolians would not let any other country off the hook, so he didn't want me to marry into the Mongolians, lest the Western Xia be tied to the war chariot by the Mongolians and become a weapon in their hands. In the end, when the other countries were destroyed, the Western Xia dynasty would repeat the same mistake as the Qi dynasty at the end of the Warring States period. That's why he proposed the betrothal contest, in an attempt to incite a war between the Mongolians and the other countries through the competition between the princes and sons of the other countries. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh, although Li Yuanhao is a little lecherous. He subconsciously glanced at Qin Hongmian, who was standing at the side. Clearly, she had also recalled the incident at Jiatan Temple. At that time, if Li Yuanhao hadn't harbored evil thoughts, their relationship wouldn't be so awkward. Clearing his throat, Song Qingshu continued, but as he was able to stand between Song and Liao and lead the Dongxiang people to establish their country, dominating a region, he is indeed not an ordinary person. Just based on his understanding of the betrothal contest, there aren't many people in this world who have such a clear mind. Mu Wanqing also couldn't help but agree, the late emperor is indeed a dragon among men. But Song Qingshu had a headache. At that time, in order to save trouble, I used Li Liangzuo's identity to pacify the Western Xia dynasty as soon as possible, but I didn't expect that it would cause even greater trouble. What is it? Mu Wanqing asked curiously from the side. Song Qingshu could more or less guess what they were thinking. As expected, Li Qinglu quickly said, isn't the Mongolians using the pretense of avenging me? I'll find a chance to show my face and make them send their troops to Nameless. Then, in accordance with the late emperor's last will, I'll announce to all the heroes in the world that the matchmaking convention will be held. Song Qingshu frowned. Matchmaking? Li Qinglu smiled and interrupted what he wanted to say. Meng Lang, you don't need to persuade me. Before, I kept saying that I wanted Big Sister Mu and Big Sister Xianxia to be sacrificed, but now that it's my turn, I'm making excuses. Let's not talk about what they think of me, I also look down on myself. Mu Wanqing and Yelu Nanxian hurriedly said, Qinglu, you don't need to worry about what we think. Why would we push you into a pit of fire? Li Qinglu replied, don't worry, big sisters. I'm not stupid enough to actually marry to the Mongolians. I'm just temporarily sacrificing my reputation. After all, if it's really a matchmaking convention, who in the world can compare to Meng Lang? That's true. Mu Wanqing and Yelu Nanxian both breathed a sigh of relief. Song Qingshu's current martial arts might not even be comparable to the legendary elders in the martial arts world, not to mention the fact that the people participating in the matchmaking convention were all princes and grandsons from various countries. Their martial arts couldn't possibly be that high. But there's a problem. Qin Hongmian, who had been watching silently at the side, spoke up. Noticing everyone's gaze, her heart skipped a beat before she continued, after all, Qin Shu already has a wife now, and he has announced it to the world more than one. When the time comes, the princes and grandsons of the various countries will definitely use this as a reason to attack without restraint. He may not have the chance to participate in the competition. The problem she pointed out did exist. Song Qingshu was famous for being a playboy in Jianghu. He married Zhou Zhirua, a member of Amei's faction. Everyone in Jianghu knew about their relationship at the lion-slaying assembly. There was also the 9th princess of the former Ming dynasty. Song Qingshu was able to gain a firm foothold in the Golden Snake Battalion at the beginning because of his marriage with the 9th princess, which earned him the support of the former Ming dynasty. In addition, although he did not officially marry the 2 princesses of the southern Song dynasty, he made an engagement with them at the same time. The title of Twin Phoenix Emperor's son-in-law was also constantly mentioned by the people of the southern Song dynasty. The other princes and grandsons must have known that in terms of martial arts, status, and power, almost no one could compare to him. Now that they had this information on him, they would naturally have a tacit understanding to unite and not give him a chance to participate in the competition. Not to mention the ambiguous relationship between the Mongolian Song Qingshu and the young princess of the Ruyang Palace. If he was not careful and angered the Ruyang prince, it would be even more troublesome. Li Qinglu was immediately dumbfounded. Am I really going to marry that Mongolian 5th prince? Qin Hongmian suddenly laughed. How could you all forget that Qingshu has another ability? As she said this, she pointed at the mask on his face. In fact, this was also the inspiration brought by her daughter, who had no choice but to marry Li Longzue in name. She was always worried that her daughter would be wronged. Now that she had the opportunity, she naturally wanted to let her other sisters feel the same way. Li Qinglu immediately turned from worry to joy. Yes, as long as Meng Lang does not reveal his original identity, he can still participate in the marriage contest with another identity. The others all nodded and quickly agreed with this plan. Song Qingshu said, this is not a bad idea, but the biggest problem now is, what identity will I use to participate in the marriage contest? After his reminder, the girls finally realized that Li Qinglu was a princess of a country, so her identity must not be ordinary to be able to participate in the marriage contest. It could be estimated that the princes and grandsons would be average, or at the very least, they would have to be like the master of the Vulture Palace, a powerful figure in the martial arts world. After that, the girls all began to discuss and come up with ideas. Unfortunately, no matter how much they discussed, they could not come up with a suitable answer. We can't rush this problem. Maybe one day, she will suddenly think of a suitable identity. Yelu Nanxian finally said helplessly. Song Qingshu nodded. Yes, let's settle this plan first. Later, we will draft an imperial edict to restore the identity of Princess Yingchuan. As for the reason, you guys can discuss it. When her identity is revealed and returned to the imperial court, we will announce it to the world. In 3 months, the marriage contest will be held in the spiritual state, inviting all the talents in the world. Yelu Nanxian couldn't help but say, when the time comes, the Mongols won't be able to marry the princess. I'm afraid they won't give up so easily. In the past, Liao and the Mongols were allies. Yelu Nanxian had had a lot of contact with the Mongols and knew their way of doing things. If Liao married Li Qinglu in the end, it would be one thing. After all, it was said that Hyulwoo had fallen in love with her at first sight. But if the princess was stolen by another man, the Mongols would not let this go. Most importantly, according to the Mongols' customs, they would not completely give up just because a woman got married. They followed the principle of strength. As long as a man was strong enough, he could take back his opponent's wife. In the early days, Temujin's wife was taken by him from another tribe. Later, she was taken back by his enemies. During this time, she gave birth to the enemy's child. After 1 or 2 years, when Temujin's strength had grown, he came back and rescued his wife. It could be predicted that even if Li Qinglu married Song Qingshu according to the plan, with the Mongols' current military strength, Hyulwoo would definitely lead his army south and try to take Li Qinglu away. Song Qingshu smiled. Of course the Mongols won't let this go. From the start, I didn't expect the betrothal contest to solve the Mongols' threat. I just want to buy a little more time. I want to use these 3 months to persuade the other countries and see if we can form an alliance to fight against the Mongols. When the time comes, we can form an alliance and help Western Xia fight against the Mongols. Qin Hongmian couldn't help but say, the countries of the Central Plains have been fighting each other for years and have accumulated a lot of old grudges. I'm afraid they won't come to help. Song Qingshu replied, although we can't persuade all the countries to form an alliance, such as the blood feud between the Jin and the Song, we definitely won't be able to work together. But we can still persuade some of the other countries. He didn't tell them about the situation in the other countries. It wasn't that he didn't trust the girls, but it was a kind of protection for everyone. It should be known that one-way communication was the basic operation of a spy. If people knew about the other parallel lines, once one of them had a problem, it would completely collapse. Because of Liao's experience, Yelu Nanxian could vaguely guess something, but she didn't expose him. Instead, she said, Big Brother Song, are you going to leave for a while? Ah? Mu Wanqing was a little reluctant. The two of them were newlyweds, and they were going to be separated so soon. Song Qingshu nodded. I must hurry up and make arrangements in the countries in these 3 months. Fortunately, I've already announced that Li Liangzhua is injured, so I can legitimately hand over the court to you guys. When the time comes, you guys can work together, and I'll leave Western Xia to you guys. Then when do you plan to leave? Even though she was reluctant, Mu Wanqing knew that she couldn't let love affect official business. Song Qingshu thought for a while and said, 3 days later. I have to hurry up. In the next few days, I'll also hand over the court affairs to you guys, so you guys can have a transition. So fast. The girls looked at each other, feeling the heavy atmosphere. In the next few days, Song Qingshu did his best to teach the girls about the court affairs from morning to night. Li Qinglu and Yelu Nanxian were both born in the royal family, so they had a certain amount of experience. Mu Wanqing, on the other hand, was exceptionally intelligent and could be said to understand everything with just a little bit of guidance. Moreover, there was Qin Hongmian's help, so she could barely keep up with the progress. When it was time to rest at night, the girls knew that they were about to part, so they were no longer shy. One by one, they gave him their most tender and sweet side in private, letting Song Qingshu enjoy their tenderness. Of course, sleeping together with them was out of the question. After leaving the spiritual state, Song Qingshu headed east. The journey was boring. Sometimes, he sighed with emotion. Others thought he was traveling around the world and flirting with women, but only he knew how hard it was. It was rare for him to live a peaceful life all year round, and he rarely got together with his female friends. He was always on the move. It was really better to be a martial arts master, who was free and unfettered. However, he still had to do what he had to do. Now that he had participated in the game of Seize the Throne, there was no such thing as quitting halfway. The winner would take all, and the loser would be doomed eternally. Now, he was not only fighting for his dream, but also shouldering the lives of countless people. After a day of traveling, when night fell, Song Qingshu found an inn in a nearby town to stay for the night. He threw a silver ingot on the counter and said, Innkeeper, I want the sky room one. He didn't do this on purpose. After all, these so-called heavenly rooms sounded good, but in reality, the environment and conditions were just so-so. In his previous life, any of the better hotel rooms would be much better than this. In addition, he was used to living in the royal palace in this world, so ordinary rooms were naturally not good enough for him. The guest rooms in this rural town were not good, so he simply asked for the best room, hoping that it wouldn't be too bad later. Song Qingshu had never been the kind of person to mistreat himself. After all, he now controlled a few powerful forces in the Central Plains, and he had even dug out quite a few treasures. Even though he was short of money sometimes, that was only when it came to the country. While the money needed to pay for a war was an astronomical figure, when it came to his personal expenses, he would not be able to finish spending it even if he lived for 10 lifetimes. The innkeeper looked greedily at the silver ingot in front of him and reluctantly returned it to Song Qingshu. "I'm sorry, sir, but the Sky Room 1 is already taken." "Then I'll take Room 2. Song Qingshu didn't mind. This kind of situation happened from time to time. The innkeeper smiled bitterly and said, "Room 2 is also taken." Song Qingshu frowned slightly and said, "Then I'll take Room 3. The innkeeper's face was wrinkled like a shriveled orange peel. "Number 3 is also reserved." Song Qingshu's face darkened. "Don't tell me you want to rip me off because I don't look familiar to you?" This world was not like those historical dramas on TV. One had to know that the Sky Suite was very expensive for ordinary people. Not many people could afford it. In such a remote town, most of the people who came and went were poor travelers. Some of them were Jianghu people. They could not be considered rich. It was fine if one suite was booked, but how could 3 be booked at the same time? "How would I dare to lie to you? There really is someone living here." In order to make his words more believable, the innkeeper hurriedly added, "The lady in room 1 is wearing a veil. Although I can't see her face, she has an extremely beautiful figure. At first glance, I can tell that she is an outstanding beauty. All the women in the town added together can't compare to her. I don't know which family's young lady came out alone. But which decent family's young lady would come out alone? I see that her skin is rather fair. She doesn't look like someone from the Central Plains." Song Qingshu frowned. If it were a few years ago, he would indeed be interested. But now, he had countless female friends around him, and all of them were extremely beautiful. His taste had long been far better than that of ordinary people. How many beautiful women had the innkeeper seen in such a remote town? Most of the time, he would be shocked when he saw someone with a bit of beauty. What's more, he hadn't even seen her face. Of course, the most important thing was that he had now felt the meaning of the word responsibility. In addition, most of his thoughts were on his career, so he naturally wouldn't care about women. The innkeeper was a master of observation. Noticing the impatience on his face, he immediately ended the gossip and continued, "The one in room 2 is a wealthy businessman with a big belly. The one in room 3 is a hunchback. I don't know what business his family does, but he actually has the money to live in a superior room." He only briefly described the last 2 people, completely different from the previous description of room 1. It seemed that the general public's interest in certain things had been like this for thousands of years. Song Qingshu paid attention to the hunchback. His first thought was that Camel Mufeng of the northern frontier. But then he suddenly remembered that he had died in the convention of 10,000 immortals. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed that there were no other famous hunchbacks in Jianghu. I really worry too much. How can there be so many powerful people in a small town? Song Qingshu secretly laughed. In addition to room 3, there is still room 4. Young master, do you want to make do with it? The innkeeper also knew that the way he answered the questions just now was too infuriating, so he hurriedly took the initiative to remedy the situation. Song Qingshu didn't have any objection. He couldn't be like those bullies in TV dramas and ask people to give up their rooms for him to live in. But seeing the innkeeper's unscrupulous face made him angry, so he took the ingot back and threw him a much smaller piece of silver. "Waiter, take the young master to his room." Seeing that the fat meat in his mouth was gone, the innkeeper wanted to cry but had no tears. He thought that there were not many people staying in the Sky Room for a month, but today there were 4 of them. The key was that they were all gathered together. How good would it be if there was one every day? The waiter took Song Qingshu to the room upstairs. The hardware and environment of the room was ordinary, but it could be considered clean. After putting down his luggage, which was actually just a change of clothes, he went downstairs and ordered a few side dishes. Then he poured himself a cup of wine and drank by himself. With his profound skills, he quickly heard the discussions of the surrounding drinkers. Have you heard? It seems that Mongolia is going to attack Xianxia. It can't be. Isn't Mongolia on an expedition to the west? Your news is too outdated. I heard that Mongolia has completed its expedition to the west. Now they are planning to attack the countries in the south, and Xianxia is the first country to bear the brunt. No wonder Xianxia suddenly wants to find a bride. Do you think that the princess of Xianxia is really that beautiful? Princesses should be very beautiful. Think about it, the emperor's women are all great beauties. How can their daughters not be beautiful? It does make sense. But have any of you seen a princess with your own eyes? If I had that kind of luck, would I still be here talking nonsense with you? Beside them, Song Qingshu couldn't help laughing. Sure enough, there was no shortage of political experts everywhere. Many of their logic was the same as those people on the internet in the future. However, many people in the future had seen the photos of the Qing dynasty princesses and already understood the fact that not all princesses were beautiful. After listening for a while and hearing nothing new, Song Qingshu deliberately sat downstairs for a while. In the end, nothing happened. He couldn't help but laugh. After all, this was not a martial arts RPG. How could something happen every time he came to the inn? The footsteps of the people on the rooftop were very light, and every step was very careful. If it wasn't for Song Qingshu's profound martial arts, he wouldn't have been able to hear the movements on the rooftop. Why are there so many experts in the wilderness? Song Qingshu was startled. From the sound of the footsteps, he could tell that the people on the rooftop were either Qinggong experts or top-notch assassins. No matter which one it was, they didn't come with good intentions. Could it be that my whereabouts have been exposed, and someone is planning to surround and kill me? A thought suddenly appeared in Song Qingshu's mind, but he quickly rejected it. After all, with his current martial arts, how could a few assassins deal with him? At this time, the people on the rooftop deliberately lowered their voices and said, "Why did we come to the east? Logically speaking, she should have gone west." Another person replied, "Everyone knows that she wants to go west, so everyone has already set up an inescapable net to get there. She has always been very smart, so how could she not see through this? So I guessed that she would most likely go east. After these few days of tracking, we have indeed found some traces of her. This time, all the elites of the headquarters have come out. If we successfully catch her, the elders will definitely look at us in a different light. Boss, you will also have a meteoric rise," the person from before said with some flattery. "Let's catch her first. Has the encirclement been set up? This time, we must catch her by surprise. Otherwise, the next time they are prepared, it will be even more difficult to catch her." The leader snorted, but his tone couldn't hide his pride. Song Qingshu gradually understood. It turned out that some sect was trying to catch a person. There were countless sects in the world, and this kind of thing happened every day in countless places. It was really very common. Just by listening, his pronunciation was the same as hers. Song Qingshu couldn't tell whether the person he was talking about was a man or a woman. Seeing that it had nothing to do with him, Song Qingshu didn't care. Just as he was about to lie down and sleep, his heart suddenly moved. A black shadow suddenly jumped in from the window, and then in a flash, it appeared next to him. "Don't make a sound." A soft and tender voice sounded in his ear. Song Qingshu was secretly amazed. The movement technique that the other party had just displayed was enough to make her a grandmaster in the pugilistic world. He did not expect that she was just a little girl. It seemed that those people outside were chasing after her. But it was very strange. With the martial arts she had just displayed, she shouldn't be afraid of those people outside. At least she should be able to protect herself. "Miss, please keep the knife warm. Don't accidentally stab it in." Feeling the hard object against his waist, Song Qingshu lightly said, "As long as you cooperate, I won't harm your life." The female voice sounded again, and one could hear the apology in her voice. Song Qingshu was stunned. He didn't expect her to be so kind, so he changed his mind and asked, "Why did those people want to capture you, and why did you run?" "It's none of your business. The less you know, the safer you will be," the girl replied. "That's true. Song Qingshu was busy enough with his own affairs, so he was not interested in other people's affairs. Suddenly, he smelled a faint fragrance in the air. This fragrance was very special. It should be known that Song Qingshu had many female friends around him. He knew a little about the fragrance of rouge and face powder in all the shops in the world, but he had never smelled this fragrance. He turned his head curiously, wanting to look at the girl, but the knife on his waist tightened. "Don't look back." At this time, a voice came from outside. "Hey, why is there no one in the room? No one can prove that we found the right person. It's so late. If it's an ordinary person, why wouldn't they be in the room?" A flash of understanding flashed in Song Qingshu's heart. It turned out that this girl was the guest who stayed in the sky room one mentioned by the innkeeper. Did she get the news and run away? Let's go after her. She shouldn't have run far. Wait. I think it's not that she couldn't run far, but that she didn't run at all. Maybe she's in the next room. Hearing this, the girl pointed the knife in her hand at Song Qingshu. Go to the bed? Song Qingshu was stunned. That's not very good. We just met, stop talking nonsense. The girl obviously did not expect him to be in the mood to joke in such a situation. At this moment, she had too many things to worry about, so her mood was heavier. During the day, Song Qingshu was still lamenting that the journey was boring. Now that such a thing happened, he couldn't help but have some playful thoughts. He planned to see what these people were up to and treat it as entertainment for the night. So he cooperated and went to the bed. The girl asked him to crawl under the quilt again. This made Song Qingshu not know whether to laugh or cry. It's dark. Did you go to the wrong bed? Quickly lie down and don't talk. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite with the knife in my hand. The girl was a little annoyed. It was the first time she saw such a careless hostage. It was also the first time that Song Qingshu saw someone invite him to sleep on the first time they met. He was a little curious about what she would do next, so he lay down under the quilt. Of course, the main reason why he was so cooperative was because the girl was beautiful enough. When she broke in from the window, although her face was covered with a veil, he could see that her eyebrows were picturesque. No wonder the boss kept saying that she was a beauty. Of course, even without looking at her face, her exquisite and graceful figure was enough to make a man's heart warm. The two of them were in the same quilt. The delicate fragrance on the girl's body was even more obvious. Song Qingshu couldn't help but ask, "What kind of powder do you use?" "The fragrance on your body is really special. No one will think you are mute if you don't speak." The girl was a little annoyed. Suddenly, she realized that the other party was unusual. She grabbed his pulse and carefully checked it. "I thought you were a martial arts master. It turns out that you were just a thick-minded fool." The girl couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. At this time, the sound of rummaging came from the room next door. Several people were talking in private. "Hey, still no one. Didn't the innkeeper say that there is a populated rich merchant staying here? Could it be that the rich merchant got some news and ran away? What's the situation next door? The hunchback next door isn't here either. That's really strange. What's so strange about it? When people from our organization go out on a mission, for the sake of caution, they would rent the two rooms next door together to prevent any unexpected situations. In my opinion, the rich merchant and the hunchback from before were most likely her in disguise." This time, Song Qingshu's interest was piqued. He didn't expect that this little lass was a talent in disguise. One must know that in this world, there were only a few people that had this ability. Ruan Xingzhu, Azhu, Moron Jingyue, and Tadish could barely be considered half. He didn't know if this little lass could completely disguise herself as someone, or if she could only disguise herself. "Let's go take a look at the fourth room." Just as he said that, a few black-cloaked men broke in. Feeling the knife on his back tighten, Song Qingshu secretly sighed. If he hadn't covered his whole body with genuine qi, he wouldn't have dared to play with her like this. "Hey, do you see a little girl?" After they came in, they looked around and didn't find anything. Then they stared at the young man on the bed fiercely. Song Qingshu was a little confused. These people had strange accents, slightly curly hair, tall eyes, and wide noses, but they didn't have blonde hair and blue eyes like the Westerners of later generations. Of course, they were also very different from the people of the Central Plains. Where did these people come from? Are you scared? I'm asking you a question. Seeing that he didn't answer, one of them said angrily. Yes, behind me. Song Qingshu answered as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. The girl didn't expect that he would dare to betray her. She couldn't help but move the knife forward, but she didn't stab it at the last moment. There's another person on the bed. Someone with sharp eyes immediately found that there was a bulge under the quilt. Obviously, there was more than one person. Lift the quilt, another person ordered. Several people gathered over, but they could only see the woman's beautiful hair. They couldn't see clearly whether she was the person they were looking for or not. Song Qingshu looked embarrassed. I'm afraid that's not good. The most popular girl I found from Yihong House is naked under the quilt. Hearing that he gave her the title of a prostitute, the girl was annoyed, but she couldn't do anything at this moment. She could only grit her teeth and bear it. Prostitute? The leader obviously didn't believe it. If it's a prostitute, why are you afraid of being seen? No, Song Qingshu answered. Prostitutes in the brothel are also divided into those who sell their bodies and those who sell their skills. This girl is the kind of courtesan who sells her skills but not her body. He was also bored with the journey, so he teased these people to relieve his boredom. If she doesn't sell her body, why is she in your bed? The leader sneered. You don't understand. Selling her skills but not her body is just an excuse. If they see a handsome, elegant, and talented man like me, they will still be attracted, Song Qingshu answered seriously. You? The group roared with laughter. I think it's just ordinary. There's nothing special about it. It's not as manly as Big Brother's thick beard. He's just a pretty boy with a silver spear, Song Qingshu snorted. You guys can comfort yourselves. You guys are busy in the middle of the night, but I'm in your arms. Doesn't that show the difference in our charms? The leader flashed the gleaming steel saber in his hand. Brat, aren't you afraid of the saber in our hands? Song Qingshu said sternly, why should I be afraid? I'm just stating the truth. The most important thing in the world is reason. Turns out he's a hothead. The few of them smiled knowingly. The leader said, lift the blanket and let us have a look. We'll leave after we've checked. Song Qingshu looked embarrassed. Would you let your woman be naked in front of other men? Although she's a woman from a brothel, as the saying goes, one night as husband and wife means 100 nights of love. After all, it was very intimate just now. If I let you guys see, how will she look at me later? You're making excuses. I think there's something fishy going on here. Another person was angry and reached out to lift the blanket. At this moment, a charming voice came from under the blanket. Young master, who are they? I'm so scared. The eyes of the group of men immediately widened. This voice was so enchanting that it could make people's hearts run wild. Some women didn't need to wear revealing clothes, and they didn't even need to show their faces. Just a voice could make men immediately think of bed. Not to mention them, even Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. He had heard this girl's voice just now. Although her previous words were a little fierce, it couldn't hide the gentleness and clarity of her voice. It was a world of difference from now. This woman is really a horseflea. One of the men in black couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Her voice doesn't sound like it, but... The man in black muttered to himself. His voice could be said to be inaudible, but with Song Qingshu's skills, he naturally heard it clearly. He rolled his eyes and reached out to hug the girl. Don't be afraid, I'm here. He transferred some of his joyful genuine chi to her. The girl was shocked and angry when he suddenly hugged her. She was hesitating whether she should act up. Suddenly, a strange feeling came over her body. Being hugged by him seemed to be very comfortable, and she suddenly felt reluctant to push him away. Now that Song Qingshu was so experienced, he didn't need to move his hands too much. He pressed on a few acupoints, and the girl immediately moaned. If it was under other circumstances, Song Qingshu wouldn't casually take advantage of a girl. But this girl had barged into someone's room in the middle of the night, held a knife to him, and attracted a group of assassins. If he wasn't strong enough and didn't need to worry about his safety, ordinary people would have been killed by her. This was a punishment for her. Of course, he couldn't deny that the feeling was really good. No, don't. The girl was a little flustered, and instinctively cried out. But as soon as she spoke, she couldn't help but jump in fright. Her tone was too embarrassing. This woman is really a horsefly. Someone's eyes were red, and he reached out to lift the blanket to see what kind of beauty was under it. Song Qingshu was stunned. He didn't think that he would make a fool of himself. Fortunately, the leader maintained enough rationality and slapped the other person's hand away. Don't cause unnecessary trouble. If this goes to the authorities, it will bring trouble to our future operations. But what if she is the person we're looking for? The man retorted subconsciously, but his tone became weaker and weaker. Everyone knew his real purpose. The person we're looking for is the purest virgin in the world. How could she be like this girl from a brothel, this? As he said this, he couldn't help but blush. He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. At this time, there was a commotion outside. It was obvious that the inn staff had been alerted. The leader waved his hand. It'll be troublesome if we get entangled with these people. That person shouldn't be able to escape far. Let's hurry and chase after them. Soon, a few men in black jumped out of the window and disappeared into the night sky. Song Qingshu sensed that they had really left. Only then did he lift the blanket. Miss, the people chasing after you have left. However, the only response he got was a flash of cold light. A sharp dagger was placed on his neck. The girl looked at him hatefully. But at this time, her eyes seemed to be dripping with tears. Although her face was covered by a veil, it couldn't hide her pink skin. No matter how fierce her aura was, in the eyes of others, all that was left was a delicate and charming look. There was no longer any deterrence. Miss, aren't you being a little ungrateful? Song Qingshu looked at the dagger on his neck. It was shining with a cold light. He could tell that it was a precious knife that could cut through iron like mud. If it was used to cut a person's neck, it would definitely be cut in half silently. Ungrateful? The girl was so angry that she laughed. For a moment, she was speechless. Isn't that so? Song Qingshu said seriously, those people were obviously chasing you. I was threatened by you, but not only did I not blame you, but I also tried to cover for you. In the end, I successfully tricked them into leaving. Shouldn't you thank me? I thank you? The girl was a little angry. Those people were no match for me at all. Do I need you to save me? That's strange. Song Qingshu was puzzled. Since they were no match for you, why did you hide? Why did you hide in a strange man's bed? The girl wanted to say that it was easy to kill these pursuers, but killing them would completely expose her whereabouts and attract more powerful enemies. Therefore, it was better to hide first. These people were not sure if she was really in this direction. Secondly, they were eager to take credit, so they would not inform their companions. But on second thought, it was not convenient to tell these secrets to an outsider. Seeing that she was speechless, Song Qingshu said, "You have nothing to say?" As he spoke, he used a strand of hair to lightly touch the dagger, and it immediately broke into two. He couldn't help but add, "This dagger of yours is really sharp. Can you move it away a little first? Otherwise, I'm afraid that if your hand accidentally shakes, I'll be in trouble." Seeing his worried face, the girl finally felt a little better. You still know how to be afraid? I thought you were born bold. Song Qingshu smiled and said, I am indeed quite courageous. The girl put away the dagger and took the opportunity to get out of the bed. Forget it. Although I don't want to admit it, you saved me just now. I can't do something like biting the hand that feeds me. This time, it was Song Qingshu's turn to be surprised. You're forgiving me just like that? The girl tidied up her messy dress and glared at him. What, do you want me to stab you? Song Qingshu shook his head and a smile appeared on his face. Although your mouth is a bit fierce, you have a rare kind heart. The girl seemed to be touched by his words and could not help but sigh faintly. What's the use of being kind in this world? In the end, those butchers will be the victors. Song Qingshu said with a straight face, Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all living things like straw dogs. Therefore, whether one is good or evil, it has nothing to do with the final victory. All we can do is have a clear conscience. The girl looked at him in surprise. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. Song Qingshu smiled. It's just from the Tao Te Ching. I don't dare to take credit for it. The girl shook her head. There aren't many people who can truly understand this sentence. You're not an ordinary person. Song Qingshu said proudly, I'm not an ordinary person. I'm handsome, elegant, and elegant. I'm well versed in both the pen and the sword. I can even make a courtesan take the initiative to throw herself into my arms. Stop, stop, stop. The girl was speechless. Thinking of what he had said in front of those killers, her face suddenly became a bit ugly. What did you do to me just now? Song Qingshu shrugged. I didn't do anything. I just touched it a few times. It was so dark that I didn't know where I touched. If I touched something that I shouldn't have, I hope you won't take it to heart since I was trying to save you. The girl almost fainted from anger. What did he mean by touching something that he shouldn't have touched? Was there anything on her body that he shouldn't have touched? Soon, she realized what she wanted to ask, but as she spoke, she became hesitant. I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you, why did I have that kind of reaction? Song Qingshu waved his hand. This is called Kato Takashi hand. Otherwise, why do you think I can make a courtesan take the initiative to throw herself at me? Pervert. Hearing this answer, the girl quickly jumped off the bed, wanting to draw a line between them. However, just as she landed on the ground, her legs went soft. If it wasn't for her current high level of martial arts, she would have fallen to the ground. Song Qingshu thought to himself that he had already shown enough mercy. He only infused a portion of joyful genuine qi and quickly withdrew it. Otherwise, how could a young girl like her still be able to move? The girl didn't understand. She felt that her body's reaction was quite inexplicable and embarrassing. She didn't want to stay here any longer, so she planned to leave. When she reached the window, she suddenly stopped. What's your name? Song Qingshu didn't answer. Instead, he asked, What's your name, miss? The girl frowned slightly. It's best that you don't know my name. Otherwise, you'll be in danger. Song Qingshu replied with a solemn expression, It's also best that you don't know my name. There are too many women who have fallen in love with me. I don't want any more girls to fall for me. You really are an arrogant idiot. The girl snorted. She didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. She directly leaped out of the window and disappeared into the night. Song Qingshu sighed. Why is it that no one in this world believes in the truth? If it were a few years ago, he would have no reason to be uninterested in a girl with such an appearance. Although her face was covered by a veil, the color revealed between her brows was beautiful enough. Her figure and character were both excellent. But now, he could still flirt with her. If there were to be any development, he wouldn't have the leisure to do so. After this night's small disturbance, Song Qingshu's journey was quite smooth. He didn't encounter any more accidents. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the Jin Kingdom. After all, the Jin Kingdom was the closest to Western Xia. Naturally, he chose this place first. Without any hesitation, he subconsciously went to the marshal's residence to look for Gubai. In terms of appearance, one was the former number one beauty in the martial arts world, while the other was the number one beauty in the Jin Kingdom. It was difficult to tell which one was better. Of course, the exotic Tajkis was sexier and more gorgeous to a certain extent. But although men sometimes liked women with a more enchanting and sexy style, they preferred gentle and beautiful women like Gubai more often. Because she gave people a feeling of home, a feeling that was difficult to replace. Because he wanted to know how she lived alone, Song Qingshu didn't ask anyone to report to him. Instead, he went directly to the study. Based on his understanding of Tang Kua's residence, Gubai was now disguised as Tang Kua. So, when she was at home, she would most likely be in the study. As soon as he approached the study, he heard Wan Yanping's somewhat anxious voice, Sister, you're in a physical condition. You shouldn't overwork yourself. It's nothing. I can still hold on, Gubai's gentle voice sounded. Soon, she sighed faintly, but I don't know how much longer I can hold on. I guess you'll have to replace me and pretend to be your brother-in-law in the future. Thinking of this, he felt a chill in his heart. How could he bear to continue listening? He hurriedly opened the door and asked, "Goodbye, what's wrong?" Goodbye was sitting on a chair in the room. Wan Yanping was holding a bowl of soup and trying to persuade her to drink it. When they heard someone barge in, they were shocked. When they saw the appearance of the person, they couldn't believe it and were stunned. "Goodbye, what's wrong with you?" Song Qingshu strode over, grabbed her hand, and began to feel her pulse. Unfortunately, he was only strong in martial arts, so he could determine internal injuries based on the pulse, but he could not determine an illness based on the pulse. Goodbye's face turned red when he grabbed her hand. She looked at him reproachfully and hurriedly said to her sister, "Hurry up and close the door. Don't let anyone see us." Wan Yanping didn't act immediately. Instead, she smiled and said, "Sister, after such a long time, the people who serve us are all our confidants. Even if you really have a gigolo, no one will say a word. Moreover, it's brother-in-law who's back. Why do you have to be so guilty?" Goodbye glared at her and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Who's your brother-in-law?" "Of course it's him." Wan Yanping smiled and held Song Qingshu's arm, pushing him in front of her sister. Goodbye's face turned red and she turned her face away. She didn't deny it. Previously, she had asked Song Qingshu to pretend to be Tang Kui every time so that she could get over it. However, both of them knew that it was just an excuse to comfort each other. Since their relationship had reached this point, there was no need to lie to herself every time. Song Qingshu didn't have time to enjoy the feeling of a young girl on his arm. He asked again, "I just heard Ping Er say that you're sick. What's going on?" He was also a little confused. He thought that Goodbye had some incurable disease, but seeing the two girls talking and laughing, it didn't seem like it. "You're the one who's sick, idiot." Goodbye spat and turned to the side with a red face. No matter how he asked, she didn't want to say anything. "Brother-in-law, why didn't I think you were so stupid before?" Wan Yanping couldn't help but laugh. "Huh?" Song Qingshu's mind was filled with question marks. Looking at his dumb expression, Wan Yanping giggled, "Silly brother-in-law, don't you notice that Xianxia has changed?" "Change?" Upon hearing this, Song Qingshu looked Goodbye up and down. Her hair was still black and her features were picturesque. His gaze moved downwards. Her breasts seemed a little bigger, and her waist seemed a little thicker. However, the man's strong desire to survive did not make him tell the truth. He used a euphemistic way of saying, "A little bit. It seems like you've become more plump." "What plump?" "That's because my belly is big," Wan Yanping said hatefully. It's not a bad thing to eat a little more. You'll lose weight soon." Song Qingshu's heart suddenly lit up when he said this. He looked at Goodbye in surprise. "You're pregnant?" Goodbye's cheeks were red, but she didn't reply. She only snorted and called him a fool. Wan Yanping was more direct. "Brother-in-law, you're going to be a father." "Be a father?" Song Qingshu suddenly understood. This world finally gave him a sense of belonging. "Do you like a son or a daughter?" Goodbye finally opened her mouth and looked at him expectantly. Song Qingshu smiled, "Of course I like a daughter. A daughter is the cutest." Goodbye's heart warmed. She thought that he was doing this so that she wouldn't feel pressured. After all, this society needed boys to carry on the family line. Everyone would definitely prefer boys. However, she didn't know how much the men in the future would love their daughters. Suddenly thinking of something, she bit her lip and said, "There's one thing I have to say again." She touched her bulging belly. "This child, no matter if it's a boy or a girl, will be surnamed Tang Kui." This was also the biggest reason she convinced herself to maintain this relationship with Song Qingshu. It was also an explanation to her beloved husband. Song Qingshu felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. It was clearly his own child, but he couldn't acknowledge it. This feeling was really complicated. However, he had personally promised her this condition. He couldn't break the promise. Moreover, this matter represented Goodbye's loyalty and persistence. If he broke his promise, her faith would collapse, and she most likely wouldn't be able to live. "Of course I know, but I will still love him like my own child." Song Qingshu moved closer to her belly and quietly listened to the movement inside. Hey, I think he kicked me. It's not that exaggerated. Goodbye blushed. It's only been a few months. How can he kick someone already? Seeing the tender love and faint loneliness on her lover's face, she suddenly felt sorry for him. Actually, you don't need to be sad. You can still let Ping'er give you a child. Wan Yanping jumped up like a startled rabbit. I'm not as good as my sister. I've been with brother-in-law for so long, and only my sister is pregnant. Seeing her sister's slightly pouting lips, Goodbye couldn't help but smile. You're still young. There will be many opportunities in the future. Wan Yanping pouted. You're only a few years older than me. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes and smiled as she held her arm. Actually, you only need to have a son to continue the Tangqua family line. You can also give Brother Song a few more. Doesn't he like girls? Let's have 8 or 10 daughters. Yes, and 1 or 2 sons. Goodbye snorted. 8 or 10? Do you think I'm a pig? Hearing this, Song Qingshu was delighted. He pulled her into his arms. That's a good idea. The first son will be adopted by the Tangqua family. The rest will belong to me. How can I do that? How can I have so many? Goodbye was so embarrassed that her earlobes turned red. However, she was a little moved. As long as I work hard, they will eventually bear fruit. Song Qingshu chuckled. Goodbye finally couldn't take it anymore. You're getting more and more ridiculous. Wan Yanping also couldn't help but complain. The previous brother-in-law wasn't as bad as you. Goodbye was instantly displeased. What previous brother-in-law, current brother-in-law? It sounds so bad. Wan Yanping stuck out her tongue. Knowing that he had touched on her sore spot, Song Qingshu took the opportunity to change the topic. Just now, were you worried that if your belly gets bigger, you won't be able to show up as Tangqua? Yes. A hint of worry flashed in Goodbye's eyes. I'm planning to let Ping'er take over. But I'm also in charge of the laundry yard. Wan Yanping couldn't help but say. It's okay to do it once or twice, but it's not practical for me to do it in the long run. Song Qingshu said, you're worrying too much. When the time comes, you can just say that Tangqua is unwell and needs to rest for a while. Occasionally, you can see some of the higher-ups through the curtains. Anyway, the Jin Kingdom is almost under our control now. The other political enemies have also been wiped out. We still have the loyal army in our hands. No one will object. Goodbye let out a sigh of relief. You're right. It seems that we can't see clearly. Song Qingshu smiled. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Let me accompany you today. It's still early. Goodbye felt that she blushed more today than she had in the past few months combined. After listening to Wan Yanping's report, Song Qingshu immediately rushed towards the palace. Back then, Tajkis cooperated with him mainly because she wanted to use the Jin Kingdom to restrain the Mongols and give the Persian Ming dynasty some breathing room. In the end, before the Jin Kingdom could send troops to attack the Mongols had already broken through the vulture's nest and destroyed the Persian Ming dynasty. With the foundation of their alliance gone, how could their relationship be reliable? Although Song Qingshu was very conceited in certain aspects, he was not so conceited as to believe that he could win the unswerving loyalty of a woman who had once captivated all living things. Even though he had placed a restrictive spell on her body, relying on poisons to control others was still beneath him. If he could not obtain her help willingly, he would not be able to accomplish many things. In fact, he might even cause a chain reaction, leading to the complete collapse of the Jin Kingdom scheme. After all, the Jin Kingdom was his territory. He could not sneak into the palace every time he returned to the Tangqua residence. Therefore, Song Qingshu had already arranged a suitable identity for him to enter and exit the palace at will. After entering the imperial palace, Song Qingshu inquired about Tajtisha's whereabouts and headed straight for her. Just as he was about to reach her, he heard the sound of a cup shattering, followed by the trembling voice of a young eunuch begging for mercy. After the young eunuch had tidied up and left, Song Qingshu had just entered the room when he heard Tajkis snorting. Didn't I ask you to get lost? Why are you back in? Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. Are you Tiankue? Why are you so irritable today? Tajkis was originally standing behind the desk in a daze. Hearing his voice, she turned around in surprise. "So it's you? When did you return? What, don't you welcome me back?" Song Qingshu walked over. The golden knife big horse sat on the stool, and held her in his arms. Tajkis's body trembled. She no longer displayed her earlier dominance. A trace of bitterness flashed across her eyes. "Would I dare not welcome you?" Feeling the mature and alluring body of the beauty in his arms that was like a honey peach, even with Song Qingshu's current composure, he almost couldn't control himself. Fortunately, he remembered the matter at hand, so he hurriedly collected his thoughts and asked, "Are you unhappy about something?" Tadish forced a smile and replied, "Not at all. It's just that I've been feeling unwell for the past 2 days. Perhaps my temper has gotten a little worse." Song Qingshu sighed. "Why don't you tell me the truth? Now that the Ming dynasty of Persia has been destroyed, how can you be in a good mood?" Tadish sighed and said, "So you already know." Song Qingshu also had a headache at this time. The basis of their cooperation was to fight against the Mongolians with the Persian Ming dynasty. Now that the Persian Ming dynasty had been destroyed, although he did not resist when he hugged her just now, he felt a little strange. Tajkis continued, "Actually, it doesn't matter if the headquarters is destroyed. I'm worried about little Zhao. I don't know how she's doing. It's a pity that the spies I sent out couldn't find any news at all. This is infuriating." Song Qingshu was suddenly enlightened. No wonder she was so angry at the young eunuch earlier. "Actually, you don't have to worry too much. When the vulture's nest was breached, the Mongolians did not manage to find the whereabouts of the cult leader. It is said that before the city was breached, little Zhao made a prompt decision to leave. Since she is so vigilant, I believe she will be able to turn misfortune into blessing." Tajtish shook her head and said, "That last Xiao Zhao may be quick-witted, but the number of experts under the Mongolians are as numerous as the clouds. The manpower and material resources they can mobilize are terrifying. In addition, I heard that the group of assassins under the old man of the mountain are also participating in the pursuit of her. This is simply an inescapable net. How can she escape? On the surface, she was the emperor of the Jin kingdom. Naturally, she could utilize a country's intelligence agency to investigate everything for her." When he heard her mention the group of killers under the command of the old man in the mountain, Song Qingshu suddenly thought of the black-clothed men he had met that night who had an aura similar to that of a killer, as well as the young girl with bright eyes. His heart skipped a beat. "Eh? It's very likely that Xiao Zhao is fine. What is it?" Sensing that he was not purely comforting her, Tajkis curiously asked. Song Qingshu told her about his encounter along the way. Of course, he left out certain details. He then added, "I didn't think too much about it at the time. But now that I've heard from you, those assassins do have the style of the western regions. That young lady's age and martial arts skills are quite compatible with little Zhao's." Speaking of which, during the siege of Bright Summit by the 6 major sects, Song Qingshu and little Zhao had met. However, back then, Song Qingshu only had Zhou Jirua in his eyes. Naturally, he would not pay too much attention to a handmaiden. Similarly, little Zhao only had Zhang Wuji in her eyes. A loser like Song Qingshu would naturally not pay too much attention to her. There was another important reason. Now that a few years had passed, a person's experience and status could change their appearance to a certain extent. Little Zhao had become the cult leader of the Persian Ming dynasty. All these years, she had been leading her followers to fight against the Mongols. She was no longer the little handmaiden who was like a green leaf. Song Qingshu's transformation was even greater. Back then, he was a loser and a good-for-nothing. Step by step, he became one of the top experts in the world. Moreover, he was also one of the most powerful men in the world. His demeanor of a grandmaster and the calmness of a leader made him seem like a completely different person. Naturally, it was difficult for little Zhao to associate the two of them who were so different in appearance. Judging from your description, it might really be her. Tadish couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. However, she soon became doubtful. However, why didn't she go to the Bright Summit in the west to look for Zhang Wuji? Instead, she appeared in the east where the western Xia and the Jin kingdom intersect? Song Qingshu answered, "This is easy to explain. Now that the Mongols have joined forces with the old man in the mountain, knowing that she would most likely go to the bright summit to look for Zhang Wuji, they must have laid out an inescapable net in that direction. Little Zhao is extraordinarily intelligent and has been a cult leader for so many years. Naturally, she would be able to see through this logic. Thus, she evaded the ambush and appeared further east. That seems to be the case. Tadish felt that it was reasonable. However, she quickly shot him a reproachful glance. Why didn't you ask for her name back then? That doesn't seem to be your style. Song Qingshu's face darkened. What style do I have? Tadish lowered her head and glanced at the pair of big hands that had penetrated deep into her clothes. Her eyes were like ripples as she replied, how could you not be clear about your style? Song Qingshu smiled in embarrassment. It is precisely because I have incurred too many emotional debts that I have turned over a new leaf. Even when I encounter the otherworldly little Zhao, my heart is still as tranquil as still water. Fortunately, you didn't harbor any ill intentions towards her. If we were to unknowingly. Tadish, who had always been magnanimous, couldn't help but blush, as if she had thought of something extremely embarrassing. How could I face Xianxia? Don't worry. According to seniority, I can be considered as her uncle. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. There were some matters that one couldn't resolve no matter how strong one's strength was. With the relationship between him and Tadish, he was destined to have no fate with little Zhao in the future. Godfather? Hearing this word, Song Qingshu's expression turned strange. This word had too many meanings in the future, causing one's imagination to run wild. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Taj Tish looked at him with a strange expression. Song Qingshu laughed, although I feel like I'm being called old, how can I be unwilling? Thinking of the girl calling him godfather, he felt that it must be a great feeling. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going to arrange for someone to investigate Xiaoxiao's whereabouts. I was looking in the wrong place, no wonder I couldn't find her. Taj Tish said and left anxiously, leaving Song Qingshu alone in the wind. You're right. Song Qingshu laughed bitterly, but he couldn't stop her from saving his daughter, so he returned to Tangqua's residence. Back at Tangqua's residence, he issued an order to summon the officers of the loyal army he had groomed. The chief, Monk Wanyan Chen, his deputies, Wanyan Gang, Pusan Feian, Hesher Lai Ziran, as well as lieutenants Tangqua Hongda, Tangqua Xingrong, Tangqua Minghui, Pu Chazhen, and others. These people had shown in the battle against the Southern Song dynasty's northern expedition and earned enough military merits. Promotion was a matter of course, and with the great Buddha Song Qingshu as their backer, they quickly became the backbone of the army. They were originally active in defending the Southern Song dynasty's northern expedition, but following the peace talks between the two countries, the situation at the border stabilized and most of them returned to the capital to report on their duties. Song Qingshu received them to familiarize himself with them and also to let them know about the upcoming battle against the Mongols. By the time he finished meeting the generals, the sky had already darkened. Returning to the inner residence, Gubai and Wan Yanping had already prepared a table of dishes for him. Finally, I can steal half a day of leisure. I don't have to deal with official duties and meet with those ministers. I feel so relaxed. Gubai stretched her back, revealing her alluring curves. Song Qingshu said apologetically, it must have been hard on you these days. There's no need to say such things between us. Finish the soup first. Gubai smiled warmly and poured a bowl of soup for him. Wan Yanping said from the side, it's rare for sister to have half a day's free time, but she personally went to the kitchen and made a table of dishes for you. Song Qingshu was shocked. You can just leave these things to the servants. Why do you have to do it yourself? Besides, it's not convenient for you to do it yourself. Gubai rubbed her lower abdomen. How can it be so fragile? I heard from the nannies that at this stage, we should move around appropriately. Moreover, it's only once in a while. How can it be tiring? Song Qingshu's heart warmed. Gubai's demure and elegant tone made people feel the warmth of home. Ping you should help your sister. Wan Yanping snorted, who said I didn't help? I've been helping my sister. I made the fish. Song Qingshu's gaze fell on the blackened fish, thinking that this fish had really died a tragic death. Noticing the seeming smile on his face, Wang Yanping's face reddened. Her voice weakened. I'm not as capable as my sister. It's good enough that I cooked well. Don't be so picky. Song Qingshu picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks and tasted it with relish. I think it's not bad. Wang Yanping paused. She wondered if she really was talented. Even though it wasn't as good, the taste shouldn't be bad. She picked up a piece of fish with anticipation and put it in her mouth. In the end, she immediately spat it out. Pa, it's so disgusting and brother-in-law says it's good. Why do you have to lie to me? Song Qingshu calmly picked up another piece and put it in his mouth. Because when I eat, I don't eat the taste, but the thought contained in it. Wang Yanping had been glaring at him fiercely, but when she heard his words, she immediately became bashful. Goodbye, who was at the side, looked tenderly at the two of them. Your mouth, no wonder you could trick so many ignorant girls. I'm just telling the truth. Song Qingshu drank a mouthful of soup. But it's also full of thought. The taste of your soup is even deeper. Wang Yanping finally realized that she had been tricked. She couldn't help but pout coquettishly. Smelly brother-in-law. The meal was finished in a joyous atmosphere. The three of them admired the moon in the pavilion in the back garden as they chatted about some of the things that had happened during this time. When they heard about Song Qingshu's experience in the western Xia country, the two women exclaimed repeatedly and couldn't help but sigh with emotion, your life is really wonderful. Compared with your life, our days here are really as dull as water. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. This is like walking on a tightrope. I also want to live an ordinary life. Wang Yanping pouted. If you were an ordinary person who lived an ordinary life, your female friends would be quarreling. Seeing Song Qingshu's awkward expression, Goodbye considerately helped him out. Since the founding of the Great Jin dynasty, we have always been on good terms with the Western Xia dynasty. Even if we ignore this relationship, we can't let the Mongols occupy the Western Xia dynasty. Otherwise, the Great Jin dynasty's borders will be surrounded by the Mongols. It will be even more dangerous. So if the Mongols send troops, the Great Jin dynasty must send troops as well. But now, the Mongols have conquered countless countries in the west and are at the peak of their power. The Jin dynasty was previously in turmoil and had a war with the southern Song dynasty. Even if we join forces with the western Xia dynasty, we may not be able to stop them. Song Qingshu nodded. So I have to contact other countries. After all, the Mongols are powerful now. No country can resist them alone. Goodbye looked worried. But Song Liao and the Jin dynasty are enemies. They will definitely not send troops to help us. The only country that can help us is the Qing dynasty. The Qing dynasty and the Jin dynasty have always been brothers. But these years, they have been busy quelling the rebellion of the three border defenses. Coupled with your Golden Snake Battalion, the Qing dynasty is not as powerful as it used to be. Song Qingshu answered, Song Liao will not help us. But as long as they don't send troops to help the Mongols, they will be of great help to us. So I have to go to other countries. Although Liao was under his control, the country did not act according to the will of the monarch alone. It represented the common interests of a large group of people. Even if he became the emperor of Liao, he could not let Liao's army help the Jin dynasty. If he did that, the only result would be that the emperor would be overthrown by the whole country and a new representative would be chosen. Hearing the farewell in his tone, Goodbye sighed faintly. Are you leaving again? Song Qingshu nodded heavily. The Mongols may attack the south at any time. So I have to get everything ready before the Western Xia dynasty's marriage selection. The day after tomorrow, maybe tomorrow. So soon. Wang Yanping looked disappointed. Goodbye said softly, don't leave tonight. Stay with your brother-in-law. Wang Yanping, who had always been bold, blushed. She hurriedly said, Sister, I didn't mean that. Goodbye smiled gently. I know you didn't mean that. It's just that I'm not feeling well now. I need you. Goodbye was finally annoyed and quickly pinched her sister's mouth. Little girl, why do you tell him everything? Wang Yanping dodged as she giggled. Brother-in-law isn't an outsider. What's wrong with telling him? Song Qingshu also laughed and pulled Goodbye into his embrace. Right, we're all on the same side. There's nothing to hide. Goodbye felt extremely awkward and quickly changed the topic. You're leaving right after returning. Do you want to go see Qiu Chao? Song Qingshu's smile froze. The name Cattail Qiu Chao made him feel very complicated. It had to be said that she was a beautiful girl, but he only felt guilt and pity for her. He didn't feel any love for her. It was only because of Wanyan Alihu and Cheng Jia's scheme that they ended up having a relationship. Forget it. There's too little time. I won't be seeing her. Song Qingshu said. Goodbye, and Wan Yanping roughly knew what he was thinking and didn't say anything else. You don't need to feel too guilty. The Pucha family committed such a grave mistake. If not for you, everyone would have been exiled long ago. Goodbye comforted him. Also, I've already sent people to take care of Qiu Chao and her family. Song Qingshu couldn't help but kiss her. With a wife like this, what more can a husband ask for? Goodbye blushed. Who's your wife? Song Qingshu laughed and reached out to caress her slightly bulging belly. You're already pregnant with my child, and you're still so stubborn. Wan Yanping couldn't help but say, brother-in-law, you really look like a bully who takes liberties with a good girl. Song Qingshu pulled her over as well. I'm not only taking liberties with a good girl, I'm also taking liberties with my sister-in-law. Wan Yanping couldn't help but pull Goodbye's hand and say coquettishly, Jia, don't you care about him? Unexpectedly, Goodbye said, Ping stay with Jia later. Ah? Wan Yanping was dumbfounded. She never would have thought that her usually dignified sister would say something like that. Goodbye rubbed her lower abdomen. Her eyes wandered, and a mature expression appeared on her face. It's not like you don't know what he looks like at that time. I'm worried that he'll hurt the baby, so when the time comes, you have to help me, this kind of thing. Even though Wan Yanping's personality was a bit of a hot pepper, she was so embarrassed that she couldn't control herself. She wanted to refuse but felt that the other's reason was reasonable. After all, the child in her belly was the eldest, so she was momentarily stunned. Song Qingshu was overjoyed. If he had a mirror, he would be able to see that he was smiling like a fool. The next day, before Song Qingshu left, he planned to enter the palace to have a chat with Taj Kis. On the way from Tang Kuo's mansion to the palace, the image of Goodbye's careful and bashful look from the previous night kept appearing in his mind. Also, Wan Yanping was a playful child and did not want to have a child in the short term, so every time at the last moment, she would drag her sister to be the scapegoat. I'm really having too much fun and forgetting home. He had experienced many things in this lifetime, but he had never been with a pregnant woman. Song Qingshu's mind was in turmoil. It was only when he met Taj Kis and knew that it was time to talk business, that he forcefully banished these thoughts from his mind. The two of them chatted for a long time, discussing some future matters. Taj Kis could clearly see through his apprehension and couldn't help but laugh. Are you worried that after the Persian Ming dynasty is destroyed, the foundation of our cooperation will no longer exist and I might betray you? Song Qingshu was unperturbed. That's right, I do have this concern. You worry too much. Taj Kis hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to explain. Firstly, my life is still in your hands. Secondly, now that the Persian Ming dynasty has pledged allegiance to the Mongols and is pursuing little Zhao everywhere, the old man of the mountain will definitely not let me off in the future. Therefore, the two of us still need to rely on your protection. Song Qingshu quietly stared at her. Is there no other reason? Under his gaze, Taj Kis suddenly smiled sweetly, akin to 100 flowers blooming. Are you trying to say it's because of you? Song Qingshu sighed. Sigh, I am not conceited enough to make you fall in love with me. Taj Kis bit her lips and spoke after a long while. I am indeed not in love with you, but I have fallen in love with you, the feeling of sleeping with you. Taj Kis had always been cold and elegant, yet she suddenly uttered such words. Song Qingshu felt a ball of fire rising from his lower abdomen as he pulled her into his embrace. Taj Kis suddenly let out a mischievous laugh. We just came out from the Goodbye sister's place last night. Are you all right? Song Qingshu was instantly annoyed. Can't you feel for yourself whether I am all right or not? Now that she was in his embrace and their bodies were in intimate contact, Tajkis was quickly able to sense his aggressiveness. For a moment, her eyes were covered with a layer of mist. It is daytime now. Is there a difference between day and night for such matters? What if someone barges in? Immediately chop off that person's head. But I still have to meet with some ministers later. Let them wait a little longer? Then how long do you want them to wait? Always waiting. Very quickly, the chatter in the room gradually became inaudible and was replaced by deliberately suppressed laughter. By the time Song Qingshu left Daxing Manor, the sky had already darkened. Song Qingshu felt like he was floating as he rode on his horse. He thought to himself that lust was indeed like a knife above his head. If it weren't for his divine power protecting his body, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on much longer. He thought of Tajkis. On the surface, she appeared to be an icy beauty, but in the dark, she hid a blazing volcano. Perhaps she knew that it would be a long time before they could meet again. She clung on to him for a long time. Anyway, other people's men don't feel any heartache when using me. Thinking of Tajkis's radiant face, her eyes sparkling as she said those words, Song Qingshu felt that retribution was coming to him. He never expected to hear those words. At the same time, he secretly swore to himself that the next time he was in peak condition, he would teach her a lesson until she begged for mercy. His journey to the Jin kingdom was extremely rushed. He did not even have the time to visit Wanyan Xianxia and Alihu. Furthermore, Ouyang Feng was either in seclusion or concocting some peerless poison. He was always elusive, but Qiu Qianren managed to meet him in the palace. Now that he had the support of the Chuanjin sect and the Jin kingdom's treasury, Qiu Qianren's martial arts could be said to have improved to the next level. He could definitely compete with the 5 uniques. After leaving the Jin kingdom, he headed straight for Liao. This time, the matter concerned Mongolia. There were some matters that needed to be discussed with Zhao Min. After all, she was a Mongolian princess. Previously, he did not have any direct conflict with the Mongolians, so the two of them could put these matters aside. But now, he had no choice but to face this problem. Along the way to Liao, Song Qingshu gradually recovered his energy. One day, when he passed by a forest, he heard the sounds of fighting. He saw a masked young girl fighting with a spear-wielding man. The spear-wielding man's iron spear was like a prairie fire, his aura incomparably austere. The young girl's figure was graceful, and her movements were extremely crafty. She forcefully avoided the sky full of spear shadows. Although the girl's face was covered, it could be seen that she was not very old. She had a petite and exquisite figure. Facing the murderous long spear of the opponent, she was like a butterfly dancing lightly and lightly, dodging the opponent's continuous attacks. The reason why Song Qingshu's expression was strange was because the two of them had just met not too long ago. She was the young lady who was hiding in his bed at the inn. Later on, after discussing with Taj Tish, he guessed that she was most likely Xiao Zhao. Now that they met again, there was no doubt in his heart. The martial arts displayed by this girl were obviously the mental cultivation method of the Xinghuoling, which was similar to revered Ming's martial arts. It was just that she was slightly lacking compared to revered Ming's. Song Qingshu had fought with revered Ming many times and could naturally recognize her at a glance. The other tall and sturdy man was also a familiar face. He was the leader of the Red Coat Army, Yang and At the same time, he was also the elder brother of the fourth lady, Yang Miaozhen. It was said that Yang Miaozhen's foundation of spear technique was taught by his elder brother. From Yang and spear technique, one could see many traces of the pear blossom spear. However, one was agile and ethereal while the other was calm and stern. Although the moves were somewhat similar, the spear intent was very different. Song Qingshu was the leader of the Golden Snake Battalion while Yang and was the leader of the Red Coat Army. The Golden Snake Battalion and the Red Coat Army could be said to be the peerless duo of the Lulin sect. However, as Song Qingshu's influence grew, Yang and seemed to pale in comparison. Even so, the brother and sister's divine spear technique and the Red Coat Army's strength made them an existence that no one dared to underestimate. While he was thinking, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. Xiao Zhao's movements were extremely strange and the martial arts of the Xinghuoling were very different from the martial arts of the Central Plains. If she were to encounter someone else, even if their martial arts were higher than hers, they would still be at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, her opponent was Yang and who had mastered the spear technique. Many of the Xinghuoling's martial arts relied on unexpected movements to attack from the enemy's side or back. Unfortunately, the opponent's weapon was a spear. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. That exaggerated attack range made it difficult for her to get close to him. As a result, she could only passively take a beating. It was fine for a short period of time, but if the fight dragged on, she would definitely lose. What's more, young Aner had a team of subordinates behind her. If they joined in to help, Xiaoxiao wouldn't be able to hold on. Young Aner laughed. I didn't expect a little girl like you to be so skilled in martial arts. You're perfect to be my wife. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He didn't think that he would encounter a scene of a woman being forcefully abducted. However, when he thought about it, even though the Red Coat Army was known as a volunteer army, they were actually a group of bandits. This kind of behavior was very common. Sure enough, the people who suffered the most in troubled times were the common people. These great heroes in the eyes of the common people had secretly abducted many common women. It was just that today they happened to meet a tough guy, so it wasn't so easy for them to succeed. Just as he was bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind, Yang and had already noticed him. When she saw his face, she couldn't help but smile and say, Brother Song, you've come at the right time. You can be our matchmaker. The more I look at this little girl, the more I like her. He and Song Qingshu were both bosses of the underworld, and because of Yang Miaozhen, they had met a few times before. Song Qingshu naturally understood the meaning behind his words. He was deliberately shouting like this because he was worried that Song Qingshu would snatch his woman. He really had to give it to him. Was his reputation really that bad? When the girl heard his words, she glanced at Song Qingshu from the corner of her eyes. She couldn't help but reveal a strange look in her eyes. She suddenly jumped out of the fighting ring and shouted, Brother Song, this person is bullying me. Hearing this, Yang and couldn't help but put away her spear and asked in surprise, You two know each other? More or less. Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. Xiaoxiao was said to be a gentle and understanding flower, but why was it that every time he met her, nothing good happened? The girl immediately revealed a wronged expression, Brother Song, I've already slept on the same bed as you. Aren't you being too cruel? Song Qingshu opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to refute. In a sense, the two of them really did sleep on the same bed that night. Yang and felt like he had been ked. The girl he had fallen in love with at first sight and spent so much effort to get her had already been slept with by another man. He suddenly felt that all his previous efforts were a joke. However, he was an ambitious person after all. He quickly adjusted his mentality and said to Song Qingshu, It is rumored that Brother Song has countless women around you. Seeing you today, you really do live up to your reputation. Hearing the sour tone in his voice, Song Qingshu was also extremely embarrassed. He felt that he had also provoked an undeserved disaster. However, he couldn't just sit and watch Xiaoxiao be taken away by the other side. If he denied it, it would be difficult to protect her without hurting the relationship between them. He could only go with the flow and agree, I've let Brother Yang see a joke. The girl was also clever. Seeing this, she happily ran over to Song Qingshu's side. To outsiders, it looked like she was holding his arm and nestling in his arms. Only Song Qingshu knew that she was actually deliberately keeping some distance between them. Yang and didn't know the truth. He only felt that the scene in front of him was a bit painful. Suppressing the urge to chop this adulterous couple to death, he asked, Where is Brother Song planning to go? I'm planning to go to Liao. There are some things I need to discuss with the Yeluqi family. Song Qingshu said half-truthfully. In any case, everyone knew that he had helped Xiao Feng, Yeluqi, and the others escape from Liao, so there was no need to hide it from them. As for whether or not he would go to Liao to find Yeluqi, that was a matter for another time. Yang and couldn't help showing a trace of envy. Brother Song's business is getting bigger and bigger. Unlike me, who is stuck in a quagmire. Hearing the sorrow in his voice, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be surprised. Brother Yang, why do you say that? Yang and hesitated for a moment, then pulled him far away to avoid the group of subordinates. To be honest, Brother Song, we responded to Han Xianzhou's northern expedition and attacked the Jin kingdom. Unfortunately, the Jin kingdom was too strong, and we couldn't take advantage of them. Later, when Han Xianzhou's northern expedition army completely collapsed, the Jin kingdom had the spare power to deal with us. As a result, the Red Coat army suffered heavy losses. The southern Song dynasty's army is so disappointing. Song Qingshu didn't know what to say, so he could only try to comfort him. The Jin kingdom's government was mainly managed by the Gu sisters and Taj Kis, so he didn't know the details of how they dealt with the Red Coat army. It's all because of me. If I knew the southern Song dynasty's people were so useless, I wouldn't have gotten involved. The more Xianxia spoke, the angrier he became. That's not all. The thing is, Han Xianzhou is unreliable. He was tricked by Jia Sherdao. Not only did he lose his life, but he also got us into trouble. What do you mean? Song Qingshu asked curiously. Xianxia sighed and said, because of Han Xianzhou, we had a good relationship with the southern Song dynasty. The southern Song dynasty sent Su Shiji as the Huaidong imperial commissioner and tried to appease us. They also supported us with money and food. But now that Han Xianzhou is gone, Su Shiji, as Han Xianzhou's disciple, had to step down. Lu Gu, who took over the position, had a completely different attitude toward us. He led 30,000 troops to Chuzhou, as if he wanted to get rid of us. I think we will be regarded as Han Xianzhou's people, so we will naturally be eliminated. Song Qingshu frowned. He didn't expect the situation in the south to be so chaotic. He said, the southern Song dynasty's officials love to do this kind of thing. The successors will completely overthrow the previous ones and eliminate the dissidents. In fact, it was like this everywhere. If they followed the previous policies of their political enemies, the results would be credited to their political enemies. Therefore, their code of conduct was not whether it was beneficial to the country, but whether it was beneficial to themselves. Isn't that right? They are all dogs who bring disaster to the country. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said. Song Qingshu asked, by the way, where are you going, Brother Yang? Xianxia replied, Lu Gu is eyeing us like a tiger watching its prey. We have suffered heavy losses in the battle with the Jin kingdom. To be safe, I plan to seek help from a sworn brother of mine. He also has a group of people under him. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Unfortunately, I can't help Brother Yang with my current status. Xianxia waved his hand. You are the Song dynasty's King Qi and their twin Phoenix Emperor's son-in-law. You are already doing them a great favor by not helping them fight me. Song Qingshu said seriously, we are all from the bottom of the family. Naturally, we should be on the same side. How can we do harm to each other? Although I can't help you openly, I will ask the Golden Snake Battalion to secretly provide some money and food to show my sincerity. Xianxia was overjoyed. That's great. I will remember this kindness. Brother Yang, you are too kind. Song Qingshu chatted with him for a while. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, how is the fourth lady doing? Xianxia had a strange look on his face. He thought, the woman was stolen by you, and now you are thinking about my sister. Is there any justice in this world? However, he had just received benefits from Xianxia, so he couldn't say anything. Miaozhen is doing well. I have a general named Li Quan who is madly pursuing her, but she doesn't seem to be moved. It seems that she already has someone she likes. Brother Song, if you have time, come visit us and ask for her hand in marriage. Maybe my sister will agree. After saying this, he looked at Xiaoxiao proudly. He had only said this on purpose to drive a wedge between the two. Who told this pair of dogs to keep showing off their affection in front of him? Noticing his expression, Song Qingshu could roughly guess what was going on. He couldn't help but laugh. Who said that a boorish man couldn't have a delicate mind? Wasn't the situation in front of him an example? Okay, I'll definitely go to your place when I'm free. If I can really marry the beautiful and talented fourth lady, then I'll be smiling even in my dreams. At that time, I'll have to call you brother-in-law, Song Qingshu cupped his hands and said with a smile. Xianxia was speechless. He suddenly felt a little regretful, especially when he thought of all the rumors about him in the pugilistic world. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a headache. That proud and arrogant girl of his might really be seduced by this guy. That would be a huge loss, After casually replying to Song Qingshu with a few words, he hurriedly said goodbye. He thought that he should not let them see each other in the future, lest his sister made the Red Coat Army into her dowry. Seeing that Yang and the others had disappeared in the distance, Song Qingshu looked down at his arm and asked, "How long do you plan to hug her?" "Did you know me before?" Song Qingshu asked with a smile. The young girl looked him up and down, then said with some surprise, "I've seen you a few times, but you're different now." "What's different?" Song Qingshu asked curiously. The young girl shook her head. "I can't say. Perhaps it's mainly your temperament. The impression you give people is completely different." Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. He had changed so much that even Song Xianxia wouldn't dare to recognize him after not seeing him for a few years. Dispelling these thoughts from his mind, he came back to his senses and asked, "Right, what's your name?" The young girl smiled. "I'm not telling you." Song Qingshu was speechless. "Isn't this too unfair? We were just pretending to be husband and wife in front of others, and now you're not even acknowledging me? What if Yang asks me about you in the future and I don't even know your name? Wouldn't that be publicly saying that I'm lying to him? Then I'll attract a powerful enemy out of nowhere." The young girl hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she didn't say it. "With my current situation, there's no benefit in knowing my name. It'll only bring you trouble." Song Qingshu smiled. "Actually, even if you don't say it, I know who you are." "Really?" The young girl had a suspicious look on her face. "Then who do you think I am?" Song Qingshu smiled and said, "You are my long-lost daughter." The young girl was stunned at first. After confirming that she hadn't heard wrong, she couldn't help but become angry. What nonsense are you talking about?" Song Qingshu was also a bit depressed. "Are you Xiao?" The young girl opened her mouth in surprise. "I didn't expect you to recognize me." "Then you're my daughter. There's no mistaking it." Song Qingshu's expression was as if he had expected it. Even through the veil, one could see that Xiao's face was flushed red. It was obvious that she was very angry at this time, but her gentle personality prevented her from speaking ill of him. "Young Master Song, please behave yourself. This kind of joke is not funny." In fact, Song Qingshu really wanted to see how Xiao, who had always been considerate and gentle, would look like when she was angry. However, in the end, he gave up on the idea of continuing to tease her. He took out a small and exquisite golden flower and said, "Look at this." When Xiao's angry eyes saw the golden flower, they instantly turned into shock. She snatched it away and looked at it carefully. "This is the token of love that my father gave to my mother." "Why is it with you?" Song Qingshu was taken aback. He never expected that Xianxia would be the one to give it to Tadish. Tadish had given it to him because she was worried that he would bump into Xiao on the road. Back then, he was complaining about how could it be so coincidental to bump into her so quickly. "Of course, it's a gift from your mother." Song Qingshu reached out and took the golden flower back. Xiao was shocked. Xianxia waved his hand casually. In the blink of an eye, the golden flower in her hand disappeared without a trace. She didn't even see Xianxia's move. Her martial arts weren't weak to begin with. After becoming the Persian cult's leader, she was even more qualified to learn the cult's profound martial arts. Later on, she received enlightenment from some of the cult's elders. Her internal energy was comparable to an expert who had been famous for decades. In addition, she had memorized the heaven and earth great shift in the secret passage of the Bright Summit. Although she couldn't cultivate it to the 7th layer like Zhang Wuji, she was still able to reach the 3rd layer. The heaven and earth great shift was extremely difficult to cultivate. The cultivation of the first 2 layers would take at least 7 to 14 years. If there was no progress after cultivating for 21 years, the 3rd layer should not be cultivated. Back then, the previous leader of the Ming dynasty, Yang Dingtian, was only able to cultivate to the 3rd layer. He had only broken through to the 4th layer before his death. This was also why no one was able to cultivate to the 7th layer and resurrect venerated Ming for the past 1,000 years. As for Zhang Wuji, it was all because of the assistance of the 9 Yang divine art. He had been cultivating the 9 Yang divine art in the valley for 5 years without any distractions. Later on, he relied on monk Shuabu's Chankuan bag to achieve phenomenal success, which was why he was able to reach the 7th layer in just half a day. Even so, it was because of the main character's cheat. Otherwise, why would Yang Dingtian be able to use the 3rd layer of the Heaven and Earth Great Shift and crush Qingkuan like a chicken? He even made Sandu sit in meditation for 30 years to think of a countermeasure. In the end, Zhang Wuji relied on the 9 Yang Divine Art, the 7th layer of the Heaven and Earth Great Shift, the Taiji Fist Sword, and the Saint Flame Order to defeat Qingkuan and Sandu. It wasn't that easy. Xiaoxiao was able to cultivate to the 3rd layer, apart from her innate talent and intelligence. It was also because of the internal energy that the elders of the sect had imbued into her. But this also brought about the same problem as Zhang Wuji, which had an unstable foundation. Right now, her martial arts were obviously not inferior to Yang and but she was being restrained by the opponent's spear. Had it not been for Song Qingshu, who happened to pass by, she might have been captured and made into a wife. Impossible. This is my mother's most cherished possession. How can she give it to you? Xiaoxiao regained her senses and spoke quickly. Song Qingshu kept the golden flower again. Your mother and I are good friends. She wanted me to be your godfather, but she was afraid that she wouldn't be around the next time she met you. So, she gave this to me as a keepsake. After considering for a moment, he gave an ambiguous description of his relationship with Tadish. If he were to speak the truth, it would put Tadish in an awkward position. Furthermore, Xiaoxiao must have a lot of respect for her father, Han Xianxia. There was no need for him to give her any rebellious thoughts right from the start. After listening to his explanation, Xiaoxiao reluctantly felt relieved. But when she suddenly recalled the word godfather, her face instantly turned red. How can I do that? You are not much older than me. What do you mean by not much older? Song Qingshu sized her up. You are only 16 or 17 years old, but I am already over 30. I am almost twice your age. After saying that, he cursed in his heart. In the original work, Song Qingshu appeared at the age of 27 or 28. In ancient times, he would be considered old. Yet, at such an old age, he had yet to marry and have children. Instead, he was painstakingly pursuing a young lady like Zhou Jirua. You are only 10 years older. Xiaoxiao curled her lips. In other words, the gap between them wasn't that big. In this world, a teenager is old enough to be a father. Song Qingshu suddenly smiled strangely. My good daughter, call me godfather. I don't want to. Xiaoxiao rejected without a second thought. When she saw the keepsake, she was already half convinced. After all, it was her mother's personal possession. It was impossible for an outsider to obtain it. However, she couldn't understand why her mother would want her to recognize this man who wasn't much older than her as a godfather. Why are you so disobedient? Song Qingshu snorted. Do you believe that your father won't punish you? Bah, you are so young, yet you call me father. Xiaoxiao hurriedly distanced herself from him. Wait until I see my mother. Who knows if you used some trick to trick her into giving you the keepsake. It's fine if you don't recognize me for the time being. At least let me see what you look like. Otherwise, when I meet your mother, I don't know what your daughter looks like. Song Qingshu said with a smile. Don't call me daughter. There was a hint of anger in Xiaoxiao's tone. The reason why I cover my face is because I don't want my whereabouts to be exposed. She was a mixed-race child. Although the characteristics of the western regions had faded from her appearance, it couldn't be hidden from the eyes of those who were observant. Now that she was hiding from the cult's killers, she naturally had to be careful. When the veil was taken off, her eyes were bright and full of spirit. Her eyebrows were slender and her nose was straight. Her skin was crystal clear and soft like jade. There were dimples on her cheeks, and her face was fair and sweet. The most eye-catching thing about her was that her eyes were faintly blue. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and her smile was like that of a peach. Compared to the women of the Central Plains, she had a unique charm. Song Qingshu's memories of Xiaoxiao in the depths of his mind were already very vague. He only vaguely remembered that she was very young at that time, and her body had not yet grown up. Although her appearance was extremely beautiful, it could not conceal her childishness. Now that a few years had passed, coupled with the tempering of being a cult leader who stood above tens of thousands of people, she had now grown into a beautiful and elegant woman. I've suffered a great loss. Song Qingshu looked like he was beating his chest and stamping his feet. Xiaoxiao was stunned. What's wrong with you? What great loss? Song Qingshu sighed deeply. If I had known that you were so beautiful, I wouldn't have agreed to be your godfather with your mother. Then I could have pursued you. Now, I don't know which brat will take advantage of you. Nonsense. Xiaoxiao spat, and her face suddenly turned red. My mother hates glib-tongued people the most. I don't know why she took you as a friend. She couldn't say the word godfather in the end, so she could only say it in another way. However, when a woman was complimented by a man, she was very happy in her heart even though she said no. So, she was not really angry. I'm just joking. Song Qingshu put away his smile and said seriously, what do you plan to do next? Don't you want to go back to see your mother? Xiaoxiao shook her head. From what you said, I can tell that my mother should be doing well these past 2 years. I'm not in a hurry to see her. I plan to. She suddenly stopped talking and looked a little embarrassed. Song Qingshu was very smart and immediately reacted. Are you going to see your cult leader's son? Xiaoxiao's cheeks were slightly red, and her eyes showed a nostalgic look. Yes, I haven't seen young master for many years. Back then, I shouldered too much and couldn't always accompany and serve young master. Now, I have completely removed the heavy burden on my shoulders and can accompany young master. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Wuji's luck with women was really exuberant. One after another, beautiful women were deeply devoted to him. Although it was a little disrespectful to speak ill of others behind their backs, Song Qingshu felt the need to remind her now that the situation had changed. But the current Zhang Wuji is not the Zhang Wuji in your memory. He has already been possessed by the revered Ming. Venerated Ming? Xiaoxiao was a little surprised. Having been in the Persian headquarters for so many years, she naturally knew who venerated Ming was. Everything originated from the heaven and earth great shift. Song Qingshu roughly explained to her how revered Ming had worked hard to tamper with the 7th level of the heaven and earth great shift. It's no wonder that in the secret tunnel of the light peak, young master was able to master the other 6 levels in one go, but always felt that the 7th level wasn't enough. Xiaoxiao's little mouth opened slightly, and her face was full of shock. Back then, she had accompanied Zhang Wuji to practice the heaven and earth great shift in the secret tunnel, so she was very clear about these things. The first person to realize that Zhang Wuji had changed was Zhao Min. Then, she decisively returned to Mongolia and led the Ryong mansion to fight against the Ming dynasty. Song Qingshu continued. As for Zhou Zhirua, it was entirely his peerless charm that made her change her mind. He was somewhat shamelessly hinting to himself, no wonder I heard that Miss Zhao and young master turned against each other in Persia. At that time, I thought it was strange. Since Miss Zhao loved young master so much, why would she turn against him? I even thought that young master and Miss Zhao had rekindled their old love. Xiaoxiao muttered to herself. Suddenly, she remembered that Zhou Zhirua was the wife of the man in front of her. She couldn't help but look a little embarrassed. She stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Miss Zhao is smart and calculative. If young master had really changed, she would definitely have noticed it immediately. Song Qingshu secretly sighed with emotion. Speaking of which, he had to thank venerated Ming. If he hadn't interfered, based on the relationship between Zhao Min and Zhang Wuji, he was afraid that he and Zhao Min would never be able to be together. Since you already know the whole story, do you still want to go to Zhang Wuji now? Song Qingshu asked. Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. Seeing is believing. I still need to see young master with my own eyes to confirm the truth. However, her heart sank. For the past 2 years, the headquarters had been receiving some special orders. Back then, the Great Elder said that it was venerated Ming's order. She thought that the Great Elder was using venerated Ming's name to do his own thing. Now, it seemed that young master had most likely been, you know that he has changed, yet you still want to go? Both Zhao Min and Zhou Zhirua have left him one after another. Don't you believe me? Song Qingshu frowned. If only Tadish was here. It would indeed be inconvenient for him to interfere with her will. Xiaoxiao shook her head. Even if the whole world betrays young master, I will still stay by his side. Furthermore, if young master has really been possessed by venerated Ming, I will also work hard to find a way to get rid of venerated Ming so that young master can recover. Song Qingshu originally wanted to persuade her, but after hearing her words, he felt deep respect for her. Zhang Wuji has no regrets in this life to have such a loyal handmaiden like you. Xiaoxiao's heart sank. I'm not as good as you say. It's just that I share the same origin as young master and I've dabbled in the martial arts of the Ming dynasty. That's why I'm thinking of helping young master recover. Alright, since you insist, I won't persuade you anymore. Song Qingshu paused. But you must be careful and protect yourself. Xiaoxiao smiled. Don't worry. I've been the cult master for so many years. Not only did I have to deal with the fiendish Mongols, but I also had to deal with those old foxes in the cult. If I didn't have a mind of my own, I would have been swallowed whole long ago. Seeing the calmness in her eyes, Song Qingshu came to his senses. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. Moreover, Xiaoxiao had always been smart and calm. Coupled with the experience she had over the past few years and the fact that she knew venerated Ming's identity, it was more than enough for her to protect herself. If that's the case, I won't say anything more. You be careful. Song Qingshu said. Also, if you really run into danger that you can't resolve, just tell him that I have a way to solve his biggest problem. He won't dare to touch you then. What's his biggest problem? Xiaoxiao was confused. If something really happened, would venerated Ming give up just because of this sentence? Song Qingshu smiled strangely. This is an adult's matter. You kids shouldn't ask too much. If venerated Ming hadn't been rendered impotent by his modified version of the absorbing star's great technique, he wouldn't have dared to let Xiaoxiao send herself into the tiger's mouth. Of course, it was not convenient for him to tell a little girl about this. If you don't want to say it, then don't. Why are you pretending to be an adult? Xiaoxiao couldn't help but mumble. By the way, I heard that the Mongols and the Persians are sending people to capture you. Won't your journey be too dangerous? Song Qingshu suddenly thought. Hearing this, Song Qingshu was filled with admiration. Unexpectedly, it was similar to Taizu's fork crossing of the Crimson River. No wonder she had been the cult leader of the Persian cult for so many years. Her knowledge and strategy were not something ordinary women could compare with. In fact, it was normal to think about it. When Xiaoxiao was still young, she stood out to command the 5-element flags when Yan Shao and the others were poisoned and blocked the attack of the Yuan dynasty soldiers. Her commanding ability was evident. However, she had always appeared in front of Zhang Wuji as a little maid who understood flowers, which made people ignore her ability. Now that she had trained in Persia for a few years, she had grown even faster. But it is said that Zhang Wuji has not been at Brightness Peak for a long time. No one knows where he has gone. Song Qingshu reminded her. Xiaoxiao nodded. I have also found out about this recently, so I plan to go somewhere else to find him. The world is so big and there are so many people. Where are you going to find him? Song Qingshu frowned. Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly. As long as I have the heart, I will find him. Well, be careful on your way. Seeing that she was so determined, Song Qingshu did not try to persuade her anymore. Xiaoxiao was about to say goodbye to him when she suddenly remembered something. She attacked him directly. Song Qingshu instinctively grabbed her wrist and said in a deep voice, "What are you doing? I heard that your martial arts are very high. I want to try." A trace of astonishment flashed across Xiaoxiao's face. Her martial arts skill was no longer what it used to be. On the Persian side, other than the great elder Huishan, no one dared to say that they could win against her. But the unexpected attack just now was easily neutralized by the opponent, and at the same time was countered. The higher one's martial arts skill was, the more one could understand the power of turning the complex into the simple. The opponent's ordinary claw did not look like a miracle, but it achieved an extraordinary effect. Your martial arts aren't weak either. Song Qingshu let go of her wrist and evaluated her objectively. She was well versed in the Persian Ming cult's martial arts and the heaven and earth great shift. Even in Jianghu, she could be considered a top-notch master. However, she was probably a high and mighty cult leader and rarely needed to fight herself. That was why she lacked actual combat experience compared to those grandmasters. But I was still subdued by you in one move despite my sneak attack. Xiao Zhao was a little resentful. How did you practice your martial arts? Back then, your martial arts weren't this. She quickly stopped speaking because she realized that the 6 major sects had besieged Light Peak. The other party must not want to talk about the past. Everyone has their own fate. Even Zhang Wuji was able to fall off a cliff and learn the 9 Yang divine skill. Can't I have a fortuitous encounter? Song Qingshu was indifferent. Xiao Zhao smiled. Young master is really cunning. After talking for so long, you didn't say anything. Song Qingshu shook his finger. Secrets can make a man more charming. It was not that he was being selfish, but it was not good to spread the Mandi Diana to the world. Moreover, she was a little girl. It's fine if young master doesn't want to say it. Xiao Zhao suddenly blushed. But you are really bad. You're so good at martial arts. That night, you pretended that you didn't know martial arts to take advantage of me. Song Qingshu said calmly, I didn't say that I didn't know martial arts. You just thought that I was a weak scholar who could be bullied. As for taking advantage of me, he smiled and continued, although I did it to save you, I did take advantage of you. Xiao Zhao snorted. Next time, I'll tell my mother and let her see your true colors. Then, she left a wisp of fragrance and quickly disappeared into the forest. Looking at her disappearing figure, Song Qingshu sighed. What your mother saw was not only my true colors. Suddenly, he realized a problem. How should he explain to Taj Tish the next time he saw her? He had clearly bumped into her daughter again, but in the end, he let her go? Thinking of this, he felt a headache coming on. This child, after being separated from her mother for so many years, the first thing she did after returning was to look for Zhang Wuji. Truly, a grown girl cannot be kept at home. After that, he continued on his way to Liao. There were no other disturbances along the way. When he entered the palace and saw Zhao Min, he was startled when he saw her packing her luggage. What are you doing? Seeing his appearance, Zhao Min was both surprised and happy. She threw herself into his arms with a wisp of fragrance. You came at the right time. I was just worrying. Her voluptuous and alluring body gave off an astonishing elasticity. With great difficulty, Song Qingshu calmed his mind and asked, Are you planning to leave? Zhao Min grunted, Yes, I've received news that the Great Khan has already conquered the western countries and is returning to Helen. Because he was too busy before, he delegated the power of the Eastern Front to my father and a few imperial grandsons. Now that the Great Khan has returned, the power of the upper echelons will inevitably be reshuffled. I'm worried about my father, so I'm planning to go back and have a look. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. The Ruyang household has many soldiers and generals. Your father is the #1 person in the military, and that big brother of yours is also one of the famous generals in history. What's there to worry about? It's precisely because of this that I'm worried. The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be destroyed by the wind. Zhao Min's brows revealed a deep worry. I don't know if it's because of what I think about during the day and what I dream at night, but I've been feeling upset recently and have some bad dreams. So I'm planning to go back and help my father and big brother. Song Qingshu was about to advise her, but he suddenly remembered that the higher one's cultivation base was, the more sensitive one would be to impending danger to a certain extent. This was the so-called sudden inspiration. If it was a normal person, they would usually have the same reaction to their closest relatives. When he saw Zhao Min's solemn expression, Song Qingshu also became a little worried. If something really happens, won't you be sending yourself into a tiger's den by going back so rashly? Zhao Min finally put on a smile. Don't worry. The Ruyang household has a lot of resources, after all. Even if something happens, we should have the ability to resolve it. Besides, we're in our own territory now. We'll definitely have a way. Song Qingshu thought about it and agreed with her. The Ruyang father and son had a lot of troops, and they also had a lot of elites under them. Zhao Min had once toyed with most of the martial arts world in the Central Plains in the palm of her hand. It would be fine if they did not harm others, so there was no way they would be harmed by others. You've come back this time because of the Great Khan's return to the east, right? Zhao Min asked. Yes. I feel like I'm not ready yet, and I'm about to officially face the pressure from Mongolia, Song Qingshu said with a wry smile. There's no such thing as a sure thing in this world. If you seek too much stability, it'll be easy for you to lose the chance to win. Zhao Min smiled. I think that your idea of choosing a husband for the Western Xia dynasty this time is pretty good. That Princess Xianxia of yours is also quite a character. I can't believe that she's willing to take the initiative to stand out. How did you know that we? Song Qingshu looked embarrassed. Zhao Min snorted. Do you think I don't know your style of doing things? There's been a lot of trouble in Western Xia recently. If I pay a little attention, I'll know that you're the one behind it. Song Qingshu was a little dissatisfied. It's because you know my secret and you're so smart that you can guess the truth behind it. If it were someone else, who would know that I'm the one in charge of the Western Xia? Zhao Min nodded. That's true. If it weren't for Liao, I wouldn't have thought about it when I saw the Western Xia in such a mess. Fortunately, no one in the world is as smart as my Min. Song Qingshu smiled and held her in his arms. When are you going to leave? Zhao Min turned around and put her hand on his neck. Her eyes were sparkling. I'm almost done and ready to leave. But since you're back, I can leave a little later. As soon as she finished speaking, she stood on tiptoe and kissed his lips. Song Qingshu was startled, but he soon relaxed. He put his hands around her slender waist and pulled her into his arms. He enjoyed her sweet and hot kiss to his heart's content. After a long time, Zhao Min fixed the buttons on her dress with a ready face. While buttoning them, she asked in a sweet voice, Is my hair messy? Her bright red skin, coupled with the faint water stains in her starry eyes, showed how happy she had just been. Song Qingshu lay on the bed and admired her graceful and moving figure. Your hair is beautiful no matter what. It looks lazy and luxurious like this. So, it's messy? Zhao Min hurriedly found a bronze mirror and looked at herself. It's all your fault. You just had to grab my hair like that, Song Qingshu chuckled. I think you look good this way. Glib. Zhao Min looked back at him coquettishly and began to fix her messy hair directly in front of the mirror. With Song Qingshu's current level of skill, even if it was only for a short moment, he could clearly see the flirtatious look in her eyes. That slight anger, shyness, and at the same time overflowing with charm was truly unique. Why are you up so early? Sleep with me for a while. Song Qingshu admired her figure from behind. He saw that she was still like a young girl, her legs and buttocks were tight, her small buttocks were perky, and her legs were slender. A red dress was tightly wrapped around her exquisite and delicate body. Her breasts were full and towering, and her waist was very thin. It fully displayed the advantages of Zhao Min's figure. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This Princess Zhao Min was truly the best of the best, especially at a time like this when she had the advantages of both a young girl and a young married woman. She was truly irresistible. When he had first arrived in this world, he had felt that the heavens were unfair. Now that he thought about it, it was truly a great opportunity. Otherwise, how could he have had the chance to have such a dreamy woman? No, I still have to hurry. Zhao Min hurriedly tidied up her hair and got up to take her luggage. Song Qingshu was shocked and subconsciously sat up. So fast? Zhao Min walked to the side of the bed and smiled like a flower. That's right, I was going to leave anyway. I stayed a bit longer just for you. Seeing the other's disappointed expression, Zhao Min smiled like a fox. Originally, you left me here to do things for you, but you ran off to flirt with other women. I still have some hidden bitterness in my heart, but since you made me so happy this time, I won't argue with you. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. After saying this, she kissed him on the lips and left with a smile, leaving Song Qingshu sitting alone on the bed in the wind. What is this? Waving your sleeves and not taking away a single cloud? Song Qingshu continuously comforted himself. However, the more he comforted himself, the more he felt like a little girl who was abandoned after being played with. Why did it feel so unpleasant to be freeloaded? After a long time, he smiled. Only Zhao Min could do such a carefree thing. After she left, Song Qingshu couldn't sleep anymore. He got up and put on his clothes. Originally, he planned to find Su Quan to ask about the current situation in Liao. However, when he thought about how he had just fought with another woman and was surrounded by Zhao Min's fragrance, wouldn't he cause trouble for her if he went over? He called the palace maid to prepare hot water and planned to take a bath. At this time, he found an envelope left by Zhao Min on the table. The envelope wrote all the things that happened in Liao during this period of time. The officials she met, the appointments she made, which officials could be trusted in the future, and which officials couldn't be trusted. Everything was listed clearly. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Zhao Min was really a female Zhuge. Previously, she was worried that she would cause trouble for him after leaving, so she specially prepared everything in advance. After reading the letter left by Zhao Min a few times and memorizing the contents, Song Qingshu was almost done bathing. After changing into a new set of clothes, he went to Su Quan's bedroom to look for her. He saw her lazily lying on the couch for a nap. Even through the curtain, he could see her undulating figure. She was completely different from Zhao Min, who still retained some of the innocence of a young girl. Her body was full of the charm of a mature young woman. The curve of her buttocks was exaggerated and connected to her waist. In front of him, it was a beautiful picture of a little beauty. "Didn't I say not to disturb me?" She seemed to have heard the noise, but Su Quan thought it was a palace maid or something. She didn't open her eyes and muttered with some dissatisfaction. "It's not dark yet, and you're already sleeping?" Song Qingshu smiled and walked over. "Ah?" Su Quan suddenly woke up. When she saw his appearance, she couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. "You're back?" "I'm back." Song Qingshu walked to the side of the couch and sat down. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, he sighed for a moment. He didn't know how much virtue he had accumulated in his previous life to be able to have so many beautiful confidants in this life. "You didn't inform me in advance that you're back. You made me look so embarrassed in front of you." Su Quan pouted coquettishly. At the same time, she began to tidy up her clothes and hair that were a little messy when she just slept. Seeing this, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Her clothes might be a little wrinkled, but how could it have anything to do with being embarrassed? The nature of women to love beauty was indeed the same no matter which era it was. Suddenly, he noticed that there seemed to be a trace of tiredness between her brows. He couldn't help but ask, "You seemed to be falling asleep just now. You seemed very tired?" Su Quan faintly sighed. "Of course I'm tired. Although Liao is no longer what it used to be, it's still a country. I don't know how many things I have to deal with in a day. The key is that at this stage, I can't delegate power to the officials under me. I have to do everything by myself. Previously, I had the help of the princess's younger sister, but she has to go home. In the future, I'll be the only one left. Just thinking about it gives me a headache." Song Qingshu's heart was full of guilt. "It's really hard on you." Su Quan smiled charmingly. "Although it's a little hard, I can be considered to be enjoying it. In the past, a mere divine dragon cult couldn't display my strengths at all. Now that I'm governing a country, I feel very accomplished every day. Don't joke around." The strong desire to survive that he had developed in his previous life made Song Qingshu very clear-headed to avoid this topic. "I'm telling the truth." Su Quan twisted her body and burrowed into his arms. "By the way, your princess has left. Aren't you going to send her off?" Song Qingshu replied, "She has already left." "So you just came from her place?" Su Quan was clever and immediately understood the hidden meaning in his words. She suddenly wrinkled her nose and sniffed him. "Hey, there's no fragrance on Zhao Min's body. Did you just take a bath?" Song Qingshu was sweating profusely. "Do you have a dog's nose?" Each of his women was more shrewd than the other. Sooner or later, he would be swallowed up by them without any residue left. "I have a fox's nose." Su Quan snorted proudly, but soon her expression became a little lonely. She sighed faintly. "The first thing you did when you came back was to find Zhao Min instead of me. This proves that she is still more important in your heart." Song Qingshu's smile froze. He didn't know how to comfort her. Fortunately, Su Quan quickly regained her smile. "But at least you took a bath, changed into a new set of clothes, and came to find me with a new face. You're kind, so I forgive you." I've made you feel wronged. Song Qingshu said apologetically. There's nothing to feel wronged about. I'd rather be the concubine of a hero than the wife of a mediocre man. I chose the man myself, so I have to bear the corresponding consequences. Su Quan chuckled. Besides, you're a little unfaithful and spend less time with me. There's nothing wrong with that. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Why did this kind of compliment sound so awkward? All right. Don't feel guilty. It's not easy for you to come back. Have a good talk with me. Su Quan could see his awkwardness. She was a smart woman and knew when to stop. Then, Song Qingshu hugged her like this and listened to her talk about what happened to Liao during this time. At the same time, he told her everything that had happened to him during this time. Time passed very quickly in the warmth between lovers. A few hours had passed, but the two of them did not feel tired at all. After dinner, Su Quan suddenly said, when you are free, go and see Consort Hui. I see her crying every day, as if she has lost her spirit. If this goes on, I'm afraid she won't be able to hold on for long. Imperial concubine Hui? Song Qingshu was stunned and couldn't react for a moment. Su Quan explained, it is the Southern Dynasty crown princess, the Shin family's young lady who was kidnapped by Yelu Isin. Shin Bijuan. Song Qingshu finally remembered. At that time, Yelu Isin had disguised Shin Bijuan as Xianxia's sister and sent her to the palace. Then, she was given the title of Consort Hui. In the end, when Yelu Isin's rebellion broke out, she was also implicated. In order to protect her, she was banished to the cold palace. This Shin family's young lady is truly an outstanding beauty. Even though she has a sad face every day, some of the little eunuchs in the palace are infatuated with her. Every concubine that was banished to the cold palace was lonely in front of their door. Even the palace maids didn't like them, but when it came to her, it was as crowded as a marketplace. It is a strange sight in the cold palace. Su Quan couldn't help but sigh. Okay, I will go and see. Song Qingshu didn't dare delay. After all, the person in charge of Sichuan was Shin Xiaolong, Shin Bijuan's elder brother. When he heard that the Shin family had been destroyed, his heart had died. Song Qingshu had told him about Shin Bijuan, which gave him hope. If something happened to Shin Bijuan, although they wouldn't become enemies, it would definitely affect the relationship between the two sides. Although it was called the Cold Palace, there was no palace in the Imperial Palace specifically called the Cold Palace. Instead, it was some of the most remote rooms. The deposed concubines were often sent to those places. Over time, that place became the Cold Palace in everyone's hearts. Because the inner palace didn't allow imperial guards and ministers to enter, and because the Cold Palace was remote, there weren't many people there. Even if they occasionally met people on the way, with Song Qingshu's martial arts, he could avoid them in advance. Thus, he didn't disguise himself and walked directly there. When he arrived near Shin Bijuan's palace, he saw a few little eunuchs carrying lunch boxes out. As they walked, they whispered to each other, Consort Hui is really pitiful. I have never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. Her Majesty the Empress is not inferior to her. Her Majesty the Empress is high above. I don't dare to think about it. Che, even if Consort Hui was banished to the Cold Palace, she is still a concubine. Isn't she also high above? Someone with our status can think about it. So what if we think about it? We've already been cut down below. At this point, the two eunuchs fell silent. After a long time, one of them said, when we grow old and leave the palace, we must bring our treasures with us. We will rest in peace with our bodies intact. In our next life, we will not be people without roots. After the two left, Song Qingshu flashed out from behind the fake mountain. Looking at their backs, he sighed inwardly. These eunuchs were all pitiful people. However, in this era, there was no way to abolish the system of eunuchs. They could only order the eunuchs of the greeting office to be completely voluntary and ensure that they would have proper arrangements for the rest of their lives after they left the palace. Inside the Cold Palace, the rooms were extremely dilapidated. The cloth curtains were extremely dim. It was unknown where they had been discarded, but it was a stark contrast to the splendor of the other places in the Imperial Palace. A thin and beautiful figure sat by the window, quietly staring at the sky outside in a daze. A young palace maid at the side urged, "Nyang nyang, eat something. The food of the other people in the cold palace is either cold or rotten. It's only thanks to those little eunuchs that they bring you hot food every time. Don't waste their good intentions." Song Qingshu stilled. When he left, hadn't he told Su Quan and Zhao Min to take good care of her? How did she end up relying on eunuchs? In reality, this was a misunderstanding. Su Quan and Zhao Min had people take good care of Shenbijuan. Everything was according to the previous standards. In the beginning, the people below did as they were told, but later, seeing that the emperor had no intention of restoring consort Hui's status, the people below gradually became negligent. The imperial palace had always been this cold. Who knew how many concubines in the cold palace hoped to make a comeback, but the emperor would occasionally add new people to his side. Very quickly, these women were completely forgotten. Everyone was used to it. "I don't have an appetite." A gentle female voice rang out. "Also, don't let those little eunuchs give me things. Their salary is not much, and some of the things are clearly embezzled from some place. If someone finds out, it will bring about a fatal disaster." In the past, Shenbijuan's eyes were always clear and gentle, like the flowing water in the spring wind. Her hair was bright and soft, and her waist was as soft as a willow branch in the spring wind. But now, she had changed. She had become quieter, more melancholic, and more haggard. However, these changes did not harm her beauty. On the contrary, she appeared even more lovely and beautiful. It was a beauty that could intoxicate one's heart. "But how can you not eat? Nyang Nyang is becoming thinner and thinner. If this continues, your body won't be able to support it," the young palace maid said anxiously. Shenbijuan looked at the sky outside and faintly said, "So what if I can support it? In the end, I am still imprisoned in this world, like a canary in a cage. Who is Miss Shen waiting for?" At this time, a warm voice came from behind her. Shenbijuan's body trembled. She turned to look at the door in disbelief. When she saw Song Qingshu's appearance, she almost fainted. Of course, this wasn't because she had fallen in love with him or because her feelings for him were deep. It was just that she, a little girl, had happily become the crown princess, but she had been kidnapped and taken to a foreign country. Then the Shen family had been exterminated. The Southern Song dynasty imperial family that she had been waiting for not only did not save her, but instead sent people to kill her to cover up their shame. She had long since lost all hope. At this time, Song Qingshu's appearance had given her a glimmer of hope. It was her only hope. This was also why she had been able to calmly wait in the cold palace. But after a few months, there had been no news from him at all. She, who had been abandoned by the entire world, couldn't help but worry. Sometimes, she would even wonder if he had completely forgotten about her existence. Gradually, she lost her appetite and her body became thinner. She spent all day staring at the courtyard in a daze. The more she looked, the more she felt pity for herself. That kind of sorrow had accumulated to the extreme. When she suddenly heard the voice she had been waiting for, how could she not be excited? "Impudent! Who are you to dare trespass into the inner palace?" The young palace maid at the side saw that this person was clearly not a eunuch in disguise, nor was he a guard of the imperial physicians. In fact, even a guard of the imperial eunuch was not allowed to appear here. She couldn't help but stand in front of Shenbijuan and loudly scold the youth. "You can leave." Shenbijuan finally spoke, a trace of a smile on her face. Nyang Nyang, the young palace maid panicked. There were some things she was too embarrassed to say. She thought that even if she had been given the cold shoulder by the emperor, with her outstanding beauty, it wasn't impossible for her to recover. But if she were to be involved with another man, not only would there be no hope for her to recover, it would also bring about a fatal disaster. "Leave. You are not allowed to speak of what happened today," Shenbijuan said again. But her eyes were completely focused on the man not far away. Usually, her eyes were full of worry, and the little palace maid was amazed by this master's amazing beauty. Now that her eyes had recovered, the whole room seemed to instantly brighten up. Although it was a common phenomenon for women to be jealous, but with such beauty, the gap was so big that the palace maid could not raise the idea of jealousy. However, although she was beautiful, she was worried that this matter would implicate her. Her eyes suddenly turned, wondering if she should find a chance to inform the others. What kind of person was Song Qingshu? With a glance, he could see through her thoughts. He took out a gold medal and waved it in front of her. The emperor sent me. This matter must be kept secret. Otherwise, be careful of your head. There were too many secrets in the imperial palace, and many of them were unimaginable. Even though the palace maid did not understand why the emperor would send a young man to find the incomparably beautiful empress, she knew what to ask and what not to ask. She silently retreated, determined to keep this matter a secret to avoid being accidentally caught up in some storm. After she left, Song Qingshu furrowed his brows and asked, "Why is the previous palace maid not here?" Shen Bijuan softly replied, "Something happened to the previous one's family. I pitied her, so I begged the empress to let her out of the palace." Song Qingshu couldn't help saying, "It must have brought back your sad memories and made you sympathize with them." Shen Bijuan gave a sad smile, "Isn't that so? Although something happened to her family, she still has a home." "Where is my home?" Looking at her tearful appearance, Song Qingshu secretly sighed. She was a rich young lady with a perfect family background and a perfect future, but in the end, fate played a joke on her and made her bear things that she shouldn't bear at her age. It was a miracle that she hadn't broken down after so long. "Miss Shen, do you want to go home to see?" Song Qingshu asked. "Go home?" Shen Bijuan was first startled and then a strange light flashed through her eyes. "Is that really possible?" Song Qingshu gave a slight smile, "Of course. This time I have to go to Jiangnan and I can bring you along. You can go back to the Shen family's ancestral home and pay respects to your parents." Thinking of the Shen Yuan that she had grown up in and the parents that she hadn't seen before they died, Shen Bijuan's eyes filled with tears. "Jiangnan. I want to go back even in my dreams, but I am Liao's imperial consort. Can I really leave the palace?" Feeling her body sway slightly as though she would fall with the slightest gust of wind, Song Qingshu was worried that her body was too weak and overly excited. He quickly went to help her sit down. "Since I can appear here, naturally I can take you out." I really don't know how to thank you." Shen Bijuan's face was slightly red. It was unknown if it was because she was excited about something she didn't even dare think about or because she was shy from being touched by a man. Song Qingshu shook his head, "Miss Shen is too serious. Back then, I promised your parents. Now, it is just a matter of loyalty to others." Shen Bijuan heard him speak so lightly, but she knew in her heart how difficult it was to fulfill such a promise. "But my Shen family has never interacted with you before, yet you are willing to help us." I. Song Qingshu smiled, "Miss Shen, there is no need to take it to heart. Although I am not a good person, I know that there are some things that cannot be done with folded arms. Otherwise, it will be difficult to escape the condemnation of one's conscience. Brother Song, if you are not a good person, then there are no good people in the world." Shen Bijuan thought of the contrast between the people of the southern Song dynasty and how they behaved. She was filled with emotion for a moment. "That's right, Brother Song, didn't I tell you before that calling me Miss Shen is too distant? In the future, just call me Bijuan." After saying this, her originally pale cheeks flushed red. It had to be known that she was not like the children of Jianghu. She was a young lady from a noble family. Rich families paid the most attention to rules. Unless it was her parents or future husband, she couldn't just let anyone call her by her maiden name. For her to take the initiative to tell another man again and again, if this spread to the boudoir circle in Jiangnan, many people would laugh at her. Song Qingshu wasn't someone who was inflexible. Hearing her say this, he agreed and closed the distance between them to reassure her. "That's fine. In the future, I will call you Bijuan." Seeing the food on the table, Song Qingshu smiled and said, "Bijuan, you have to eat more to nourish your body. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand the fatigue of the journey." Shen Bijuan blushed slightly. "Okay, I'll eat now." Originally, she didn't have much of an appetite, but for some reason, when she saw Song Qingshu and heard that he was taking her back to Jiangnan, she felt as if the world had become more colorful. Her stomach began to rumble with hunger. Song Qingshu suddenly remembered that the food was delivered by the eunuchs. His brows furrowed. "I'll have someone prepare some other food and bring it over." Shen Bijuan smiled slightly. "No need. After all, this is the goodwill of those little eunuchs. Don't disappoint them. Song Qingshu continued, I remember that before I left, I arranged your treatment. When did your offerings start to decrease? Shen Bijuan shook her head. Brother Song, there is no need to pursue this matter for me. The people in the palace are all pitiful. In any case, I am about to leave, so there is no need to cause trouble for them. When Shen Bijuan ate, she didn't show her teeth and only tasted each dish. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. The ancients said that beauty is a feast for the eyes. I never understood what that meant, but now that I see Bijuan eat, I finally understand the true meaning of that phrase. Shen Bijuan put down her chopsticks and looked at him reproachfully. Brother Song is making fun of me again. Song Qingshu picked up his chopsticks and put a lot of food into her bowl before saying, I'm just worried for you when I see you eat. How can you eat your fill like this? Looking at the small mountain of rice in front of her, Shen Bijuan had a difficult expression. I really can't eat this much. Eat more. Recover your energy before we continue on our journey. Song Qingshu wasn't advising a girl to eat more for no reason. Looking at Shen Bijuan's frail appearance, he was truly worried that her body wouldn't be able to hold up on the journey. Time was of the essence and he couldn't waste any more time. I'm not as frail as you think. Shen Bijuan thought about how she had been captured from Jiangnan to the Great Wall. Hadn't she managed to endure her days as a prisoner? Noticing the stubbornness in her eyes, Song Qingshu could roughly guess what she was thinking. This time, it's much farther than when you went from Jiangnan to Liao. We have to go to Sichuan first and then follow the river to Jiangnan. It's a few thousand li and the journey is even longer. Moreover, we won't have time to rest on the way. How can we not rest well? We still have to go to Sichuan? A trace of surprise flashed through Shen Bijuan's eyes as she asked in confusion. Song Qingshu explained, do you have an older brother called Shen Xiaolong? How did you know? Shen Bijuan exclaimed. He was expelled from the Shen family when I was very young. I don't know what he did. I don't actually remember, but I once heard my mother mention him. Because I ran into him a few months ago and coincidentally found out that he was also a member of the Shen family. I even promised him that I would bring you to see him, Song Qingshu answered. Eldest brother, is he still well? Shen Bijuan's voice trembled. She had always thought that the Shen family had been exterminated and that she was alone in this world. Now that she knew she still had a relative, how could she not be excited? Song Qingshu replied with a smile, I was caught up in a storm before, but now everything has turned to good. As for the specifics, I'll tell you slowly on the way. Shen Bijuan was a cold person and quickly guessed the truth. He must have received Brother Song's help to turn the situation around. Song Qingshu didn't deny it. I did help him, but he also helped me. It's a win-win situation. Shen Bijuan sighed, Big Brother Song, I really don't know how to repay the kindness you've shown my Shen family. Song Qingshu couldn't help but think of a joke from his past life. It seems that Bai Jun thinks I'm ugly. Shen Bijuan was startled. Why does Brother Song say that? Song Qingshu subconsciously replied, in stories where the hero saves the damsel in distress, if the man is very handsome, the maiden will often say, Gongzi's great kindness, this maiden is unable to repay it, and can only devote her life to you. If the man is ugly, the maiden will say, Gongzi's great kindness, this maiden is unable to repay it, and can only repay it by being an ox or horse in the next life. What kind of girl is so shameless? Shen Bijuan's face instantly turned red. She didn't know what to say. Song Qingshu regretted it as soon as he blurted it out. He really couldn't change his flirtatious nature. In his past life, this kind of teasing was very normal, and women wouldn't take it seriously. Instead, it would liven up the atmosphere. However, this world was much more conservative, so this kind of teasing was a bit frivolous. Sure enough, Shen Bijuan's rosy little mouth opened a few times as if she wanted to say something, but then hesitated. Song Qingshu hastily said, I just like to joke around. Don't take it to heart, Bijuan. Once you get to know me better, you'll know how bad I am. He was also very helpless. Now that he was in a relationship, he didn't have the mood to flirt anymore. Moreover, his mind had been filled with thoughts of how to deal with the Mongols' invasion. He didn't have time to think about relationships, But this kind of behavior was hard to avoid being misunderstood by others. Shen Bijuan quietly nodded. She really didn't know how to respond to this kind of topic. Song Qingshu continued, I'll be watching you from the side, and I'm sure you'll be too embarrassed to eat. How about this? I still have some things to take care of, so I'll come pick you up in 2 days. You should also prepare. Seeing him leave like he was running away, Shen Bijuan, who hadn't been happy in a long time, couldn't help but smile. She thought to herself, why are you running away? I'm not blaming you, and how could I not know the rules of marriage? However, she thought about how she had been kidnapped from Jiangnan and stayed with a man for such a long time. Her reputation had probably been tarnished in the eyes of others. Furthermore, she had later become a concubine of Emperor Liao. Although she was pure, she had stayed in the palace for so long. Even if her parents were alive, they wouldn't believe that nothing had happened. Song Qingshu returned to his bedroom. Su Quan raised her eyebrows. Huh? Why are you back so early? Early? Song Qingshu was a bit confused. Su Quan pursed her lips into a smile. I thought you would at least spend the night at her place. Song Qingshu was speechless. In your heart, am I that kind of person? Otherwise? Su Quan giggled. Don't say that you aren't interested in that great beauty. As a woman, I can't help but marvel at her beauty when I see her. It's just that she has always been raised in a boudoir, so her reputation isn't prominent. If she was someone from Jianghu, I'm afraid the title of the #1 beauty in Jianghu would have changed hands. Miss Shen is indeed beautiful. Song Qingshu expressed his deep agreement. However, when a woman was beautiful to a certain degree, it was difficult to distinguish who was superior in terms of appearance and figure. Things like status and temperament were the most important. Su Quan giggled. Do you want me to call her over to serve in bed now? In any case, she is the emperor's weak concubine. Serving in bed is her duty. Song Qingshu jumped in fright. Don't act recklessly. Look at her haggard appearance. After experiencing great joy and then suddenly experiencing great sorrow, it's very likely that she'll be so frightened that she'll commit suicide. You're still saying it's boring? Aren't you getting nervous now? Su Quan curled her lips and smiled like a fox. Song Qingshu sternly said, if it was any other innocent person, I would have done the same. All right. You're a gentleman, okay? Su Quan smiled and came over to hold his hand. It's getting late. Why don't we rest? Song Qingshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You just said that I came back early. Su Quan's face rarely turned red. I missed you. 1 day without seeing you feels like 3 years, let alone I haven't seen you for so long. Song Qingshu was a man, and a normal man at that. He immediately picked her up and carried her to the bed. Su Quan smiled coquettishly and hooked her arms around his neck. At the same time, she pulled down the curtain beside the bed. Soon, a sobbing and complaining voice came from the room. It made people blush and their hearts beat faster. When they woke up the next day, Su Quan said a few words to him in a daze, then fell back into a sweet sleep. Song Qingshu kissed her forehead, then got up, packed his clothes, and left the bedroom. The two of them spent the whole night saying their goodbyes. After lingering for most of the night, Su Quan's whole body was limp like a ball of mud. She was already exhausted, and Song Qingshu didn't want to disturb her. After leaving the bedroom, Song Qingshu also felt a little weak in his legs. Even though his body was made of iron, he couldn't support himself after being completely immersed in Zhao Min and Su Quan, two naturally seductive women. If it wasn't for the special cultivation technique that can nourish the body with yin and yang energy, I'm afraid I would have died a long time ago. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Outsiders were envious of his good luck with women, but how could they know the hardships he had gone through? Of course, these words would be even more annoying if they were told. It was no wonder that since ancient times, most emperors had short lives. With so many concubines in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, it would be unreasonable to not die of exhaustion. When Song Qingshu arrived at the cold palace, Shen Bijuan had already finished washing up and was sitting in the courtyard watering the flowers. She was different from before. Now, her eyes were as bright as the stars, as if they were emitting light at any time. Although Song Qingshu had gone through a day and night of fierce battle, he was still amazed by the beauty of the woman in front of him. He thought to himself that it was no wonder Su Quan said last night that she wanted to squeeze him dry so that he wouldn't have any thoughts about this troublesome woman on the way. "Brother Song, you're here?" Seeing Song Qingshu's arrival, Shen Bijuan was a little surprised, but more than that, she was pleasantly surprised. "Originally, I planned to leave in 2 days, but after thinking about it, I think it's better to leave as soon as possible." Song Qingshu smiled. No one knew when the Mongolians would come south. It was better to hurry. Anyway, Su Quan could take care of Liao. After a pause, Song Qingshu said, "Do you want to pack your luggage now?" Shen Bijuan was startled. "We're leaving. Now? Why? You still don't want to leave this place?" Song Qingshu teased. "Of course not." Shen Bijuan blushed. "I just can't believe that I can leave this cage." However, she had no time to lament about this right now. The complicated expression on her face was quickly replaced by excitement. "I don't have much to pack. I'll be done soon. There's no rush. Take your time." Looking at her excited back, Song Qingshu didn't follow her in. After all, she would definitely need to pack some of her private clothes. It wouldn't be convenient for him. He stood in the yard and leisurely waited. However, he waited for almost an hour. In the end, he saw the rouge and powder she had carefully selected, the bottles he didn't know the name of, and the large bags of clothes. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As expected, women are all like this in every generation. Shen Bijuan heard his muttering and said with some embarrassment, "I've made you wait a long time. Fortunately, it's not at home. Otherwise, there would be more." Song Qingshu finally remembered that she was the daughter of a wealthy family and had grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Her family loved her dearly, so she naturally had everything she wanted. "I just don't know if those things are still there in the Shen Gardens," Shen Bijuan suddenly said sadly. "You'll know if they're still there when you go back and see for yourself." Seeing that she was thinking about the extermination of the Shen family, Song Qingshu comforted her. "I thought that I would die in a foreign land for the rest of my life. I didn't think that I would have the chance to return to the Shen Gardens." "Brother Song, thank you." Shen Bijuan bowed as she spoke. "Bijuan, don't be so courteous." Song Qingshu helped her up. "It won't be too late to thank me when you actually return to the Shen Gardens." And being supported by a young man, Shen Bijuan's heartbeat sped up. "You guys?" At this time, a surprised and uncertain voice came from outside the door. The two turned their heads and saw that the palace maid was standing at the door and looking at them with shock. Shen Bijuan's face reddened and she quickly took a step back to separate from the other. Song Qingshu didn't care and lightly said to the palace maid, "I have an imperial edict to take Hui Fei Xianxia out of the palace. During this time, you should act as usual and pretend that Xianxia is still here. There will soon be an imperial edict that no one is allowed to visit. You don't have to worry about secrets being leaked." "You're taking Xianxia out of the palace?" The palace maid was dumbstruck. This was beyond her understanding. It had to be known that the women in the cold palace would either grow old alone or be given 10 feet of white silk. There was a small chance that they would rise again, but she had never heard of an imperial concubine being allowed out of the palace. "You guys, are you going to elope?" The palace maid asked in a trembling voice. She had originally thought that the man in front of her was the emperor's trusted bodyguard or something. But no matter how big the emperor's heart was, he wouldn't allow a hot-blooded young man to take his woman out of the palace. The key was that this woman was devastatingly beautiful and no man could resist her charm. After thinking about it, the only explanation was that the two were planning to elope. He had been in the palace for so many years and naturally knew the seriousness of the matter. If the matter was exposed, he, as a servant of Hui Fei, would not be able to escape responsibility. At that time, the emperor would be furious and perhaps sentence her entire family to be executed. He naturally had to find out now. "Elope?" Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. "What nonsense are you saying?" Shen Bijuan, on the other hand, was extremely embarrassed. Elopement was something that people loved to see in novels, but for young misses like her, countless people had told them how shameless it was to elope ever since they were young. "Xianxia, please pity me. I have old people to take care of." If you leave and the higher-ups investigate, what will I do? The young palace maid couldn't help but cry. Shinbijuan opened her mouth but didn't know how to comfort her. She couldn't help but look at Song Qingshu for help. In reality, she didn't know what method he would use to take her out of the palace. The most likely situation was that he would use his superior martial arts to sneak her out of the palace. But if he did that, it would be easy to implicate the people around her. Thinking about how she had regained her freedom, but the price would be the lives of others, the kind-hearted her couldn't bear it. Song Qingshu threw the gold medallion to the young palace maid. See for yourself if this gold medallion is fake or not. This is the emperor's personal item. Who knows if it was forged by you? The young palace maid turned the medallion over and over. When she saw the golden dragon engraved on the medallion with the words Imperial written on one side and Regal Presence written on the other, her heart finally calmed. Who in the palace dares to forge an imperial edict? Song Qingshu reached out and sucked the medallion back into his hand. However, he didn't have the heart to scold this responsible young palace maid. Of course, he still had to scare her. Remember not to talk too much, or else you might not be able to keep your little life. Finishing, he led Shinbijuan out. When the two of them reached the door, the young palace maid timidly asked, "Nyang Nyang, will you come back?" "Probably," replied Song Qingshu. Hearing his words, Shinbijuan's originally happy mood dropped to the bottom. She had thought that the sun was shining brightly today, but now it felt like the sky was covered in dark clouds. Noticing her expression, Song Qingshu knew that she had misunderstood and explained, "Don't think too much. It's because your identity is sensitive. You won't be able to use your original identity to live in the Southern Song dynasty for a while. This place can provide you with a safe haven. But I don't like this place. I'm always worried. Shinbijuan hesitated for a long time before finishing her sentence. "One day, the emperor will summon me to serve him." Song Qingshu laughed. "Don't worry, what you're worried about won't happen. He won't summon you to serve him." Hearing his laughter, Shinbijuan didn't know why she became angry. "Why? It's better to be safe than sorry." "There's no what if, I promise you," said Song Qingshu. Shinbijuan's brows furrowed slightly. "I know that Brother Song is very skilled, but the other party is the emperor. If he really wants to do something, I'm afraid Brother Song won't be able to stop him." Song Qingshu handed the gold medal to her. "Even the emperor's gold medal is in my hands, and I can enter and leave the palace as I please. I can take you away whenever I want, so what are you worried about? But there are some secrets that I can't tell you right now. I can only tell you that you can treat the palace as your home. No one will bully you or harm you." "Ah?" Shinbijuan was shocked. There was too much information in his words, but no matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't guess the truth. "But I don't like this place. I can hide my identity and live in a small mountain town for the rest of my life." Shinbijuan bit her lip, a hint of stubbornness in her eyes. Song Qingshu sighed. "Bijuan, you've experienced so many things, but you still don't understand one thing. A woman as beautiful as you, even if you want to live a peaceful life in a small mountain town, there will be trouble." Shinbijuan was silent. How could she not understand this? With her beauty, even if she wanted to live the rest of her life in poverty, she wouldn't be able to avoid all kinds of harassment. "I can go to my clan brother's place." Shinbijuan finally found a reason. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, but still said, "You can go to Shin Xiaolong's place, but the cooperation between me and Shin Xiaolong isn't that solid. I need your help to maintain it." He did not deliberately lie to Shinbijuan because he knew that she was an intelligent person. In the original work, her heart was originally on her husband Lian Qingbi's side, but every time Lian Qingbi said on the surface that he believed there was nothing going on between her and Xiao 11th Lang, in the blink of an eye, he would use the information from her mouth to harm Xiao 11th Lang, causing Shinbijuan's heart to be broken. She felt that he was a complete hypocrite. With this as an example, Song Qingshu naturally wouldn't make the same mistake again. Shinbijuan was an intelligent person, and she would eventually learn about these things in the future. Rather than her discovering the so-called truth and having her feelings for him instantly reverse, it was better for him to tell her everything from the start and let her know everything. Although it might make her feel disgusted at first, without the reverse, she wouldn't hate him because of love. Hearing his words, Shinbijuan's expression changed. She had grown up in a large family, so she wasn't a little white flower that didn't know anything. Adding on the many twists and turns she had experienced recently, she understood the cruelty of this world better than most of the noble young ladies. If it was in the past, she would have hated this kind of political transaction, but now that she had experienced so many things, she didn't think much of it. She felt that there should be checks and balances. Big brother Song, for you to tell me so frankly proves that you are a gentleman. Shinbijuan was filled with emotion. Song Qingshu hastily waved his hand. I'm not a gentleman. I'm the worst person in the world. If he gave the other too high of an expectation at the start, then it would all be negative. Rather than that, he might as well be the worst person from the start. Shinbijuan burst out laughing. If you're the worst person in the world, then there aren't any bad people in the world. Song Qingshu couldn't help but shake his head. This world is like this. People often don't believe the truth, but lies make people believe them without a doubt. Shinbijuan ignored him. Hearing that she was a bargaining chip that the other side was using to keep Xianxia in check, she was much more at ease. Since that's the case, then I'll come back in the future. With you here, I'm not afraid of anything. Seeing that she had misunderstood, Song Qingshu couldn't say anything else. He could only tacitly agree. It's good that you thought it through. Let's leave the palace first. At least you'll be free for a few months. After a pause, he asked the young palace maid beside him, did you hear something just now? The young palace maid shook her head like a rattle drum. No, I didn't hear anything. She had lived in the palace since she was young, so her strong will to live allowed her to answer correctly. That's for the best. Song Qingshu smiled and led Shinbijuan out of the palace. This time, the young palace maid didn't dare stop them. With him accompanying her, Shinbijuan was able to leave the palace without any obstructions. She thought that the palace would be heavily guarded, but when the guards saw the token in his hand, they all knelt down and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Shinbijuan couldn't help but ask, Big brother Song, how did you obtain this token? Song Qingshu had a mysterious expression. This is a secret. Shinbijuan asked him several times, but he wouldn't say anything. This made her even more curious. There were too many things she was curious about. Other than how he had the emperor's personal token, she also wanted to know why he could freely enter the palace. Why did he have the confidence to let her treat Liao's palace as her home? Unfortunately, no matter how she asked, he remained tight-lipped. This made her even more curious. When a woman became curious about a man, everyone knew what would happen next. Unfortunately, Shinbijuan's mood was too heavy and she didn't have time to think about anything else. Although she could rationally understand his actions, emotionally accepting it was another matter. She had always thought of Song Qingshu as the great hero and savior of her life. But once she learned that he had other motives for saving her, her mood couldn't help but change. Song Qingshu clearly noticed this change. After the two of them traveled for a few days, he couldn't help but smile and ask, do you dislike me now and feel that I'm especially despicable? No, no. Although Shinbijuan said this, her heart still changed. At the beginning, he had been a godlike existence in her heart. Now, she couldn't help but have some suspicions about him. What kind of person was Song Qingshu? He could clearly see the change in her eyes, but it didn't matter to him. He had experienced many trials and tribulations. No matter how beautiful Shinbijuan was, it would be difficult for him to lose his mind. Many of the women by his side, in terms of appearance and temperament, were not inferior to her. He naturally wouldn't be like other men who couldn't control themselves when they saw Shinbijuan. He could clearly feel that her attitude had changed from the intimacy at the beginning to a bit estranged. Song Qingshu didn't explain. There was no point in explaining things like this. It was better to let time prove everything. As they traveled to Sichuan, Song Qingshu took into consideration that the other was a young miss who rarely left the house. He specially hired a carriage. The two of them traveled for 2 days, each with their own thoughts. On the third day, Shinbijuan suddenly opened the door of the carriage. She blushed and asked, Brother Song, can you stop for a moment? Song Qingshu wasn't an impulsive man. He knew that after traveling for such a long time, there must be times when it was inconvenient for her. He stopped the carriage and smiled. We've been traveling for too long. I'm going to the front to relieve myself. Bijuan, wait for me. Shun Bijuan was smart. How could she not know that he deliberately said this to ease her embarrassment? Her heart was filled with gratitude, but she couldn't say anything. After leaving the carriage, Song Qingshu suddenly had an idea. This is the wilderness. Bijuan, be careful not to get bitten by a snake. Shun Bijuan agreed, but in her heart, she thought, how could there be such a coincidence? After she saw Song Qingshu's figure leave, she blushed and found a small bush nearby to squat down. Song Qingshu was resting under a tree not far away. He was waiting for the right time to go back, but he suddenly heard a scream. He couldn't help but rush over and ask, Bijuan, what's wrong? He was no longer a rash person. When he arrived near the bush, he was worried that the other party's clothes weren't properly packed, so he didn't rush over. He only asked from a distance. I was bitten by a snake. At this time, Shun Bijuan's weak voice came from the bush. Ah? Song Qingshu was startled. He didn't have time to think too much and rushed over. It had to be known that there were some snakes in this world that were extremely poisonous. Shun Bijuan didn't have any internal energy, so if she was bitten by one of those snakes, she would die in minutes. He rushed into the thicket. Shun Bijuan's clothes were still intact, but she was holding her calf with a worried expression. Where's the snake? Song Qingshu quickly asked. Even in the future, if someone was bitten by a snake, the first thing the hospital would ask was this so that they could prepare the corresponding serum. Although Song Qingshu didn't have a serum, if he knew what kind of snake it was, he would know if it was poisonous or not. Shun Bijuan shook her head and said with lingering fear, It bit me and then ran. I didn't see it clearly. Song Qingshu frowned. He squatted down in front of her and grabbed her calf. Who knew that Shun Bijuan would instinctively pull her leg back into her dress? What are you doing? Song Qingshu rolled his eyes and said in a deep voice, I want to see your wound. In truth, Shun Bijuan regretted her words as soon as she said them. She wasn't stupid and could roughly guess the reason. However, it was just a ladle-like reaction, so she didn't know how to explain it. She could only silently let him examine her calf. The sword energy in Song Qingshu's hand was extremely sharp and quickly cut open the cloth covering her calf. Seeing the shape of the wound and the faint fishy smell, his heart couldn't help but sink. You were bitten by a poisonous snake. Without waiting for the other party to respond, he quickly sealed several acupoints on her body, protecting her heart and arteries. Then, he used the solitary yang finger healing technique to move the acupoints on her legs as if he was flying. Am I going to die? Seeing his serious expression, Shun Bijuan's face paled. She was about to regain her freedom, but when she was the happiest, she had fallen to rock bottom. No matter how strong she was, she couldn't bear this kind of strong contrast. Song Qingshu comforted her, Don't worry. With me here, how could I let you die? Now that his cultivation was profound, and he had a few experiences of being poisoned to treat his injuries, how could a mere poison be a problem for him? However, he soon frowned and said, This snake's poison is quite strong. It took me so long to force out 2 drops of poisonous blood. Bijuan, you have to endure it a little longer. When Shun Bijuan heard the first half of his words, she couldn't help but relax. In her heart, this person was an omnipotent person. Since he said this, then he was clearly fine. However, when she heard the second half of his words, her heart jumped again. She wanted to ask more, but seeing that he was completely focused on forcing out the poison, she was worried that she would disturb him. She could only sit there and worry. Song Qingshu mustered his spirit and used the one yang finger and the great mystery scripture to force the poisoned blood out of her body bit by bit for 4 hours. When he saw that her blood had returned to its normal red color, he let out a sigh of relief. Her life shouldn't be in danger. However, this snake's poison is strange. Even with my current cultivation, it took me so much effort to force it out. Maybe there will be some side effects. Let's observe for a bit first. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. In the ancient times, there were snakes, insects, rats, and ants everywhere. This road wasn't very desolate, but they still encountered such a poisonous snake. It seemed that the future was more suitable for ordinary people to live in. Thank you, Brother Song. Shen Bijuan forced a smile. Song Qingshu had been busy for 4 hours, but he still had the support of his internal energy. However, her body was weak and she was poisoned. She had been relying on her last breath for so long. Now that she was able to breathe, she felt a wave of dizziness and fainted. When Shen Bijuan woke up, she found herself in a broken temple. This temple was not only broken, but it was also very small. Inside the small and broken altar, there seemed to be a mountain god. The wind outside howled, and if it wasn't for the fire in front of the altar, Shen Bijuan would have been frozen. Wind leaked in from all directions, and the flames kept flickering. A man was warming himself with his hands, humming a song in a low voice. Shen Bijuan was shocked, but she quickly recognized him as Song Qingshu. She gradually relaxed. She wanted to call out to him, but she suddenly realized that the song he was humming was completely different from the songs of the Gong, Shang, Jiao, and Huiyu of this world. The song was indescribably bleak, desolate, and lonely. It didn't match him at all. Shen Bijuan thought that he was a famous person at such a young age, and he had so many women by his side. Why did he still feel so lonely? As soon as Shen Bijuan opened her eyes, she couldn't help but be attracted to him. After a long time, she realized that she shouldn't have paid so much attention to a man. She should have thought about her own situation first. There was naturally no bed in the broken temple, so she slept on the altar. There was a thick layer of straw on the altar. She couldn't help but sigh. Brother Song was truly considerate. No wonder so many women couldn't help but fall in love with him. You're awake? Song Qingshu turned his head. Shen Bijuan nodded and revealed a faint smile. What song did Brother Song just sing? I just randomly sang, replied Song Qingshu carelessly. Shen Bijuan was startled. It has to be known that she was famous in Jiangnan. Who knew how many scholars and noble young masters surrounded her, not letting go of any opportunity to show off their talents. She had never seen someone like Song Qingshu deliberately avoid it. Her curiosity was piqued. She naturally didn't want to let it go. Although I don't really understand how the rhythm is arranged, it's very nice to listen to. Did Brother Song create it yourself? I don't have that ability. With Song Qingshu's current situation, he naturally disdained being a plagiarist and borrowing other people's beauty. It's a song from my hometown. I learned it from someone else. Brother Song's hometown is truly a place of great people. I really want to go see. Shen Bijuan was talented and beautiful. In this era, there weren't many things that could be considered hobbies. It was just the 4 arts. She also had a deep understanding of music, so she couldn't help but feel a bit excited when she saw this. But after saying this, her face turned red because she realized that it was a bit inappropriate. As a girl, telling a man that she wanted to go to his home would inevitably cause misunderstandings. Then she hurriedly added, Brother Song, are you homesick? Your song just now made me feel homesick. Song Qingshu looked at her speechlessly. As expected of the famous talented woman of Mountain Yin, she could hear the emotion in the song even though he did not understand it. This song is indeed about my hometown, but I'm just being sentimental. Even though I miss that world, if I have to choose, this world is more attractive. Shen Bijuan was confused. Why did he mention this world or that world when he mentioned his hometown? Shen Bijuan had never heard anyone say such rude words to her before. Although she was very gentle, she had never listened to anyone's orders before. If it was anyone else, she might have immediately jumped down, but this was Song Qingshu. She hesitated, but in the end, she didn't disobey him. Song Qingshu continued to say, if you must move, you should first look at your leg. No matter how beautiful a person is, they won't look good without a leg. Shen Bijuan looked down in confusion and found that her right leg was swollen. It was very swollen, and she immediately fell down. Any woman who saw their leg swollen to the size of hers would be scared out of their wits. Seeing her reaction, Song Qingshu seemed to laugh. Shen Bijuan was a bit embarrassed. After she calmed down, she asked, How did I get here? Song Qingshu replied, I forced the poison out of your leg and then you fainted. We were a bit far from the city, so I found this temple and brought you here. What's wrong with my leg? Shinbijuan couldn't help but ask the question she cared about the most. It should be the residual effects of the snake venom, Song Qingshu explained. Residual effects? Shinbijuan jumped in fright. She sounded like she was about to cry. In the future, my leg, will it be like this? Although she usually said that she would rather not have this beauty, how could a girl not care about her appearance? If her leg became like this, she would rather die. Song Qingshu shook his head. Don't worry, it shouldn't be like this. I'll find some herbs and apply them on your leg a few times. It should be able to reduce the swelling. As he spoke, he stood up. You were unconscious earlier, so I didn't feel at ease leaving you here alone. Now that you're awake, I'll go find some herbs. Wait here for me. Ai Shinbijuan originally wanted to make him stay, but when she thought about how her legs would be like this for the rest of her life without the herbs, she hesitated. By the time she hesitated, he had already disappeared from the temple. The wind was still howling outside. Apart from the sound of the wind, there was no other sound. It was as if she was the only person left in the world. She had already felt lonely and helpless. Now, she felt like a speck of dust that had been forgotten by others. She had never missed a man so much. Back then, she was waiting for him to pick her up in the palace. Now, she hoped that he would come back quickly. Only by staying by his side would she feel safe. Have I fallen in love with him? As soon as this thought appeared, Shinbijuan jumped in fright. In truth, it wasn't that she felt that there was anything wrong with Song Qingshu. In fact, he was more outstanding than any man she had ever met. Most importantly, he already had a wife. Although Shinbijuan was in dire straits, she was still proud. She would never be a concubine for a man, even if that man was the best man in the world. When a person suffers misfortune or is in pain, their heart will become especially weak. They will need the sympathy and comfort of others, and they will not be able to endure loneliness. She tried to explain for herself, but she wasn't very satisfied with this explanation. Her heart was in a mess and she didn't know what to do. She sank into deep thought like this. Time passed, and footsteps came from the door. She saw Song Qingshu walk in with a bucket of water in his left hand and a large bundle of unknown herbs in his right. Big brother Song, Shinbijuan sweetly called out. With him by her side, she felt a strange sense of security. After finding the herbs he wanted, Song Qingshu was in a good mood and couldn't help but joke, No. Big brother Song, you were the only one to come in. Shinbijuan had just finished speaking when she suddenly felt that something was wrong and couldn't help but smile. I didn't think that I would end up in such a situation. Song Qingshu was also startled. He smiled and said, I didn't think that I would end up in such a situation. As he spoke, he set up a shelf over the fire. Then, he took out a broken clay pot that he had found from who knew where and poured half of the water inside. Then, he poured most of the herbs he had found into it. What kind of herbs are these? Shinbijuan asked curiously. Song Qingshu shook his head. I don't know either. Shinbijuan was speechless. She was about to praise him, but she immediately swallowed it back down. She almost choked. While the medicine was being brewed, Song Qingshu walked over with the rest of the herbs. Although I don't know their names, I know that they have a miraculous effect on snake venom and can cure the injury on your leg. When he arrived in front of her, he couldn't help but frown. Why are you wearing shoes and socks again? Hurry up and take them off. Show me your leg. Shinbijuan bit her lips and said, Can you take a walk outside? She had asked him to force out the poison earlier because the situation was too tense. But now, she had let her imagination run wild. She suddenly didn't have the courage she had before. Song Qingshu bluntly said, I can't. Shinbijuan's ears turned red. She stood there in a daze, wishing that she could just die. Song Qingshu sighed. The people of Jianghu don't care about trifles. What time is it now? Bijuan, why do you have to worry about those red tape from before? Don't think that I want to see your feet. There's nothing to look at right now. I just want to see if the poison has returned. Shinbijuan muttered, I know Big Brother Song doesn't mean that, but In this day and age, asking a virtuous lady to take off her shoes and socks was as difficult as asking her to take off her clothes. Seeing her squirm, Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. He deliberately said to scare her, "If the poison returns and suddenly spreads, you might even have to show other people your body." These words were more effective than anything else. Shen Bijuan slowly took off her shoes and socks. When she first took them off, her entire body was trembling, but now her heart had gradually calmed down. She felt that everything wasn't as bad as she had imagined. Song Qingshu held her foot in his hand and carefully examined it for a while. He inwardly nodded his head. The situation that he was worried about did not happen. Only then did he pick out a few kinds of herbs and pick the most tender ones. He slowly chewed them in his mouth as if he was tasting their flavor. After a while, he spat out the herbs he was chewing and applied them to the other person's wounds. Shen Bijuan didn't know if she was angry, embarrassed, or grateful. She only felt that the medicine was cool and comfortable. Although she didn't understand medicine, she knew that it should be the right thing to do. The man tore off a piece of cloth from his clothes and bandaged her wounds. Feeling his gentleness, Shen Bijuan's heart became even more confused. In order to dissolve the awkwardness in her heart, she took the initiative to find a topic of conversation. "Big brother Song, why are your medical skills so high?" Shen Bijuan had been raised in her boudoir and had occasionally heard other young ladies talk about Song Qingshu. However, at the time, he had just been a stranger to her and she hadn't paid much attention to him, so she knew very little about him. Later, when she had met him in Liao, he had become her only hope for survival. She couldn't help but start asking around about Song Qingshu and gradually learned many things about him, including his emotional entanglement with the sect leader of the Amei sect, Zhou Zhirua, his pitiful encounter at the lion slaughtering conference, and then his sudden reappearance in the Jianghu after a period of silence. His name had shaken the world. Everything was filled with mystery and dreamy, making her curious about this man. Since she roughly knew what had happened to him over the years, she could naturally hear the helplessness in his voice. After all, he had been injured and poisoned. If it were someone else, they would have died more than 10 times over. He was able to train his ability to cure injuries and poisons completely by risking his life. Thinking of this, Shen Bijuan suddenly felt sorry for the man in front of her. Outsiders only saw his glory in front of others. How many people cared about how many times he had struggled on the edge of life and death? "Your meridians were all severed at the lion slaughtering conference. How did you recover?" Shen Bijuan asked softly. Song Qingshu helped her with the medicine. Since he had nothing else to do, he casually chatted with her. He talked about how he had wandered the Jianghu, how he had coincidentally learned from Wang Yuyan that the divine illuminating scripture might be able to cure him, and then how he had gone to the prison in Jingzhou. These things weren't too big of a secret, so he didn't try to hide them. Shen Bijuan couldn't help but sigh. The young miss of the Wang family of Gusu is both beautiful and talented. I didn't think she would also be skilled in all the martial arts in the world. Hearing her tone, Song Qingshu was startled. "You know each other?" Shen Bijuan nodded slightly. "We met once." The talent and temperament she displayed at the time caused everyone in the circle to praise her. Only now did Song Qingshu remember that they were both young misses of Jiangnan. The two places weren't too far apart, and their families all had some influence in the court. It was normal for them to have met each other. Wang Yuyan obviously wouldn't be discussing the fighting and killing of these noble ladies, so Shen Bijuan naturally didn't know that Wang Yuyan was well versed in the martial arts of the 100 schools. "Brother Song, I didn't expect you to be able to find a solution in that kind of situation. Bijuan really admires you. If it was anyone else, they would have already despaired." Shen Bijuan looked at him with admiration. "I'm not a saint. How could I not be in despair?" Song Qingshu sighed. "But so what if I was in despair? Was there nothing I could do? As long as I don't give up, I will eventually find hope. As long as I don't give up, there will always be hope." Shen Bijuan thought to herself. Thinking back to what had happened to her family, she felt deeply moved. "Have a good rest. I'll go out and take a look," Song Qingshu said as he stood up. "Don't leave," Shen Bijuan subconsciously shouted. She suddenly realized something and her face turned red. She hurriedly explained, I just woke up, so I'm not sleepy yet. That's true. Song Qingshu nodded. Shen Bijuan continued to ask, right, Brother Song, there were rumors that you were poisoned by the world's #1 poison, the golden rippling flower. How did you cure it in Yangzhou? With this kind of devastatingly beautiful woman looking at you with a face full of expectation, it would be very difficult for any man to refuse her request. Song Qingshu thought that he still needed to use her to win over Xianxia, so it would not be bad to use this opportunity to get closer to her. Thus, he roughly told her what happened in Yangzhou. Shen Bijuan had only heard that he had been poisoned by the golden rippling flower in Yangzhou, but how could the Jianghu people know the details? Now that she had personally experienced it, she finally understood how frightening that night had been. When she heard that he had been poisoned by the golden rippling flower and that he had been chased by all kinds of experts, even though she knew that he had turned his misfortune into a blessing in the end, she still felt nervous. When she heard that he had finally left Yangzhou City, she let out a sigh of relief. However, when she heard that the pursuers had also left the city, she became nervous again. When Song Qingshu said that the guards who had disguised themselves as the Machi family's granddaughter-in-law had sneaked onto the ship and escaped the encirclement, she couldn't help but admire him. Brother Song, you didn't panic in that kind of situation and actually thought of such a clever plan. You really are brave and resourceful. I've also heard of that young mistress of the Prime Minister residence. She is different from the Machi family's sinister and ruthless people. She is very kind and can be said to be an anomaly in the Machi family. Even if she knew your identity, she most likely wouldn't say anything to avoid harming your life. Bijuan is right. The young mistress of the Machi family is indeed a good person. Thinking about how he had relied on her to temporarily control the golden rippling flower's poison, Song Qingshu's heart shook. The process was incomparably beautiful when he thought back to it. How did she save you? Could she be an expert? Noticing the strange expression on his face, Shen Bijuan asked curiously. Song Qingshu knew that he definitely couldn't tell her how he saved her, so he could only find another excuse. The golden rippling flower was given to Li Kexiu by Machi Su. As the young mistress of the Wan family, Qifang just so happened to have the antidote. Because the Island of Heroes was inextricably linked to the Southern Song dynasty's court and was also involved in Jia Baoyu's death, it wasn't convenient for him to reveal what had happened to the Island of Heroes to her. This was also to protect her to a certain extent. After all, in this world, the more secrets one knew, the more dangerous it was. The young mistress of the Wan family is really kind. If I have the chance to meet her next time, I must thank her properly, Shen Bijuan said instinctively. After saying this, she quickly realized that it was inappropriate. She wasn't related to him in any way, so how could she thank him? In order to dispel the awkwardness in her heart, she hurriedly asked about some of the famous events that had happened around Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu patiently answered her questions. Aside from some things that involved other people, he didn't hide anything else. Over the next few days, under Song Qingshu's careful care, the swelling on Shen Bijuan's leg gradually subsided, and she became more spirited. Brother Song, it's all because of me that your journey has been delayed these past few days. Song Qingshu smiled. Don't feel too pressured. I can't just watch you die, can I? Besides, I've already reserved a certain amount of time, so it won't be a big problem. Although he spoke casually, the attentive Shen Bijuan keenly sensed the worry in his eyes. After a moment of hesitation, she said, Brother Song, should we switch to riding horses? Although the carriage was comfortable, it was far slower than riding a horse. But I don't remember you riding a horse? Song Qingshu asked in confusion. Song Qingshu was a bit surprised that she would say this. He asked, then do you have any experience riding a horse? No. Shen Bijuan shook her head. There weren't many horses in the entire Southern Song dynasty. As a daughter of a noble family, it was even more impossible for her to come into contact with something like riding a horse. Then I'm afraid I'll have to teach you first. Once you're proficient, I'll let you ride a horse by yourself, Song Qingshu said hesitantly. Shen Bijuan slightly lowered her head. It was impossible to see her expression, but she replied in an almost inaudible voice, okay. Song Qingshu was taken aback. He had thought that she would reject him outright. How could a virtuous lady like her be entangled with a man in such a way? It had to be known that it was like asking for her life to take off her shoes and socks. But she just had to say okay. He was worried that she didn't know how to ride a horse, so he had to add, you don't have the slightest foundation. At first, we can only ride together because there will inevitably be physical contact when I teach you, I know. Shinbijuan wanted to dig a hole in the ground and hide in it. Everyone said that he was a man who knew how to win a woman's heart, but why did he look like a fool now? Of course, she kept hinting to herself that the main reason she had suggested this was because she had been poisoned, causing him to delay his journey in order to save her. She had no way to repay him, so she could only do her best to make it up to him. The corner of Song Qingshu's mouth rose slightly. Hearing her say this, he naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to confirm it again. Any man would tacitly agree to physical contact with such a beauty, although it wasn't that, it was enough to make a man proud. But he suddenly put away his smile because he was currently in a relationship and didn't want to betray a woman's feelings. He wanted to say something to her, but he suddenly realized that he couldn't bring himself to say it. Was he supposed to tell her not to like his brother because he had too many beautiful wives? Just thinking about it made him want to beat her up. Moreover, this kind of young miss would definitely be very thin-skinned. If he said that, she would definitely be too ashamed to show her face. Perhaps she would even think of committing suicide, although Song Qingshu didn't have any love for Shinbijuan right now. Facing such a beauty, no man would be able to harden his heart and watch her die. Furthermore, she was related to Shin Xiaolong's attitude. If it was before, he would have most likely pursued Shinbijuan in order to win over Shin Xiaolong. But this time, he was in the Jin Kingdom in Liao, and he had to deal with a few beauties in a short period of time. Although he had a divine technique protecting his body, he couldn't help but feel a trace of exhaustion in his heart. Even more so, he felt sorry for those beauties. They loved him wholeheartedly, but he fell in love with every one of them he met. It was far too unfair to them, so he didn't want to let down any more of them. I want to be a good person but I make too many mistakes. I want to be a bad person but I'm not completely bad. What a pain in the ass. Song Qingshu secretly despised himself. Seeing that it was getting late, Song Qingshu went to untie the carriage and abandoned it in the forest. Then, he gathered the horses and said, let's go. Shinbijuan nodded and prepared to climb onto a horse. However, she normally wouldn't be able to easily climb onto a big horse like the North, let alone now that her leg was injured. Seeing her anxious expression, Song Qingshu walked forward. I'll help you. With that, he put his arm around her waist and gently placed her on the horse. Ah! Although Shinbijuan was mentally prepared, she still jumped in fright when she was suddenly carried by a man. She instinctively clamped her legs together. The horse didn't understand what was going on. After receiving the usual order, it subconsciously galloped forward. Shinbijuan didn't expect this to happen. She let out a startled cry. How could she sit still? Her body tilted and she fell to the ground. In Jiangnan, she had heard many rumors about a certain young master accidentally falling down while learning how to ride a horse. If he didn't break his leg, then his face was disfigured. There was also one who fell to the ground and broke his neck. He would have to spend the rest of his life in bed. No matter what the situation was, she couldn't bear it. She was terrified, but she couldn't make a sound. Her mouth was wide open, but she couldn't call for help. Just as her mind was blank, a mellow voice entered her ears. I'm sorry. I was careless and scared Bijuan. Shinbijuan no longer felt the cold wind. Instead, she felt like she was in a warm embrace. She opened her eyes and found that she was lying in Song Qingshu's embrace. The two of them were riding horses together. Instinctively, she sat up straight and wanted to break free from his hands. However, she immediately remembered what she had just promised, and her tensed body slowly relaxed. Song Qingshu smiled. Bijuan, your body really is as light as a swallow. I couldn't even feel your weight when I picked you up. How could that be? I ate a lot in the palace a few days ago. I'm definitely fatter than before. Shinbijuan hastily explained. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. Whether it was the women of the future or the women of this world, they all misunderstood the word fat. He was holding a young woman in his arms. That soft, boneless feeling and the faint fragrance of a young woman made Song Qingshu's heart as hard as stone. Now, his body was as hard as stone. "Brother Song, did you bring a sword?" Shin Bijuan felt a bit uncomfortable and subconsciously twisted her waist. "I don't need a weapon anymore," Song Qingshu replied with a bit of pride. He didn't understand why she would ask this question. Then, Shin Bijuan suddenly realized something. Her face turned as red as the sunset, and she didn't dare move. Song Qingshu finally reacted. He didn't think that an experienced man like him would fall for a little girl. In order to dissolve the awkward atmosphere, he quickly changed the topic and focused on teaching her how to ride a horse. However, for some reason, Shin Bijuan, who seemed to be a very smart girl, couldn't learn how to ride a horse. Fortunately, Song Qingshu had brought several horses with him. Otherwise, even a Fergana horse would collapse from exhaustion after carrying 2 people for a long time. In this way, the two hurried southwest. They crossed the plank road in the Qinling Mountains, passed Hanzhong, and entered the Sword Pavilion. Finally, they were getting closer and closer to Chengdu. They found an inn in Mianzhu and settled down. Song Qingshu stood by the window and looked in the direction of Chengdu. He was a bit worried about the current situation in Sichuan. Although Shen Xiaolong was loyal to him, he didn't have any effective means to keep him in check. The only people who were truly on his side were Wan Xingzhu and Lin Pingzhi. Speaking of Lin Pingzhi, when he used the death chamber to eliminate King Ili in Xianxia, it became the beginning of the turmoil in Xianxia. After returning to Sichuan, he relied on this contribution and Song Qingshu's arrangements to quickly rise to the top. Now, he was about to become the third in command in Sichuan. However, his foundation was still too shallow, and he couldn't compare to Shen Xiaolong. At this time, Shen Bijuan's cry of alarm came from next door. Song Qingshu was startled. Did some bad guys break into her room? He hastily ran to the next room through the window. However, when he entered the room, he didn't see the shadow of the bad guys. He only saw the whole room filled with flying gauze and Shen Bijuan standing quietly in front of him. Song Qingshu was about to open his mouth to ask, but what happened in front of him made him speechless. He saw Shen Bijuan slowly untied her clothes and took them off. She didn't take them off very quickly because she was, after all, a virgin girl. Taking the initiative to take off her clothes in front of a man made her feel very shy and ashamed. Her hands kept trembling. After taking off her clothes, more than half of her flawless body was revealed in front of Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu couldn't help but speak, "Bijuan, what are you?" Song Qingshu swallowed with difficulty. Although he really wanted to see her take it off, his rationality won out. "Bijuan, what are you doing?" Shen Bijuan bit her lips and said in a small voice, "Brother Song, I can't repay your kindness." "I can only," Song Qingshu stopped her. "Bijuan, you're being too serious. I only helped you out of morality. I didn't want to take advantage of you. You don't have to be like this." Shen Bijuan raised her head and her voice became a bit more insistent. "I still need to take revenge for my parents and the entire Shen family, but I don't have the strength to even truss a chicken. No matter how I think about it, besides Big Brother Song, there is no one else in this world that can help me take revenge. But Big Brother Song, you have already helped me so much. I don't have the face to ask you again, so I can only, Song Qingshu sighed and waved his hand, sucking a blanket into his hand. He walked over and draped it over his body, covering his dazzling white skin. "Bijuan, I really don't understand. With your knowledge and intelligence, why would you do such a simple and crude thing? You could have been less direct. With your beauty and temperament, it wouldn't have been difficult for me to fall in love with you. Are you afraid that I won't avenge you then? Doing this will only make you look worse." Shen Bijuan smiled sadly. "How could I not know that? In fact, I've been suffering in my heart these past few days as well. I originally wanted to do what you said, but no matter how I thought about it, I couldn't use you like this. It was better to just give you a clear price from the start and make a fair deal. You're not a commodity. How can you give me a clear price?" Song Qingshu's voice contained a trace of pity, especially after hearing her struggle. He could imagine what kind of suffering she had to go through. "Right now, I'm afraid I'm not even comparable to a commodity." Shen Bijuan's eyes turned red. If there really was such a beautiful commodity in the world, I'm afraid all the men in the world would go crazy for it. Song Qingshu sighed. Beautiful? Shin Bijuan's tears fell uncontrollably. If I was truly beautiful, I wouldn't have been abandoned by brother Song. Right now, I feel like I'm not even as good as those brothel girls I usually look down on. Song Qingshu finally realized that his rejection might have hurt her. Thinking about it, she was a stunning beauty who grew up under all kinds of halos and was pursued by thousands of men. In the end, she took the initiative to undress a man, only to be rejected. This kind of blow to her confidence was devastating, and it might even make her feel a great humiliation. Sometimes, a woman's logic was so strange. She would not be glad that she had kept her chastity, but would cry because she was not attractive enough. Song Qingshu had a headache. He was a soft-hearted person and didn't want to hurt anyone, let alone a woman making such a sacrifice. Don't cry. Let me talk to you. Song Qingshu carried Shin Bijuan and placed her on the bed. Then, he gently covered her with a blanket before leaning against the side of the bed and sitting down. I think I'm a bad woman. Shin Bijuan's perfect face had a trace of sadness. If you really were a bad woman, you would have pretended to fall in love with me and then used our love to make me help you get revenge. Song Qingshu used his finger to gently wipe away the tears on her face. But you didn't. I admire that very much. How could you admire a woman like me? Shin Bijuan clearly didn't believe him. Song Qingshu shook his head. In my heart, no matter how high or low one's status is, no matter how strong or weak one's martial arts are, everyone is equal. You didn't turn evil even in this kind of situation. You weren't like many women in history who used their beauty to put on a white lotus on the surface, but your heart was darker than ink. I admire your pure heart. In my eyes, it is crystal clear and even more beautiful than your appearance. Feeling the sincerity in his voice, Shin Bijuan finally stopped crying and smiled. It seems that brother Song really doesn't like my appearance. Song Qingshu almost choked. If there is a man in this world who doesn't like Bijuan's appearance, then he is either blind or stupid. Then what is brother Song's situation? Shin Bijuan looked at him quietly. Her eyes were still watery from crying, but they were even brighter than usual. Song Qingshu didn't know what to say. After a long time, he reluctantly came up with an answer. Maybe I am the reincarnation of Liu Xiaohui. The Liu Xiaohui who doesn't panic even when he's in love? Shin Bijuan's expression became strange. A few days ago, when brother Song taught me how to ride a horse, he wasn't as obedient as the rumors say. Thinking of his body's uncontrollable reaction at that time, Song Qingshu was embarrassed. However, after experiencing so much, the embarrassment only lasted for a moment. He quickly smiled. Doesn't that prove Bijuan's charm even more? After all, words can be faked, but body reactions can't. Even a gentleman like me almost couldn't control myself. It shows how attractive you are. She had never heard such blatant praise before, but Shin Bijuan didn't feel disgusted. Instead, she felt a sense of novelty. But today, you mercilessly refused me. Shin Bijuan's mood had improved, and she couldn't help but snort. Her voice was filled with indignation. Song Qingshu laughed. Do you really want to be bullied by me that much? If that's the case, then I'll do as you wish. Ah. Shin Bijuan let out a startled cry and hastily shrank back. Just now, she had given herself to him with a sense of sacrifice, but after such a long time, that indescribable courage had long since disappeared. Now, she was even more embarrassed than usual. Song Qingshu was just trying to scare her. He naturally wouldn't do anything. He stood up and prepared to leave. Rest well. If you need anything, call me. I'll be next door. Unexpectedly, Shin Bijuan thought that her refusal had hurt him. She quickly said, actually, you don't have to leave. Oh? Song Qingshu turned around and looked at her with a playful expression. Shin Bijuan's face turned red. She quickly added, you can stay and rest, but you're not allowed to do anything else. Song Qingshu laughed. His laughter caused Shin Bijuan to feel extremely uneasy. She originally thought that he would refuse again, but she only heard him say, okay. This time, it was Shin Bijuan's turn to be dumbfounded. She had indeed prepared herself, but now she didn't know how to respond. Song Qingshu directly jumped onto the bed and smiled. Do you want to sleep now or chat a little longer? The girl had already done so much, inviting him over and over again. If he still refused, he was worried that he would anger Shinbijuan. If a woman's pride was hurt too badly, it was very easy for her to go to extremes and turn love into hate. Although Song Qingshu temporarily didn't want to have any more love affairs, he also didn't want to have another woman who hated him. He didn't want to repeat the mistakes of Li Xuanhuan and Lin Xianer. More importantly, he didn't want to see the pure and kind Shinbijuan turn evil because of him. Let's chat, Shinbijuan replied with a red face. How could she say that she was going to sleep? Her answer was within Song Qingshu's expectations. Sensing her nervousness, he took the initiative to find a topic to ease the tension. Bijuan, tell me about your childhood. My childhood? Shinbijuan was a little surprised. During this period of time, you've been asking me about the things that happened around me, but I don't know what you've experienced in the past. Isn't that a little too unfair? Song Qingshu purposely said. Shinbijuan pursed her lips and smiled. It's not that I don't want to talk about it. It's just that compared to the storms that Big Brother Song has experienced, my childhood was too ordinary. Song Qingshu shook his head. How can the growth of the number one beauty of Jiangnan be ordinary? Song Qingshu said with a smile, that's only because you've always been raised in your boudoir, so you're not famous. If you were a person of Jianghu, or if you often show your face in public, I'm afraid the world would have already praised you to the heavens. Of course not. Shinbijuan's face reddened slightly, but it was clear that she was in a good mood. It's not good for a girl to show her face in public all day, that's why it's so convenient for me. I have the number one beauty of Jiangnan, and it feels like I'm silently getting rich. Song Qingshu smiled proudly. How is it convenient for you? Shinbijuan's expression was slightly embarrassed. And there are many beauties in Jiangnan. The young miss of the Wang family, the young miss of the Shui family, the young miss of the Shi family, the young miss of the Li family, none of them are inferior to me. In another time and space, you were the number one beauty of the martial world. How could you not be worthy of that title? Song Qingshu sighed emotionally. Shinbijuan blinked. She really didn't understand what he meant by another time and space. She wanted to ask, but the other changed the topic. Bijuan, tell me a few things about your childhood. When I was a child, my grandmother raised me, so I'm closest to her. However, she was also very strict with me. When I was very young, she taught me how to read, write, play the zither, and paint. If I didn't do the slightest bit well, she would punish me. When Shinbijuan spoke of the past, her eyes were filled with a strange light. For most people, childhood memories were so beautiful and worth remembering. Shinbijuan slowly recounted what had happened since she was a child. As she spoke, her emotions gradually calmed down. The haze that had accumulated in her heart for a long time was swept away. Song Qingshu became a loyal listener. At the same time, the beautiful woman in front of him became more and more vivid. She was no longer the number one beauty in the novel, but a real person. The two of them didn't know when they fell asleep, but in the middle of the night, Shinbijuan suddenly woke up because she felt that something was wrong with her body. She looked down in a daze and found that a large hand had unknowingly reached into her clothes. She was scared out of her wits and subconsciously wanted to shout for Song Qingshu next door to come and save her. However, she suddenly remembered that the two of them were sleeping on the same bed and chatting. She gently turned her head and found that it was indeed him. As a result, she had no choice but to swallow back the scream that had reached her throat. Her pretty face flushed red, and she wondered if she should reject him if he wanted to take a step further. In the beginning, she did have the courage, but now that she had calmed down, she also regretted being too impulsive. She was clearly worried that he had many female confidants, but why did she still act like a moth flying into a flame? Her thoughts quickly became a mess, not because her heart was in a mess, but because of the other party's hands. Song Qingshu was very experienced. How could a virgin girl like her endure a few casual movements? Soon, her skin turned bright red and her whole body softened. Her bright and clear eyes were covered with a layer of blurred mist. Brother. Brother Song, don't be like this. Shinbijuan felt her voice tremble. She finally mustered up the courage to gently push the man behind her. Who would have thought that the other party was completely indifferent? His hands continued to do evil things under her clothes, and they were even gradually moving down. Shen Bijuan tightly bit her lips. She didn't know why she suddenly felt wronged. However, when she thought about how she had taken the initiative last night, she couldn't blame him. It was just that she couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. Originally, she was waiting for the other to take another step, but after a while, the other seemed to only be satisfied with the desire of his hands and feet. Shen Bijuan finally couldn't hide her curiosity and turned around to look at the man. She found that his eyes were closed and his breathing was steady. It was clear that he was sleeping soundly. Understanding that he was subconsciously doing this in his sleep, Shen Bijuan blushed and spat. Brother Song is really. Normally, you say that you are Lu Xiaohui, but in the end, you are so dishonest when you are asleep. Presumably, he usually hugged those female confidants to sleep like this, right? Thought flashed through her mind, and Shen Bijuan became even more embarrassed. Then, she was immersed in this strange feeling and unknowingly fell asleep again. The next day, when Song Qingshu woke up, he found that Shen Bijuan had already gotten up and was washing up in front of the mirror. He couldn't help but smile. Bijuan, you are up so early? He was a person who had transmigrated from the future, so sleeping with a female friend wasn't a strange thing. Thus, his expression was relaxed, and nothing strange could be seen. However, this made things difficult for Shen Bijuan. How could she pretend that nothing had happened? She couldn't help but mutter, it's not that I woke up early, it's that I can't sleep because of being pinched. Song Qingshu didn't know about his bad habit of sleeping, so he didn't understand what she meant. Shen Bijuan was clearly embarrassed to say it, so when the two arrived at Chengdu, he still didn't know what happened that night. After arriving at Chengdu, Song Qingshu wasn't in a hurry to see Shen Xiaolong. He didn't even go see Wan Xingzhu. Instead, he lingered in the teahouses and taverns to understand the changes in Sichuan. After the chaos caused by Wuxi Murongfu, the officialdom in Sichuan was purged, and the current Sichuan was much more stable. The public's evaluation of Shen Xiaolong was quite good. The common people couldn't bear the torment, and they would speak well of anyone who could let them live and work in peace and contentment. After wandering in Sichuan for 2 days, Song Qingshu finally found Lin Pingji. Lin Pingji was very surprised by his arrival. He hastily dismissed his attendants and welcomed him into the study. When he noticed Shen Bijuan beside him, he was secretly shocked by her beauty. He thought that Big Brother Song really lived a free and easy life with all kinds of beautiful women around him. He had never been fond of women, so he didn't have the slightest bit of jealousy. On the contrary, he admired her very much. Song Qingshu noticed a faint scar on his face and couldn't help but feel a bit apologetic. Last time, I asked you to go to Xianxia to set up a trap, but I made you suffer a lot. I'm really sorry, Lin Pingji replied. Big Brother Song is too serious. I volunteered to do this. Moreover, with this resume, my promotion in the officialdom will be unimpeded. Now that I'm sitting in this position, the spirits of my parents in heaven should be smiling in the underworld. And all this is thanks to Big Brother Song. He originally wanted to mention the spirits of the Lin family's ancestors in heaven and so on, but then he thought of the Bixia swordplay and how he had any relationship with those ancestors, so he only mentioned his parents. Song Qingshu looked at his face and couldn't help but nod. You don't say. You used to look a bit feminine, but now that you have a scar, your temperament is more masculine. Lin Pingji usually hated it when people said that he looked like a woman. The only exception was Song Qingshu. Not only did Song Qingshu not get angry, but he also smiled in agreement. I think so too. Now I look much more pleasing to the eye when I look in the mirror. Song Qingshu knew that although Lin Pingji looked like a woman, his heart was more manly than the average man, so it was normal for him to think like this. Oh, by the way, did you find out Miss Yu's whereabouts after she was taken away? Lin Pingji shook his head and said faintly, Ling Hucheng went to save her. There shouldn't be any big problems. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. Aren't you afraid that Ling Hucheng will be the first to see her? Lin Pingji replied, if Ling Shan loves me, she naturally won't fall in love with someone else. If she really does fall in love with someone else, it proves that she isn't worthy of my love. What's there to be regretful about? Song Qingshu laughed. You've thought it through. Then the two chatted for a while. Lin Pingji explained to him the changes in the Sichuan officialdom, who had become his people, who followed Xianxia, who was controlled by the Yang family, and so on. The madam of the Yang family is pregnant with Yang Juyuan's posthumous child. Her belly is getting bigger every day. In addition, she is very capable, so the Yang family from top to bottom respects her. Lin Pingji paused and then continued, but it's not that there isn't any rumor that she is not pregnant with Yang Juyuan's child. In fact, I also have some doubts, but I can't think of anyone in Sichuan who has the ability to win Madame Ruan's favor. Noticing his serious and doubtful look, Song Qingshu almost choked on his tea. He thought that Lin Pingji was still a hothead. Then Song Qingshu declined Lin Pingji's invitation to stay and left the mansion with Shen Bijuan. He was going to the Yang mansion. After all, he had been separated from Madame Ruan for a few months. He wanted to visit the mother and son. That Lord Lin is really a male chauvinist. Shen Bijuan didn't speak during the whole process in the mansion. After coming out, she couldn't help but comment. Why do you say so? Song Qingshu asked curiously. For example, his attitude towards Miss Yu. Miss Yu is in danger, but he not only doesn't save her, but also says such things. Does Miss Yu owe him? Shen Bijuan obviously didn't agree with his theory. Song Qingshu replied, in fact, it has to do with Pingji's situation. He has a blood feud, and the head of Mount Hua, Yu Buchuan, didn't accept him as a disciple with good intentions. He knows all of this, so he is very suspicious of Yu Lingshan's feelings towards him. As a result, he is a bit extreme when it comes to her. Then he roughly explained Lin Pingji's experience. Shen Bijuan finally understood. So that's how it is, no wonder. Thinking of how the other party's family had been destroyed and how she had suffered, she couldn't help but feel sympathetic. When can I see my brother? After this, Pingji's words, when can I see my brother again? Song Qingshu answered, we'll make a trip to the Yang mansion first, then invite Shen Xiaolong over. Hearing him mention going to the Yang manor, Shen Bijuan's expression became strange. Just now young Master Lin mentioned that Madame Yang is pregnant. Everyone is guessing who the child in her stomach is. It can't be, it's Big Brother Song's, right? Shen Bijuan's expression darkened. She already knew that he had a lot of women around him, so why did she still feel so uncomfortable? The two soon arrived at the Yang mansion. After notifying him, Ruan Xingzhu rushed out, scaring Song Qingshu so much that he rushed over to support her. Madam is pregnant, be careful. The two of them soon arrived at the Yang manor. After informing them, Ruan Xingzhu rushed out anxiously, scaring Song Qingshu so much that he hurried over to support her. Madam is pregnant. Be careful of the miscarriage. Ruan Xingzhu realized that she was too conspicuous. Her face, which was slightly plump due to her pregnancy, was dyed red. Mr. Song, please come in. Song Qingshu nodded his head and beckoned Shen Bijuan to enter with him. Only then did Madame Ruan notice the outrageously beautiful woman beside him. She was startled and couldn't help but ask, how should I address this younger sister? Hello, Sister Ruan. My surname is Shen. Shen Bijuan was also amazed by the other's beauty. Although she was dressed like a married woman, her beauty was not inferior to any young girl. Especially the unique charm of a mature woman, which made many young girls envious. Sister Shen's mouth is so sweet. Ruan Xingzhu smiled and said a few words to her. Then she couldn't help poking Song Qingshu beside her and whispered, where did you hook up with this girl? She's so beautiful. I didn't hook up. She's the young lady of the Shen family of Shanin, Shen Xiaolong's cousin. I saved her by chance. Song Qingshu replied. That's such a coincidence. It seems that my relationship with Shen Xiaolong will be guaranteed in the future. Madame Ruan couldn't help but sigh. Those who flirt with other women will either get the title of a pervert or be regarded as a slut. But you, who pick up a girl and promote your career at the same time, it's really unheard of. Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly, maybe I'm lucky. Madame Ruan sighed, you're really lucky. Find someone to inform Shindarin that an old friend has come to visit. Also, prepare a room for Miss Shen and take her to settle down first. Madame Ruan had a lot of things to say to Song Qingshu. It was inconvenient to say it in front of another woman, so she just sent her away. Moreover, she and Song Qingshu were in the same camp. She was keenly aware that she couldn't settle Shen Bijuan by Shen Xiaolong's side. It was inconvenient for Song Qingshu to come forward with these things, so she could only say it. Shen Bijuan originally didn't want to separate from Song Qingshu because she didn't feel safe. But seeing that Song Qingshu didn't have any objections, she could only faintly sigh and follow the servant girl to her room to settle down. Your ability to hook up with women is really admirable. Just look at how that Miss Shen looks back every 3 steps. She must have already fallen in love with you. After Shen Bijuan's back disappeared, Madame Ruan couldn't help but sigh. Song Qingshu shook his head. She was originally a flower raised in a greenhouse. Suddenly, her family changed drastically. The person she thought was her savior wanted to kill her. Naturally, she lacks a normal sense of security. It's normal for her to have some attachment to me. Madame Ruan pursed her lips and smiled. I noticed that the way she looked at you wasn't as simple as attachment. It was full of love. Why is Madame so clear? Does Madame also look at me like that? Song Qingshu didn't believe that Shen Bijuan would fall in love with him so easily. She just didn't have a choice. Plus, he appeared at the right time, so she had a good impression of him. But to say that it rose to the level of love, it was obviously not enough. Annoying seeing that the flames of war were burning her, Madame Ruan couldn't help but spit. Song Qingshu went over to hug her and gently stroked her bulging belly. It won't be long before he is born. Have you thought of a name? Stroking her belly, Madame Ruan's eyes showed a strong sense of kindness. Let's call him Sishu. Song Qingshu was shocked. Aren't you clearly telling others that he is my child? Won't this affect you? Madame Ruan rolled her eyes. Don't worry, I was just joking. I can't afford to lose my face like this. Seeing her charming and lovely appearance, Song Qingshu couldn't help but hug her. Long time no see, Madame has become more and more plump. Madame Ruan's face turned serious. What does young master want to do? This is the Yang family, please behave yourself. Song Qingshu smiled. Madam, are you going to play a role-playing game with me? Thinking back to the last time they were here, the other was still wearing a snow-white morning dress. The two of them hugged each other intimately. Feeling the change in the man's body, Madame Ruan was shocked. Not here. Everyone in the Yang family saw me bring you in. Pervert. Madame Ruan spat, but she was not really angry. It's really inconvenient for me to be pregnant now. If I accidentally hurt the child, then everything I've done before will all be over. Song Qingshu also knew the importance of this matter, so he had to suppress the fire in his heart. Okay. Feeling the disappointment in his tone, Madame Ruan asked, isn't there an outstanding beauty Shingunyang who came with you? You can go find her. Song Qingshu rolled his eyes. We are pure friends. What are you thinking about? So you haven't eaten yet, Madame Ruan laughed with some schadenfreude. But looking at her, if you knock on her door in the middle of the night, I guarantee she won't refuse. Song Qingshu thought, not only won't she refuse, we'll all sleep in the same bed. I don't want to take advantage of her, and her identity is a bit sensitive. The reason why he resisted the temptation and didn't eat was mainly to deal with the aftermath. Firstly, Shen Bijuan was related to his cooperation with Xianxia. Secondly, Shen Bijuan was the Southern Song dynasty's crown princess. Although the Southern Song dynasty's royal family wanted to kill her, they still had to acknowledge her identity. If one day someone exposed the affair between Qi Wang and the crown princess, the impact would be great. Even if the royal family didn't want to pursue it, they would be kidnapped by public opinion to deal with him. At that time, the good relationship with the Southern Song dynasty that he had built with great difficulty would be ruined. Although Song Qingshu was somewhat lustful, he had the world in his heart. How could he destroy the foundation that he had built with so many people for a woman? Of course, if you asked him to completely give up Shen Bijuan, he would certainly be reluctant. It was just that the time was not ripe yet. Madame Ruan ran the world's largest royal merchant. Her mind was very good. She guessed most of his concerns and no longer tried to persuade him. If that's the case, then I'll call Payer to accompany you. Payer was her personal maid. She was beautiful and trustworthy. Calling her to accompany him was perfect. Song Qingshu shook his head and refused. No need. I'm not a beast. I don't need a woman to accompany me. He was worried about adding another layer of emotional debt. He wouldn't even touch a beauty like Shinbijuan, so how could he do anything to Pearl? Madame Ruan rolled her eyes and the corner of her mouth slightly raised. She already had an idea in her heart. At this moment, a servant came in to report that Shin Xiaolong had arrived. Soon, his hearty laughter could be heard. Madame said that an old friend had come to visit, so I guessed that it was the Lord. They hadn't seen each other for so long, but Shin Lian still addressed them as Lord. Song Qingshu and Ruan Foran breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly went forward to greet him. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Lord Shin's complexion is getting better and better. Shin Xiaolong said with a smile, the traitor has been eliminated. Now that the world is bright and clear, I am naturally relaxed and happy. On the other hand, Lord looks worried. I wonder if she has encountered something troublesome. It's all because I heard that the Mongolians won a great victory in the Western expedition. Now that they have returned to the capital, it won't be long before they invade the south. Song Qingshu sighed. Shin Xiaolong was also somewhat silent. At that time, when the Mongolian cavalry invades the south, these countries in the Central Plains will fight on their own. They may not be able to stop them. I think it will be another calamity. Madame Ruan, who was at the side, saw that the atmosphere was somewhat depressing. She smiled and changed the topic. In any case, there are still a few countries in the north to hold them off. Let's talk about something happy. Lord Shen, this time the Lord has racked her brains and decided to give you a gift. A gift? Shin Xiaolong was surprised. You will know when you see it. Madame Ruan pursed her lips and smiled. She then ordered a servant to invite Shinbijuan. Not long after, Shinbijuan leisurely came in. Shin Xiaolong saw the peerless beauty enter the door. He was startled at first, then revealed a thoughtful expression. His voice was somewhat trembling. Bijuan, is that you? Seeing a relative, Shinbijuan was obviously also very excited. Cousin, brother? Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. You two are really interesting. You haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, yet you still recognize each other. Shin Xiaolong also laughed. Since childhood, Bijuan has been so beautiful. When she grows up, she will obviously be a beauty that can cause the downfall of a city. At the same time, when I see her, there is a familiar feeling. If she isn't younger sister, who else could it be? Shin Bijuan also nodded. When I see her, there is a feeling of blood connection. Then it seems that there is no need for me to introduce her. Song Qingshu smiled. Shin Xiaolong suddenly bowed to Song Qingshu. Many thanks to the Lord for lending a helping hand, so that our Shin family's lineage has not ended. Song Qingshu hurriedly helped him up. We are all family, there is no need to be so polite. Shin Xiaolong sighed. Us brother and sister are indebted to the Lord for saving us. In this life, even if we work like an ox or horse, we will not be able to repay it. Ruan Xingzhu, who was at the side, giggled. There is nothing difficult to repay. I see that Miss Shen and the Lord are a perfect match. Shin Xiaolong noticed the way his cousin was looking at Song Qingshu, and he understood most of it. He smiled. Not bad, not bad. If uncle knew that younger sister had found such a good husband in the afterlife, he would definitely be very happy. Shin Bijuan immediately blushed, and she couldn't help but say, brother. Shin Xiaolong patted his chest. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. Now that uncle has passed away, as her elder brother, I naturally have to make the decision for my younger sister's marriage. The reason why he followed Ruan Xingzhu's words and made the decision for this marriage was because he felt that his younger sister's family had died, and she had no one to rely on. She needed the protection of love to nourish her wounded heart. Song Qingshu, no matter how one looked at it, was a perfect match. The only flaw was that he had a lot of wives. However, for men like them, this was only a small matter and didn't matter much. Secondly, he was also somewhat unsure about his cooperation with Song Qingshu. He had already completely abandoned the royal family of the southern Song dynasty. If something went wrong with his cooperation with Song Qingshu, it would be difficult for him to move forward. If he could solidify their relationship through marriage, why wouldn't he do it? Of course, all of this was built on the basis that Shin Bijuan was willing. If it wasn't for her loving eyes, Shin Xiaolong wouldn't have made such a proposal. Although Song Qingshu had some misgivings about Shin Bijuan's sensitive identity, now that things had come to this, if he refused, it would be easy to hurt her face. Thus, he smiled and replied, if Bijuan doesn't mind, then let me take care of her for the rest of her life. Shin Bijuan bit her lip, her heart in a mess. She had her own pride. Originally, she didn't want to marry Song Qingshu, who had so many confidants. However, during this period of time, their relationship had taken another step forward. She really couldn't imagine marrying someone else. A woman's modesty made her subconsciously want to refuse, but she was also worried that if she missed this opportunity, she would miss out on the rest of her life. In a daze, she replied, everything is up to Big Brother. That's good. How about we hold a wedding banquet here today and consummate our marriage? Wan Xingzhu teased. Sister Wan Shin Bijuan stomped her feet. She wanted to run, but she didn't know where to go. Shin Xiaolong smiled and said, but Bijuan's identity is a problem. If the Southern Song court hears about this, it will be troublesome. Song Qingshu was startled. He didn't expect Shin Xiaolong to realize this as well. Noticing his expression, Shin Xiaolong said, it wasn't easy for our Shin family to have a crown princess. How could I not know about such a big thing? It's just that all sorts of things happened, causing my poor sister's life to be filled with misfortune. Wan Xingzhu comforted, Sister Shin's suffering is over. She found a good lover like Lord. She can't be the crown princess, but your Shin family has a princess. It's not a princess. Shin Xiaolong shook his head, causing Wan Xingzhu's heart to skip a beat. After all, she had deliberately avoided the fact that Song Qingshu already had a wife. Hearing him say this, did he mind? She was a married woman and naturally didn't care about such things, but the young miss of the Shin family was pure and had higher standards. Shin Xiaolong looked at Song Qingshu and slowly said, I feel that our Shin family will have an imperial concubine in the future. Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. Thank you for your auspicious words. If I can unify the world one day, I will definitely make your sister an imperial concubine. Shin Xiaolong laughed. That's great. Uncle and aunt spirits in heaven must be able to rest in peace. I will also follow Lord and become a founding general. When the time comes, I will bring glory to our Shin family. The two men clasped their hands tightly. This moment was a marriage alliance and also a vow for the future. Next, Wan Xingzhu found someone to prepare a table full of food and wine. Wine could make the atmosphere more lively and was the best weapon to get closer to each other. Song Qingshu and Shin Xiaolong quickly discussed how to deal with the sensitive status of the crown princess. They would first hide it from the Southern Song as much as possible, and when they were fully fledged, they would hold a grand wedding for Shin Bijuan. Shin Bijuan's face was red the entire time. The knot in her heart had been unraveled, and she felt like she was in a dream. She naturally did whatever they said. Moreover, she didn't have the face to say anything at this time. Hearing that she wanted to go back to Shaoxing to pay respects to her parents, Shin Xiaolong choked with sobs and said, I also want to go back with you to see the Shin garden, but I really can't leave here. The Southern Song court has no choice but to allow me to stay in Sichuan. If I leave their headquarters, they will definitely take the opportunity to replace me. Based on their bottomless style, they might even send someone to get rid of me to prevent future troubles. Shin Bijuan replied, Big brother, you have to be careful. When I was in Liao, the Imperial City Department's people wanted to kill me. I don't want you to repeat the same mistake. None of the people with the surname Zhao are good people. Shin Xiaolong cursed, especially when he thought of how the Shin family had been loyal and devoted for generations, only to end up with such a miserable ending. The more he thought about it, the more furious he became. Wan Xingzhu was also reminded of something sad. Didn't Prime Minister Han also work hard for the court? In the end, he didn't die in the hands of the Genes, but was killed by his own people. Not only did the emperor not care, but he also promoted the mastermind to replace Prime Minister Han. My poor husband also worked hard for the country, but because he wasn't Jia Shidao's man, he was also killed by his own people. Has the court ever done justice for them? Seeing that she was getting more and more sad, Song Qingshu hurriedly comforted her, Madam, please take care of yourself. Don't hurt the baby. Wan Xingzhu smiled sweetly. Her eyes were filled with tears, but her face was very charming. Fortunately, I met young master who did justice for me. This cup is for you. Song Qingshu hesitated and said, "You are also pregnant." Wan Xingzhu smiled and said, "This cup is specially prepared for me. It's fine." Only then did Song Qingshu clink his cup with hers and drank the strong liquor in his cup. "Prime Minister Han and I are also friends. He fell into such a situation, which made me feel a little disappointed. Don't worry, I will definitely give him justice in the future." Shen Xiaolong, who was on the side, saw every move of the two. He was not a fool. How could he not see the ambiguous relationship between the two? Moreover, there were many rumors about the child in Madame Ruan's belly. Now, he suddenly understood. However, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Instead, he was a little relieved. After all, he was a little worried about whether Madame Ruan would betray him or not. Now that everyone had a tacit understanding, their relationship was more stable. Hearing Madame Ruan's words, Shen Xiaolong gradually recalled something sad. "Our Shen family has been miserable. Originally, I wanted to send troops to Jiangnan to seek justice from the emperor. Unfortunately, I know that with my strength, I can't fight to Jiangnan. So, I need the help of my lord to redress the injustice of dozens of people in the Shen family." Song Qingshu sternly said, "Brother Shen, please rest assured. Now that I am the son-in-law of the Shen family's matter is my matter. Naturally, I am duty-bound." These words made Shen Xiaolong laugh. "How could I forget this? Speaking of which, I am still your brother-in-law." Song Qingshu raised his cup of wine and said with a smile, "A toast to brother-in-law." Hearing this form of address, Shen Xiaolong laughed until the eyebrows and beard on his face were almost squeezed together. "This cup must be drunk. Ha ha ha." The two quickly drank several cups of wine. Song Qingshu took advantage of a gap and quietly pulled Shen Bijuan's hand beside him. "Are you relieved now?" Yes, Shen Bijuan subconsciously wanted to withdraw her hand. Unfortunately, she didn't succeed even after several attempts. Worried that the movement would be too big and attract other people's attention, she blushed and let him hold her hand. "Do you feel that you were very stupid before?" Song Qingshu asked with a smile. "Yes?" Shen Bijuan didn't understand. "That night." Song Qingshu smiled a little strangely. "Don't bring it up." Shen Bijuan was embarrassed. She wanted nothing more than to dig a hole in the ground and hide in it. Now that she thought about it, she didn't understand why she had done such an absurd thing. She had always been a well-behaved young miss, but now she had taken the initiative to undress in front of a man. She felt that she must have been possessed. "What's wrong?" Shen Xiaolong heard the commotion and asked curiously. "And nothing." Shen Bijuan's face was completely red. She was too embarrassed to even tell her biological parents about this, so how could she tell her brother? Song Qingshu explained, "I'm just asking her if she wants to have boys or girls in the future." Shen Bijuan's heart jumped, and her face became even redder. She couldn't help but pout. "Big brother Song," Shen Xiaolong laughed when he heard this. "What's there to hesitate about? Just give birth to 7 or 8 children. If you give birth to a few boys and girls, you won't have to worry about choosing." Shen Bijuan finally couldn't take it anymore. "Big brother. I'm not a pig." Wan Xingzhu was the one who helped her out. "Don't scare the little girl. With little sister Shen's delicate body, wouldn't it kill her to give birth to 7 or 8 children?" Shen Bijuan snorted. "Big sister Wan, you're making fun of me too." All right. The men should go drink. Let's have some intimate talk." Wan Xingzhu pulled her to the side, and the two women began to whisper. Song Qingshu and Shen Xiaolong continued to drink with each other. They were getting more and more excited. One had experienced the baptism of high-purity alcohol in the future, while the other was half Jianghu and half military. Both of them were good at drinking, so they were truly evenly matched. Song Qingshu didn't use his power to dispel the alcohol. That would be cheating. He was using his own alcohol tolerance to drink with him. If he couldn't get drunk every time, then drinking would be too boring. In the end, Wan Xingzhu looked at the two men who were lying on the table and muttering to themselves. "Drink, drink, drink. Are you drunk to this extent? Nothing will happen to them, right?" Shen Bijuan looked worriedly at the two of them. One was her only family, and the other was her future husband. She didn't want any harm to come to either of them. Wan Xingzhu was an experienced person, so she had a lot of experience in this area. Don't worry, they'll be fine after some sleep. She then called over a few servants to bring Shen Xiaolong to his room to rest. When it was Song Qingshu's turn, she felt a bit awkward. She originally wanted to take care of him herself, but in front of Shen Bijuan, a married woman like her was too embarrassed to say it out loud. In addition, she was pregnant, so she was very tired after enduring so late. She decided to hand him over to the other party. Little sister Shen, I'll send someone to keep an eye on General Shen. I'll leave Prince Song to you. Me? Shen Bijuan was a bit flustered. Since she was going to take care of him, she clearly had to stay by his side for the entire night. Although the two of them had just gotten married, they weren't married yet. This was a bit inappropriate. Of course, this was also because they were in front of other people. If it was just the two of them, Shen Bijuan wouldn't care about this. It was just that there were other people present, and the education she had received since she was young made her feel a bit embarrassed. Wan Xingzhu moved closer to her ear and whispered, Prince Song is a bit dishonest when he's drunk. If I send a few maids to serve him, I'm worried that he'll carelessly bully those maids when he's drunk. He doesn't want to carry too many debts of love. When he wakes up tomorrow, he'll definitely regret it. But with his sense of responsibility, he won't be irresponsible. Little sister, you probably don't want to see him so distressed, right? Shen Bijuan thought that Song Qingshu wasn't just dishonest when he was drunk, he was also dishonest when he slept. Hearing her words, she really didn't want to see her lover sleep with another woman right after they were engaged. But what if he bullied her at night? As if she had seen through her apprehension, Wan Xingzhu said meaningfully, as your elder sister, let me tell you something. Sometimes, it's better for a woman to take the initiative. There are many outstanding women around him. If you don't grasp the opportunity, you'll definitely regret it in the future. Madame Ruan was a businesswoman. The concept of making good connections was deeply imprinted in her bones. Although she didn't want to fight for status, it would definitely be good to get close to some people as much as possible in the future. Moreover, she and Shen Xiaolong were both in Sichuan. Shen Bijuan was naturally her ally, so she deliberately reminded her. Thank you, sister. Shen Bijuan wasn't stupid. She naturally heard the kindness in her words. Since it was like this, she naturally couldn't refuse and could only endure her shyness and agree. Seeing this, Madame Ruan smiled and said, Little sister, you're also travel-worn today. I'm afraid you're a bit tired. Later, I'll send someone to prepare a bucket of hot water for you to take a good bath. Shen Bijuan's expression was strange. She thought, I want to take care of Brother Song, but you want me to take a bath in the same room. As if seeing through her thoughts, Wan Xingzhu smiled and said, Don't worry, he's sleeping like a dead pig. You can take some time to take a bath and also look after him. Why not? Okay. Shen Bijuan thought it made sense and agreed. Wan Xingzhu yawned and couldn't hide the tiredness on her face. I'm a bit tired. I'll leave everything to little sister. Shen Bijuan nodded with a red face and sent her off. Then, she looked at Song Qingshu who was sleeping soundly on the bed. She felt like she was in a dream. She didn't think that her marriage would be decided in the time it took to eat a meal. She still hadn't come back to her senses. Thinking about how the man in front of her had become her man, this feeling was very strange. But one thing was for sure. She now had an inexplicable sense of security. She no longer had the feeling of being alone and abandoned by the whole world. She wrung a towel and wiped Song Qingshu's face. Then, she took off her shoes and socks. It took a lot of effort to get under the blanket. She couldn't help but sweat. At this time, the maids had already prepared the hot water for the bath. Looking at the steaming bathtub, Shen Bijuan was a bit tempted. However, when she looked at the man on the bed, she hesitated. Seeing that Song Qingshu was sleeping soundly, she couldn't resist the uncomfortable feeling of sweat on her body. She decided to take a quick bath. A woman's modesty made her find a screen to block the front of the bathtub. She opened her dress, revealing her jade-like skin, snow-white breasts, and slender legs. She suddenly thought of that night when she tried to make a deal and offered herself to sleep with him. At that time, she had also stripped like this. So shameful. Shin Bijuan covered her burning face and hurriedly shrunk back into the bathtub. It was as if only the warm water around her could calm her surging emotions. Even though she knew she had to finish the bath as soon as possible, it was hard for a woman to resist the temptation of a bath. Lying in the water, she felt as if her soul had relaxed. Especially when she smelled the flower petals and felt the water flowing through her skin, there was nothing more pleasurable than this. Suddenly, a vague voice came from beside the bed. Shin Bijuan jumped in fright and hurriedly shrunk back into the water, only revealing her head. Water, water. After a long time, she finally heard what Song Qingshu was muttering. Shin Bijuan knew that drunk people were very thirsty and regretted not feeding him first. She wasn't even wearing clothes, so how could she give him water? Water, water. The other's voice became more urgent. Shin Bijuan couldn't bear to keep him thirsty. She quickly got out of the bathtub and put on a dress before pouring a glass of water and bringing it to the bed. Brother Song, drink. Shin Bijuan half squatted by the bed and gently called. Song Qingshu gulped down 3 cups of wine in a row before he finally stopped. Shin Bijuan gently placed his head on the pillow and laughed inwardly. He's usually so handsome, but now he's like a child. I actually had an erotic dream. Suddenly, Song Qingshu rubbed his eyes in a daze. Shin Bijuan was startled and didn't understand what was going on. At this time, Song Qingshu reached out and grabbed her chest. Miss Shin always pays attention to her appearance. How could you wear something so revealing in front of me? It feels quite real. Shin Bijuan was so embarrassed that she immediately pushed him away. She was a bit angry, but she noticed that Song Qingshu had turned over and fallen asleep again. She knew that he was talking in his sleep after being drunk, so her anger gradually dissipated. This person, he's still dishonest even when he's drunk. Shin Bijuan gently bit her lip. The skin on her face seemed to be smeared with rouge. She suddenly felt that Madame Ruan's previous words had been prescient. If she had sent a little maid to serve him, maybe she would really have been dragged to the bed by him. After covering Song Qingshu with the blanket again, Shin Bijuan suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. It turned out that she had rushed out to pour water for him and hadn't had time to dry herself before putting on her clothes. Now her clothes were stuck to her skin, and it was even more uncomfortable than when she had been drenched in sweat. I washed up for nothing. Shin Bijuan stamped her feet, but looking at her lover's sleeping appearance, she couldn't get angry. She could only go back behind the screen, take off her clothes, and run into the bathtub again. After an unknown amount of time, Shin Bijuan suddenly heard movement again. She looked back and found a figure staggering towards her. She couldn't help but jump in fright and hastily shrunk under the water, only exposing her eyes to observe the movement outside. Soon, Song Qingshu staggered to the side and fumbled around in the corner for a while. Then, there was a fierce sound of water. Shin Bijuan was angry and amused at the same time. It turned out that he had drunk too much water and was now peeing. Ever since she was young, she had been taught not to look at indecent things. She had to avoid even women, let alone a man who was relieving himself. She hurriedly turned her head away, but the other party's movements were too loud. That impassioned sound of water continuously traveled into her ears, causing her heart to be in a mess. If it was in the past, let alone seeing a man peeing, she would find it hard to hide her disgust. But now, aside from panic and bashfulness, she didn't feel any disgust. She, who was proficient in music, could even faintly hear the melody of the general's order. Just what am I thinking? Shin Bijuan's entire body softened. This truly went against the code of conduct of a virtuous woman. She hastily gathered her thoughts and stopped listening to that blushing sound. I don't know if he's awake or not. If he sees me like this. Shin Bijuan suddenly realized a serious problem. The reason she had taken a bath here was because of Ruan Xingzhu's instigation, and also because the man in the room was still drunk, yet he had woken up at night. Big Brother Song probably doesn't know I'm here. Shin Bijuan realized this and gradually calmed down. As long as he didn't see her, when he woke up tomorrow, he probably wouldn't know what had happened tonight. Thinking of the other person's martial arts, she didn't even dare to show her eyes. When she sensed that the other person was about to finish peeing, she slowly sank into the water, preparing to wait for him to go back to bed before coming out. Song Qingshu staggered over. He first grabbed the teapot and drank a mouthful of tea. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eyes, he noticed the bathtub on the side. Eh? Madame Ruan also prepared a bathtub for me? Shen Bijuan hadn't helped him take off his clothes because of her shyness. At this moment, Song Qingshu felt tipsy. His whole body was a bit hot, and he felt that the clothes on his body were a bit smelly. When he saw the steaming bathtub, he planned to take a bath first before going back to sleep. His whole body was still hungover, and his mind wasn't very bright. He didn't notice the dress on the side screen. In addition, there was a thick layer of flower petals floating on the surface of the water, so he couldn't clearly see the situation under the water. Song Qingshu was also startled and instantly sobered up. At that moment, a series of bubbles appeared on the surface of the water, followed by the sound of splashing. Shen Bijuan was so scared that she instinctively screamed when he touched her body. However, she was in the water, and as soon as she screamed, she drank even more water, causing her to choke. She struggled to stand up, but the more flustered she was, the easier it was for her to make mistakes. Her feet slipped several times in the basin, and after struggling for a long time, she still couldn't stand up. It looked like she was about to become the first beauty to drown in the bathtub. Song Qingshu finally recovered and quickly reached out to help her up. Are you all right? I'm fine. Shen Bijuan's chest heaved up and down as she finally breathed in fresh air. She never thought the air would taste so good. However, this made things difficult for Song Qingshu. Looking at the white water in front of him, he was even worried that he would have a nosebleed. Sensing his strange gaze, Shen Bijuan looked down and almost fainted. She quickly covered her chest with her hands and shrunk back into the water. Only her embarrassed and angry face could be seen. You. Hurry up and close your eyes. Song Qingshu smiled. It's not the first time I've seen it. Why are you so excited? Of course, although he said that, he still closed his eyes like a gentleman. Shen Bijuan was speechless. She remembered that she had indeed taken off her clothes in front of him before, and that they had slept together more than once. Although nothing had actually happened, there was no need for such a big reaction. But was she really going to let him see it? The girl's modesty almost made Shen Bijuan faint. Originally, the best strategy was to quickly get out of the tub and put on her clothes when the other person closed his eyes. However, if the other person opened his eyes halfway, then she wouldn't have any secrets left. Just thinking about this kind of thing was hard for a lady to accept. But was she going to stay in the bathtub like this? The bathtub wasn't big to begin with. If she moved a little, she would be able to touch him. Staying in there was even more unladylike. She really didn't know what to do. Her mind was blank, and she didn't know what to do. Song Qingshu broke the silence. Bijuan, are you panicking right now? Shen Bijuan rolled her eyes at him and didn't even bother replying to such an obvious question. Any woman would be flustered in this kind of situation. Actually, you don't have to be so worried. Although Song Qingshu didn't open his eyes, he could sense her uneasiness through her aura. Shen Bijuan didn't understand. Shouldn't she be worried? Song Qingshu said softly. Bijuan, have you forgotten our relationship? We're already engaged. But we haven't really gotten married yet. Shen Bijuan finally opened her mouth and replied with a red face. In this society, even if they were already engaged, as long as they hadn't bowed to their parents, men and women couldn't have the slightest bit of improper behavior. Our relationship is already as close as a real husband and wife. Why should we care about these red tape? Song Qingshu said. But although Shen Bijuan felt that what he said was reasonable, she was still educated in the ways of a woman, so she was still a bit upset. If this was any other time, Song Qingshu would have found an excuse to smooth things over since she was the crown princess. However, he was drunk right now, and he wasn't as calm and rational as he usually was. Seeing the beautiful woman in front of him not knowing what to do and looking so shy and weak, he couldn't help but feel a strong urge to protect her. His body seemed to be working faster than his brain. His hand involuntarily reached out and grabbed her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. He secretly praised the soul-stirring softness. If you still have doubts, how about we bow to the heavens right now? She was so scared that she was about to cry out when he suddenly hugged her, but after hearing his words, she couldn't help feeling moved. Bow to the heavens and earth, Song Qingshu said, the heavens are above, the earth is below. No matter if I am rich or poor, in sickness or in health, in good or bad times, I will love her and spoil her. When she needs me the most, I will not abandon her, and I will not leave her for eternity. Although this was a common oath in the future, when had the Shinbijuan of this world ever heard such a bold and avant-garde confession? No matter how virtuous a woman was, she couldn't resist the words of love from her lover. Hearing his oath, she felt like she was in a dream and tears unconsciously fell. She said with a choked voice, "Brother Song." Song Qingshu was startled and quickly wiped away the tears on her face. "Why are you crying?" "No, no." Shinbijuan was going to wipe away her tears, but when she raised her hand, she found that it was inappropriate. She hurriedly covered her chest. "It's just that when I think of the nightmarish experience this past year, I was like a lonely star abandoned by the world. In the future, there will be someone in this world who will protect me and pity me. I can't believe that all of this is real." Song Qingshu didn't say anything. He lowered his head and kissed her tender lips. Shinbijuan hadn't expected him to suddenly attack. She froze, but thinking that he was her lover, she slowly closed her eyes and her body quickly softened. After a long time, their lips parted. Song Qingshu smiled and said, "Everything else might be fake, but this passionate kiss is real." Annoying Shinbijuan couldn't help but hit him on the chest. That scene of movement and stillness was a feast for the eyes of the man across from her. Wine was the medium of sex. Looking at the beautiful young woman whose skin was pink from embarrassment or from the hot water, Song Qingshu felt his entire body heat up. At this time, the worries of the crown princess and the difficult future instantly disappeared. At this time, he just wanted to completely possess this number one beauty that had been raised in her boudoir. Being held in the other's arms, Shinbijuan could clearly feel the pressure of the man in front of her. Although she had never experienced anything like this before, a woman's nature told her what was going to happen. She had originally had some hesitation, but after hearing the other's unique oath, it all disappeared. Soon, a storm of kisses fell on her face and neck. She was bashful and even a bit proud. It had to be said that last time, she had finally worked up the courage to use her beauty to make a deal with him. In the end, the other had remained unmoved. She, who had lived in the praise of others since she was young, had suffered a great setback. Song Qingshu, who had always been calm and restrained, had now transformed into a wild beast. This was the reaction she had been looking forward to. If Song Qingshu knew about this, he would probably laugh at her for having Schindler syndrome. "Isn't this place pretty good?" Song Qingshu smiled evilly. Feeling the man's breathing quicken, Shinbijuan thought of what was about to happen and her entire body softened. Since she was young, she had been a well-behaved young miss of a wealthy family. The entire Shanin city praised her as a virtuous lady. She had never thought that her first time would not be on her wedding night, nor did she think that the location of her first time would not be on the bed, but in this bathtub. What was the difference between this and the kind of wild intercourse that books spurned? Although reason told her that she couldn't do this, a deep restlessness came from the depths of her soul. Since she was young, she had been too well behaved. She always followed the rules to satisfy the expectations of the people around her. Everything had become instinctive. Even she herself thought that she was such a person. But at this moment, all the things that she had been taught since she was young were thrown to the back of her mind. She suddenly wanted to try something outrageous, such as offering her chastity that she had treasured for more than 10 years to this man here. Thinking of this, her entire body softened. Relying on her own strength, she found it difficult to stand. Her entire body was almost completely hanging on the man in front of her. How could Song Qingshu not see that the beauty in front of him was completely aroused? The two bodies were tightly pressed together. Feeling that incomparably smooth and moving skin, he thought of the young miss of the Shin family, who countless princes and grandsons of Jiangnan, now unguarded and wrapped around his body. She looked like he could do whatever he wanted. No man could resist this kind of temptation. Even the usually calm Song Qingshu couldn't do it, much less now that he was 70% drunk. He fiercely and passionately kissed every part of her body, like a male lion leaving his mark on his territory, declaring his sovereignty. Shinbijuan had originally been bathing. At this time, her body could be said to be naked. As the other side pressed and pressed step by step, she gradually lost her defense. Every line of defense collapsed at a touch, and soon she was surrounded by soldiers. Song Lang Shinbijuan's voice was originally very delicate, let alone in this situation. This call could even soften steel that had been tempered 100 times. Although Song Qingshu was a little drunk, he still took pity on her because she was still a virgin. He didn't open and close like a mature woman like Madame Ruan. Instead, he slowly and firmly approached her. Noticing that the girl's eyebrows were slightly furrowed, he very gently used kisses and words of love to dissolve her nervousness and pain. Just as he was about to enter, screams and exclamations suddenly came from outside, followed by the deafening sound of a gong. "What's going on outside?" The two of them were shocked. Shinbijuan bit her lips, her voice even softer than a mosquito's. Her flawless face was incomparably red and her eyes were misty. Her eyelashes were trembling slightly and her white skin was covered in droplets of water. It was unknown if it was sweat or the hot water in the bathtub. "Don't worry about him. Let's continue." At this moment, the arrow was knocked on the bowstring. Who cared about the flood? Shinbijuan gave an almost inaudible grunt before burying her head into her lover's chest. Song Qingshu felt as if his blood was boiling and his body was as hard as iron. Only the gentleness of a woman could slowly dissolve this feeling. But at this moment, the faint exclamations of the servant girl and the manservant came from outside. "Madam was assassinated. Madam is gone." Song Qingshu froze all of a sudden, accompanied by all sorts of sobbing sounds. In the entire residence, who else could be called Madam other than Ruan Xingzhu? Was she assassinated? Thinking of Madame Ruan's charm and gentleness, thinking of the happy time they spent together, and then thinking of the child in her belly at this time, Song Qingshu didn't feel very dizzy when he was drunk just now, but at this moment, he felt the world was spinning. Did something happen to Sister Ruan? "Brother Song, quickly go and have a look." Shinbijuan also heard the noise outside. After coming to the Yang mansion, Ruan Xingzhu had been very good to her. She naturally didn't want anything to happen to her. Dong dong dong. At this time, there was a hurried knock on the door, and at the same time, Shin Xiaolong's voice came, young master, young master." Thinking that Big Brother was outside, the courage that Shinbijuan had just mustered disappeared in an instant. She hurriedly urged her lover, "Brother Song, quickly go and have a look. And don't let Big Brother come in and see." Even if he was the only remaining relative of the Shin family, she didn't want him to see her in her lover's room so late at night. She didn't want him to see them like this. Song Qingshu nodded and quickly got up to put on his clothes. "Quickly put on your clothes and don't go out. Be careful and stay here." Then he ran out with a gloomy face. What happened? When he went out, he saw Shin Xiaolong standing at the door. Although he still looked a little drunk, he was more anxious at the moment. "I heard that an assassin tried to assassinate Madame Ruan. I'm afraid Madame is already." After all, Shin Xiaolong was now independent and had many personal guards with him. Someone had already reported to him what happened. How is it possible? The Ruan family is heavily guarded. How could the assassin succeed so easily? Song Qingshu's face was gloomy and scary. The Ruan family was the #1 royal merchant in the world. Many people coveted their wealth. Moreover, after the incident on the ship last time, Ruan Xingzhu had specially strengthened the guards around her. In addition, the Yang family was also one of the richest families in Sichuan. At this time, even if the guards in the mansion were not as good as those in the palace, they were not much worse. Looking at the whole world, other than those masters who could successfully break in, no one else had the ability to do so. However, people who had reached the level of masters disdained to do such sneaky things. As the two of them rushed to Ruan Xingzhu's courtyard, a guard behind Shin Xiaolong answered, "I heard that the assassin's qinggong was very good. He was like a ghost." The guards in the mansion found him but still let him escape. Song Qingshu's heart suddenly sank. Since the assassin could leave so easily, he had most likely succeeded. It seemed that Madame Ruan was in danger. Speaking of which, it was because the courtyard of the two of them was too far apart. Otherwise, the assassin would not have been able to hide from his eyes and ears. However, this was the Yang mansion after all. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, it was impossible for Wan Xingzhu and Shen Xiaolong to stay in the backyard of the inner family's residence. She could only arrange for them to stay in the wing room. Song Qingshu was burning with anxiety. He directly used Qinggong to rush to Wan Xingzhu's room. The two of them often hung out, so he naturally knew where her boudoir was. The rest of the people only saw a blur before they lost sight of him. They could not help but secretly click their tongues. Shen Xiaolong's personal guard originally did not understand why his master was so polite to this young man. It was only until now that he was sincerely convinced. In a few breaths, he rushed to Wan Xingzhu's room. He found that there were already many people gathered outside. Many people were crying. There were even doctors going in and out, bringing out some bloody bandages from time to time. His heart suddenly jumped. Song Qingshu turned his head and saw that it was Wan Xingzhu's personal servant, Pearl. He quickly asked, "How is your mistress?" Pearl smiled, "Young master, do not worry. Just follow me." Seeing her smile, Song Qingshu's worry lessened. At the same time, he became more suspicious. He followed her to a small room in the courtyard next door. The door slowly opened. A voluptuous figure was sitting behind the curtain. Who else could it be but Lady Ruan? "Are you all right?" Song Qingshu was surprised. He rushed over and looked her up and down. He could not see any signs of injury. "Do you want something to happen to me?" Wan Xingzhu said softly. Seeing him so nervous, she, who had long passed the age of a young girl, felt as sweet as a young girl in love. "Of course not," Song Qingshu hurriedly explained. "I just heard everyone say that you were attacked by an assassin. I also saw the doctors go in and out of your room, carrying many bloody cloths. That was just my substitute," Wan Xingzhu replied. "Originally, I was just in case. I did not think that I would actually save my life. The assassin sneaked in without anyone noticing, but he accidentally hit me." "How is your substitute?" Song Qingshu never thought of himself as a gentleman, but he could not ignore the lives of ordinary people. "He was heavily injured. I do not know if he can make it." Wan Xingzhu's tone was very calm. For a large family like hers, preparing a substitute was a very normal thing. In the beginning, she had already prepared to sacrifice a substitute. Naturally, there was nothing to be surprised about. "I have some heaven fragrance intermittent ointment here. It is very effective in treating external injuries. Give it to the substitute." Song Qingshu took out a porcelain bottle and gave it to Pearl. He traveled the Jianghu and carried all kinds of spiritual medicine with him in case of emergencies. Pearl quickly took the bottle and went to the courtyard next door. Wan Xingzhu could not help but say, "You are very kind. I will save as many as I can." Song Qingshu sighed. In this chaotic world, human lives were like grass. He could only do his best to help those he could. In fact, this was also the reason why he wanted to fight for the world. As someone who had come from a peaceful era, he could not bear to see ordinary people destitute in the endless chaos of war. "By the way, where did the assassin come from?" "Do you know?" asked Song Qingshu. "The people who want to kill me are either from Yang Juyuan's faction or the Jia family. If they can hire an assassin like that, then the rest of Yang Juyuan's motley crew obviously cannot do it. That leaves only Jia Sherdao." Because of Han Xingzhou, Wan Xingzhu did not like Jia Sherdao at all. Song Qingshu furrowed his brows and asked, "Where did that assassin come from? How was he able to sneak into the heavily guarded Yang manor without a sound, and even escape after successfully assassinating them?" That was what he could not figure out. Wan Xingzhu had already strengthened the defenses. Although the guards of the Yang house were not as strong as the guards of the palace, the Yang house was much smaller than the palace, so it was easier to defend. So, for the assassin, it was not as easy as an assassination in the palace. But the assassin had sneaked in under such tight defenses. That person's Qinggong is too good. I am afraid he is one of the best in the world. That is why the guards of the house could not stop him, answered Wan Xingzhu. Song Qingshu nodded inwardly. He had experienced this the most. Many times he had ventured into the tiger's den, he had relied on his peerless Qinggong to break through impossible situations. But that is why his identity was exposed. Wan Xingzhu sneered. "Oh? Who is he?" Song Qingshu was also very curious. Looking at the experts of Qinggong in the present age, those who were worthy of the title of unfathomable aside from himself were Dongfeng Muxue, Wei Yixiao, and so on. However, no matter how he thought about it, these people could not be assassins. His Qinggong is great, but he is not famous. I am afraid it is the wandering soul from the Mansion of Spirits, answered Ruan Xingzhu. The Mansion of Spirits? Song Qingshu had a strange look on his face. Why did it sound so familiar? The Mansion of Spirits is a mysterious organization that has risen in the past 2 years. It has been hiding underground for a long time. It is normal that you have not heard of it, explained Ruan Xingzhu. There are many retired masters in the mansion. Many people are wanted in the Mansion of Spirits, so they hide in the Mansion of Spirits. I only found out about their existence because my caravans are well informed. 2 days ago, I received news that people from the Mansion of Spirits had entered the Chuan River, so I was able to confirm that the assassin was the wandering soul. Don't tell me the leader of the Mansion of Spirits is called Big Boss? Song Qingshu asked suspiciously. Ruan Xingzhu shook her head. No one knows who the leader of the Mansion of Spirits is. Even the Ruan family, the #1 royal merchant in the world, only knows of their existence by chance. There are only 2 people in the Mansion of Spirits who have contact with the outside world. One is called the Wandering Soul. His Qinggong is like a ghost, like a wandering ghost. The other is called the Soul Collector. It is said that his swordsmanship is unfathomable, like a soul collector from hell. These 2 people are in charge of welcoming people from the outside into the Mansion of Spirits and are in charge of some of the external business of the Mansion of Spirits. Song Qingshu did not remember who exactly was in the Mansion of Spirits. He did not know if this Mansion of Spirits was the one in The Legend of Lu Xiaofeng that he remembered. In fact, there had already been some characters like Huang Yi and Gu Long in this world, so it was not surprising that there was another Mansion of Spirits. In his opinion, it was very likely that some of the big bosses had dreamt of this mysterious world. However, each of them had only seen one side of this world. Naturally, many people and organizations that had existed in Jianghu had been left behind in their novels. After all, the world was so big, and novels could not record every single one of them. This was also the only reasonable explanation Song Qingshu could find for this chaotic world after thinking about it for a long time. I have never had any grudges against the Mansion of Spirits. This time, the wandering soul is here. Someone must have offered a very high price. Ruan Xingzhu sneered. Song Qingshu was confused. How do you know it was Jiao Shidao? You know he has many masters under his command. Why would he need to go through the Mansion of Spirits? Is he also in control of the Mansion of Spirits? As far as he knew, Jiao Shidao could control the masters of the Guild of Chivalry. There were countless men of sacrifice in the Prime Minister's mansion, as well as the masters of the Song Mountain sect and other evil sections. Not necessarily, Ruan Xingzhu replied. I used to work for Prime Minister Han, so I know the rules of the game for these people. Destroying the body is actually the worst way to go. Unless there is no other choice, they usually won't do it because it will cause endless trouble and give their political enemies a chance to talk. But if they really have to do it, they have to do it cleanly. They can't let themselves be involved in it. So, they will never use their power in the open or in the dark. That way, if they find out, they will be able to get away with it. So, this time, he must be the one who invited the Mansion of Spirits. Song Qingshu could not help but say, then, won't you be in danger in the future? Don't worry. After all, the Ruan family and the Yang family have been standing for so many years. Now that we are on guard, how can they succeed so easily? Ruan Xingzhu replied. And this time, I can pretend to be seriously injured to fool Jiao Shidao and the Mansion of Spirits. They will think that I will die, and naturally, they will not come again. That's good. But guarding against thieves for 1,000 days is not a long-term solution. It is best to solve the problem from the root, Song Qingshu said in a deep voice. Ruan Xingzhu smiled bitterly and said, the root is Jiao Shidao. It is not that easy to get rid of him. Besides, the Mansion of Spirits is very mysterious. No one knows who is there, where they are, and how to solve the problem. Song Qingshu was suddenly shocked because he thought of something. In the original book, the leader of the Mansion of Spirits was the Wooden Taoist, an elder of the Wudong sect. Because he married and had children in his early years, he could not inherit the position of the sect leader. So, he held a grudge and gathered a large number of outlaws in the Jianghu, trying to kill all of his enemies at the inauguration ceremony of the Wudong sect leader and become the sect leader. This world has the Wudong sect, but I wonder if there is a Wooden Taoist, Song Qingshu hurriedly asked. Madam, do you know if anything happened in the Wudong sect recently? Wan Xingzhu looked strange. There is one thing. In about half a month, the Wudong Mountain will hold the inauguration ceremony of the new sect leader. Zhenren Zhang will officially pass the position of the sect leader to the second disciple, Yu Lianzhou. Oh? Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. He was not surprised that Zhang Sanfeng would pass the position to Yu Lianzhou. Song Yuanqiao was supposed to take over the position, but because his son accidentally killed his seventh uncle, Mo Xinggu, he had to step down. Although Song Qingshu was doing well now, he could not wash away the incident of accidentally killing Mo Xinggu, and Zhang Sanfeng would not pass the position to Song Yuanqiao. Previously, passing on the position to Yu Lianzhou was already something that everyone expected. It was just that there was no official succession ceremony. He was only the acting sect leader, but now it was obvious that he was going to become the official sect leader. Seeing that he did not speak, Wan Xingzhu said carefully, "You are usually very secretive, and even if the Wu-Tang sect wanted to contact you, they could not. I received the news not long ago, but I thought that the successor was not your father, so I did not tell you." Song Qingshu laughed involuntarily. Do you think I'll be angry because my father didn't get the position of sect leader? Actually, second Uncle Yu is the most suitable candidate. I accidentally made a mistake in the past, and my father taking over the position would not be convincing. Seeing that he did not seem to mind, Wan Xingzhu breathed a sigh of relief. Young master, what you care about now is the power struggle in the court, and there is no need to care about these small fights in Jianghu. Great hero Song has a proud son like you. It is better to be the grand prince than the Wu-Tang sect leader. Song Qingshu rolled his eyes. What great hero Song, you should call him father-in-law. Wan Xingzhu blushed, and spat. How can I call him that? Song Qingshu smiled, but there was a haze in his heart, because he remembered that the mastermind behind the Mansion of Spirits was the Wooden Taoist of the Wu-Tang sect, and then he planned to use the inauguration ceremony to usurp the position. He did not know if there was a Wooden Taoist in this world, but there was a Mansion of Spirits, and the inauguration ceremony would also be held soon. It could not be such a coincidence. Before I go to Jiangnan this time, I want to go to the Wu-Tang Mountain to take a look. Song Qingshu felt that he had to take a look before he could rest assured. After all, this trip to Jiangnan was along the Yangtze River, and Wu-Tang Mountain was on the way. When do you plan to leave? Wan Xingzhu asked. Tomorrow morning. Song Qingshu replied. The longer the delay, the more trouble there would be. It was better to go and take a look as soon as possible. This trip to Wudong Mountain might even be able to help you deal with the threat of the Mansion of Spirits, but before that, you still have to be careful. Now that they think I'm dead or seriously injured, they won't send anyone to deal with me again. Furthermore, with this warning, the guards in the mansion will be more focused on me in the future. It's impossible for them to use the same trick again. Wan Xingzhu sneered. As the leader of the #1 royal family in the world, she had seen all kinds of storms and waves. Although the Mansion of Spirits was terrifying, the Ruan clan also had many experts under their command. Moreover, the resources that they could use were much more than this organization that did not dare to see the light of day. It's just that you have to leave so soon. We have just met and we have to separate. Madame Ruan's voice was full of reluctance. Song Qingshu said gloomily, even if I stay, you won't accompany me. Madame Ruan smiled slyly. Didn't I compensate you with a great beauty that can cause the downfall of a nation? How about it? Did you take the opportunity to eat her tonight? Song Qingshu said unhappily. What do you think? In the middle of the night, there was suddenly an assassin. I thought something had happened to you. Who would have the mood to do that? Madame Ruan looked at the sky outside and said with a smile, there is still some time before dawn. We can still continue our unfinished business. Song Qingshu rolled his eyes at her. I'm not a teddy. Although Madame Ruan could not hear what a teddy was, she could roughly understand. She still advised, Sister Shen is alone here and not familiar with the people and the place. She must be very frightened now. You should go back and comfort her. Pisong Qingshu nodded, yes, I'm afraid she still doesn't know what happened. She is most likely thinking nonsense. You should go back quickly. Madame Ruan was a mature woman. She knew that it was meaningless to force him to stay in this situation. It was better to be magnanimous. In this way, whether it was Song Qingshu or Shen Bijuan, they would remember her kindness. Then you have a good rest. Song Qingshu came out of the room. Not long after, he met Shen Xiaolong. He roughly explained the situation to him, and Shen Xiaolong was relieved. After I go back, I will transfer an army to strengthen the patrol outside the Yang mansion, so that those thieves can no longer find a chance. Shen Xiaolong and Madame Ruan were now in the same boat. He did not want anything to happen to his ally. Pisong Qingshu agreed. Although the guards of the Ruan family were not weak, it was better to have an extra layer of insurance. Shen Xiaolong hurriedly left to arrange the defense of Chengdu City. Song Qingshu returned to his room. At this time, Shen Bijuan had already dressed up. She looked worried. Seeing him come in, Shen Bijuan was suddenly surprised. Brother Song, how is Sister Ruan? Did something happen? Song Qingshu replied, don't worry, it was a false alarm. Then he roughly explained what had just happened. Shen Bijuan was relieved. Just now, my heart was beating fast. I was worried that something had happened to Sister Ruan. Now, the result is really great. After saying that, she suddenly blushed, stood up and said, now that Brother Song is awake, I will go back to my room to rest. Song Qingshu grabbed her. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Shen Bijuan lowered her head and didn't say anything. After that storm, she had calmed down. All of her courage had been sucked dry, and the education she had received since she was a child replayed in her mind. How could she dare to stay here any longer? Song Qingshu roughly guessed her thoughts and gently comforted her. There has just been an assassin in the mansion. I don't know if there will be accomplices or something. I am worried about you. Madame Ruan could mobilize a large number of masters to protect her, but Shen Bijuan had no one to protect her. If something really happened, it would be the biggest regret. Hearing him say this, Shen Bijuan was a bit afraid. The previous experience made her not want to fall into the hands of thieves again. However, staying here in the same room with a man always made her hesitate. Song Qingshu continued, don't worry, I won't touch you again. Rest early, we will leave for Jiangnan early tomorrow morning. So fast? Although Shen Bijuan had long wanted to go back to the Shen garden to see, this was a bit too rushed. When they were chatting at the table before, this was clearly not the plan. Song Qingshu replied, there was a little accident. I have to go to Mount Wudong first to see. At that time, I can let my father see this beautiful daughter-in-law. Shen Bijuan felt her skin suddenly heat up. Clearly, she did not expect to see the parents so soon. However, in addition to shyness, there was also a bit of joy. Which woman did not want the marriage of the other party's parents to be recognized and blessed? Rest early, recover your energy and be ready for the journey. Song Qingshu quickly took off his coat and went to bed. He casually patted the quilt beside him, indicating that she should also go up. The whole process was done in one go, as if it was something natural. Shen Bijuan secretly stamped her feet. If she had told her before that she would share a bed with a man who was not married, she would have thought that she was crazy. But now, she found that the strength of the other party made her not hate him at all. Instead, it gave her a feeling that she had never felt before. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly walked to the bed and lay down. At this moment, in the royal palace of Linen City, thousands of miles away, Emperor Zhao Go was looking at the secret memorial on the table with a gloomy face. Suddenly, he flew into a thunderous rage. His evil intentions should be punished. His evil intentions should be punished. In such a short period of time, the Wu family's power in the three offices has been completely uprooted. Now the truth is out. Wu Shi was framed. Then, Jia Sherdao symbolically comforted the Wu family. In the end, he got all the benefits and made me the scapegoat. Your Majesty, please calm down. There was a blurry figure in the shadows behind him. There was a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Weren't you the one who ordered the purge of the Wu family? Zhao Go was at a loss for words. He knew his personality. Most of the time, he would be very tolerant, but sometimes, he would not be able to control his emotions and do something that would shock the world. Only a half-human, half-immortal like Huang Chang would be able to mock the temperamental ruler of a country in front of him without him daring to get angry. I was deceived by a scoundrel. The Morong family has always followed the Jia family's lead, and Morong Fu was also recommended by Jia Sherdao. The entire chaos in Sichuan was caused by him behind the scenes. Zhao Go said hatefully. The most intolerable thing is that he actually killed Han? Major? Tearing apart? School, speaking of which, it's my fault for being careless and being lured away by them. I didn't think they would dare to make a move in the palace. Huang Chang knew that the emperor in front of him was extremely angry because Jia Sherdao had sent people to kill Han Wushuang in Yujin Garden. Are you afraid of the bucktooth? Which Majin see waving heart mother plum solid amaranth sandalwood pod quiet about raccoon xia main open ba close? School? Plaque? Neon pole? Beginning with vinegar, coarse and rough? Assel? Lucky phoenix collapse? Trade? Sanskrit brush siwu? The scorching hot water frequently splashes the stench of blood on the four sides of the flat. If a powerful official had no political enemies in the imperial court, then he would very quickly set his sights on the person sitting on the golden throne. Zhao Go said coldly, Han? Lucky phoenix collapse? Ji Wu Chu? The waves and the wolves are clumsy? Go against the pride? Jing? Eh? A painting of a phoenix in a ditch? Pu Zhao ridiculing Zhong Hui Fu Diamogubu? All inferior? Hairdresser? Male-female pregnancy? 4. Nightmare horn? Eh? Lonnie lever? Take the pie? Hui? Damn throw? What about kerosene? Xin Hua Lu Huan cooking? Pu Meng stock? Mistress? Make up the numbers? What? Hazy? Shim Huangji? Xianxia Huang Shou 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 Jiu Jiu asterisk? Chu Kai Chao? Brother? Playing a trick? Eh? Chapter 4, Compare the Elements? Anxious Phoenix? Die for the swollen cow? Do you want to lower your capital to pry? Milk Yuju? Lower position? To flatter and flatter one is actually handsome, Huang Chang lightly said. If the emperor does not like it, then I will go kill him. He said these words very calmly as if he was talking about something as easy as turning over his hand. Zhao Go's expression changed. In the end, he still shook his head and said, no. Why not? Since he can kill Han? Major? Coquettish? Wei Huang Bo Bai. The handsome man was summoned by Yu Lingxing. Zhao Go answered, now that the northern expedition has just failed, the imperial court cannot afford to be shaken. Plus, he has many henchmen. If he is not careful, the consequences will be unimaginable. He wants to be heir Zhurong, but I do not want to be Emperor Xiaozhuang. In history, Emperor Xiaozhuang had killed heir Zhurong in a moment of impulsiveness. As a result, heir Zhurong's subordinates rebelled. In the end, Emperor Xiaozhuang was strangled to death in the temple. And Jia Sherdao is good at buying people's hearts. Now, everyone in and out of the imperial court calls him someone like the Duke of Zhou, Zhao Go said self-deprecatingly. If I kill the Duke of Zhou, won't I be infamous for 10,000 years? Huang Chang was silent. He thought, you killed Yu Fei, and your name will be infamous for 10,000 years. Wang Mang is humble but does not usurp the times. Unless the world knows his true colors, then it will be reasonable to kill him. A strange light flashed in Zhao Go's eyes. What plan does the emperor have? Huang Chang looked at him with surprise. I plan to go to Wutang Mountain soon and summon Jia Fei, Jia Sherdao, and other officials, Zhao Go said. Wutang Mountain? Thinking of the immortal-like figure on the mountain, Huang Chang's eyes flashed with excitement. The two of them had been friends for a long time, but unfortunately, they were busy with their own things. They had never seen each other after they had mastered martial arts. But although he was interested, he still tried to comfort him. In times of peace, the emperor is always in danger when he travels, let alone now that the world is in chaos. First of all, Mount Wudong is not far from the Jin Kingdom's territory. It will be troublesome if the Jin soldiers come to attack. Second of all, outside of the imperial city, the emperor's bodyguards will be greatly weakened. At that time, the ambitious people will be tempted. Now that the Mongols have returned to the east, the Jin kingdom will definitely be on guard. They won't start a war at this time. As for the ambitious people, Zhao Go snorted and smiled confidently. I am not afraid of them moving. I am only afraid that they won't move. Huang Chang immediately understood. The emperor wants to lure Jia Sherdao into making a move? Zhao Go nodded. Jia Sherdao tried so hard to control everyone in the imperial court, didn't he just want to sit on the throne? Unfortunately, there are too many things involved in Linen City. Under the watchful eyes of the public, even if he had wings, he couldn't find a chance to be Wang Meng. So, I gave him this chance. Huang Chang said in a low voice, but this is still too risky. Wutang Mountain was located in the Jinghu Theater of Operations. It was the territory of the Liu brothers, and the Liu brothers were the direct descendants of Jia Sherdao. Luring the snake out of its hole in this place was like playing with fire. Zhao Go explained, although I have left the imperial palace, Jia Sherdao has also left his nest. Now that he has more power than I do, he will be weakened even more. There is no need for the emperor to take such a risk. The safest way is to continue using the emperor's tactics to break up the four families. Huang Chang still didn't think it was appropriate. For example, Shermi Yuan. I think he is ambitious. He may not be willing to be under Jia Sherdao. The emperor can support him to fight against Jia Sherdao. Zhao Go sighed. If I had enough time, I wouldn't take such a risk. But I don't have much time left, and you don't have much time either. Huang Chang was silent. He was able to live until now because of his all-seeing martial arts. But there was a limit to martial arts. No matter how good a person was, how could he fight against time? Recently, he had been having a sudden impulse. He had faintly sensed that his time was coming. As for Zhao Go, he wasn't young anymore. The key was that the Jin kingdom had searched the mountains and seas to kill him. He was frightened and soaked in the sea, which damaged his meridians. Later, in order to regain his strength, he tried too many strange methods, which made his body worse and worse. Zhao Go suddenly smiled. So I went to Wudong Mountain to ask Zhang Sanfeng about the art of immortality. I don't think anyone would suspect my motives. Huang Chang nodded. This was a perfect reason. Zhang Sanfeng was over 100 years old, but his entire face was glowing. He didn't look old at all. Looking at his arm, which was as dry as a skeleton, Huang Chang couldn't help but fall silent. Zhao Go said, Jia Sherdao cherishes his reputation. Even if he wants to usurp the throne, he won't do it in a big way. When the time comes, he will most likely choose a top master to do the job and then find someone else to take the blame. If the war starts, I will have to trouble you, sir. Huang Chang snorted. If Jia Sherdao really can't help but attack, do you really have the confidence? According to my observations over the years, Jia Sherdao has many masters under his command. Not only does he have secret connections with the martial arts world of the Central Plains, but he also seems to have connections with the mysterious Isle of Chivalry in the South Sea. Once he attacks, it will be a thunderous attack. Just me and the Imperial Guards with the Imperial weapons and the Palace Guards may not be able to do anything to him. Zhao Go smiled mysteriously. Don't worry. You won't be the only one. I have absolute confidence. Oh? Huang Chang was a little surprised. His opponent's tone seemed to be comparing that person to himself. It seemed like they were both great grandmasters. However, in the entire world, there were only a handful of people at his level. Half of them had already become one? Huang Tu asked, who is that person? That person will enter the palace today. It's about time, Zhao Go answered. Huang Chang looked outside and said in a low voice, he's already here. Ba. Master Huang's skills are indeed profound. I purposely hid my aura, but I was still discovered by you. A burst of laughter came, and soon, a person dressed like a monk walked in from outside. It was said that he was dressed like a monk, but not a monk. The main reason was that this person looked a little strange. He was obviously bald, and there were traces of a ring scar on his head, but he was slovenly, which was a great contrast to the normal monk's attitude. More importantly, he had a huge wine gourd hanging on his waist. How could there be a monk who drank wine in this world? Huang Chang thought of someone from his aura and coldly said, "You were the one who said that my Nining manual was too soft, so you created another Nine-Yang divine skill?" The monk was startled, but he was calm. "Master Huang, you have good eyes. You immediately saw through my background." "Yes, I had a drinking contest with Wang Chongyang and beat him. I borrowed the Nining manual to read, and I did sigh. It turned out that he was the drunkard monk who won the Nining Sutra from Wang Chongyang. After reading it, he was inspired and created the Nine-Yang Sutra. If Song Qingshu were here, he would definitely sigh in amazement. This was what a true grandmaster was like. The 5 aces of the Chinese plains were very famous in the world of martial artists, but aside from Wang Chongyang, the others had studied Nining manual for decades, and their martial arts often improved by leaps and bounds. But in the end, Wang Chongyang managed to master the entire Nining manual in just a few days. The drunken monk was even more ridiculous. He spent half a day flipping through it before he went back and created Nine-Yang divine skill, which was at the same level as him. "Since you look down on my Nining manual, I'd like to see how capable you are." Just as Huang Chang finished speaking, he had already appeared in front of the monk. A pair of pitch-black hands that seemed to have come from the depths of hell gave off a demonic glow as they grabbed at the monk's major acupuncture points. Zhao Guo, who was sitting on the throne, felt the air in the room become extremely viscous. He could not help but frown. He knew that this was Huang Chang's domain. To a certain extent, he had changed the rules of the surrounding environment. He had not expected him to be so merciless. These 2 people were his greatest support. If both of them were injured later, wouldn't all of his plans go down the drain? He wanted to open his mouth to stop him, but Zhao Guo kept his mouth shut in the end. After all, it was rare for people of this level to exchange blows. The plan that followed was abnormally dangerous. He wanted them to exchange blows to understand the characteristics of each other's martial arts so that they could work together better. Amitabha. The monk put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. His sloppy appearance instantly transformed into a solemn and dignified one. Waves of golden light radiated from his body, dispelling the dense black qi brought by his yellow robe. "Ma, and I, pad, me? Play, fat dregs? Ji Huang equals Kuya long finger cluster bloated? Narrow great garden spear stick? Wooden ping pong drop kiss?" Huang Chang's expression changed slightly. Although his Nining white bone claw had great destructive power, it had been created with some strange evil qi. When it came into contact with the Buddhist treasure seal, it actually seemed to be suppressed. "Humph. The Buddhists have seals, but we Taoists don't." Huang Chang's reaction was fast. The Nining white bone claw instantly changed into a mysterious seal. The ghostly qi suddenly became somewhat otherworldly. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jia, Shen, Lai, Qian, Xing. The 9 secret seal was a popular seal used by the Taoists and the military school. It came from Gohong of the Eastern Jin dynasty. How could Huang Chang not know about it when he was cultivating the Taoist canon? He had already created a powerful technique based on it. As for the 9 secret seals of Japanese ninjutsu, Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jia, Shen, Lai, Zai, Qian, it was originally brought into Japan from the Central Plains. The dojo monk and Huang Chang, one was a Buddhist master and the other was a Taoist grandmaster. The 2 of them exchanged dozens of moves in an instant using hand seals. This was different from those masters in Jianghu, who fought with flying sand and rolling stones. Every time they collided, the power was huge, but not a single porcelain cup in the room broke. This was the difference between a grandmaster and a normal grandmaster. They could perfectly control their strength and not waste a single bit of true qi on something other than their target. "The 2 of you, please stop." Zhao Guo felt that it was about time and stood up to stop them. If they really continued fighting, they might really get hurt. The Nine-Yang manual lives up to its name. In the blink of an eye, Huang Chang had already returned behind Zhao Guo. His arms were faintly burning. It was obvious that his opponent's Nine-Yang genuine qi had invaded his meridians. He frowned slightly and circulated the Nine-Yang genuine qi in his body, expelling the heat from his arms. "Back then, you were too arrogant. It looks like you did not understand the essence of the Nining manual. The drunkard monk returned to his sloppy appearance. He took down the large wine pot and drank a mouthful of wine. He also circulated his inner power to activate the slightly frozen meridians in his arms. Zhao Go was overjoyed and said, "Haha, with the two of you helping me, I will not have to worry about not being able to accomplish great things in the future." The drunkard monk smiled slightly. "In the past, the Zhao and Song royal families were kind to my ancestors. I am here to repay this karma. After this, I will travel the world." The meaning behind his words was clear. He would only help Zhao Go this once. After this, they would not owe each other anything. He did not want Zhao Go to think of using him as a fighter in the future. Zhao Go smiled and said, "Of course. After this is done, why would I force you to stay?" Just as he was about to find someone to prepare vegetarian food and wine for the two of them, the drunkard monk said to Huang Chang, "After the battle just now, I suddenly had many thoughts. Brother Huang, would you be willing to talk through the night?" Huang Chang gave a rare smile and said, "I couldn't ask for more." Then, the two of them directly ignored Zhao Go and walked out at the same time. From time to time, fragments of voices could be heard. Solitary yin does not give birth, solitary yang does not grow. I feel that the balance of yin and yang is the correct way. Otherwise, I see that the universe is vast. The entire universe is definitely one where yin flourishes and yang declines. It is not in balance. Watching the two of them leave, Zhao Go was not angry at all. He only looked in the direction of the Jiao residence in the south of the city. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Back in the city of Chengdu, Shen Bijuan went to bed bashfully. Song Qingshu very naturally turned over and held her alluring body in his arms, causing her heart to tremble. Fortunately, the other party did not take any further action. Shen Bijuan breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart was thumping wildly. Her imagination ran wild for half the night before she finally fell asleep in a daze. Because he heard from Ruan Foran that the inauguration ceremony of the Wudong Mountain sect leader was only a few days away, Song Qingshu was worried that something would happen on the way. The next morning, he said goodbye to Ruan Foran and Shen Xiaolong. As for Shen Bijuan, because she had to return to Jiangnan to pay respects to her parents, she naturally went with him. Madame Ruan knew that he had important matters to attend to, so she did not urge him to stay. She only stroked her bulging belly, revealing a bit of reluctance. When there was no one around, Song Qingshu very hatefully kissed her belly a few times, "Wait for father to come back." The result was that Ruan Foran blushed and spat. In the future, when the child is born, he will inherit the Yang family's legacy. If you mention these things in front of him every time, I'm afraid it will be difficult for the child to accept. Can't I let him call me father? Song Qingshu was suddenly a little dissatisfied. Of course not, children don't have schemes. If the secret between us is revealed, then everything is over. Ruan Foran's eyes moved. But, you can let him recognize you as his godfather, so that no one will doubt him when he calls you father in the future. That's good. Song Qingshu knew that what she said was the truth. Not to mention that his current strength was not enough to control the world. Even if he really controlled the world, in the face of all kinds of etiquette, he was afraid that he would be powerless. The identity of godfather could be considered the best of both worlds. On the other side, Shen Xiaolong also kept asking Shen Bijuan, "Sister, big brother can't leave this time, you must burn a few incense sticks in front of the Shen family for me." Bijuan understands. Shen Bijuan's eyes were also red at this time. This world paid the most attention to the concept of clan. Even when she was very young, Shen Xiaolong was kicked out of the family, but he still had the blood of the Shen family flowing in his body. He was her only relative in this world. It was not easy to reunite with them, so soon they had to separate again. Shen Xiaolong hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, "Brother-in-law has many female friends, you have to be mentally prepared." Shen Bijuan blushed, "I know." In fact, she had always been entangled in this point. With her pride, she was not willing to get involved in this muddy water, but her reason could not control her feelings, and in the end, she still fell. Shen Xiaolong was worried that she would turn a deaf ear to his words, so he continued, "Don't be jealous. Although your beauty is outstanding, which one of those sisters isn't a world-famous beauty? Moreover, each of them has great ability. If you become arrogant because of their favor, it will be very difficult for you to establish yourself in the future. Seeing that she was silent with tears in her eyes, Xianxia sighed, Sister, don't blame me for talking too much. You and I are the only ones left in the Shen family. I'm really afraid that you're not happy. Shen Bijuan wiped her tears and hastily said, Big brother is worrying too much. The reason I'm crying is because your words made me think of my father. Back then, he often used this tone to scold me. Shen Bijuan, Shen, Master, Shen Bijuan, Father, Shen people, Shen, Tian, Shen, Father. Shen. On the boat going down the river, Song Qingshu smiled and asked Shen Bijuan, what did your big brother say to you before you left? Thinking of her big brother's words, Shen Bijuan's face turned red. She snorted, you said you wanted me to listen to you. Song Qingshu couldn't help but be overjoyed, brother-in-law is absolutely right. Next time when I return to Chengdu, I must find him and drink another 300 cups. I don't know when he'll be back. Looking in the direction of Chengdu, Shen Bijuan faintly sighed. Transportation in this era was extremely inconvenient. A 2-hour flight in her previous world often took several months in this world. Moreover, there were all sorts of dangers along the way, and it was hard to say when one would die in a foreign land, so everyone was very sad about parting. Don't worry, there will be more and more opportunities in the future, Song Qingshu comforted. Shen Bijuan suddenly said, Brother Song, can you teach me martial arts? Don't you feel that playing with sabers and spears isn't good? Song Qingshu was a bit surprised that this kind of daughter from a noble family wanted to learn martial arts. Shen Bijuan bit her lips, if nothing had happened, I would still be the young miss of the Shen garden. Of course I wouldn't want to learn martial arts. But now that so many things have happened, if I knew martial arts, many of the misfortunes wouldn't have happened in the first place. None of this is your fault. Seeing that she was about to cry, Song Qingshu quickly comforted her, don't cry, don't cry. I'll teach you martial arts. Really? Shen Bijuan finally smiled through her tears. But she immediately said awkwardly, I heard that learning martial arts requires a foundation from a young age. Isn't it a bit too late for me to learn martial arts at my age? It really is a bit late. Song Qingshu nodded. The majority of people in this world started to build their foundation from a young age. By adulthood, their meridians and other things had already been set, so it was much harder to learn. Ah? Shen Bijuan's face was immediately filled with disappointment. Song Qingshu smiled, a normal master wouldn't be able to teach you anything, but I happen to know of a technique that is suitable for you. Really? Shen Bijuan finally remembered that her lover was a world-renowned master. She couldn't help but jump for joy, what technique is it? Song Qingshu revealed a strange smile, this technique is called Desire Samadhi, spiritual feat scripture. Desire Samadhi. Shen Bijuan frowned, why is this technique so hard to pronounce? Song Qingshu said, the name is a bit hard to remember. You can call it spiritual feat scripture. He knew many martial arts, but the one that had no barriers to entry, did not harm the heavens, and improved at the same time was the spiritual feat scripture. After all, with Yutanji's talent, he was able to cultivate top-notch internal energy. Of course, he wouldn't tell her that the postures of his female friends practicing the spiritual feat scripture were also very important. Next, he began to explain the various advantages of this technique to Shen Bijuan. Shen Bijuan's heart palpitated as she listened, but after she started practicing, she couldn't help but blush. Can this martial art really become a peerless technique? Of course it can. Song Qingshu couldn't help but admire Shen Bijuan. She had clearly never practiced martial arts, nor did she practice ballet like the women of the future, but her flexibility was still top-notch. It had to be known that many of the movements in the spiritual feat scripture went against the body structure. Most people couldn't do it. But why do I feel like this technique is used to please men? Shen Bijuan's face was full of doubt. Song Qingshu smiled, don't worry, this is an orthodox Buddhist technique. There are no side effects and the effects are quick. Of course, the effects you mentioned were just unexpected by the creator. After all, no one in India would have thought that there would be female disciples in Buddhism. Seeing him admit it so calmly, Shen Bijuan felt embarrassed. Brother Song, can you leave for a moment? I'm so embarrassed right now. Song Qingshu laughed. How can I do that? Cultivating internal energy is dangerous. I have to watch over you from the side in case something happens to you. Song Qingshu's face heated up, but he reacted quickly and hastily said, that's for people with a foundation in martial arts. But you've never practiced martial arts before and aren't familiar with many of the meridians and acupuncture points. Naturally, you need me to watch over you. Oh. Shen Bijuan nodded in a daze, feeling that what he said was somewhat reasonable. The two of them continued to practice like this. One was dripping with sweat while the other was leisurely admiring from the side. Time unknowingly passed, and when night came, Shen Bijuan felt her entire body aching. Song Qingshu explained, I just started practicing today and stretched many of my meridians. It's normal to have some pain. It'll be fine in a couple of days. If you feel too much pain, I can give you a massage to circulate your blood. It'll heal faster. No need. Shen Bijuan was so frightened that she hastily waved her hands. Wouldn't that mean he would have to touch her body? Even though he seemed to have touched everything on her body that shouldn't be touched, her young Mrs. Modesty still made it difficult for her to let go. Then taking a hot bath is the same. I'll have a servant girl prepare hot water. The ship they were on was the Ruan family's merchant ship. It was much better than a normal ship, allowing them to enjoy the most comfortable service. After practicing for a day, her body was covered in a thin layer of sweat. How could Shen Bijuan resist the temptation of a hot bath? When she untied her dress and soaked herself in the bathtub, her heart was still pounding. She thought to herself, what if Brother Song comes in later? Should I refuse or half-heartedly accept? Thinking of some embarrassing scenes, her face had long since become incomparably red. But even after she finished bathing, he still hadn't come in. After putting on her clothes, Shen Bijuan was a bit worried and went outside to look for him. When she reached the deck, she didn't find any trace of him. Her heart couldn't help but jump. Brother Song, where are you? In the end, there was a faint sob in her voice. It had to be known that during this period of time, only when she was by Song Qingshu's side would she feel a sense of security. Now that she had suddenly lost him, she was like a lost child. Panic, fear, and all kinds of other emotions surged into her heart. I'm up there. At this time, a gentle voice came from above. Shen Bijuan looked up and saw a bright moon in the sky. Song Qingshu was leisurely sitting in the middle of it. She hurriedly rubbed her eyes, and only then did she realize that he was actually sitting on the main mast of the merchant ship, casually holding a wine pot in one hand and a wine cup in the other, drinking alone under the moon. Because of the angle and the lighting, she accidentally thought that he was sitting on the moon. Shen Bijuan had seen many people drink, but she had never seen someone drink so much like an immortal. She thought to herself, no wonder so many of the women in Jiangnan's chambers called him the exiled immortal. What are you thinking about? Come on up. Song Qingshu's voice interrupted her thoughts. Shen Bijuan's face turned red. She bit her lips and said with some embarrassment, I can't come up. I'll pull you up. Song Qingshu reached out and used the dragon capture art. Shen Bijuan felt as if her entire body was being grabbed by an invisible hand and lifted up into the air. By the time she reacted, she was already sitting on the mast. Seeing how high up she was from the deck, she panicked and her body went soft. How could she sit still? Once again, he fell headfirst onto the ground. Ah! Shen Bijuan let out a startled cry, but the pain she imagined didn't come. She couldn't help but open her eyes and find that she was standing next to her lover. Don't be afraid, I'm here, said Song Qingshu with a smile. Hearing his words, Shen Bijuan felt as if all her fear and panic had disappeared. Being by his side made her feel at ease. Song Qingshu handed her a cup of wine. The night wind is cold. Drink a cup of wine to warm your body. Seeing her hesitation, he couldn't help but laugh. Do you think drinking with a man in the middle of the night is too unladylike? Shen Bijuan laughed. Of course it's like that with other people, but drinking with Brother Song is an exception. She picked up the wine cup and drank it in one gulp. She felt a spicy sensation flowing from her throat all the way to her stomach. Her neck couldn't help but slowly blush, and then the blush gradually spread across her fair cheeks. She suddenly realized that this was the cup he had just drunk from, and her face became even more beautiful. Song Qingshu looked at her with surprise. Bijuan's drinking style isn't inferior to any man's, but this wine is very strong. It's dangerous for a woman to drink with a man like this. Shen Bijuan's eyes became watery. I won't drink with other men. The meaning behind her words was clear. Even if she got drunk in front of him, she wouldn't worry. Song Qingshu's heart warmed and he could not help but smile. Such a beautiful day and beautiful scenery. With a beautiful woman to accompany me, I really need to drink a few more cups. As he said that, he poured himself another cup of wine and downed it in one gulp. Shen Bijuan tucked her skirt under her legs to prevent the wind from blowing and being seen by the people on the deck. She asked, Brother Song, why are you drinking here so late at night? Is there something bothering you? Song Qingshu nodded. Yes, I'm a little worried about Mount Wudong. I feel like something is going to happen. Shen Bijuan tried to persuade him. Brother Song, you're worrying too much. Even I, a non-Jianghu person, know that Zhang Zhenren is a martial arts legend. The 7 heroes of Wudong are all as good as a sect leader. Even if someone wants to harm them, it won't be that easy. Besides, it won't take us a few days to get to Mount Wudong. Song Qingshu thought about it and agreed. Bijuan, you're quite insightful. Right, we don't have enough information right now. There's no point in worrying too much. Let's wait until we get to Mount Wudong. The two continued to drink and chat for a while. Song Qingshu noticed that her body was trembling. It's too cold here. Let's go back to our room. Okay. Shen Bijuan shrank back. The wind on the river was strong, and they were still on the mast. If she hadn't been drinking wine to warm her body, and if she hadn't been in his arms, her body would have been frozen to death. But when she looked down, she felt dizzy and didn't know what to do. Song Qingshu understood her awkwardness. He smiled and said, I'll carry you down. Shen Bijuan pursed her lips and quietly nodded. Song Qingshu hugged her and couldn't help but smile. No wonder people say women are made of water. Bijuan, you really are soft as if you don't have any bones. How annoying. I wonder which lecher would dare to say something like that. Shen Bijuan only heard the wind whistling in her ears. When she opened her eyes again, she was already in the room. He put her on the bed. Song Qingshu got up and said, Rest well. Song Qingshu was startled, but he quickly reacted. Then I won't leave. This time, it was Shen Bijuan's turn to be dumbfounded. She had thought that he would put up a front and pretend to decline so that she could consider whether or not she should keep him. She hadn't expected him to directly agree, making it so that she wouldn't be able to use her words. I'm just keeping you to sleep. Don't think too much, Shen Bijuan hastily explained. Song Qingshu smiled happily. I know it's sleeping. Shen Bijuan's face turned red. She felt like her words were ambiguous and immediately added, It's just sleeping. Is there anything more than just sleeping? Song Qingshu smiled even more happily. Shen Bijuan had clearly already taken a bath, but her face still looked like it was covered in a layer of rouge. She didn't know how to respond, so she simply turned her back to him. Looking at the beautiful curves in front of him, Song Qingshu praised her inwardly and then crawled under the covers. Shen Bijuan was so nervous she couldn't say anything. The entire room fell into an ambiguous and quiet atmosphere. All that could be heard was their slightly messy breathing. After an unknown amount of time, Shen Bijuan's trembling voice rang out. You said it was just sleeping. I just wanted to hug you. It's getting cold, so hugging you to sleep will keep me warm, Song Qingshu replied naturally. Shen Bijuan pursed her lips but didn't say anything else. After a while, Shen Bijuan finally couldn't help but ask, Then why did you start taking off my skirt? You don't even take off your clothes when you sleep? Scientific research shows that the less clothing you wear when you sleep, the more rest you get, Song Qingshu replied seriously. Shen Bijuan was speechless. After a while, Shen Bijuan whispered, Then what is it now? Song Qingshu answered with a straight face, Didn't you say that your tendons and meridians were hurting from training? I'm helping you loosen them. Shenbijuan opened her mouth, but in the end, she silently agreed. After a while, Shenbijuan's entire body trembled. Her voice was soft and charming. Then what about now? I'm just taking a stroll. I'm not going in. Song Qingshu said a classic line that was popular in his previous life. Shenbijuan bit her lips. Her skin had already turned pink and her eyes were misty. Brother Song, I feel like I've been tricked by you. Song Qingshu smiled and said, if you don't want to, I'll leave now. Shenbijuan grabbed his hand that was wrapped around her chest and bit it. Do you really have to tease me like this? Song Qingshu sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the tiny bite marks on his arm, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. I didn't expect you to hurt me first. Shenbijuan finally got back at him. Her lips curled up slightly. Who told you to keep bullying me? She couldn't help twisting her waist, but her body suddenly froze. She immediately realized something and was speechless. Song Qingshu smiled proudly and gently hugged her alluring body from behind. Feeling the milky white and delicate skin on his back, he slowly pressed his body against hers. Last time we were disturbed by the assassins in Chengdu. How about we continue today? Song Qingshu moved closer to her ear and asked. Shenbijuan thought to herself, you're already at the gates. What can I do? She could only lower her head and shyly agree. Following a gentle and tender moan that could make any man's blood boil, the room was quickly turned red. In the next few days, the two of them didn't leave the room unless they occasionally went to the deck to get some fresh air. One was full of energy and the other had just had her first taste. Soon, the world lost a proper and virtuous lady and gained a passionate young woman. On this day, as he gazed at the faintly discernible Jiangling city in the distance, Song Qingshu couldn't help but say, when Li Bai wrote Morning Hair to White Emperor City, he definitely had a peerless beauty like you at his side. Half of Shenbijuan's body was currently nestled in his embrace, tenderly gazing at her lover. She couldn't help but be startled by his words. Song Lang, the background of Li Bai writing this poem, should have been when he married Prince Yong. Banished to Yelong and traveled through Sichuan to his demotion. When he arrived at White Emperor City, he suddenly heard the pardon and wrote it in delight. Since he had been exiled by the imperial court to a savage land like Yelong. How could he have brought a woman with him? She had been skilled in the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting since childhood, and was a talented woman renowned far and near in Jiangnan. She was naturally familiar with these illusions, so when she heard her lover's reasoning, she felt rather confused. Song Qingshu gave a strange smile. If he didn't have such a peerless beauty at his side, how could he have written such an apt phrase as 1,000 li in Jiangling is returned in a single day? Shenbijuan was at first stunned, but she was no longer that young miss who had been raised in her boudoir and didn't understand anything. Especially after these last few days of Song Qingshu's tutelage, she was becoming more and more familiar with those punning words. She quickly reacted and couldn't help but angrily say, Song Lang. Hearing the dissatisfaction in her drawn-out and coquettish tone, Song Qingshu couldn't help but roar with laughter. Is that not the case? Chengdu is so far from Jiangling. I originally thought it would take a long time, but after spending every day with you in the room, it feels like time passes very quickly. You're not allowed to say it. Shenbijuan hastily covered his mouth. When she thought of the scenes they had spent in the room these last few days, she felt incredibly embarrassed. Fine, fine, fine. If you don't want to say it, then I won't. Song Qingshu pulled her into his embrace. Feeling her soft and supple body, his heart warmed and he directly carried her into the room. Shenbijuan jumped in fright. What are you doing? Song Qingshu replied, once we get ashore, the journey will be inconvenient. Let's take this time to enjoy ourselves. Shenbijuan's face immediately turned completely red. She hastily said, it's still daytime right now. So what if it's daytime? It's not like there hasn't been daytime these past few days. Song Qingshu laughed, causing Shenbijuan to quickly bury her head in his chest as if this was the only way to dispel the embarrassment in her heart. After getting ashore in Jiangling, they headed north. After a few days, the two arrived at the Wudong County at the foot of Mount Wudong. Song Qingshu said to Shenbijuan, we're almost at Mount Wudong. Let's eat something and rest before going up. Okay. Shen Bijuan smiled slightly. She had been covered in dust these past few days. If it weren't for him taking care of her, she might not have been able to hold on. They found an inn. As soon as the two entered, they attracted the gazes of the customers inside. The man was tall and handsome, and the woman was devastatingly beautiful. When they stood together, they were truly a beautiful couple. Of course, most of their gazes were still on Shen Bijuan. Even though Wudong was a place where many young masters and misses often came to visit, this was the first time they had seen such a beautiful fairy. This kind of envious, jealous, and hateful gazes, why does it feel so good? Song Qingshu was beaming with joy. Not only was he not reserved at all, he even wrapped his arm around the slender waist of the beauty beside him as if declaring his sovereignty to everyone. This was his woman. Jealous? Waiter, give me a few exquisite dishes and a jug of good wine. Song Qingshu sat down in a dignified manner. He saw a few Taoists sitting in the corner, and the one leading them was an old Taoist. He sat there with a dignified air, like a sect leader. However, Song Qingshu thought about it for a long time, but he did not expect such a person to exist on Mount Wudong. Beside him sat a few young Taoists, and the most eye-catching were two of them. Although they had beards on their faces, they were thinner than ordinary men. Sissy. A word popped into Song Qingshu's mind, but he did not think much about it. After all, these two Taoists looked ordinary. Even if they were women dressed as men, they must not be very good-looking. Song Qingshu could not be bothered to deal with these idle people, but on second thought, Wudong sect was about to hold the sect leader succession ceremony, and there was also a Taoist who looked extraordinary appearing here, so it was better to find out more about him. Waiter, put the vegetarian food on my tab. Song Qingshu called the waiter. If he wanted to get information, he had to find an opportunity. The old Taoist was a little surprised, and bowed slightly. Thank you, young master. Are you here to participate in the Wu-Tang Mountain sect leader succession ceremony? Song Qingshu took the opportunity to ask. In his heart, he felt that this Taoist priest was somewhat familiar. The old Taoist was a little surprised, but he still answered, yes, young master. Why are you here? He also felt that it was a little strange. The young man in front of him seemed familiar. Had he seen him somewhere before? Song Qingshu smiled slightly. I am also here to participate in the inauguration ceremony. The old Taoist looked at him doubtfully. Strange, Zhenren Zhang did not invite other martial artists this time. He only asked these people from Wudong to be witnesses. Song Qingshu was stunned. No wonder he did not hear about it. Zhang Sanfeng deliberately kept a low profile. But thinking about it, he was now old and did not care about the world. He did not want to have anything to do with the big sects in the martial world. Not to mention that on his 100th birthday, Zhang Chuishan and his wife were forced to death by the 6 big sections. A happy event became a funeral. He probably did not want to invite other sects to the mountain. Taoist priest, are you also from the Wu-Tang branch? Song Qingshu asked curiously. Before the old Taoist could answer, a Taoist priest at the side had already proudly introduced, of course, our master is the master of Baiyun Temple, one of the 5 temples of Wudong. So it's Taoist Yu Cha. Sorry for not recognizing you. Song Qingshu finally remembered his identity. The Wu-Tang branch had a long history. In recent years, it had spread out and the temples could be said to be all over the world. Among them, the most famous were the 5 temples. The Purple Cloud Palace of Wudong Mountain was the headquarters, which had a high status. There was also the Zhenwu Temple, whose master was Taoist Chong Su, the Baiyun Temple, whose master was Taoist Yu Cha, Shangqing Temple, whose master was Taoist Tian Su. The famous black and white swords in the martial world also came from Shangqing Temple. The last one was the Jade Clear Temple, whose master was Ma Zhen. The Manchurian master Zhang Zhaozhong was also from this sect. Li Yuanji's master, Lu Feiqing, was also from this sect. Among the 5 temples, except for the direct descendants of Zhang Sanfeng in the Purple Cloud Palace, the one with the best martial arts was Chong Su and the Silly Tea Taoist. A few decades ago, Silly Tea Taoist was even more famous. His magic sword was on par with Master Miaodi of Shaolin Temple. However, he basically didn't show up in the martial world these years, so people gradually forgot about his fame. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Others might not know, but he knew where he had been all these years. Most of the time, he was studying the supreme mystery scripture with Miaudi on the Isle of Heroes. He rarely left the island. Now that he was here, it was most likely the Isle of Heroes instruction. Thinking of Jia Sherdao behind the Isle of Heroes and the Mansion of Spirits he had heard in Chengdu, Song Qingshu didn't believe that he was just here to watch the ceremony. However, even if he suspected, he didn't have any evidence. Silly T was a highly respected senior in the martial world. Even Zhang Sanfeng couldn't do anything to Silly T just because of his words. "May I know who you are?" Silly T couldn't help but ask. He couldn't see through the young man in front of him at all. He was full of flaws, as if he was a playboy who had never practiced martial arts. However, the unique temperament and calmness of the young man couldn't be faked. The two completely different feelings made Silly T feel that the young man in front of him was unfathomable. "I am Song Qingshu answered with a smile. Silly T was shocked. He sat up straight and said, "You are the Golden Snake King." "My apologies." People in the imperial court usually called him the King of Qi, but people in the martial world still called him the Golden Snake King. In fact, as one of the 5 temple masters, he was at the same level as Song Qingshu. In terms of seniority, he was even higher than Song Yuanxiao. As Song Yuanxiao's son, Song Qingshu was definitely his junior. It was a pity that Song Qingshu had been famous in the martial world for the past 2 years. He was so famous in the martial world that almost no one dared to call themselves a senior in front of him. Silly T naturally wouldn't be arrogant. Song Qingshu smiled and asked, "When will the ceremony begin?" Silly T replied, "The ceremony will be held tomorrow. I was delayed by some matters so I came a little late. After I finish my meal, I will have to hurry up the mountain. I'm afraid I won't make it in time." "It's actually tomorrow?" Song Qingshu blushed with shame. He was fooling around with Shen Bijuan on the ship and forgot about the sun and moon. Luckily, their fooling around did not affect the speed of the ship. In addition, they had been riding at full speed for the past few days. If something happened, he would regret it for the rest of his life. The two chatted for a while more. Song Qingshu stood up and returned to his table. Before he left, he looked at the 2 effeminate Taoists beside Silly T and asked, "Did we know each other before?" One of the Taoists turned his head and ignored him. The other Taoist replied coldly, "What kind of person is young master? How could you know us?" After confirming that he had never heard his voice before, Song Qingshu nodded, "If you don't know us, why did you stare at me?" "Who stared at you?" The Taoist snorted. Song Qingshu smiled, "It's best that you didn't. You should focus on cultivation. Don't think about all this nonsense all day. I don't like men." He laughed and returned to Shen Bijuan's table. The Taoist was furious. He wanted to grab the sword next to him and get up, but Silly T pressed him down with his horsetail whisk. "Don't be impatient." Only then did the young Taoist sit down resentfully. In the end, he saw the lips of another young Taoist beside him curling up slightly. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. "You're still smiling?" "I'm not." "You're obviously smiling." Shen Bijuan couldn't help but whisper to Song Qingshu, "Those Taoists are a little strange." Song Qingshu felt the same way. Not only are they strange, they're perverted. Never mind, let's not care about them. Let's finish our meal and continue our journey. End of chapter 1924. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.